Young master, you have awoken. Truly, the heaven shave bestowed thir graced great, kinnesplist, heaven protect great sheen. A tremulous skirisonate den hesersing zangslo lolio pinidizes, revealing a magnificent tiaton familiar ceiling above him. Adorned with intricate tech-carving sans splendid decorations. Struggling toss it up, he discovered himself surrounded by figurous cladine elaborate, resplendent garments. The obsoft deep crimson and dark reflecting thyragitate expressions, there was trembling with burlike consulate excitement. Such wonderfulness, the young master has finally awakened. Heaven protect great kinhopession supiness. No sooner athwards left their lips tanthik knelt before him with a thud, tears is streaming down her faces. On individual crawled forward, weeping profusely, repeated liboing is shade in reverence. The former king haspist, and wariakuliwarif tesothetwith upon your heart, young master. Yet, the great king cannot endure will you. Please, tekariophio your health donadalty our grief you perdize arviescence. Grief affecting Ganeshulth, young master, crown prince, a whirlwind doth confusion engelfetting Jangasha gazed blank thecrowed. Their opulent herald him to question whether ha had done witting lie. Stepidon athesito fa historical drama. However, as she surveyed his surroundings, he realized thighs was number dream. At that moment, Hinata said theorem was draped in white fabric, silken sheet changing from all corners, and no fair ahead student ornate kaffinen laid with gold and jade. A murning hall? Ing Zeng's eyes widened in dinch, the confusion in his she-art swift flyer placed by terror. Just as Shesup to comprehend the situation, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his mind. Clutching Geshed, Hessing to thef florisator and toff both familiar and foreign memory, surged thruffum. Great Qin, Xianying, Ingzheng, the Six Kingdoms. This deluge of fin formation left the mutter lie stupefied. Ami. Have a truly traversed time? Is this really Xianying goth Great Qin? In the warm chamber, a roaring bonfire flickered, dispelling the chill off tutum night. More a thantanang conting maiden shelled for grant kindles, standing at a distance Saint he grandal, the eradulant with the delicate for grants. The occasionally cast furtive egglance within the center, there I shimmering with the noonaju light. A thismament, ing zengno, he at toberfured toast he long prince off Great Qin, crown prince Ingjing was gazing with him exofemotion sathin familiar surroundings. In ever image and I wool trelai traverse a time, and even become Ingjing. Is it mere lijuito easamal ericu forenames? Rubbing his temples, Ingjin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Historically, Qinshir Huang was onoft hemis luminous starsinthan all soft gratia. Hindered in his youth, rosy in his prime, harnessing thelegacy a soft 6 generations to vanquished 6 kingdoms sandunifith washya. His amariad achievements include debt unification of currency, script, and measurements, as well as the establishment of Fenu system. Event the vilification from Confucian scholars for the burning Goff Book Sandbury and Goff Schaller Scood no techlips his brilliance. But the crux of the matter is, I am not the historical Ingjing. Feeling the concealed gazes around him, Ingzeng was at a loss. He realized he weighs entrenched in the verdura, thought market the full restraint tof Qinshirwang. The 6 kingdoms swerry embroiled in relentless strife, and the kin hadless 3 monarchs in 4 years, with Zhao and Chuaing them like hungry wolves. A thismament, Ingzeng had just returned from Zhao, scarcely toyer spreer, his foundation instable, surrounded by the machination saw figures like Clady, Weingendelbu way. External threats abound, and internal troubles persist. Ingjing pressed his fingers against this dimples with increasing intensity. At this juncture, the internal affairs of Kaiwari near litivied among the 3 powers of Empress Wyong, Empress Ya, and Elbu Wei. Empress Wyong, asked the matriarch of my clan, Heldi Prut Empress Ya, being Ingjin's maternal grandmother, wielded considerable influence. While Elbu Wei, despite his shallow foundation, was the most opportunistic, currently allied with Zhao Ji, rendering Spower the strong thumenthy. Ehave Butal and Fulof trusty dallies, akinto afragilabot, precarious lie sway in Gunderthy and Slotov 3 competent forces. With Asai, Ingjin surveyed a turbulent landscape he affixed stern all threats and disloyal ministers before him. He understood the theme must swift litivizy strategy, lest the entirety of the great, kinsucumto and irreversible calamity. Chapter 2. 1,000 Years of Time. A dream in the south, turning illusion into reality. What has become of this? How did Brother Zheng manage it back in the day? Did Fengling and Yu Ying open the gates of oblivion? Reflecting on the glorious journey of Brother Zheng, Zheng let out a sigh, truly unable to fathom how this situation was to unfold. With no other choice, he rose and made his way outside, intending to peruse the repository of books in search of any valuable texts. Yet, as soon as he stepped out the door, he discovered that besides his loyal guards, several shadowy figures were blatantly trailing him. Are they not even pretending? A chill ran through Zheng's heart, but he refrained from speaking, continuing onward with a calm demeanor. However, the guard beside him exhibited a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. "My lord, those individuals behind us, do not concern yourself with them," Zheng replied nonchalantly, knowing from memory that this guard was one of the few trustworthy confidants he had in Xianying. "Let them follow?" "Understood," the guard responded, though his heart boiled with anger. As the eldest son of the Qin dynasty and the next in line for the throne, he should feel utterly secure in Xianying, devoid of the need for others to follow at a distance. They truly deserved death. The night was as dark as ink, and the chill of autumn had set in. Draped in a black and gold cloak, Zheng walked ahead. After turning a few corners, the guards showed no intention of leaving. Even upon arriving at the palace's repository, they continued to follow without hesitation. Zheng's expression remained unchanged, yet the guard's fury was palpable as he coldly inquired, "My lord, should we not send them away? They have become increasingly audacious." In the Qin dynasty's repository, a group of guards dared not enter without the prince's command. They were even armed and ready for battle. This was simply outrageous. Zheng retrieved several bundles of bamboo slips from the bookcase and casually remarked, "Do not mind them. Allow them to follow. There will be an opportunity to deal with them later." "Yes," the guard exhaled sharply, nodding respectfully. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zheng was not overly affected by the presence of the spies. As he perused the bamboo slips, a sense of confusion began to arise within him. Although he had little knowledge of the internal affairs of the Qin dynasty, the records of the grand historian noted that Madame Huayang, Madame Xia, and Zhao Ji had all been his allies before he came of age. What was happening now? Why were they vying for power? After carefully reviewing his memories, Zheng confirmed he was not mistaken. They were indeed competing for authority. Currently, he had yet to ascend the throne, and many within the Qin state were watching closely. The reason his predecessor sought to fulfill his filial duties was out of necessity, hoping to win over the hearts of the long-standing influential figures of the Qin dynasty. "Sima, you old scoundrel, what nonsense have you written in the records?" Shaking his head, Zheng sighed. The difficulty had increased. It was already challenging enough to become Zheng. Relying on foresight could only carry him so far. Yet now, it seemed that the records contained many inaccuracies. Zhao, Chu, and internal politics, all three paths were broken. How could he wage war alone from this high tower? Zheng wore a troubled expression. He was not the historical Zheng. And this was not some movie or novel. A single misstep could cost him his life. "Well, since I am here, I shall make do." Taking a deep breath, Zheng set aside the bamboo slips, intending to study the various long-standing factions within the Qin state. Just then, the next moment, detecting complete soul integrity, system binding in progress, system binding complete. "The Time Wonder system is at your service," a cold voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this voice, Zheng's eyes suddenly brightened. On a system. Having perused numerous books and films, he knew precisely what this was, an essential tool for time travelers. He had thought it was merely a human fabrication. But to his surprise, such a thing truly existed in this world. Fortunately, he did not forget about the observers outside. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly suppressed his excitement and regained his composure, though the joy in his eyes could not be entirely concealed. "System, what is your function?" Zheng inquired internally. "This system is called the Time Wonder System. It can bind the luck and incense of humanity. As long as the host constructs wonders in this era and buries them in the earth, allowing future generations to discover and believe in their existence, everything can become reality. Different wonders consume varying amounts of Qin's luck and incense. The stronger the wonder, the more Qin's luck and incense required for its formation, and vice versa. Currently, the binding range for humanity's luck and incense is Qin." A flurry of voices surged in his mind, gradually illuminating Zheng to the system's purpose. In essence, as long as he created legendary wonders in this world, buried them underground, and ensured that future generations unearthed them and believed in their authenticity or experienced corresponding emotional fluctuations, He could succeed in binding them to the present. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ing Zheng's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement, and his breath quickened. Even as the crown prince and the next king of Qin, he was astounded by the system before him. This was simply extraordinary. While creating wonders was no simple feat and required the luck and incense of humanity, it was still incredibly powerful, meritorious treasures. Records of creation, the sea of laws, star gates, even the great thousand records, source forts, otherworldly flames, 9 secrets. Ing Zheng's eyes burned with fervor. If he could successfully bind even one of these artifacts, he would sweep across the world. Yet he quickly recognized a problem. The amount of luck and incense required to construct these items was astronomical. Moreover, could these extraordinary items truly be materialized? Detecting the existence of extraordinary myths and extraordinary rifts in this world. Extraordinary items can be materialized. Extraordinary rifts, extraordinary beings exist? Ing Zheng froze momentarily before realizing that this meant there were indeed extraordinary life forms in the current world. Correct. This world is a parallel universe. However, extraordinary myths and ordinary human realms are not of the same world. They are exceedingly rare, and mortals cannot pursue them in their lifetime. They are ethereal legends, and the extraordinary have eroded over time. In the future, no extraordinary beings will exist. Ing Zheng understood, a parallel universe. No wonder so many things here differed from what was recorded in the records. Moreover, this was a world rich in extraordinary myths. Ing Zheng furrowed his brow. However, the issue of the Qin dynasty's luck and incense posed a problem. He had yet to ascend the throne, and the amount he could mobilize was exceedingly limited. Previously, faced with the current situation, it would have been challenging for him to break the deadlock, requiring time to wait. But now, perhaps he could contemplate a solution. Forcing himself to suppress his excitement, Ing Zheng returned to the crown prince's palace. Just as he intended to study the system in detail, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A maid respectfully knocked on the door and announced, "My lord, Madame Zhao has arrived." Chapter 3. A Wordless Book of Heaven? The beginning is hell, Madame Zhao? A flicker of doubt crossed Ing Zheng's eyes. Is it Zhao Ji? What could Zhao Ji want at this hour? Ing Zheng's brow furrowed. Although he was nominally her son, Zhao Ji had long since lost any affection for him. Supreme power could dull all bonds. All familial ties had been exhausted during the time he spent as a hostage in Zhao Tioher. He was merely a tool, a puppet. Puzzled in his heart, he maintained an appearance of boundless joy, even rushing out without donning his shoes or socks. Mother has arrived? Mother is here. There is no need for formalities. Let her in at once. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the grand door to the crown prince's palace swung open. Creak. A woman rushed in anxiously. Zhenger. My Zhenger. She was adorned in lavish garments, immediately enveloping Ing Zheng in her embrace, her worries spilling forth in tears as her ample bosom pressed against his face, nearly suffocating him. Zhenger, I heard you fainted in the Ingxing palace. What on earth happened? Is everything all right? The woman held Ing Zheng tightly, inspecting him with frantic concern, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression frantic, even her makeup somewhat smeared from crying, appearing genuinely worried for him. I was worried sick. You could be worried? That's a joke. Watching Zhao Ji burst in without even a greeting, Ing Zheng's heart was filled with cold amusement. Only now did he have the leisure to scrutinize Zhao Ji. Undoubtedly, she was a woman of breathtaking beauty. With a graceful figure and exquisite features, despite nearing 30, her fair neck remained as flawless as jade. Delicate to the touch, her spring-like eyes resembled 2 deep pools that captivated the heart. She wore a robe adorned with phoenixes and colorful birds, and the cincture around her waist accentuated her perfect form. An enchanting beauty of the mortal realm. Mother, Zhenger is well. I was merely reminiscing about my father in the hall. Ing Zheng felt deeply moved, gazing at his mother, trembling at first, then choking up, ultimately shedding a few tears. Ing Zheng sobbed quietly, his small fists clenched tightly, embodying the false bravado of a child. As for his fainting, it was merely a slight chill. He had not sustained any injuries. Why, poor child? Zhao Ji's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Ing Zheng once more. Her gaze brimming with sorrow. It's all right, it's all right. She gently caressed Ing Zheng's head, speaking softly, as if overwhelmed with endless regret. Then she glanced at the trembling maidservants and attendants around them. Her teeth clenched in anger. How dare they let Zheng'er come to harm? Please, punish them. The numerous attendants quickly knelt and bowed their heads. Mother. Ying Zheng's expression was touched. A significant portion of these attendants are your and El Buwei's people. Execute them? Absolutely not. He decided to set aside such unpleasant matters and took Zhao Ji's hand. Wiping his tears away, revealing a pitiful smile, I asked, there's something you wish to discuss with Zheng'er so late at night? Of course, I came to see you. After such a significant incident, how could I not? Zhao Ji's brows furrowed slightly, her figure graceful, her tone tinged with reproach. But before she could finish her sentence, she sighed softly, wiping away her tears. Moreover, there are indeed some minor matters I wish to bring over. Some memorials I have been handling recently, to show you. As the doors opened, a procession of beautiful maidservants entered, each bearing a pile of bamboo slips resembling a small mountain of memorials. What is the meaning of this, mother? Ying Zheng inquired, perplexed. Zhao Ji, dabbing at her tears, appeared aggrieved, her skin as white and translucent as jade. Recently, there have been rumors circulating outside, claiming that I conspire with the Prime Minister to usurp the throne. But where is the truth in that? El Buwei has been particularly attentive to us during our time in Zhao. Without him, how could we have survived? Even the late king's throne was aided by the Prime Minister. How could there be any thoughts of rebellion? I came today to hand over the responsibilities of governance to you. You have grown, after all, as the eldest son and the crown prince. You are capable of managing these affairs. Zhao Ji gazed at Ying Zheng with tear-filled eyes. Handle governance? You must be jesting. What can I manage? The current power dynamics are entirely under your control. How could I possibly take charge? Observing Zhao Ji's affected demeanor, Ying Zheng remained coldly observant. Especially El Buwei, who held the most power among the three factions. To think they would entrust me with governance. If I agreed, I would likely vanish by tomorrow. Though he cursed internally, Ying Zheng feigned anger on the surface. What? Who said that? He swiftly drew his long sword from his waist. I wish to see who dares to slander the Prime Minister and my mother. Wiping away his tears, Ying Zheng knelt solemnly, speaking with gravity. Mother, I am still young and do not understand many things. I require your guidance. Zhao Ji's expression turned desolate, her lips parted as if to offer a defense, but Ying Zheng interrupted her. Mother, handling state affairs will still require the Prime Minister and your assistance. In the coming time, I fear I shall need more help. Seeing this, Zhao Ji clenched her fists slightly, appearing conflicted, but ultimately, she could only grit her teeth, purse her lips, and sigh, taking Ying Zheng's hand. Since you say this, then I shall spare no effort to support you for a while longer. Please proceed boldly, mother. Ying Zheng's face lit up with determination. I shall bear all consequences. Bear what? He thought that I am but a puppet. To bear responsibility, one must first have authority. With this in mind, Zhao Ji resolved not to evade the matter any longer. After a moment of intense inner struggle, she waved her hand and spoke. Though Zheng'er has not yet ascended to the throne, he possesses the right to manage state affairs. There are still some memorials requiring your approval, which can be stamped with the crown prince's seal. Someone approached, bringing forth the largest stack of bamboo slips. Ying Zheng's mouth twitched. Is this never-ending? Yet on the surface, he hurriedly opened them, feigning concern. But upon seeing the contents, he was instantly taken aback, for they were completely blank. A sheet of unmarked heavenly scriptures. Ying Zheng. What in the world? I asked this. A blank slate. I can't approve anything. No wonder they said a stamp would suffice. It turns out the writing is entirely at your discretion. Initially astonished, he then felt confused, raising his head in bewilderment until he finally understood after meeting Zhao Ji's gaze, perfectly embodying the cleverness expected of a youth. Without further ado, he quickly retrieved the crown prince's seal to stamp it. Since that is the case, I shall rely on you, mother. Seeing this, Zhao Ji's tears began to flow once more as she grasped Ying Zheng's hand, uttering words of affection that seemed to bind only the two of them together. Before she departed, laden with numerous bamboo slips and memorials, her eyes misty with tears. Under the starry night, as she left, the smile on Ying Zheng's face vanished in an instant. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. Now even the blank heavenly scriptures had made an appearance. The late King Zhuangxiang, Ying Yiren, had only just passed away, and the states of Zhao and Chu were still watching closely, poised to strike at any moment. Yet Zhao Ji was not contemplating how to handle these matters. Instead, she was desperately vying for power. Short-sightedness, indeed, is unrefined. Taking a deep breath, Ing Zhang calmed the rage within him. Slowly sitting at the desk, he narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping his finger on the surface. To be honest, this blank, heavenly scripture posed no detriment to him. Although he was being used as a pawn, he possessed no real authority. The reason Zhao Ji and El Buwei employed the blank heavenly scriptures was ultimately to vie for power, to contend with Madame Huayang and Madame Xia, a dog-eat-dog scenario. If they fought amongst themselves, he might seize the opportunity to gain some advantage. Sigh. One can only hope that Zhao and Chu do not initiate an attack for the time being. According to historical records, there should not have been any occurrences. Yet still feels somewhat stifling. With a sense of gloom settling within him, Ing Zhang ultimately sighed and closed his eyes. Forget it. I should focus on figuring out how to use the system. If I can master it well, it would be far more effective than any blank heavenly scripture in the Grand Hall. As Ing Zhang contemplated, Zhao Ji had also stepped out of the Crown Prince's quarters. Once outside, her expression turned frigid. A tall attendant hurriedly approached, draping a heavy warm cloak over her slender frame. Contemplating all that had transpired today, Zhao Ji's tear-filled eyes narrowed, her lips pressed together slightly. A flicker of confusion crossing her features. Madam, have you completed your tasks? From the shadows, a handsome middle-aged man approached, respectfully inquiring. He was one of El Buwei's subordinates and a trusted confidant. I have completed my tasks. The memorials are here. You may deliver them to the Prime Minister. Zhao Ji replied coldly, understood. Once her subordinate departed, Zhao Ji furrowed her brow, remaining tense for a long while. Madam, what troubles you? A beautiful maidservant, noticing her distress, cautiously approached to inquire, for she was her confidant. It is nothing. I just feel that Zheng'er is somewhat off today. Rubbing her temples, Zhao Ji walked through the royal palace, her every movement exuding a certain allure. Off? The maidservant remained silent. Such matters were beyond her authority to comment on. As expected, Zhao Ji did not signal for a response, but after pondering for some time, the maidservant could not discern anything unusual. Glancing toward the direction of the Crown Prince's quarters, Zhao Ji ultimately turned to leave. Let us go. Ensure those monitoring here keep a close watch on Zheng'er's actions. Should anything seem amiss, report back immediately. Yes, the maidservant replied respectfully. I shall obey your command. Chapter 4. Is the young master planning to cultivate the land? At this moment, Ing Zhang remained unaware that his actions had aroused Zhao Ji's suspicions. Truth be told, his conduct was entirely unremarkable. Even his every word and deed had been carefully executed, following the memories of his past. Yet, Zhao Ji's intuition was exceedingly sharp. Fortunately, she had not found any evidence. Or perhaps Ing Zhang posed no real threat to her at present. Thus she chose to ignore him for the time being. As the stars began to fade and the candlelight flickered. In the vast Crown Prince's quarters, Ing Zhang was oblivious to the fact that he had been wandering near the gates of death. His mind was wholly engrossed in the workings of the system. As night deepened, after several hours had passed, Ing Zhang exhaled slowly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Almost there, during this time, he had thoroughly grasped the system's functions. Firstly, according to the system's explanation, this world was home to extraordinary myths, namely the Qi practitioners. However, their numbers were exceedingly scarce. The people of the 6 states, they were akin to ethereal legends, believed to exist, yet never seen. Secondly, his own reflection required not only the construction of wonders, but also vast amounts of fortune and incense to support it. Fortune and incense. Upon this thought, Ing Zhang felt a sense of helplessness. Bowing his head to gaze at his small hands, the young prince had yet to ascend to the throne, and the fortune and incense surrounding him were indeed pitifully scant. As the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, he ought to have been accompanied by a considerable amount of fortune and incense. However, the power of the current Qin state was not in his hands. Having long been divided among 3 factions, in the unseen realm, the fortune and incense of the great Qin had naturally coalesced with those factions, with the armies of Zhao and Chu pressing upon them. The oppressive atmosphere further diminished his share of fortune. What remained was but a mere handful. It was futile to even dream of wielding artifacts like the 4 swords of extermination or the clock of the primordial emperor. Even a single decent magical tool could not be summoned. He needed to devise a means to bolster his strength swiftly. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. There were numerous ways to gather fortune and incense: expanding territory, winning the hearts of the people, consolidating power, all of which were methods to accumulate such fortune. The most straightforward method before him now was, of course, the three major factions. Yet, to act against them required careful planning. For now, he resolved to set aside such thoughts. Survival was of utmost importance. Shaking his head to dispel some ideas, Zheng fell into deep contemplation. Currently, the fortune and incense he possessed were minimal, at best allowing him to coalesce a couple of times. This was crucial to his future growth and safety, warranting careful consideration. What should he establish? The first thought that crossed his mind was a cultivation method. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Given the current extent of his fortune and incense, he could not conjure any formidable techniques. Techniques like the three purities or the devouring demon art were unthinkable. Even the eight extremities collapse might be beyond his reach. Cultivation techniques were a vital component, representing one's foundation. While he did not expect to acquire anything overwhelmingly powerful, the initial technique could not be too inferior, as it would determine his potential. Furthermore, even if he were to successfully coalesce a technique, with his aptitude, he had no idea when he would be able to complete the training. Cultivation required talent. What if he turned out to be lacking? With such meager fortune and incense, if he could not grow stronger, would he really have to wait decades to manifest great power? By then, it would be too late. The first epical phenomenon must be taken seriously. If he could successfully cultivate this first one and elevate it rapidly, he could then attract some of the Qin's influence, thereby acquiring fortune and incense, or even ascend to the throne, subsequently gaining control over the fortune, and then establish the second epical phenomenon, repeating the cycle. Zheng mused, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. If techniques were unfeasible, then what about magical artifacts? They were also not promising. Setting aside the possibility of conjuring them, even if he could, lacking mana would make them difficult to wield. What about people? Guards? Perhaps constructing terracotta warriors? Zheng shook his head again. That wouldn't work. The terracotta warriors known to posterity were far too numerous. A couple of them would pale in comparison to those in Lintong, Shangxi. To make an impact, he would need a vast quantity. But if the scale was too grand, not only would he lack the fortune and incense, but he wouldn't even have enough people to realize such a project, and who could say when it would be completed? It needed to be believable to those in the present, as well as feasible to construct. Ideally, it should also enhance his strength quickly. Zheng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The requirements were simply too many. One idea after another was proposed, only to be rejected in turn. Ultimately, as his gaze swept over the small flames before him, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. Fire? His eyes widened in realization, and he leapt to his feet. Of course. How had he not thought of it before? It would be easy for people in later generations to believe, simple to construct in the present, and would quickly enhance his strength. Alchemy? Zheng felt invigorated. When faced with uncertainty, one could always turn to alchemy. Did one not see how every time an elixir appeared, countless cultivators fought over it? Even immortals were not exempt from such desires. Alchemy was undoubtedly one of the fastest ways to enhance one's power on the path of cultivation. But clearly, one could not recklessly use any elixir. It needed to be approached step by step, ensuring that the foundation was not compromised. Pacing back and forth, Zheng's eyes gleamed. Cleansing elixirs, foundation-building pills. Such substances would not affect the foundation. Moreover, in the world of cultivators, cleansing and foundation-building pills might not be deemed divine medicines. But they could certainly be considered rare treasures, objects of great desire for ordinary cultivators. If placed in the era of the Great Qin, Zheng's breath quickened. They would undoubtedly be regarded as divine medicines. Furthermore, the incense consumption for merely protecting some cleansing pills would be far less than that for terracotta warriors, magical artifacts, or cultivation techniques. And the benefits of enhancing one's foundation were manifold. Even entering the foundation-building realm would be sufficient for self-preservation in the Great Qin. Without further ado, he resolved to act. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zheng abruptly rose. Ren Shao. In the great hall, a guard stepped forward respectfully. Tall and imposing, with a resolute demeanor, He was one of Ing Zheng's closest guards, having accompanied him on previous outings, and was one of the few trustworthy individuals in the entire city of Xianying. He was also historically one of Ing Zheng's confidants, eventually rising to the position of a general on the frontier. Loyal beyond question. Accompany me outside. No one is to follow. Understood, Ren Xiao replied in a deep voice, exuding an aura of coldness akin to a mountain. This notorious figure from history was already beginning to reveal his true nature. Ing Zhang strode swiftly out of the hall. Beneath the starlit sky, Ren Xiao followed closely behind. Guided by the moonlight and stars, Ing Zhang navigated the palace based on memory, and after a considerable while, he finally discovered a spacious, secluded palace. Surrounded by walls, the area was expansive and remote. Perfect. This would do. With bright eyes, Ing Zhang summoned Ren Xiao and tossed him a bamboo slip, instructing him in a low voice. For the time being, gather the guards and secure this place. No-one is to leave without my command. Understood, Ren Xiao replied respectfully, taking the bamboo slip with both hands. However, when he opened the slip and saw the contents, he was momentarily taken aback. A bronze furnace, bonfire, bellows, charcoal, smelting tools, hammer, anvil. Young master, what are you planning? Though he could somewhat comprehend these items, upon seeing the multitude of subsequent entries, his confusion only deepened. Plow, stone shovel, hoe, and various plants, roots and seeds. Young master, are you planning to farm? Chapter 5. I, Ing Zhang, begin my agricultural endeavors. Observing the puzzled expression on Ren Xiao's face, Ing Zhang showed no intention of explaining. Since he had decided to refine elixirs, he naturally needed to start from the most fundamental details. The alchemical furnace, charcoal, and so forth were essential, while the anvil, hammer, and carving knife each served their purpose, as for the seeds, plant roots, and various materials. They were indispensable as well. After all, to concoct elixirs, one needed the requisite celestial materials. It was impossible to genuinely find such materials. They simply did not exist, and even if they did, they were not something he could procure at present. But that he possessed the epical phenomenon. Although these items were commonplace, with a little effort, they could become celestial materials. In ancient times, the first emperor traversed the void, gifted by immortals, blessed with myriad celestial fates, employing unparalleled methods to cultivate celestial herbs and treasures. Ultimately refining elixirs, he had already formulated his narrative. As for how people of the present would perceive these so-called celestial herbs and treasures, that was of no consequence. What mattered was how future generations would view all of this. And as for the efficacy of the elixirs produced from these materials, that was merely a matter of his own persuasion. As long as he could shape them into the semblance of elixirs, that would suffice. With a clear train of thought, Ing Zhang spoke with a firm tone. Ren Xiao, why are you dawdling? Hurry and get to work. Understood, Ren Xiao promptly responded, respectfully taking the bamboo slip and turning to leave, quickly beginning his tasks, though deep down, he remained increasingly bewildered. Young master, what exactly are you planning? Yet, despite his doubts, Ren Xiao's pace was swift. Before long, he had gathered all the items listed. Looking at the pile of various materials and the numerous alchemical furnaces, Ing Zhang felt invigorated. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, grabbed a hoe, and began to take action. As a native of the Xia dynasty, the instinct to till the land was ingrained in his very bones. Coupled with having been born in the 21st century, where the internet thrived and short videos proliferated, even if he had never farmed, he had certainly seen it done before. Although he was initially a bit clumsy, he quickly found his rhythm. Observing Ing Zhang wielding the hoe under the night sky, Ren Xiao and the others felt an indescribable oddity. Yet, faced with this scene, they quickly stepped forward to assist. Ing Zhang did not refuse their help. Soon, with the aid of Ren Xiao and others, orderly furrows and ridges began to materialize within the western Shui Palace of the Great Qin. Prior to taking action, Ing Zhang had already secured the area surrounding the western Shui Palace, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting without his command. But ultimately, these measures could not conceal his activities from others within the royal city. As dawn broke, the cold sunlight cascaded down, dispelling the shroud of night, while the autumn breeze ushered in an air of desolation, causing the maple trees in the courtyard to shed their golden leaves. Inside the spacious grand hall, however, a warm ambience prevailed. An orange-hued bonfire flickered quietly at the center, where a noblewoman clad in splendid attire partook of her morning meal, attended by her maidservants in contrast to Zhao Ji. This lady was evidently older, her face adorned with the subtle traces of time, yet her demeanor remained unperturbed, exuding a calm grace befitting her elevated status. Draped in a black and red robe adorned with a motif of phoenixes soaring over the sea, she epitomized her exalted lineage, a member of the Mi clan of the Great Qin, the wife of King Zhaoxiang, the mother of King Zhuangxiang, and the Empress Dowager Huayang. A skilled maid deftly arranged her dignified hairstyle as Empress Dowager Huayang slowly spoke, inquiring about the current state of affairs in the regions of Sanchuan and Nanyang. As her words echoed, a shadowy figure draped in black materialized respectfully from the corner, replying to the lady. The matters concerning Shandong and Taiyuan have been resolved. Hanli and Zhang Yun have indeed surrendered to El Buwei, and they are presently being escorted to the royal city, awaiting your disposition. Within their quarters, we discovered items of immense value, traced back to a certainly see under El Buwei's command, indicating an attempt to sway public sentiment. Humph. Mere traitors, what further deliberation is necessary? Execute them, Empress Dowager Huayang declared. Lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip, a chill flickering in her elongated gaze. As for this Li Si, his methods are quite adept. Though Sanchuan and Nanyang do not form the foundation of the Mi clan, they have been cultivated for decades. How did he manage to uncover such vulnerabilities and exploit them? How have you conducted your affairs? She demanded, her tone steady yet laden with an ominous weight that sent shivers down the spy's spine, prompting him to kneel in supplication. Please, punish me as you see fit. It is my incompetence. A suffocating silence enveloped the grand hall, an oppressive chill pervading the atmosphere despite the flames of the bonfire. Empress Dowager Huayang remained silent, her head bowed as she continued sipping her tea. The gathered individuals were gripped with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. Drip, drip. Sweat trickled from the spy's brow, the heavy pressure nearly overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Just as he felt the weight of impending doom, Empress Dowager Huayang's voice broke through the tension. Rise. Execute those responsible for the affairs in Sanchuan and Nanyang, and let this serve as a warning. What of the arrangements concerning the officials in Ba and Shu provinces? What movements have been observed from the armies of Zhao and Chu? By the grace of the lady, the officials in Ba and Shu are still conducting their investigations, and there are currently no signs of aggression from the Zhao and Chu armies. Drenched in cold sweat, the spy dared not show any sign of negligence, hastily divulging all he knew. No aggression. Empress Dowager Huayang murmured, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, betraying no discernible emotion. Indeed, the spy replied cautiously. For a considerable duration, the dialogue persisted, extending until nearly noon, as Empress Dowager Huayang deftly navigated through various issues affecting the internal governance of the Qin state. Very well, what news from El Buwei and Lady Xia? She inquired. Nothing of great significance. The spy hesitated before producing a bamboo slip of intelligence, presenting it with both hands. However, according to reports, Lady Zhao inexplicably visited the Crown Prince's palace last night. Following her departure, the actions of the young lord became rather peculiar. Peculiar? Empress Dowager Huayang furrowed her brow, not overly concerned. After all, Zhao Ji was not El Buwei and posed no significant threat, as for Zhang. Although he was the eldest son of the Great Qin and the Crown Prince, he was merely a puppet endorsed by the three factions, young, weak, and easily manipulable. Rather than concerning herself with Zhang, it was more prudent to observe El Buwei and Empress Xia, who were her true adversaries. Dismissing the matter, Empress Dowager Huayang waved her hand, intending to send the spy away. Yet, with the morning still bearing no pressing matters, she picked up the intelligence to examine it further. After only a cursory glance, she paused, setting her teacup down. She scrutinized the information, ensuring she had not misread it, before casting a perplexed look at the kneeling spy. Her tone unexpectedly bewildered. What is this? Zhang has been farming all night. Chapter 6. The Elixir of Legacy. Time conceals the world. In the opulent hall where the bonfire blazed, Empress Dowager Huayang found herself in a state of confusion as she contemplated the intelligence presented by her spy. What was happening? The Crown Prince Zhang had spent the night cultivating land in the West Shui Palace. A prominent figure of the Great Qin, the Crown Prince had taken to farming? Replying to the lady, not only did he farm in the West Shui Palace, but he also removed numerous materials from the treasury last night. the spy presented another bamboo slip, without needing Empress Dowager Huayang's prompting. A maidservant respectfully stepped forward, holding the slip aloft for her perusal. Upon examining the intelligence, Empress Dowager Huayang's bewilderment only deepened. The slip meticulously recorded every detail of Ing Zheng's activities from the previous day, even specifying the times for sowing seeds, transplanting seedlings, handling materials, and polishing the bronze furnace. It detailed even his meal and sleep times. As she absorbed this wealth of information, Empress Dowager Huayang fell silent, even her astute mind struggling to grasp Ing Zheng's intentions. Farming? The esteemed crown prince of the Great Qin personally toiling the fields. Was he out of his mind? If her subordinates had not made an error, he was likely planning to refine elixirs. After careful consideration, the spy respectfully ventured, the items taken from the storeroom are the initial form of a furnace for alchemical purposes crafted overnight by the Shuayang workshop. Moreover, the prince has commanded the workshop to produce additional furnaces, which are currently in progress. Refining elixirs? Empress Dowager Huayang's incredulity deepened. How could this endeavor possibly succeed? Could there truly be such things as elixirs of immortality? Moreover, according to the spy's report, the seeds Ing Zhang had sown in the West Shui Palace were weeds, and he dared to call them divine herbs, claiming to have received inspiration from a transcendent realm? Faced with this absurdity, Empress Dowager Huayang was at a loss for how to react. "Lady, should we intervene to stop the prince?" the spy inquired cautiously. Empress Dowager Huayang did not respond immediately, though Ing Zhang was young. He did not strike her as someone capable of such foolishness. Had he perhaps been provoked? Furrowing her brow, Empress Dowager Huayang scrutinized the intelligence, occasionally posing questions. Yet, ultimately, despite her thorough contemplation, she discerned no tangible problem. He was merely refining elixirs, farming, and forging. After a lengthy period of fruitless deliberation, Empress Dowager Huayang suddenly broke into a smile. Of course, why should a child concern himself with such matters? He was merely an unempowered prince, with no authority over his subordinates, barely having reached adulthood. How could he possibly stir up any significant trouble? The primary focus should remain on El Buwei and Lady Xia. Emir Ing Zhang was of no consequence. Allowing him to indulge in folly was inconsequential, as long as it did not hinder her grand designs. As a puppet, the more easily controlled he was, the better. Letting him squander his potential was also a wise choice. Moreover, his antics might even be a deliberate display of his perceived controllability. Empress Dowager Huayang chuckled softly, casually discarding the intelligence to the side. "No need to concern ourselves. Let Zheng be free. Simply keep watch and report back at the slightest sign of trouble." Casually uttering these words, Empress Dowager Huayang raised her teacup to take ASIP. By the way, procure the documents concerning the official appointments in Shandong and the Shu region. I have matters to review. Understood, the spy replied respectfully, and the grand hall once again became a hive of activity. In truth, not only Empress Dowager Huayang but the news of Ing Zheng's farming, alchemical pursuits, and forging in the West Shui Palace reached several others simultaneously. Farming? What is he doing? As they contemplated this revelation, everyone, from Empress Dowager Huayang to Lady Xia, and even El Buwei, was momentarily taken aback. The crown prince of the Great Qin was indeed cultivating land in the palace. Moreover, he was growing weeds. He intended to use these for alchemical purposes. All were left speechless. After a brief moment of contemplation, they set the matter aside. Even El Buwei merely furrowed his brow before dismissing it entirely. After all, at the end of the day, Ing Zheng was just a child, lacking any foundation or leverage. He remained a mere puppet, incapable of causing any significant upheaval. In the wake of King Zhuangxiang's recent passing, a prime opportunity for power struggles has arisen. Who has the time to concern themselves with Ing Zheng? Let him be. While indulging in trivial pursuits may not be entirely commendable, the undercurrents are tumultuous. Faced with Ing Zheng's maneuvers, scarcely anyone paid them heed. Even if numerous ministers were aware, they merely chuckled after a brief moment of astonishment. With the demise of King Zhuangxiang, the entire Qin territory was rife with hidden currents, as three factions clashed, voraciously devouring the Qin state. Who had the leisure to regard him? The so-called crown prince was merely a puppet, propped up by the will of others. Whispers reached Ing Zheng's ears, yet he appeared utterly unfazed by it all as the gazes of countless spies swept past him. he diligently executed his plans within the Shichu Palace. In merely a few days, he led a group to completely cultivate the grounds of the palace. Rows of neatly arranged fields flourished with various plants, their verdant foliage shimmering under the sun. Amidst this scene, countless onlookers laughed heartily, yet Ing Zhang remained indifferent, even going so far as to personally carve the names of these commonplace plants and crops into jade, bestowing upon them fanciful titles such as Elixir of Immortality, Songlong's Great Medicine, 9 Transformation Soul Lotus, and 7-colored Celestial Herb, among others. In truth, these were but seeds of melons, apricot pits, plums, lotus roots, and weeds. Observing this spectacle, El Bouwei and Madame Huayang grew increasingly dismissive, unwittingly playing into Ing Zhang's scheme. As the mini alchemical furnaces of the Shuayang workshop were finally assembled. Ing Zhang was quick to gather various materials, embarking on his grand alchemical endeavor. He accumulated countless ingredients, tossing them haphazardly into the furnaces, and then igniting them. Flames roared as he watched the cauldrons crackle and bubble. Ren Xiao and the other loyal guards swallowed hard, wondering what elixirs might emerge from such concoctions. Meanwhile, Ing Zhang fixated on the numerous furnaces, indifferent to the quality of the potions produced, so long as they resembled elixirs. After all, once buried underground, their future significance would be at his discretion. Hasten, Ing Zhang commanded. For 3 consecutive days and nights, he labored away. When the celestial elixirs finally took shape within the furnaces, he scarcely glanced at them before instructing Ren Xiao to transport the furnaces to a secluded location and bury them deep within the earth. Ren Xiao, perplexed by this command, nonetheless executed it with unwavering loyalty. Dust swirled amid the towering mountains as Ing Zhang's heart, taut for days, began to race wildly, thump, thump, thump. He connected with the fateful essence of the qin, channeling its profound mysteries into the very soil beneath. A pale blue aura, ethereal as gossamer, descended, imbued with a sacred and enigmatic quality, gradually merging with the furnaces unseen by any other. The marvel of time has been constructed. Awaiting illumination, it is complete. Listening to the system's notification echo in his mind, Ing Zhang's breath quickened, his fists clenched beneath his robe. The first marvel of time had at last been erected. It must succeed. Please do not let me down. Time is the most enigmatic of elements. The earth churned as soil fell back into the ground, tender green shoots sprouting from the crevices of rocks. Ing Zhang anchored this miracle into the earth. The millennia transformed relentlessly, the tides of fate shifting, leaving behind snow and sunlight. As soil was cast into the air, only to settle once more, brown ants scuttled across the decaying leaves of the forest floor. Echoing the actions of their ancestors from millennia past, a tremor resonated from afar, growing from faint to forceful, culminating in a footfall that obscured the light of the sun and stars. Was this indeed near the ancient city of Xianyang from thousands of years ago? Chapter 7. The echoes of the valley, the chimes of the forest. After the rain, the skies cleared, and the air was imbued with a refreshing scent. This was Daxia, in the Shaanxi region, in the eastern jungles of ancient Xianyang. The jungle thrived, filled with towering trees, and beneath the verdant canopy, numerous creatures meandered, brimming with life. A gentle breeze wafted through. Amidst this vast wilderness, an elderly man clad in ranger attire ambled along a rugged path, accompanied by a large yellow dog. Observing the surrounding tranquil forest, Old Li's expression was far from favorable. These people have truly lost their minds. If they wish to develop tourism, so be it, but why come here to shoot videos? Why not film in ancient Xianyang? This is Daxia, in Shaanxi, and ancient Xianyang is in the eastern jungle. Old Li, namely Fuguwei, was 60 years old, a farmer from Lijia village at the mountain's base, and also the ranger of this forest. Although he held the title of ranger, the area was seldom visited. There were neither wild animals nor tourist attractions, so he rarely ventured into the mountains, merely a side job. Recently, the heavy rains in the Shaanxi region had increased significantly. Despite the flourishing vegetation, the geology was not particularly stable, primarily sandy soil, and days of downpour had caused multiple landslides. Normally, this would be inconsequential. As deep in the mountains, far from human presence, even landslides would affect no one. However, recently, the authorities seemed to have gone mad, eager to promote tourism and had summoned numerous short video teams to film. And these individuals had a penchant for delving into the forests to prevent any dangers. This marked his third consecutive week of overtime. The patrols he typically undertook in a year had been surpassed in just one day. These people are truly idle. Gripping his walkie-talkie, Oldley was somewhat exasperated. Why shoot here when there are so many other places? Gazing at the distant mountains, he wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. At least he was being paid. Ordinarily, that would suffice, but when it truly mattered, he had to exert some effort. Alas, such is life. A single command from above sends him racing below. Checking the time, Oldley patted the head of his dog. "De Huang, we need to hurry. There are only 2 more spots left to patrol, and then we can call it a day. When we get home, I'll reward you with a big bone." Woof! As if understanding Oldley's words, De Huang panted happily and bounded ahead. The man and his dog strode purposefully through the forest, their rural upbringing and years of patrolling granting them both considerable stamina. As twilight descended, casting a dusky veil over the land, the ancient Daxia jungle, while neither vast nor minuscule, was remarkably dense, with rugged mountain paths rendered treacherous by the recent rains. After traversing a series of narrow trails, Oldley inspected several locations, finding no significant issues. "All right, this is the last path, and then we can head to the final patch of forest." Just as Oldley began to speak, the once bouncy De Huang suddenly turned his head sharply, barking vigorously at a nearby grove. "Woof, woof, woof." "Huh?" Oldley paused in surprise. De Huang was usually docile, rarely barking with such urgency. The last time he did so was several years ago when he discovered an oblivious mountaineer in the woods. What could be the matter? Could someone be here? Suddenly alarmed, Oldley hurried towards the sound. Though he had a temper, it did not mean he lacked a sense of responsibility. After days of heavy rain, the paths had become perilous. He could navigate them without issue, having grown familiar with the area, but others might not be so fortunate. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. "Let us go, De Huang." Woof! With his master's command, De Huang took off at a sprint, and Oldley swiftly followed. The forest was dense, and as they dashed through the muddy paths, De Huang maintained a steady pace, with Oldley keeping close behind. However, as they ran, Oldley's brow began to furrow. What was going on? There were no cries for help. What had De Huang heard? The surrounding jungle grew eerily quiet, and as time passed, the sun began to set, casting a shadowy pall over the summer forest. Just as Oldley began to feel uneasy, ding-ding, a sound of metal clashing suddenly drifted from the distant woods. It was faint yet ethereal, echoing far within the lush greenery. Oldley froze. What did I ask this? A bell? A chime? Wasn't there supposed to be someone calling for help? In the mountains. Where could this sound be coming from? Ding-ding, the sound was faint, intermittent, leaving Oldley in a state of bewilderment. Though he could not fathom its origin, he did not halt his steps, instinctively moving towards the source of the sound. As the night deepened, his running made the sound increasingly clear. No longer sporadic, De Huang too seemed to respond to the sound, racing ahead. Was it truly the sound of a bell? As he wandered through the dimming forest, Oldley's curiosity piqued. Could it be a temple of the land in the mountains? Turning his head to glance around, he realized he had wandered quite far and was on the verge of leaving the patrol area, yet he still had not approached the source of that sound. What could this possibly mean? Could it truly be a temple of the land? He could not recall any temples in this vicinity. Oldley's curiosity intensified, prompting him to quicken his pace. Dong-dong, the lush jungle surrounded him, and the distant chimes grew ever louder. He was getting closer. Just ahead, Oldley's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swiftly extracted a baton from his sleeve, simultaneously activating the recording function on his high-powered communicator. He advanced hastily. With a swift motion, he pushed aside the dense underbrush that obscured both the path and his view, and at last, everything before him came into focus. Let me see what this truly is. Before he could finish his thought, Oldley stood frozen in disbelief. Before him lay a colossal mountain, collapsed as the sun dipped lower. A peculiar gap in the trees revealed the towering peak, once adorned with verdant vegetation, now shattered and crumbled. Enormous boulders tumbled down the mountainside, the mountain appearing almost severed at its base. The muddy terrain transformed into a mixture of soil and rock, sharp stones now distorted and menacingly jagged. What could have caused this? Oldley's heart skipped a beat. Had an entire mountain truly collapsed? Was it due to the torrential rains earlier? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he approached cautiously, eager to investigate. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted suddenly, for he heard the heavy chimes once more. Dong dong, the powerful bell tolls reverberated between the fallen mountain's remains, and with careful steps, Oldley finally traced the sound to its source. Amidst the shattered rocks, he discovered a gently flowing stream, its clear waters cascading down from the collapsed earth, producing a melodious tinkling. Yet, embedded within the eroded soil, there lay an enormous object that had not been there before. Its size was astonishing, constructed from an unknown material, covered in rust and marks, half buried in the earth while the other half was exposed to the riverbed's erosion, resembling the body of a grand bell. And the sound was indeed the water's stones clashing against it. What on earth is this? Oldley was taken aback, his pupils narrowing. He rushed closer. However, as he approached the object, he was instantly rendered speechless. Behind this artifact, he noticed yet another section of the collapsed mountain, where yellow mud and sand concealed countless other objects of the same material as the previous one. They resembled massive bells, half buried in the earth, while others still hung precariously above the shattered mountainside, each bound by thick, black chains, coiling around like dragons, firmly connecting them to the rocky outcrops. Golden sunlight poured down, the last rays of the setting sun casting a warm glow over the area. Beneath the fiery orange sky, dozens of ancient bells lay buried in the dirt, exuding the weight of time. Buzz. Oldley's mind was immediately overwhelmed. Gazing at this sight, he stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Chapter 8. The bewildered Oldley. Is this the relic of the first emperor? Woof, woof, woof. Unbeknownst to him, De Huang had already excitedly begun barking nearby, rushing towards the great bells, clawing vigorously at the soil, his demeanor exuberant. However, at that moment, Oldley paid no heed to De Huang's antics. He stared at everything before him, feeling utterly flabbergasted. The golden sunlight illuminated the ancient bronze bells lying in the earth, revealing the traces of time. One need not approach, merely gazing from afar evoked an overwhelming sense of ancient grandeur. It felt as if he had traversed the endless river of time, enveloped by the essence of eternity. De Huang! Come back! After a long while, Oldley finally regained his senses and hurriedly called De Huang back. Though he had never received formal education and lacked cultural sophistication, Oldley instinctively recognized at first glance that these artifacts were extraordinary. Gripping the restless De Huang firmly, Oldley trembled as he retrieved his communication device, attempting to make a call. However, to his surprise, neither his phone nor his communicator had any signal in this area. What could be the reason? Oldley was taken aback. No signal? As he watched the sun gradually descend, glancing at the ancient artifacts being eroded by the river, he clenched his teeth and ultimately decided to excavate it. It was not out of greed, but because these items appeared too ancient, their surfaces corroded, deteriorating under the flowing water. He could even see patches of rust being washed away. This pained him greatly. Each of these treasures was an invaluable gem of the Daxia people, and he could not allow any to be lost. Activating his phone's video recording, he positioned it at a distance, tore a piece from his clothing to wrap around his hands, and cautiously began the excavation. As he drew near, he realized that the object before him was not the great bell he had envisioned, but rather a ding. It had 3 legs and 2 ears, an immense size of at least over 2 meters, and its surface was intricately adorned with countless vibrant patterns, each ancient and unrecognizable to Oldley, yet he could unmistakably sense the weight of antiquity emanating from these designs. As if witnessing the unfolding of the river of time right before his eyes, profound and majestic, this treasure must not suffer any harm. Oldley felt a surge of urgency, flustered and at a loss. But he was not an archaeology expert and dared not dig too recklessly. He could only proceed with utmost care, striving to protect the ancient artifact from any damage. Finally, an idea struck him. Instead of disturbing the great ding, he laboriously gathered numerous stones to divert the river's course. Ensuring that the water would no longer wash over any artifacts, Oldley quickly turned around, discovering that those great bells were indeed all ancient dings. His heart raced rapidly, and as he searched, he found several more dings that were also at risk of being eroded by the river, prompting him to resume his excavation. However, what is this hard object? A solid item was unearthed by Oldley from the soil. This object was roughly half a person's height and exceedingly heavy. He exerted tremendous effort to finally drag it to the surface. By this time, night had enveloped the earth, and upon shining his flashlight at it, old Lee's eyes widened in astonishment, for he discovered that what he had unearthed was not a stone, but rather a stele. This stele was square, clearly bearing the marks of human carving and excavation. Most importantly, it was covered with an array of densely etched characters. Old Lee swallowed hard, although he could not decipher them. He recognized them as the script of his ancestors, having been buried beneath the earth for countless years. Some were weathered, while others remained remarkably well preserved. Each stroke was meticulously executed, exuding an overwhelming presence. As if despite the passage of millennia, it still carried an awe-inspiring force that could be felt even by someone like Old Lee, who could not read. It was as if he could still faintly perceive the majesty of the individual who had carved these words. Who left this behind? Old Lee, with his simple heart, felt no greed upon discovering this treasure. Instead, he was grateful that the relics of his ancestors had been so well preserved. He yearned to understand the meaning of these characters, but he could not read them, and with no signal on his phone, he was unable to search for answers. Immediately, he snapped photos, hastily tidying up the area, ensuring it would not be further eroded by the river. Before leading De Huang away, his clothes caked in mud, swiftly retracing his steps. A flicker of greed crossed his mind, but he quickly subdued it, hastening his departure with his soiled clothing as he ran. He repeatedly took out his phone, attempting to connect to the internet, dialing for help. The phone remained without signal, unable to connect. Refreshing the screen yielded no results. Moving briskly through the night-shrouded jungle, Old Lee's heart raced with anxiety. Ding-dong, after an indeterminate time running, having crossed several hills, Old Lee finally discovered that his phone had reconnected to the internet. Moreover, the text recognition feature had automatically begun to work. There was signal. Old Lee breathed heavily. Fixated on the screen, it seemed his phone had been recognizing for quite some time, spinning in circles, making Old Lee feel as though he were about to combust with impatience. Once he got out, he would definitely need to get a better phone. Perhaps the phone had sensed Old Lee's frustration or something else, for at last, the spinning ceased. A small segment of text from the stele was recognized and a dialog box appeared. "It is out." Old Lee breathed rapidly, gripping his Azure phone screen tightly, anxiously watching. In the stillness of the night, the text that popped up on the phone was a mere 3 lines, all inscribed in characters he could understand. "Comparing my lifespan with the heavens and the earth, aligning my brilliance with the sun and moon. Time flows endlessly. Beneath the celestial bodies, I have once condensed elixirs and transformed my spirit, resonating with gold, stone, and jade, in harmony with the heavens. 1,000 years hence, who shall speak to me of immortality?" These simple phrases evoke an overwhelming sense of history and dominance, yet what profoundly astonished Lee was not these 3 lines, but rather the few words inscribed at the bottom of the stone tablet. They appeared to document the lineage of the engraver. Merely 7 characters, the long prints of the great Qin Ingzheng. A buzzing sensation enveloped Lao Li's mind upon reading these words, rendering him momentarily dizzy. The long prints of the great Qin Ingzheng? He swallowed hard, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him, his throat dry with disbelief. While he was uncertain of the meaning of long prints, he was acutely aware of who Ingzheng was. Was he not the revered ancestor of their Shaanxi region? The name of the first emperor? The location he had stumbled upon? Was it a relic left by their forebear? Clutching his phone, Lao Li's hands trembled. After confirming he had not misread, he ceased to make calls or utter a word. Hastily stowing his belongings in his pocket and sprinting down the mountain in a frenzy. Lao Li, where have you gone at this late hour?" Upon returning to the ranger's cabin, he was met by a group of elderly friends. Their faces etched with concern, all rangers from the nearby mountains. They had feared he had encountered misfortune. "Why are you so dirty?" they inquired anxiously. However, Lao Li had no time to address their worries. Without uttering a word, he barreled into the courtyard, disregarding his sweat-drenched, muddy attire, and hopped onto his motorcycle, revving the throttle and racing towards the county town, leaving his friends in a state of bewilderment. Lao Li. What on earth happened? The group of rangers was left scratching their heads. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the old dog De Huang, who had accompanied Lao Li, suddenly raised his head, seemingly guided by instinct, and instinctively gazed towards the distant forest. Not just him. At that moment, in the mountainous region bordering the ancient city of Xianyang, all creatures of the wilderness appeared to stir restlessly, abruptly lifting their heads and howling towards the sky. Countless shadows, indistinct and vague, seemed to direct their gaze towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 9. The enigma of legends and relics gathers. The ancient flames illuminated the starry sky as Laoli raced into the county town on his motorcycle. His aging frame exuding astonishing vigor, his blood still coursing with fervor. Under the starry canopy of the forest, the cries of the animals echoed. Time turned, the celestial bodies shifted. The ravages of war had scarred this woodland. Countless trees had been ignited by the passage of time, burning upon the earth. Rewinding the clock, before all this came into being, before the flames of war spread to the endless ages of the forest, shadows emerged near the land where Ingzhang had buried his legendary wonders. Under the starry night, in the great Qin, Xianyang, amidst the ancient woods, dark clouds loomed high above, and countless birds nestled in the tranquil trees with closed eyes. A dozen figures clad in black silently darted through the underbrush, moving swiftly without making a sound. They navigated the forest with agility, their dark garments allowing them to meld perfectly into the shadows, rendering them undetectable to outsiders. They dispersed to search, ultimately reconvening at the foot of a valley. Is this the place? It should be close. The leader among them retrieved a small spade-like tool from a bundle on his back, along with several steel rods, which he assembled together. Stand back, he plunged the elongated object into the earth beneath him, slowly rotating it downward. After some time, he observed the fresh soil brought forth by the spade's tip and nodded slightly. This should be the spot where Prince Zhang buried his treasures. 3 inches to the right. Dig, yes? The group of black-clad individuals swiftly produced their tools and, before long, had unearthed a profound cavern in the earth. It's open. The excavating black-clad figure spoke gravely. The leader gestured, and the group divided into roles. Some took to the shadows, others ascended the treetops, maintaining vigilance on the periphery, while the leader, accompanied by several others, descended into the depths of the cavern. After traversing a narrow passage, they emerged into a spacious chamber. With a whoosh, the resin from the pine wood and the furs of animals ignited, casting flickering flames that illuminated the underground surroundings. Indeed, is this alchemy? Gazed the black-clad scouts in disbelief at the underground layout. They hailed from the faction of Lady Huayang, servants of the Mi clan of the Great Qin, and were the most elite scouts, having previously brought countless secrets of the royal city to Lady Huayang. Despite the indifference towards Ingzhang's actions, for the sake of caution, Lady Huayang had dispatched scouts to investigate. Little did they expect that Prince Zhang was genuinely engaged in alchemy. Observing the array of alchemical materials scattered about, along with numerous cauldrons and even inscribed tablets, one scout smirked, revealing a mocking smile. Truly deluded, though not be careless. Conduct a thorough search? Understood. The scouts dispersed to scrutinize the area. Moments later, they regrouped, exchanging silent glances. They had indeed found nothing of value here, save for traces of alchemy and the remnants of cauldrons. One truly wonders what Ingzhang is up to. Shaking their heads, the scouts confirmed they had not overlooked anything and began to clamber out of the cave. Even before departing, they thoughtfully concealed the excavated area once again. No issues here. The scout covered the entrance with foliage, a hint of derision flickering in his expression. Elixirs? Even we cannot become true practitioners. What is going on in his mind? Enough! Silence. Before he could finish, the leader of the scouts kicked him sharply, drawing a broken sword to his throat, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. Regardless, Prince Zhang is not a topic for us to discuss. Whatever thoughts you harbor, I care not. Do not implicate us. Understood. The scout hastily knelt, bowing repeatedly, his expression fluctuating between fear and realization. Ultimately, he withdrew the broken sword, surveying the bowed figures around him before speaking solemnly. Let us depart. Understood. Beneath the night sky, the scouts dispersed, and tranquility returned to the area. However, before long, another group of black-clad figures descended upon the forest. Much like the previous group, they sought, explored, descended, researched, and then exited. This Ingzhang is truly foolish, engaging in such trivial pursuits. He has indeed buried cauldrons of elixirs. Surely he has lost his mind. Waves of scouts arrived silently, reporting all findings to their master. The owl perched in the trees observed these fleeting black figures with a disgruntled hoot, seemingly displeased at being disturbed during its hunt. Yet ultimately, silence reclaimed the area, and no further scouts approached. As the stars hung high and the night deepened, dense darkness enveloped the forest. The owl, having been interrupted multiple times during its hunting endeavors, reopened its eyes, fixating on a field mouse scurrying in a panic. It spread its wings and dove down silently toward the mouse, its steel claws glinting ominously in the moonlight, just as it was about to seize its meal. An invisible wave suddenly rippled through the forest. This disturbance, unanticipated and without warning, felt as though ancient mountains had descended, causing numerous creatures nearby to tremble in reverence, before swiftly taking flight in every direction. Crash! Hoo! Squeak! Squeak! The forest erupted into chaos as countless slumbering birds and ground-dwelling mice were startled awake, fleeing as if confronted by a natural predator. Even the hunting owl joined in the fray, scrambling in a frenzy. The commotion arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the ethereal wilderness, wisps of azure smoke began to unfurl, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of time, materializing like a dream, disregarding the heavy soil, and gradually merging into the earth, entering the alchemical furnace and melding with the pitch-black elixirs within. Buzz. The heavy cauldron emitted a barely perceptible sound, as the azure smoke integrated. The previously uneven and unsightly elixirs suddenly began to quiver. A fleeting shimmer of iridescence flickered across their surface, radiating an astonishing aura, only to vanish in an instant. Almost simultaneously, in the core of Xianyang's royal city, within the prince's hall, Zhang, who had been seated before a desk, engrossed in studying the intricate relationships among the three great powers of the Qin dynasty, suddenly lifted his gaze. The detection of the wonders of the legendary relics has been confirmed. The marvels of time are coalescing. Fluctuations of the future have been detected. Coalescence. Point 1. Crack! The bamboo slip in his palm was forcefully squeezed out with a sharp sound. Listening to the incessant echoes resonating in his mind, even with Zhang's composure, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. At last has it begun. He had anticipated that it would take several days for any signs to manifest, yet astonishingly, merely a day after it was buried, traces of coalescence have already appeared. Two blazing divine lights suddenly flashed in his pupils, and Zhang's breath quickened. Indeed, it has not disappointed me, young master. Beside him, Ren Xiao, who was always on guard, seemed to sense something unusual and cautiously inquired. Countless vague gazes from the likes of El Bouwei and Lady Huayang fell upon him. As he felt the probing looks from their scouts, a surge of intense killing intent and coldness rose within Zhang's heart. However, he ultimately took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and replied with a smile that ha, it is of no consequence, merely a few pests within the book. Ren Xiao was taken aback, then understood. Indeed, in late autumn, pests would seek warmth to survive the winter. Yes, I shall send someone to clear the pests from the bamboo slips. No need. Zhang waved his hand casually. A trivial matter. The scouts around them also retracted their gazes. Such minor issues did not warrant reporting. The night was as dark as ink, and the youth clad in a great cloak picked up the bamboo slips from the desk, resuming his study. The grand hall fell silent once more, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, a storm was brewing in the distant city of Xianyang. Chapter 10. The Copper Cauldron of the Great Bell. A modern shock, time flowed forth, the traces of the years rolling inexorably onward. The gentle breeze swept over the ornate stones of the grand hall, peeling away gold and jade to become dust. Time flowed against the current, and even immortal names were washed away by the passage of time. Long before endless ages, Zhang sat patiently in the grand hall, awaiting the coalescence of the marvels of time. Meanwhile, on the other end of the endless temporal stretch, Oldley had hurriedly entered the police station, reporting everything that had transpired. What did you say? Ancient artifacts have been unearthed? From Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Zhang? Inside the police station, the lights blazed out. A figure, barely dressed properly, rushed into the hall clad in a police uniform. His name was Chen Sherbua, the head of the county's police station. Today, he had originally been at home asleep, groggy from handling official duties all night. Initially, when his subordinate officer called to report, he was only mildly responsive. However, upon hearing Emperor Qin, relics, well-preserved, and excavation, Chen Sherbua sprang up with a jolt. Where are the photos? Let me see. Here they are, Director. Under the bright lights, gazing at the photos and videos captured by Oldly, Chen Sherbua's heart skipped a beat. This is truly an ancient relic, due to geographical reasons, coupled with the fact that this was once the royal city of Xianyang. The area he oversaw had long been plagued by tomb raiders. Those petty thieves would come here at any opportunity, unaware of how many national treasures had been pilfered from beneath their noses. Just this morning, he had been dealing with a captured gang of tomb robbers. Years of experience in dealing with criminals had trained him to discern, even through the photographs, that these artifacts were over 90% likely to be genuine relics of significant historical value. Artifacts from the era of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Chen Sherbua's breath quickened. This was undoubtedly a monumental discovery. Quick! Where is this relic located? Organize personnel immediately to ensure its protection. Chen Sherbua donned his police uniform and swiftly issued commands to several police officers to report everything and head to a nearby museum to seek a professional knowledgeable in ancient texts and history. This was near the ancient site of Xianyang. Naturally, there were archaeologists present year-round. Yes, police officers hurried into action. Who discovered these relics? Chen Sherbua, while getting ready, inquired hurriedly it was me? Oldly fidgeted, somewhat flustered before the director. Chen Sherbua. Observing Oldly's age, Chen Sherbua spoke solemnly. Old man, you are quite advanced in years, so I will not beat around the bush. The items unearthed are of great importance. We must not engage in any behavior that could compromise their integrity. Understood, I understand. Oldly nodded vigorously, patting his chest in anxious declaration. Director, Oldly, know what should be done and what should not be done. Our ancestors' artifacts are treasures of the great Xia people. I would never do anything detrimental to unity. Chen Sherbua was momentarily taken aback by this antiquated response, then glanced at the police officer beside him. The officer, a psychology graduate from the police academy, nodded affirmatively, confirming that Oldly was not lying. That is good, old man. I remember you are a forest ranger, correct? How long have you served? 30 years. Oldly scratched his head in confusion. 30 years. Quite a significant duration. This aligns with regulations. I believe there are still several positions available in the district. I will communicate this. Oldly has served for a long time and made significant contributions. After assessment, he may be promoted to a formal position. This is something that must be duly recognized, Chen Sherbua stated earnestly. If this relic is indeed authentic, it will be an earth-shattering discovery, potentially making waves nationwide. This is a major contribution. Alas, all right. Oldly, not comprehending what positions meant, nodded vigorously, feeling that he had contributed to his country, his old face breaking into a wide smile. Let us go. Chen Sherbua waved his hand, leading all available police personnel to set out. The mountain roads were treacherous, and police sirens blared. Chen Sherbua and the officers moved swiftly. After all, they were accustomed to dealing with criminals and were in good physical shape. Before long, they arrived at the site of the artifact discovery under Oldly's guidance. My heavens, upon arrival, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit rushed forward. His name was Li Mingshan, the curator of the county's ancient culture museum. Though merely the curator of a county museum, this place had yielded the most artifacts from the Qin dynasty. The museum stood as the tallest building in the entire county, and curator Li Mingshan was a distinguished graduate of Shanghai University from the last century. In that era, university graduates held significant prestige. Li Mingshan had dedicated decades to archaeology and historical studies, being among the first experts in the Great Xia to engage in the appraisal of historical artifacts, possessing extensive knowledge and credentials. In his youth, he held numerous important positions within the Cultural Relics Bureau and contributed to the compilation of the first textbooks on artifact appraisal in the Great Xia. He had an illustrious reputation within the field of archaeology. Now back in his hometown as curator, he was merely enjoying retirement, yet countless prominent figures from the archaeology community visited him yearly. In the past, Old Li Mingshan was known for his amiable demeanor and calm disposition, exuding an air of unshaken composure even in the face of calamity. But now, gazing upon the vast ancient relics before him, Li Mingshan hardly noticed his fatigue from the climb or the disarray of his attire. He dashed through the mud, breathless, directly approaching the massive cauldron, his expression one of astonishment. Tautai patterns, bronze, and mysterious bird motifs. The more he gazed, the more his heart raced. Li Mingshan swallowed hard, retrieving a pair of glasses from his Zhongshan suit, and shouted without turning back, "Lights! Lights! Quickly, shine the lights!" Accompanying him were other museum staff, who were also stunned by the scene before them, finally snapping back to reality. They're here. They're here. Snap! The high-powered searchlights flickered on, illuminating the area with blinding brightness. The pitch-black forest was eerily silent. The collapsed mountains scattered across the land, and massive stones lay broken and muddied all around. Amidst the soil of these fallen mountains, ancient cauldrons lay buried. They were archaic, dark, and heavy, intricately carved with delicate patterns, their copper-green rust resembling scales, merely revealing a hint of their exterior, enough to evoke the weight of time and history in the distance. Part of the mountains remained uncollapsed, and amidst the shattered earth and rocks, several similar large cauldrons hung precariously. Dark chains wound through their ear handles, binding them firmly in place. A gentle breeze swept through. Silence reigned. Almost everyone present stood in a daze at this sight. The ancient cauldrons, appearing in clusters, even though Oldley had informed them of the numerous cauldrons beforehand and they had seen photos and videos. Witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. Countless cauldrons lay scattered among the collapsed peaks and mud, reflecting an ancient glow under the searchlights. The world was silent, devoid of any sound. Beneath the starry sky, all could hear the frantic beating of their own hearts. Chapter 11. Here, forged 3,000 celestial furnaces to solidify the traces of divinity, madness, utter madness. The venerable Li Mingshan stood before the astonishing spectacle, his breath nearly suspended in awe. Having devoted decades to the fields of archaeology and history, he had traversed countless excavation sites, from the grand to the humble, including an investigation of the Terracotta Army during his earlier years. Yet, he had never encountered a bronze cauldron of such monumental proportions. It was beyond comprehension. After what felt like an eternity, Li Mingshan finally murmured a few words. In the next moment, not only he but also the museum staff accompanying him erupted into a frenzy. Dashing forward with wild excitement, this was truly a relic from the Qin dynasty, a magnificent cauldron adorned with swirling dragon and phoenix motifs and water ripples. The Qin dynasty revered the five elements, with Zhou symbolizing fire and Qin embodying water, signifying that water extinguished fire, thus vanquishing Zhou. Furthermore, the totem of the Qin was also the phoenix. The verdigris on the cauldron confirmed its authenticity, suggesting it had existed for at least several millennia. Archaeologists and museum personnel gazed at the colossal cauldrons before them, nearly losing their sanity from sheer exhilaration. Especially when they beheld the first cauldron that Oldley had examined, they were on the verge of fainting from excitement. With double ears, 3 legs, and even a lid, it stood approximately 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, its form rounded and remarkably well preserved. Aside from a few patches of verdigris, it showed no signs of wear. Such a colossal bronze cauldron was exceedingly rare, even in the annals of the Great Xia's archaeological discoveries. The revered Simuwu Ding, a jewel of Xia culture, paled in comparison to this grand cauldron. It was unimaginable, utterly unfathomable. A museum staff member trembled as he surveyed the surroundings, adjusting his glasses, his fingers shaking with excitement, his face flushed. The glance revealed that there were at least a dozen cauldrons, each preserved in exceptional condition, particularly the one directly before them, which loomed magnificently, reminiscent of those suspended from cliffs. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of ancient majesty that was almost suffocating. Especially as they approached the stone tablet discovered by Oldley, their hearts raced upon deciphering its inscriptions, truly remnants of the first emperor. The characters were ancient and weathered, many rendered illegible over time. Yet the formidable power embedded within them seemed to emanate, shaking their very souls, undiminished by the millennia that had passed. Unbelievable. Gazing at the expanse before him, Li Mingshan was entranced, as were the archaeologists. Chen Sherbua and the officers from the police station, all rendered speechless. Artifacts from thousands of years ago. The first emperor Ing Zheng, bronze vessels, all remarkably intact. With a gulp, he realized that each of these revelations was breathtaking in its own right. However, Li Mingshan soon regained his composure, urgently instructing his police personnel and museum staff to collaborate in securing the site while they continued to report their findings. The officers and museum staff sprang into action, establishing perimeters, setting up tents, and some even retrieved specialized tools, prepared to excavate under the cover of night. What did darkness matter in the face of such an ancient relic, especially one belonging to the first emperor? This monumental archaeological discovery, once reported, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire realm of Great Xia's cultural heritage. Suddenly, amidst the fervent excavation, a museum staff member shouted excitedly, "Director! Director! It seems there is something beneath here." The crowd jolted to attention and rushed over, discovering, at the foot of the collapsed mountain, an unexpected cave. The cave was eerily quiet, standing amidst the dark forest, its walls seemingly adorned with numerous bells. Though they had corroded, cloaked in verdigris, the cave was spacious yet exuded a chilling atmosphere. Despite the sweltering summer outside, a breeze swept through upon their entrance, dropping the temperature several degrees, imbued with an air of mystery. As if it were poised to swallow them whole. Wait! Li Mingshan's pupils contracted as he hastily stepped forward, brushing aside the rubble at the cave's entrance, where he discovered a square stone slab. This was another stele. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The material of this stele closely resembled that of the one scattered among the soil near the bronze cauldrons, and its size was similar. Most crucially, upon wiping away the dirt, they discerned that this stele was also inscribed with countless characters, in small seal script. The dense, elegant characters flowed gracefully yet possessed an assertive strength, each meticulously carved upon the stone. Causing everyone present to draw quickened breaths, Li Mingshan's heart raced as he leaned over the stele, donning his glasses and eagerly attempting to decipher the text. This stele was ancient, much like the previous one, with many parts weathered beyond recognition. Nevertheless, he managed to discern portions of the text. In the first year of the immortal Qin, the former king passed away, and the great Qin established the eldest son Zheng as the crown prince. At that time, a fearsome army of 1,000,000 from Chu was upon us, while the fierce Zhao warriors approached the city. With inner turmoil and external threats, the Xia, and Mi clans incessantly vied for power. And the ministers were disloyal. As these phrases echoed, the crowd breathed heavily, their minds momentarily perplexed. They understood the passage about the former king's death and the establishment of Zheng as the crown prince, referring to the demise of King Zhuangxiang of Qin and the subsequent rise of the young Zheng. They recognized the mention of the formidable Chu and Zhao armies, especially given that the Qin had recently subdued the 6 states yet lost 3 kings in 4 short years, leaving no reason for those states not to stir trouble. But this first year of the immortal Qin, what did that signify? They found no record of such a year in historical texts. Moreover, regarding the internal strife from the Xia, and Mi clans, it seemed that when the first emperor Zheng ascended, only Bui was disloyal, while both Empress Dowager Xia and Empress Dowager Huayang had supported Zheng's rise to power. Why was this documented in such a manner? The crowd was puzzled, yet soon their excitement rekindled. To quell the chaos, our Prince Zheng sought the counsel of immortals and deities, embarking alone for 100 years to traverse the 36 celestial heights, ultimately discovering the supreme life force amidst the floating earth of Penglai. Upon his return, he forged this supreme elixir, casting 36,000 immortal furnaces to condense the essence of the Dao. As these words were recited, the hearts of the crowd raced wildly. They dismissed the references to immortals and deities, recognizing that ancient people often exaggerated, and such claims were not surprising for that era. What truly thrilled them was the final statement. Casting 36,000 immortal furnaces here. This was a site constructed by the first emperor himself. Moreover, what did this imply? Could it mean that within this cave lay other treasures? Chapter 12. The Eternal Bronze Furnace. A miracle of time. Gazing into the shadowy cave, the crowd was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The surprise was utterly sudden. The treasures outside were already plentiful and astonishing, yet now it seemed there were even more within. "Director!" someone exclaimed with fervor. In the next moment, Li Mingshan sprang to his feet without hesitation, activating the searchlight and preparing protective measures as he ventured inside. The others followed suit without hesitation, ready to embark on this new discovery. Upon entering the cave, they were taken aback in stark contrast to the damp, muddy terrain outside. The cave was clean and orderly. It was not as dilapidated as they had imagined. Rather, it was remarkably spacious. The paths on either side bore clear signs of human excavation, standing 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, with some areas showing cracks, yet overall, it remained in excellent condition. Thud, 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 as they touched the neatly arranged walls. Their hearts raced, contemplating the monumental effort required to construct such a passage over thousands of years. The bronze cauldrons outside could only have been crafted by a nation as powerful as Qin during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Wait! Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the group shouted, clutching the searchlight, darting to the left side of the cave's edge. Moments later, he exclaimed with delight, "Director! Everyone! Come here! Look at this!" The crowd rushed over, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Before the man lay what appeared to be a nearly broken bronze rod. Though it was referred to as a rod, it was more accurately described as a hollow bronze tube, approximately 1 meter long. Crafted from bronze and covered in verdigris, it was about the thickness of a finger. Yet, at its center, the tube was entirely hollow and transparent, while an ordinary person might not discern its significance. The museum staff present, many of whom were highly educated, especially Li Mingshan, recognized it at first glance. This object is a relic utilized by the alchemists of the Qin dynasty for the purpose of concocting elixirs. It bears a striking resemblance to a modern laboratory test tube. To think that it has manifested in such a form. Gazing upon this bronze hollow pillar, the group was nearly overcome with excitement. Indeed, they had stumbled upon a genuine site for alchemical creation. Qin Shi Huang himself had once practiced alchemy here. Yet, amidst their exhilaration, a question lingered. Did the youthful Lingzheng already harbor ambitions of immortality and divine communion? Was it not said that such thoughts only emerged in his later years? Could it be that historical records were flawed? After all, the death of 3 monarchs within 4 years might well have instilled within Qin Shi Huang a desire for eternal life. One member of the team spoke somberly. The others nodded in agreement, cautiously packing away the artifact before pressing onward. Not long after, they encountered yet another stele along their path. Another one! Come quickly, the stele, ancient and unadorned, emitted a faint glow under the beam of their flashlight, its preservation markedly superior to the previous ones, with much of the text remaining intact against the ravages of time. The group hurriedly gathered around. The elixir is intricate, fraught with challenges. To forge the elixir, my king traversed the void, dreamed into the heavens, conversed with immortals atop the clouds, and ultimately attained enlightenment. Here, a celestial palace is cast. Prince Zheng himself toils the fields, planting 360 herbs for the elixir. The script was archaic, and on the reverse of the stele, there appeared to be a depiction of a figure wielding what resembled a hoe, tilling the earth amidst a variety of herbs, each labeled with names. True Dragon's Elixir, Longevity Grass, 9-petal Celestial Orchid, Phoenix Blood Fruit. Reciting these names, the elders, including Li Mingshan, felt their heads spin with confusion. What was the meaning of all this? What were these elixirs of immortality and longevity? Yet, alongside their perplexity, they could not suppress their excitement. If the inscriptions were accurate, did this not imply that the stele depicted the very scene of Qin Shi Huang himself laboring in the fields? Gazing at the small stele, their hearts ignited with fervor. This undoubtedly constitutes a monumental archaeological discovery. Suppressing their elation, they continued their exploration. Onward, they uncovered a plethora of stele, each chronicling the events of Qin Shi Huang's alchemical endeavors, detailing both the process and the inscriptions. Many were illustrated engravings, albeit slightly crude, yet they perfectly documented every aspect of those ancient practices. They even uncovered detailed records of the elixirs and the methods of preparation. Furthermore, they found several smaller, rusted bronze furnaces, each bearing a hollow core with remnants of what appeared to be charred remnants of failed elixirs. Were these the remnants of failed potions? Observing the multitude of stele and the furnaces, the group could not help but feel a twinge of skepticism. What was the meaning of this? Did Qin Shi Huang truly succeed in creating elixirs of immortality? As this thought crossed their minds, they shook their heads and chuckled. How could that be possible? Ultimately, it was merely the emperor's fanciful aspirations and exaggeration. After all, how could genuine elixirs exist in this world? They pressed on. the expedition continued. Eventually, they arrived at the terminus of the subterranean cavern, where a massive bronze door loomed, standing resolutely at the end of the path. This door was imposing, ornate, and ancient, intricately carved with countless patterns and mystical symbols. It appeared to be entirely crafted from bronze, exuding a sense of time-worn antiquity that left them breathless, as if they were witnessing the very flow of history. "Be cautious," Li Mingshan warned, and those in the group nodded, approaching with trepidation. Creak, creak, creak. The door slowly creaked open. At that moment, a breeze seemed to sweep through the realm. A colossal bronze furnace materialized behind the door. There was no grandeur of gold or jewels, only the presence of an enormous bronze alchemical furnace. This furnace was colossal, dwarfing even the largest they had encountered outside. It stood nearly 4 to 5 meters tall and was equally wide, adorned with a pair of handles etched with intricate designs. Supported by 3 sturdy legs, this grand and ancient furnace bore countless vivid carvings, yet strangely, it showed no signs of corrosion or decay whatsoever. The group stared in bewilderment at this massive bronze furnace, their minds nearly blank with astonishment. What was going on? What was this? Chapter 13. The supreme elixir of immortality passed down through generations, the legend of Qin Shi Huang. The immense bronze furnace stood in the cave, weathered by the passage of time. Gazing upon this grand, ancient artifact, which bore no signs of rust, the entire team of museum staff was left speechless, their minds frozen in disbelief. Even Li Mingshan, who had seen much in his lifetime, was left standing in a daze. The exquisite bronze furnace, steeped in antiquity, emanated a weighty aura of time. Yet paradoxically, it bore no trace of corrosion, as if the passage of years had actively evaded its existence. The bronze furnace radiated an ancient charm, glistening with the unique luster of bronze. Were it not for its location, one would be hard-pressed to believe such a massive artifact could be found here, leading many to speculate that it had been deliberately placed. How could this be possible? In that era, how could a bronze furnace be preserved in such pristine condition? Witnessing this scene, the group went into a frenzy, utterly at a loss for words. How had such a magnificent treasure remained immortal? Even in modern times, achieving such preservation would be an insurmountable challenge. Throughout the vast history of the Xia dynasty, only the legendary sword of King Gojian had managed to achieve such preservation, and how small was that sword in comparison? This furnace must be thousands of times larger. Gulping, the archaeologists felt their lips twitch in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. A miracle. Li Mingshan trembled, cautiously donning gloves as he gingerly caressed the great vessel, his mind utterly at a loss for expression. The group approached with utmost caution, examining every detail, and after a moment, they confirmed that the furnace indeed displayed no signs of rust. Over 2,000 years of weathering had left not a single mark upon it. It bore no resemblance to an excavated artifact. Rather, it seemed as if it had only recently been crafted. How had this been achieved thousands of years ago? Intricate patterns were woven into the surface of the great furnace, rendering everyone speechless. Yet soon, they realized that this enormous furnace was devoid of a lid. What might lie within? With a sense of trepidation, they hurriedly ventured out to gather various tools, working together to assemble them. Moments later, they managed to secure a rope, finding a fixed point above the cavern, and erected a ladder to ascend to the top of the furnace, peering into its opening. What could possibly be inside? Would it too be adorned with patterns? Would it remain unscathed and free of rust? If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be recognized as one of the greatest wonders of the Xia dynasty and indeed the world. With hearts racing with anticipation, they craned their necks, eagerly peering inside. Yet, just as their gazes fell upon the opening of the furnace, a wisp of ethereal blue smoke began to rise. This smoke was intangible and colorless, invisible to the human eye. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, the sounds of clashing swords and celestial music echoed in their ears. In that instant, time seemed to reverse, the flow of ages appeared to resume. The clouds above obscured the moonlight, and they felt as though they were being swept back to an era filled with the clangor of weapons and the harmonious melodies of elixir crafting. Everything around them transforming into a surreal dream. Flames surged as the elixirs melted, and in that moment, Countless alchemists surrounded them, clad in black and gold robes, igniting the furnace, the flames roaring as if to consume the ancient capital. At the very center of this inferno, a hazy figure stood, crowned and draped in a grand cloak, towering in a realm of resplendent light, exuding an overwhelming presence that rendered all who beheld it breathless. Merely a silhouette capable of paralyzing the very air. Who was this? The crowd gasped in shock, as if sensing their gaze. The figure slowly turned its head. There, gleaming with a golden hue, were eyes ablaze with intensity. Beneath the searing flames, mystical patterns flowed, exuding an aura of power, dominance, antiquity, and enigma. It was as if time itself were cascading towards them, piercing their eyes with blinding pain, causing their minds to throb with agony. The intense discomfort jolted them back from that peculiar state, nearly causing them to stumble and fall. They clung to the ladder, gasping for breath, their hearts racing with terror. What was happening? What had just occurred? Had they truly just witnessed? Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng? The crowd gasped for breath, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Even the elderly Li Mingshan took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. However, before he could fully recover, his pupils suddenly constricted. Through the corroded and shattered remnants of the alchemical furnace, he discerned several dark shapes at its core. Astonishingly, there appeared to be 9 of these figures, all in a state of disrepair, pockmarked and seemingly circular in form, yet their incompleteness hinted at a peculiar craftsmanship. Each one bore an odd shape, battered and riddled with imperfections, with some parts shattered as if eroded by the relentless passage of time. Exuding a strange luminescence, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Could these be elixirs? Bewilderment washed over the crowd. Each of these items appeared abnormal, their grotesque appearances failing to resemble traditional medicinal pills. Instead, they appeared akin to mere clumps of mud carelessly tossed into the center of the magnificent furnace, which was adorned with resplendent patterns and glimmering brilliance. Despite their confusion, the crowd employed their resources, raising ropes and carefully extracting these peculiar elixirs from within the furnace. Accompanying their retrieval was a small jade tablet, smooth to the touch, roughly the size of a half palm, inscribed with 2 lines of text: Immortal Qin Elixir and Miracle Accomplished, awaiting the fortunate. Miracle accomplished, awaiting the fortunate. The marvel of time, unearthed after millennia, still shone with a radiant brilliance. The immortal luster illuminated the ages. Beneath the night sky lay a world astonished by the passage of 10,000 years. Meanwhile, as time flowed backward and epochs intertwined, a young man seated in the grand hall sensed a continuous stream of notifications echoing in his mind. Detected fluctuations of future epochs. Accumulation point 1. Detected fluctuations of future epochs. Accumulation point 2. Detected fluctuations of future epochs. Accumulation point 1. Detected fluctuations of future epochs. Accumulation point 3. Detected in the future. A cold voice resonated before all transpired. Zhang sat cross-legged, attentively listening to the sounds in his mind. He breathed steadily, his gaze drifting across the bamboo slips before him, when suddenly he noticed a hazy silhouette forming within his consciousness. This shadow, dim yet vaguely resembling several elixirs, was incomplete and emitted a nebulous glow. However, as time progressed and the accumulation points multiplied, these indistinct shadows appeared to be gradually solidifying, in an inexplicable manner. He understood that when these shadows fully coalesced, it would herald the moment of miracles, legends of wonders, perhaps. Drawing a deep breath, with a heart tinged by a hint of restlessness, Zhang slowly rose and approached the window. Whoosh! The chill of late autumn enveloped him. As the colorless wind tousled his hair, momentarily calming the fervor coursing through his veins. Gazing at the vast expanse of Xianyang, now shrouded in inky darkness, he clenched his fist as if wishing to grasp something within his palm. Hurry! Faster! Let not this first wonder of the ages disappoint me. The city pulsated with lights, as the sovereign of the Qin awaited the final gathering, anticipating the manifestation of miracles. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang, as the notifications continued to sound in his mind, the shadows solidified further, and beneath the earth where miracles lay buried, tendrils of light began to emanate. Invisible ripples spread outwards, causing countless creatures in the surrounding forests to lift their heads. Roaring towards that direction, their naive eyes shimmering with longing, yearning, greed, desire, and boundless reverence. The power of miracles does not alter with the passage of time. As ancient wonders gradually coalesce and reflect, invisible ripples also permeate the realms of the future. Even after enduring the ravages of countless years, this remains true. The moment when numerous museum staff entered the cave and beheld the immortal bronze cauldron, extracting the 9 elixirs, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged forth, rippling through the surrounding space. This wave, formless and colorless, intangible and imperceptible, was undetectable to any true cultivator. It swept through the area like a tsunami, and those long dulled by worldly distractions failed to notice the anomaly. Only the instinctually naive creatures of the wild sensed something amiss, slowly lifting their heads. Howls echoed through the air as countless beasts gazed up at the sky, their nascent intelligence rendering them unable to discern the nature of this phenomenon. Their eyes reflected profound yearning, fear, greed, and awe. Almost instinctively, they abandoned their warm nests, taking steps and flapping their wings, silently making their way toward the distant unknown. Chapter 14. The Jungle Phenomenon. Miracles emerge after the ages. The grand wave attracted countless beings, as the tranquil jungle thrummed with hidden currents. Yet, amidst it all, the elderly Li Mingshan and his companions within the cave remained wholly unaware of the unusual occurrences. Wisdom bestowed upon humanity innate excellence and capability, yet it also veiled their sensitivity to the natural world. This invisible wave could only be perceived by those who had attained the realm of Qi cultivators. In contrast to humanity, while the beasts lacked complex intellect, their attunement to nature far exceeded that of humans. Although they could not step into the realm of cultivation, nor could they clearly perceive the spiritual energy of the world, they instinctively gravitated towards these areas through a vague yet profound awareness. Countless shadows crept closer in the twilight, rustling as they approached, while those within the cave remained oblivious, their focus solely on the jade tablet. Trembling with excitement, the immortal elixir of the pre-Qin era. This is undoubtedly a monumental discovery in the annals of archaeology. The cavern resonated with robust breaths as they beheld the inscriptions upon the jade tablet. Nearly all the archaeologists' eyes gleamed with fervor. Could this truly be the elixir left behind by the first emperor? Though its appearance was far from impressive, pockmarked and failing to meet their expectations of an immortal pill, it was indeed the genuine elixir of the first emperor. While they were aware that the practice of alchemy was prevalent during the pre-Qin era, with numerous artifacts and vessels unearthed, the preservation of such immortal pills was nearly unprecedented. Materials, methods, and concoction processes. In an instant, Li Mingshan's mind raced with countless avenues for research. These 9 diminutive elixirs filled a significant void in the history of archaeology in the Great Xia. Moreover, the crowd raised their eyes once more to the immortal bronze cauldron before them. Feeling dizzy and exhilarated, the ancient elixirs, the relics crafted by the first emperor, the enduring furnace and alchemical vessel. This discovery, if reported, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Great Xia. Quickly, secure everything. Exercise caution. Continue searching for what else may lie within. In the ensuing period, Li Mingshan, brimming with excitement, led the group as they delved deeper into their excavation. Before long, at the end of the subterranean cave, they uncovered even more relics. Not only were there various tools for elixir concoction and materials, but they also stumbled upon dozens of jade boxes, each containing a variety of decayed medicinal ingredients. Could it be the materials used by the first emperor for alchemy? True Dragon Immortal Elixir, 9 Petals Celestial Orchid, Primordial Jade Liquid Fruit. Reciting the names inscribed upon these jade boxes, the archaeologists gaped in disbelief. It truly exists. Perhaps it was merely an exaggeration by certain alchemists. After all, there were some mutated plants in ancient times. Perhaps these were among them. After a considerable duration, a museum team member provided an explanation. The crowd nodded, and soon enough, they indeed found records of some medicinal materials here. From the illustrations, they resembled familiar crops, and some even bore striking similarities to the grasses of today. The crowd was somewhat perplexed. Was this truly the elixir of His Majesty the First Emperor? The materials seemed rather unrefined. Moreover, it appeared that the first emperor personally cultivated these. The crowd was left in astonishment. The illustrious Ing Zheng, in his youth, possessed such an unknown past. He even personally tilled the fields, Perhaps the ancient understanding of medicinal materials differed from today's, yet regardless. This discovery marked a monumental breakthrough in the history of archaeology. Indeed, such a grand alchemical furnace, alongside the legacy of alchemy, is a rarity throughout the historical tapestry of the Great Xia. It was not long before the crowd uncovered numerous rare artifacts, each worth its weight in gold. Let us extract these items, exercise caution. Gazing upon the dazzling array of artifacts before him, the heart of the elderly Li Mingshan raced with exhilaration, casting aside all thoughts of trivial distractions. The sheer abundance of relics represented an unparalleled discovery in the annals of Daxia's archaeological history in recent years. Quick, be cautious. After meticulously surveying the site, Li Mingshan swiftly reported everything to the authorities without hesitation. Accompanied by numerous museum staff, each individual capable of working in a museum possessed some degree of archaeological expertise, well-versed in the treatment, preservation, and excavation of artifacts. Under Li Mingshan's leadership, the museum personnel sprang into action. Diligently handling the treasures, as word spread, staff from nearby museums were also stirred into action, arriving in droves to assist in the undertaking. Upon their arrival, they were astounded, nearly rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. In the ensuing hours, Li Mingshan and his team worked tirelessly, unearthing large cauldrons and precious artifacts, each a gem of Daxia's heritage. This fervent activity persisted for 2 days and 2 nights, showing no signs of abating. However, amidst the excitement, none could discern the eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. The vast forest had grown unnaturally quiet, devoid of any sounds. As a remote part of the ancient jungle, it was typically teeming with wildlife. Initially, the workers had spotted various creatures flitting through the underbrush, but as excavation progressed, sightings dwindled. By the 3rd day, the entire forest seemed to have fallen silent, an unsettling tranquility prevailing in the dense foliage. The stillness was almost palpable, as if life had vanished entirely, not even a chirp from the birds. Beneath the sun's rays, the only sound was the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Yet, both the museum staff and the police officers, consumed by excitement, remained oblivious to the growing unease. It was not until the evening of the 3rd day, when dark clouds gathered, that officers began to set up tents near the mountainside to protect the artifacts from impending rain, prompting one staff member to notice something amiss. How strange, why is there no sound? Under the gathering clouds, the forest lay in silence, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. No sounds. A nearby officer, scratching his head, also sensed the unusual quietness. Perhaps it's just about to rain. He glanced upwards, unconcerned. As time passed, they finally completed processing the first batch of artifacts. Among them were large cauldrons, construction tools, stone tablets, and jade items, each possessing immense value. Even the 9 precious elixirs had been collected for transport to the museum. What a monumental discovery this is, they exclaimed. In all my years in Xianyang, I've never encountered such an extensive site, not even during my youth in the archaeological team. As they walked along, the exhausted staff exchanged light-hearted banter, their dark circles attesting to 3 grueling days of work. Yet, contrary to their fatigue, their spirits soared with enthusiasm. Li Mingshan, eyes ablaze with anticipation, could hardly wait to return to the museum for further research. This excavation was undoubtedly a groundbreaking find, one that could send tremors through Daxia once reported. Alas, the enormous bronze cauldron found at the heart of the cave was far too massive to be extracted without heavy machinery. He pondered about the arrangements made for its retrieval. Just as everyone was reveling in their thoughts, a police officer at the forefront suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. What's the matter? The group paused. Confusion etched on their faces. The police chief, Chen Sherbua, furrowed his brow, inquiring about the disturbance. There's something off, the leading officer stated gravely, his expression stern. A middle-aged man with a square jaw, he had served as a captain for decades, solving numerous cases and once a special forces soldier himself. Now, scanning the night-cloaked jungle, he sensed a looming danger, though its source eluded him. Chapter 15. The Beast Tide. Chen Sherbua's pupils constricted. As the police chief, he knew his colleague's instincts were sharp, and his expression darkened with concern. What's wrong? What could it be? Could it be grave robbers? That seemed unlikely. News had been tightly contained, with only higher-ups in relevant departments informed prior to the excavation. How could those artifact traffickers possibly know? Even if they did, what audacity would compel them to approach? Prepare for defense, the police captain instructed. As the clouds above grew ominously darker, the air thick with a metallic scent of impending conflict. Chen Sherbua nodded, issuing orders. The officers, taken aback, quickly drew their batons and tasers, forming a protective barrier around Li Mingshan and the priceless artifacts. The value of these relics transcended mere currency. A single cauldron could fetch millions. Potentially even billions, especially the monumental cauldron, an irreplaceable treasure. In the face of such temptation, it was conceivable that some desperate souls might dare approach. Silence enveloped the jungle as the police personnel, along with Li Mingshan and the artifacts, moved cautiously forward. Suddenly, as dusk descended and light rain began to fall, Li Mingshan hastily retrieved waterproof coverings to shield the relics. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, the encroaching darkness swallowing the light. Officers switched on portable flashlights, illuminating the shadowy woods. The chilling stillness of the mountains was punctuated only by the sound of their breaths and footsteps. The unease within the police captain and Chen Sherbua intensified. Even ordinary museum staff sensed a growing sense of foreboding. What was happening? Then, without warning, the silence shattered. Woof, woof, woof. From the depths of the quiet, a cacophony erupted. In an instant, countless flashlights illuminated the source of the commotion. Woof, woof, woof. Amid the blinding light, a large, earthy yellow dog emerged from the thicket. Barking furiously, "Big Yellow?" The sight left everyone in shock. The forest ranger, Oldley, who had been following them, was astonished. "How did my dog end up here?" He instinctively moved to retrieve Big Yellow, but just then, crash! A sudden, jarring noise erupted in the jungle, startling everyone. The once tranquil forest erupted into a frenzy of sound, as if a torrential downpour had begun. The wind whipped violently, and the dark clouds loomed closer, threatening to engulf them. Suddenly, the police captain halted, raising his head to assess the situation. Moments later, his eyes widened in alarm. "Wait! Look at the sky!" "What about the sky?" The tense group instinctively glanced upward, only to be left dumbfounded. High above, beneath the thick clouds, a massive shadow loomed. An immense flock of birds, their thunderous cries echoing as they descended rapidly toward them. "Get down!" Chen Sherbua shouted, pushing Li Mingshan to the ground. The crowd scrambled to follow suit. In the next moment, crash! Countless birds swooped down. Sparrows, larks, thrushes, mandarin ducks, domestic fowl, crows, and even rare white cranes, herons, and owls plunged into the fray, their numbers overwhelming. They seldom make an appearance in their daily lives, each one a precious protected species. Yet at this moment, they are screeching, flapping their wings, and darting past in a frenzy. Crash! Quack, quack, quack! Coo, coo, coo! Countless flocks of birds swoop down. They rush through the crowd. The sheer force of their presence sends several police officers and museum members sprawling to the ground in utter disarray. Figures lie on the ground, clutching their heads, nearly driven mad. What is happening? Why are there so many birds here? Aren't these creatures usually gentle? Why have they suddenly turned aggressive towards humans, even amidst the rain? Countless onlookers stand in shock, completely bewildered by the unfolding chaos, while only a few museum staff, including the elderly Li Mingshan, frantically cling to the artifacts, shouting and trying to drive away the surrounding flocks. Bang! Exclamation point! At that critical moment, a loud gunshot suddenly reverberates through the crowd, accompanied by a splash of blood, startling the birds into disarray. Everyone hurriedly turns to look, and there stands the police chief, his hand raised. Clutching a pistol that is already cocked, beside him lies a raven's corpse, stained with blood, sprawled on the ground. Bang! Another deafening shot. The sound reverberates through the darkened forest. It is the police chief Chen Sherbua firing his weapon. The two resounding blasts immediately cause the remaining reluctant birds to scatter in a flurry. Phew, phew, phew. Rising from the ground, Chen Sherbua surveys the crowd, wiping bird feathers from his face, panting heavily. Is everyone all right? And no, we are fine. The crowd struggles to their feet, looking somewhat disheveled, their clothes tattered, some even bearing peck marks and scratches on their bodies, but fortunately, all injuries are minor. Countless birds take flight, yet they do not entirely depart. They flap their wings, circling under the dark clouds, with a portion perching atop the treetops, observing the gathered crowd with unblinking stares. This bizarre scene leaves everyone even more bewildered. What is going on? This image is simply too horrifying. Chapter 16. Shadows from Eon's Past. The first wonder coalesces. Gulp, the crowd swallows hard. The sky is overcast. Various birds stand densely in the forest, coldly staring at them in the rain. The eerie atmosphere sends shivers down the spines of both the police chief and his captain. What is happening? Only the elderly Li Mingshan seems unfazed by it all, running anxiously to cover the waterproof cloth that the birds have torn. However, he soon discovers, to his astonishment, that the waterproof sheets are all intact, miraculously unharmed despite the relentless assault from the dense flocks, as if they had deliberately avoided them. These birds avoided the artifacts? Li Mingshan feels a sense of confusion. But that confusion is short-lived, for as time progresses, the rustling sounds return from the depths of the forest. A shadow emerges. It is a slender beast, its body long and evenly proportioned, adorned with a pattern of black and gold. Its thick tail nearly half its length, raised high, dark golden eyes glistening with deep black tear streaks, fixated on the assembled group. The leopard, one of the fiercest predators lurking in the Qinling forests. A nightmare for all small creatures, it leaps down from the tree, its graceful form exuding elegance, yet the short, dagger-like teeth glint ominously. A leopard. Is this not a creature that resides deep within the Qinling mountains? How could it possibly appear here? As the leopard materializes, the pupils of everyone present constrict, drawing in a sharp breath, but crucially, it seems there is not just one leopard here. Growl. Roar. As the leopard emerges, heavy breaths begin to reverberate through the shadowy forest. Pairs of eerie green eyes gradually illuminate under the spotlight. Crash. Two black bears, having appeared on the left flank of the group without anyone noticing. One crawls low to the ground, slowly inching closer, while the other stands upright, towering over 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, pressing down on the hearts of everyone present. Growl. In the darkness, several hefty wild boars burst forth from the underbrush. Their stout limbs sturdy, with deep black snouts flanked by curved tusks of earthy yellow, their bodies covered in coarse bristles, greed glinting in their pea-sized eyes. Roared, the bellow emanates from the treetops above the crowd. Amidst the dense flocks of birds, a deep yellow shadow stealthily reveals itself, a clouded leopard. Its body is not as elongated as the leopardess, yet it is more robust, its limbs thick-set, and its dark golden eyes radiate an aggressive glint, for sharp fangs barely visible, posing a danger equal to any large beast present. Moreover, accompanied by gentle rustling, more wild creatures emerge from the forest. Golden-haired, blue-faced golden monkeys, short-horned brown-black antelopes, deep ebony antelopes, petite spotted deer resembling sprites, forest deer with 3 white stripes beneath their necks, and even porcupines, hedgehogs, and smaller creatures like voles and civets. Even the white-furred black-eyed giant pandas slowly appear among the forest throng. The dense array of wild animals surges forth like a tide, encircling the entire group, sweat pouring down. Gazing at the sudden influx of creatures, everyone stands in confusion, utterly at a loss. Why? Why are there so many animals here? Countless creatures converge around the center of the gathering. The distinct scent of wild animals, mingled with the smell of blood, envelopes the air, and the light rain has transformed into a torrential downpour. Yet, none of the attendees dare to make any rash movements. A multitude of animals stands silently in the forest, observing quietly, neither advancing nor retreating. Faced with this, Chen Sherbua, responsible for the group's safety, and the police captain are nearly driven to madness. They have encountered countless cases in their lives but have never witnessed such an eerie situation. Where did all these animals come from? What do they intend to do? The police officers gulp nervously, gripping their batons tightly. With so many wild creatures present, it is clear that if they were to charge, annihilation would be inevitable. Even the 2 officers' firearms would be of no use, as their combined ammunition barely amounts to a few dozen rounds. All small caliber, suitable only for intimidation. When faced with such a horde of frenzied beasts, it would be utterly futile. Now everyone present is frantically pondering, unsure of what has transpired. Ultimately, under the leadership of Chen Sherbua and the police captain, They huddle together, cautiously making their way towards the forest's edge. For reasons unknown, although the animals have surrounded them, they do not initiate an attack. Instead, they growl restlessly around them, seemingly wanting to advance, yet ultimately held back by fear. One by one, the fierce beasts growl uneasily. Several leopards scratch the ground in agitation, eager to pounce. Numerous brown bears crouch low, their paws pressed to the earth, their gazes unfocused, as if poised to charge at any moment. This is disastrous. In the downpour, Chinsherbwa grits his teeth and disengages the safety on his weapon, standing resolutely at the forefront. The police captain beside him bears a grave expression, tightening his grip on his pistol. Time ticks by slowly. The group has long been cornered into a halt. The multitude of creatures draws closer, their eerie green eyes appearing ever more ominous in the darkness. Huff huff, the atmosphere thickens. The rationality in the eyes of the beasts begins to fray. The red in their scara becoming increasingly evident amidst the deluge. The crowd's demeanor grows serious, as the tension escalates to a critical juncture. A drop of blood suddenly falls from the wound on Li Mingshan's hand. Previously torn by the birds, plop the blood, mingling with the rainwater, trickles down his arm and silently lands upon the surface of the ding. In the next second, clang, clang. A heavy sound abruptly reverberates through the heavens and earth. The crowd turns sharply to look back, and there, unmistakably, are two large dings colliding against each other in the wind, producing a resonant clang. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Li Mingshan hurriedly lowers his head, anxiously attempting to separate the two dings. However, in that fleeting moment, no one notices the sudden surge of an invisible force, transforming into a misty glow, erupting amidst the torrential rain. In that instant, time seems to freeze. A hazy and indistinct blue smoke wafts through the ages. In a trance, a figure appears in the universe, ethereal and elusive, unseen by ordinary eyes. Only the indistinct multitude of beasts can catch a glimpse. It seems to sense something, slowly turning its gaze towards them. Crack! Thunder roars, purple lightning rips through the dark sky, and a pair of pure golden eyes suddenly manifest beneath the downpour, as if traversing the cosmos. It gazes down, its emotionless eyes resembling a deity descending, carrying the torrents of ancient times, crashing down upon the earth. Howl! In that fleeting moment, the only sound that resonated was a deafening clap of thunder, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries from countless beasts as they knelt and fled in terror. What on earth is happening? As they gazed upon the wild creatures scattering in panic beneath the thunderous roar. Bewilderment engulfed nearly everyone. Just a moment ago, they had been whimpering, poised to launch an attack, yet in the next instant, they were fleeing. Could it be that the thunder has frightened them? Without further contemplation, the commanding captain of the police station bellowed. And Chen Sherbwa swiftly reacted, leading a group of still trembling individuals to hastily escape into the pouring rain. The deluge enveloped the mountains. The crowd stumbled and tumbled out of the hills, yet when they turned back, a shiver coursed through them, for in the distant jungle, those emerald eyes had not dissipated, reflecting a haunting glow in the dark curtain of rain, their gaze chilling and terrifying amidst the thicket. Hurry! After eons, a torrential downpour swept away the forest's tranquility, sending shivers down the spines of numerous police and museum personnel. Meanwhile, in another realm of endless time, Ing Zheng, who had been seated majestically in the grand hall, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils emitted twin beams of radiant golden light, flashing and vanishing like a spectrum of colors. The wondrous phenomenon of time has been fully condensed. The reflection of the wondrous phenomenon can now be initiated. Chapter 17. Condensation and Reflection. The path to immortality begins. Beneath the summer rain, the members of the police and museum fled in a frenzy, distancing themselves from the tempest, while, whether by coincidence or fate, time reversed itself as the Qin capital of Xianyang was also shrouded in rain. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, and the autumn rain, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, compelled many pedestrians to rub their hands together for warmth. Yet, within the spacious royal palace, a young man clad in a thin robe felt no chill. Rather, he sensed a surge of warmth coursing through him. Finally, the reflection is complete. As the rain fell to the earth, listening to the voice resonating in his mind, Ing Zheng's breath quickened. The wondrous phenomenon of time has been fully condensed. The reflection of the wondrous phenomenon can now be initiated. After such a prolonged wait, it has finally been condensed. Exhaling deeply, a fiery light flickered in Ying Zheng's eyes. Perhaps due to the disparate timelines, several days had passed in the modern world, while in Ying Zheng's realm, half a month had already elapsed. Autumn and winter were gradually enveloping the land, and during this interval, he had received a prompt in his mind nearly every day. But now, it had finally reached completion. Observing the gradually condensing phantoms in his mind, Ying Zheng slowly smiled. This condensation process surpassed his expectations in speed. He had initially anticipated it would take weeks to succeed, yet it had been accomplished much sooner than expected. However, he remained uncertain about the ultimate outcome. Ying Zheng mused to himself. This time, he had expended nearly all of his fortune and incense, even personally tilling the land and smelting, all to ensure success. Now, it seemed the condensation was assured. Only the result remained to be seen. Foundation-building pills come in various grades, from exquisite to ordinary. He wondered what level this reflection would yield. His heart raced with excitement. The path to immortality lay before him, and even Ying Zheng could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. After all, it was his first attempt at foundation building, and he was uncertain of the outcome. Yet, even if it were the lowest grade, it should qualify him as a practitioner of qi. Taking a deep breath, Ying Zheng regained his composure, sweeping his sleeve. Everyone withdraw. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter. Yes. The maidservants and guards complied respectfully. Although they were spies sent by El Buwei and the Huayang lady, they were merely scouts and dared not openly defy Ying Zheng. Summoning a few trusted guards, he instructed them to keep watch outside, ensuring the hall was deserted before he closed his eyes and initiated communication with the system. Within the system, he beheld fragments of radiant light swirling, the successfully condensed foundation-building pills awaiting his reflection. Moments later, Ying Zheng opened his eyes and spoke in a deep-voiced reflection. As his words fell, a gust of wind stirred within the silent hall. In an instant, the once empty expanse erupted in a riot of colors. Countless hues appeared from thin air, resembling ethereal spirits, swirling and dancing beneath the vaulted ceiling. The distant legends of wonders buried deep also began to rise with his words, exuding wisps of fortune and incense. A pale blue mist in but a brief moment, it arrived at this grand hall. Swish, swish, swish. The fragrant smoke flowed, the vibrant colors spun, and the air resonated with melodious chimes, sacred and light. When all finally settled, 9 pills slowly materialized before Ying Zheng. The reflection was successful. His heart raced with anticipation as he quickly leaned in. However, upon truly beholding them, he was momentarily taken aback. How could it be like this? The 9 pills lay neatly before him, yet unlike the radiant, crystalline foundation-building pills he had envisioned, these were all uneven, dull, and blackened. This was not what he had expected. Ying Zheng found himself momentarily stunned. Where were the celestial pills, the foundation-building pills? Even if they weren't resplendent, they shouldn't appear so unappealing, right? He picked one up and sniffed it. Instead of a fragrant herbal aroma, it bore a faint metallic, rusty scent. Ying Zheng fell into silence. After a moment, gritting his teeth, he briefly regained his composure and swallowed one of the pills whole. At this point, what more was there to say? The truth would reveal itself through experience. Yet, at the very moment the pill entered his mouth, Ying Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. A rich and fragrant aroma erupted instantly. An indescribable scent spread throughout his mouth, and in that moment, an explosion of vibrant colors surged forth, a wave of warmth cascading from his throat to his stomach, then quickly radiating throughout his entire being. This warmth was peculiar. Though it bore a scorching intensity, even singeing the wooden table, it inflicted no harm upon his body. Moreover, as this warmth ignited within him, Ying Zheng's eyes stung, and he suddenly beheld a myriad of colorful lights manifesting in the world around him. The world was filled with spiritual energy. In that first instant of seeing these phenomena, he instinctively recognized their origins. This was the primal spiritual energy scattered throughout the universe, the most fundamental essence of foundation building and the path to immortality. During the waiting period after completing the wondrous phenomenon of time, Ying Zheng had not been idle. He had been exploring this world as well. Based on the memories in his mind, he discovered that this realm differed vastly from his understanding of the Qin dynasty. Not only were there discrepancies with figures like El Buwei, the Huayang lady, and Empress Dowager Xia, but there were also numerous other inconsistencies. Practitioners of Qi truly existed, though they were exceedingly rare. Some records were held in the archives of the Xianying Royal Library, but most were regarded as mere legends, and now, this vibrant energy was precisely what he had sought in an ancient tome, the spiritual energy of the universe. It actually existed. In a moment of ecstatic joy, Ying Zheng then beheld the colorful energies swirling around him, akin to a tempest, rushing toward him with wild abandon. An immense torrent of spiritual energy cascaded down, transforming into a river of colorful essence, continuously flowing toward his 7 meridians and 6 channels, vibrant and resplendent. Ding-dong, auspicious signs flourished, golden lotuses took root. In that instant, in the formless void, golden lotuses suddenly appeared beside Ying Zheng. They fell like petals, enveloped in a rain of light, shimmering and radiating, creating a magnificent spectacle around him. Ding-dong, the sounds of Tao resonated, golden brilliance emerged, fragrant and illuminating. At that moment, all things transformed into pure gold, and cranes appeared, silently dancing amidst the sounds of Tao and the golden lotuses, creating a harmonious display. The vast spiritual energy surged forth, instantly immersing Ying Zheng in a state of cultivation. Chapter 18. Condensing Pills into Divinity. The first Qi practitioner of the Great Qin emerges. Boom! Thunder roared. Purple lightning split the heavens, illuminating the distant realms, while within the grand hall, it was sacred and resplendent. Countless golden lotuses blossomed, the sounds of Tao resonating, while the light rain mingled with the cranes, cascading and scattering. Ying Zheng sat cross-legged on the ground, already enveloped by the overwhelming spiritual energy. Crack! Purple lightning cleaved the sky, exploding near his ears, while he felt his body ensnared by a tremendous force. As the torrent of spiritual energy surged in, his bones emitted a series of cracking sounds, causing waves of intense pain throughout his being. Furthermore, his body fell into a bizarre state, every inch of him aflame with pain. Yet, Ying Zheng did not utter a sound. Instead, he gritted his teeth and endured. At this moment, if anyone outside could witness Ying Zheng's plight, they would undoubtedly be astonished. As this moment unfolded, Ying Zheng's muscles and veins appeared to come alive, twisting and writhing beneath his skin like serpents of jade, slithering back and forth. Dark, viscous substances oozed forth from his skin, exuding a nauseating stench. The process of cleansing the sinews and reshaping the bones was a monumental transformation, one that could only be found in ancient texts. The human form, at the moment of birth, is inherently flawed to varying degrees, rendering it an inadequate vessel for the path of heaven and earth. Only a select few, born with extraordinary talent, emerge into the world as paragons of perfection, innately attuned to the cosmos, endowed with the aptitude for cultivation. These individuals are referred to as the favored children of heaven. Their bodies differ from those of mere mortals, as every inch of muscle and sinew aligns closely with the Tao, making them the most suitable for cultivation. Now, Ying Zheng found himself in a transformative state, evolving his imperfect form towards an ideal of perfection. This metamorphosis would not only augment his physical strength but fundamentally enhance his innate talent for cultivation. An overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged into his being, flooding through his meridians, bones, and muscles. It felt as though colossal hammers were incessantly striking him from all directions, reshaping his flawed physique to align more closely with the way of heaven and earth. Crack! Crack! The torrents of spiritual energy cascaded down like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding phenomena of golden lotuses and the resonant sounds of chimes intensified. With each impact of the tide, Ying Zheng's body refined further, while black, viscous residue seeped from him. It was akin to iron being forged in a furnace, hammered by relentless flames into exquisite jade. Whoosh! The vibrant colors entwined, and with the aid of the foundation-building elixir, the spiritual energy in his vicinity condensed into a tangible form. The excruciating pain in his limbs dissipated, replaced by a warm, comforting sensation reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. Yet the cleansing and reshaping of his sinews and bones did not cease. Indeed, it intensified. The violent tides caused numerous ornaments within the hall to tremble, while Ying Zheng's aura surged, escalating under the infusion of spiritual energy, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a spring rain. According to ancient texts, before one becomes a true qi refiner, there are 4 major realms, regarded as critical thresholds on the path to immortality: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit to nullity, and merging with the Tao. These 4 realms are the necessary journey for cultivators and serve as the foundation before establishing oneself, aiming to hone one's being for the journey of the Tao. The first realm, refining essence into qi, focuses on transforming one's essence into a circulating force within the body, perpetually sustaining life. This realm is attainable by skilled mortals, with many battle-hardened veterans in the army capable of achieving it, endowing them with the strength to face 10 opponents at once. The second realm, refining qi into spirit, advances further, requiring the qi within to continuously rotate, thus strengthening oneself. Upon reaching this realm, both physical prowess and mental acuity see significant enhancement, elevating one to the status of a centurion or a formidable leader in their domain. The third realm, refining spirit to nullity, sees a sharp decline in the number of those who can attain it. Those who reach this level are the pinnacle among mortals, worthy of being called a 1,000-man commander. In later eras, they would be regarded as masters of the martial world. The fourth realm, even fewer can achieve, and all who do are considered dragons and phoenixes among men. Attaining this level is no longer merely a matter of effort. Without exceptional talent, fate, and diligence, one could spend a lifetime in vain. At this stage, one can barely glimpse the path ahead, sensing the existence of spiritual energy from the void. Though unable to wield it, one is nearly transcendent, each individual capable of sweeping aside countless mortals. Those with extraordinary skills would be top-tier commanders, formidable enough to hold the line against thousands. These 4 realms represent the ultimate limits of mortal potential. Even without cultivation methods, one can barely advance. Only by surpassing these 4 realms can one be deemed to have transcended the mortal domain, touching the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby qualifying for the path of cultivation and approaching the threshold of foundation establishment. Originally, Ying Zhang had merely brushed against the edge of refining essence into qi, perhaps not even fully grasping it, for despite his robust physique, his youth rendered him merely a boy. Facing 10 opponents was a daunting challenge. Yet now, with the immense potency of the elixir flooding in, alongside the cleansing and reshaping of his sinews and bones, his body began to evolve towards a realm beyond that of mortals. Crack, crack. An abundance of spiritual energy nourished his form, its tremendous power merging with him, propelling his realm forward. Early stage of refining essence into qi, mid-stage, peak. Early stage of refining qi into spirit, mid-stage, peak. In the blink of an eye, Ying Zhang had ascended to the pinnacle of refining qi into spirit. And still, it continued to rise. His body began to radiate purity, becoming crystalline, while the cracking sounds of his bones transformed into a melodious chime, akin to jade striking against jade. His heart's rhythm grew stronger, resonating like thunder, and the blood coursing through his veins surged like a mighty river, ceaselessly flowing. Radiant light cascaded. The surging spiritual energy flooded into his being, fervently propelling his realm. This transformation persisted for an indeterminate duration. Eventually, the overwhelming potency began to wane, and the extraordinary phenomena enveloping the surroundings reverted to their former state. Sitting cross-legged, it was unclear how much time had passed before Ying Zhang finally opened his eyes. With a swish, 2 brilliant beams of divine light pierced through, radiating 3 feet of brilliance as he surveyed the world around him. In that moment, it felt as though the entire universe had unfolded before him. Was this the power of the foundation-building elixir? Chapter 19. The second marvel of time. Observing his surroundings, an inexplicable brilliance emanated from Ying Zhang's gaze. If previously, when he looked around, it felt as though he were peering through a veil of mist, now, everything appeared crystal clear, as if all obfuscation had been wiped away. Every detail within the grand hall, every architectural nuance, became vividly apparent. Even the flickering of candle flames and the descent of dust were distinctly observable. Moreover, he noted a significant enhancement in his senses. Sight, hearing, smell, and touch. All had been greatly amplified. Every rustle of wind and movement within a radius of several dozen meters was captured by his ears. The sounds of wind and rain outside, even the heartbeat of the guards and maidens, were crystal clear. Unbelievable. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled. Lowering his gaze, he observed that his body too had undergone transformation. His fingers were elongated and crystalline, his already fair skin now even more radiant, his physique more elongated, akin to an infant's delicate form, tender and flawless. Yet beneath this softness, he could sense a surge of explosive power. Crack! Clenching his fingers into a fist, he distinctly felt the abundant vitality coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, his chest and heart thumped powerfully, almost causing the blood within his veins to produce a cascading sound. Each pulse of his blood rivaled the rushing of mighty rivers. Feeling the burgeoning strength within his body, he approached the desk and pressed down with force. Crack! The sturdy desk, crafted from golden silk nanmu, emitted a sound of strain under the burden, a deep imprint of his palm appearing upon its surface. With a glimmering gaze, Ing Zheng exerted more strength. Crack, crack, crack. The opulent desk gradually bent, and in mere moments, it could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into pieces. Young master, what happened? The tremendous noise drew the attention of the guards outside, who respectfully inquired. It's nothing. Stand down. Ing Zheng replied calmly, lowering his gaze to the shattered desk, his breath coming in quick bursts. The items brought to this place were undoubtedly carefully selected. This desk, though seemingly unremarkable, was immensely heavy, at least 4 inches thick, and remarkably sturdy. To crush such a substantial desk with bare hands would require a force of at least 1,000 pounds. One arm wielding over 1,000 pounds. Heaving a sigh, looking down at his palm, this was no longer within the realm of human capability, and this was still merely less than 30% of his strength. Approaching the front of the hall, he casually seized a long sword. With just a slight exertion, the sword, forged through countless trials in the forge, snapped with a resounding crack, dragging the blade across his palm. His skin, as pristine as that of an infant, displayed formidable defensive capabilities, akin to that of bullhide, remarkably resilient. Only after applying moderate pressure did he manage to draw a thin line of blood. However, within just a few breaths, the mark on his palm began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, disappearing entirely within a quarter of an hour, leaving only a faint scar. This rate of recovery, this strength. Raising his head, a glimmer of light flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes, as torrents of vibrant spiritual energy manifested around him. Indeed, had he already stepped into the realm of Foundation establishment? Feeling everything within him, Ing Zheng was astounded. To be honest, prior to refining the elixir, he had anticipated that merely reaching the third realm of refining spirit to nullity would be a commendable achievement. Yet he had not expected that a single pill would propel him from nothingness directly into the realm of Foundation establishment. Truly worthy of the foundation-building elixir. Gazing at the remaining elixirs before him, Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The ability to perceive the existence of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth signifies the disparity between establishing a foundation and refining the void to achieve unity with the Tao. Though it may appear to be a mere distinction, it is, in fact, an abyssal chasm, for only by genuinely engaging with the celestial energies can one hope to cultivate, if one cannot even see or touch these energies. How can one embark on the path of cultivation? Ultimately, it would be nothing but a futile endeavor. Ah, the foundational realm. With a slow exhale, Ing Zheng felt the transformations occurring within his body and narrowed his eyes. Undoubtedly, these elixirs are among the finest foundational pills. Just one could enable him to establish a foundation. What if he were to consume the remaining ones? Although intended for foundational cultivation, they also contain immense medicinal power and the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Who would disdain a solid foundation? Without a moment's hesitation, Ing Zheng settled into a meditative posture and ingested several foundational pills in succession. As radiant light surged forth, golden lotuses blossomed around him. This time, he consumed 3 more foundational pills, only pausing after the 4th. By this point, the foundational pills had ceased to be effective for him, but the substantial cost incurred had yielded immense rewards. It propelled him directly from the early stages of foundation establishment to the pinnacle of that realm. At the peak of the foundational realm, sensing the torrential flow of blood within him. Akin to a great river, Ying Zheng's previously anxious heart finally found solace. With such power, he could now be said to possess a semblance of self-defense within the Qin.at the very least. He no longer needed to fear being inexplicably assassinated by rogue assassins or guards. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Contemplating silently, Ying Zheng did not allow his newfound power to elate him too much. His gaze glinted with cold determination. The current state of Qin remained under the control of El Buwei, Lady Huayang, and Lady Xia. Though he had become a practitioner of Qi, his personal martial prowess alone was insufficient. He could not contend with an entire army. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers could not be faced by a single individual. Beyond personal strength, he needed to cultivate his trusted subordinates. He must swiftly commence the next epical wonder. Returning to his desk, Ying Zheng pondered. He realized that with the consumption of the foundational pills and the subsequent enhancement of his power, a portion of the Qin's ethereal fortune had once more flowed into his being. This indicated that his anticipations had not been misguided. As long as he elevated his strength, the fortune of Qin would subsequently follow, signifying that he had, in some ineffable way, acquired the qualifications to govern Qin. However, compared to the ethereal fortune of the Crown Prince of Qin, the other 6 nations seemed lacking. Chapter 20. The Blessing of the Elixir, Li Xian of Qin. Observing the fortune surrounding him while gazing at the distant factions and the other 6 nations beyond, Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. To enhance his power, the ethereal fortune would naturally waft towards him, but this wave had reached its limit. To acquire more fortune henceforth, he would need to resort to plunder. Yet, for now, his primary targets remained El Buwei, Lady Huayang, and Lady Xia. Summoning a maid to replace the desk, Ying Zheng lightly tapped the surface and fell into deep contemplation. What epical wonders should he create next? How could he maximize the enhancement of his power in a short span? Lost in thought, Ying Zheng ultimately concluded that what he truly needed were people. After all, his trump cards were still too few. And he lacked his own faction. But if there were a cultivation method, that might also be advantageous. After a prolonged period of reflection, Ying Zheng finally made a decisive choice. Ren Xiao, as his words fell. The grand hall's doors swung open, and Ren Xiao, clad in iron armor, respectfully entered. Upon entering, the innate sharpness characteristic of a martial artist allowed him to sense that Ying Zheng's essence and spirit seemed somewhat altered compared to before. This is, momentarily taken aback, Ren Xiao maintained a composed demeanor, bowing respectfully. Your humble servant is here. May I inquire why you summoned me, my lord? In the serene yet warm hall, amidst the raging storm outside, Ying Zheng did not pose the anticipated question. Instead, he posed a seemingly unrelated inquiry. Ren Xiao, if I recall correctly, you have already attained the realm of spirit refinement and void reversal, have you not? Spirit refinement and void reversal? Ren Xiao was momentarily taken aback. As one of Ying Zheng's trusted guards, Ren Xiao was undoubtedly skilled, being one of the few aids granted to him by his late father, King Zhuangsheng of Qin. Once a noble from the state of Qi, gifted and born of a prominent military lineage, his family had fallen into decline due to various circumstances. Nevertheless, having once belonged to the aristocracy, he possessed some knowledge of the cultivation world. Replying to my lord, I have indeed reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement and void reversal. The pinnacle of spirit refinement and void reversal? Ying Zheng nodded. Continuing to inquire, how much longer until you reach the foundational realm? The foundational realm. Ren Xiao hesitated before offering a wry smile. For him, the foundational realm was merely a legend. Not just for him, but for 99% of martial artists, the foundational realm was an ethereal dream. Achieving the 4th realm of void reversal and Tao unity was already the pinnacle Ren Xiao aspired to. As for the foundational realm, it was merely a tale. In his over 30 years of life, he had never witnessed a true cultivator before. Were it not for the ancient tomes from his childhood, he would scarcely believe it. Replying to my lord, if it is the realm of void reversal and Tao unity, I might reach it in 10 years. No, perhaps 5 years. But the foundational realm, I fear. Ren Xiao offered a bitter smile. To enter the foundational realm required immense fortune and innate talent. He had already reached the limits of his potential. Entering the foundational realm was beyond his grasp. Ying Zheng nodded. Achieving the 4th level of void reversal and Tao unity at merely 30 years of age was indeed a testament to remarkable talent. one that was rare even in the entirety of Qin. His late father had accomplished something useful before his demise. I recall that Li Xian has also reached this realm, has he not? Li Xian, another of his trusted aides, assigned to him by King Zhuangxiang before his death. Hailing from a prominent family in the Qin, he had not yet fallen into obscurity but was merely surviving. However, the mention of this name conjured numerous thoughts within Li Xian. Ren Xiao was somewhat surprised that Zhang would inquire about someone else. After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. Replying to my lord, indeed, Li Xian reached the realm of spirit refinement and void reversal several months ago, though he is still quite new to it. However, compared to me, Li Xian is younger and has just come of age. Given time, his martial prowess will surely rival mine. Zheng nodded slightly. Aside from you, are there others among your ranks who have reached the realm of spirit refinement and void reversal? Ren Xiao felt a tinge of awkwardness. Among their small circle, counting all of them, there were barely 8 or 9, and there was simply a lack of 3-layered experts. Replying to my lord, there are none. Anticipating this, Zhang nonetheless sighed upon hearing it. His foundation truly seemed woefully inadequate. Bring him here, at once. Ran Xiao respectfully departed and soon returned with Li Xian. A young man stood before him. Sharp-featured with an impressive demeanor, clad in heavy armor, he appeared to be in his 20s, standing within the palace like a gleaming spear, his posture straight and striking. Your humble servant, Li Xian, pays his respects to my lord. Li Xian bowed respectfully, his voice resonant with youthful vigor yet laced with deference. Rise. Observing the two before him, Zhang casually flicked his wrist, tossing 2 elixirs towards them. The foundational pills, having lost their efficacy for him after consuming 4, still remained in his possession. Consume these. Ren Xiao and Li Xian hastily caught the pills, only to be momentarily stunned, their expressions twitching. Wasn't this their own concoction? As Zheng's trusted aides, they were aware of his previous actions and recognized the items as those they had previously refined. But hadn't these been buried underground? How had they reappeared here? Moreover, was it truly safe to consume them? Hearing Zheng's inquiry, both men jolted, their hesitation evaporating as they promptly swallowed the elixirs. Moments later, their eyes widened in astonishment. Radiant light surged forth, ethereal energy enveloped them. The scene that had previously unfolded in the chamber re-emerged within the grand hall, albeit with Ren Xiao and Li Xian as the protagonists. Both men knelt, their bodies erupting with an abundance of celestial energies, a swirling vortex of ethereal energy descending upon them with fervor. Ren Xiao, Li Xian. Neither man could comprehend what was transpiring, lost in the overwhelming tide of celestial energy that engulfed them. What is happening? They were momentarily dazed and bewildered, and in that instant, Zheng's calm voice resonated through the haze. Sit cross-legged on the ground. Steady your breath and absorb the medicinal potency. Zheng's voice was not particularly loud, nor did it carry any weighty implications. However, it struck like a sharp blade, swiftly piercing through the storm and jolting the 2 individuals from their previously hazy consciousness, compelling them to gradually assume a seated position upon the ground. Radiant brilliance enveloped the scene, and in that moment, the aura re-emerged. Yet, having undergone this experience once before, Zhang displayed little reaction, calmly guiding the process and subtly manipulating the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to contain the disturbances, ensuring that the outside world remained oblivious to the events unfolding within. Once all phenomena had concluded and the luminous showers vanished, Zhang finally inquired with tranquility, how effective was it? At the foot of the grand hall, the 2 men, who had previously donned heavy armor, were now utterly bewildered. Kneeling on the ground, their minds were a muddled haze, still struggling to shake off the remnants of their prior state, and they scarcely registered Zheng's question. Zhang paid them no heed, patiently waiting in silence, even picking up a bamboo scroll to continue his reading. Time passed slowly. Outside, the night was alive with the roar of thunder intermingled with torrential rain. It was only after an indeterminate period that the 2 men managed to regain a fraction of their senses. They hastily rose, but in their eagerness, they exerted themselves too much, leaping over 3 meters high and nearly crashing into the beams above. Steady, Zhang remarked without raising his gaze from the scrolled, why yes, my lord. Ren Xiao and Li Xian stood there, at a loss, gazing at the transformed world around them, their ears inundated with the myriad sounds from all directions. They were utterly stunned. Have I advanced? As they contemplated the changes in their bodies, disbelief washed over them. They understood that only true martial artists could grasp the formidable challenge of reaching the legendary Foundation establishment stage. A realm spoken of only in tales, never witnessed in reality, save for ancient texts. Until now, their greatest aspiration had been to become a master of the fourth layer. Yet here they were, having ascended to the mythical Foundation establishment stage. Staring at the swirling, multicolored spiritual light before them, they rubbed their eyes vigorously, two grown men standing frozen in astonishment. Especially Li Xian, who was utterly dazed. Just months prior, he had only just entered the ranks of third-layer masters. And now he had bypassed the fourth layer entirely to arrive at the Foundation establishment stage. Was this not a dream? Achieving what had eluded him for a lifetime with such ease? Their disbelief compelled them to slap themselves hard. It was no dream. The sharp sting of 5 red handprints marked their faces. Their expressions gradually transformed from confusion to fervor. Is it due to the elixir bestowed by my lord? Suddenly turning their gazes upward to Yingzheng. They fell to their knees with a thud, their eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. As martial artists, who would not desire to tread the path of cultivation? Yet, without exception, such a journey required immense fortune. Something that could be encountered but not sought after, deemed exceedingly arduous, even considered legendary. The two of them had never dared to dream of such possibilities, yet now it had come to fruition. Countless martial artists and common folk yearned for a lifetime for what they had just attained. The happiness they felt was not merely sudden. It was utterly devoid of any forewarning. Overwhelmed, they knelt on the ground, their heads bowing in reverence. The Foundation establishment elixir had lost its efficacy for Yingzheng, but for them, it was an entirely different matter. As martial artists, who would not wish to become chi practitioners? Yet it had always seemed so distant, so unattainable. Now, being presented with such a precious treasure by their lord so casually, how could they not be exhilarated, filled with longing and gratitude? Thank you, my lord. Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon us. Ren Xiao and Li Xian's eyes sparkled with fervor, their bowing intensifying to the point where they had already chipped 2 tiles from the hall floor. Yet they continued to prostrate themselves, thudding their heads in worship. Witnessing this scene, Yingzheng understood their sentiments. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible current of ethereal energy enveloped them, lifting them to their feet. As they beheld the ethereal energies transforming into a flowing light that supported them, their astonishment deepened. Truly, this was their lord. He had undeniably reached the legendary realm, and they had dared to question his actions. Such an offense was inexcusable. Excited, Li Xian and Ren Xiao were about to kneel again to express their contrition when Yingzheng interrupted them. Enough, rise. With a dismissive wave, he disregarded their thoughts. Now you can perceive the ethereal energies. Correct? Yes, my lord, we can. The two were overwhelmed with excitement as the ethereal energies, once merely recorded in ancient texts, now floated around them, creating a surreal experience. Go forth and cultivate diligently. When the Foundation establishment elixir was circulating, you should have memorized the route it took. Upon your return, solidify your foundation along that path. For the time being, you need not act as guards. Focus on consolidating your realm. Understood. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in their minds, the 2 men respectfully accepted their orders and withdrew. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly, and the cold wind bit sharply. Yet, even this frigid chill could not shake them from the stupor of their immense surprise. Only after they had walked a considerable distance did they exchange glances, each seeing the exhilaration reflected in the other's eyes. Their lord's methods were unprecedented. They had initially thought him to be fabricating tales to deceive others. Yet the reality was astonishingly genuine. Their hearts raced with excitement. Ultimately, it was Ren Xiao, being the elder and more composed, who took a deep breath and spoke gravely. Li Xian, this matter must not be spoken of lightly. Our lord has shown us such significance. We cannot disappoint him. Upon our return, we shall train day and night to solidify our powers. Li Xian, too, understood the gravity of the situation. I shall ensure that I do not emerge from my seclusion until my foundation is unwavering. They exchanged solemn nods, both recognizing the fervor in each other's eyes. Without further words, they bowed deeply toward the direction of the prince's hall before turning to depart. each returning through the pouring rain to consolidate their powers. Watching the two depart, Zhang quietly withdrew his gaze. He harbored no concerns for them. They were his trusted confidants, among the few individuals within the Qin dynasty whom he could rely upon. Moreover, the Foundation Establishment elixir was a manifestation of the fate and fortune he wielded, intricately tied to him. Once consumed, it would undoubtedly enable a tremendous breakthrough in their cultivation, but it also meant they would harbor no thoughts of rebellion for the rest of their lives. Their fates would be entirely within his grasp. Time to continue my training. With the armies of Zhao and Chu amassed at the borders and the domestic political situation in disarray, Zhang took a deep breath. Setting aside the bamboo scroll and began to meditate, following the circulation of the Foundation Establishment elixir. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth gathered unseen in the sky, slowly descending. The seven-colored luminosity spread throughout the grand palace like stars, and a thread of profound vibrations gradually began to rise from within the city of Xianyang. Zhang focused his heart towards the heavens, harmonizing himself with the universe as he circulated the ethereal energies within, steadily solidifying his cultivation. Unknown to him, not far from this place, within a dense forested mountain area, there existed a vague shadow stumbling through the mountains. It was somewhat diminutive, holding a lotus leaf umbrella, clad in an ill-fitting tattered raincoat, soaked and somewhat disheveled. Yet this did not dampen its cheerful spirit. That moment, it hummed a whimsical tune, forging ahead, each step causing flowers and grass to bloom. Radiating with vibrant vitality, as it clambered over the mountain, intent on continuing toward its destination, it suddenly sensed something. Whipping around to gaze in the direction of Xianyang, eye in the dark expanse, a pair of golden red eyes illuminated the forest like beacons. In a fleeting moment, countless runes seemed to flow, but within moments, those brilliant lights flickered and faded. The figure scratched its head vigorously, squinting and calling out a couple of times, looking toward Xianyang with a mix of excitement, trepidation, and confusion. Exhilaration. Is there a celestial being here? After a brief hesitation, it set down the lotus leaf umbrella and cautiously made its way toward Xianyang. Chapter 22. A chapter of blood and fire, sparks in the twilight. In Xianyang, the winds roared and clouds surged as Zhang's ascendance heralded the arrival of a Qi practitioner, a phenomenon that was not meant to occur in history, destined to stir endless tides within the vast city of Xianyang. As night descended, all was silent. Meanwhile, far beyond the horizon, numerous campfires blazed, illuminating the dark sky. The crackling fires dispelled the night. On the city walls, over a dozen well-equipped soldiers patrolled diligently. They wield long spears and bare bows and arrows. Clad in soft armor, as they tread cautiously atop the city walls, scanning the distant darkened land. This is Shangjuan, in the northern region, specifically in Pingdong County, a city perched on the edge of the Qilian Mountains, bordering the Zhao Kingdom, a perennial battleground throughout history. The crackling of flames illuminates the city, revealing the towering, solid walls constructed from deep black stones, marked by the scars of countless blades. Trained soldiers are amassed within the city's barracks. Since the demise of the late King Zhuangxiang, rumors have circulated about the impending decline of the Qin dynasty. As a longtime rival of Qin, Zhao has long been watchful. General Sima Shang has gathered troops to march south, with whispers that King Zhao Zhaoxiang intends to take military action against Qin to avenge the humiliation of the Battle of Chongping. Yet, within the Qin territory, very few believe these rumors, dismissing the notion that Zhao would dare to engage the formidable Qin forces. Nevertheless, out of prudence, the seasoned General Meng Ao, responsible for the defense of Shangjuan, has reinforced the defenses, stationing heavy troops in several key cities along the periphery of Shangjuan, one of which is Pingdong County. The frigid winds from the north sweep in. After a day and night of patrolling, the distant woods remain eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. You've worked hard. We're here to relieve you on the battlements. The patrolling soldiers complete their handover, and the centurion Wang Er, clad in heavy armor and accompanied by his 100-man squad, embarks on the night's patrol. The bright moon casts its glow as Wang Er leads his men on a quiet watch. And before long, they reach the midnight hour. Glancing down at the city walls and the distant forest, all is silent. It appears that this night will once again pass without incident. One squad continues to patrol while the other rests. Following Wang Er's command, a tall soldier respectfully accepts the order, taking half of the men to patrol ahead, while the other half sits atop the battlements for a brief respite. Hey, have you heard? It seems something has occurred in Xianying recently. Crown Prince Zheng has been gathering people to concoct elixirs. Concoct elixirs? Is that for real? Can it truly succeed? Who knows? I've heard that Crown Prince Zheng is not only working on elixirs but has even taken to farming, planting celestial herbs. The soldiers shake their heads in disbelief, some resigned. What is the Crown Prince doing? The esteemed eldest son of the Qin, the next in line for the throne, reduced to acting like a farmer? What a disgrace! Rumor has it that our future king is still just a child, barely 10 years old. One soldier sighs, weary, gazing at the starry sky, so young. I thought he was already in his 20s. Where did you hear that? Young or not, let's hope our king will be a wise ruler. The campfire atop the battlements flickers, the soldier's armor clinks in the stillness of the night. They converse in hushed tones, and Wang Er, the centurion, listens without interruption. These men are his comrades from the battlefield, and in this remote place, far from the capital, no one will overhear their discussions. Yet, respect must still be maintained, for he is the future sovereign of Qin. After a moment, Wang Er clears his throat. All right, enough resting. Let us continue our patrol. Understood. The soldiers fall silent and rise promptly. Another hour of patrol ensues. The world remains tranquil. Tonight is yet another uneventful evening. As Wang Er holds the torch, he ponders, when suddenly, a faint rustling emanates from the forest below. Wang Er instinctively turns his gaze toward the sound. In the next moment, he hears a familiar whoosh through the air. Whoosh, thud, blood erupts before his eyes. Scarlet splatters beside him. The sound of blades tearing through flesh reverberates, and Wang Er's pupils dilate in horror. A soldier clutches his neck, eyes wide, struggling to collapse onto the ground. What is happening? His mind is a muddle. An enemy attack? Years of military experience compel Wang Er to shout instinctively. Yet, in the next instant, he witnesses a sight that sends him into a frenzy. From the once quiet forest, countless torches suddenly ignite. Whoosh! Orange flames flicker, densely packed, illuminating the night beneath the trees. They form a line from left to right, front to back, nearly illuminating the entire forest below. They spread out in perfect formation, occupying every line of sight, stretching infinitely. Their numbers are beyond comprehension. The roaring flames seem to ignite the darkness, and in the flickering light, Wang Er glimpses countless cold, iron-clad figures. Hundreds of archers kneel on the ground, their gazes icy, taut bowstrings creaking ominously beneath the full moon. Fire! At the command, arrows rain down, the iron-tipped projectiles glimmering under the stars, falling like a meteor shower, their cold beauty strikingly surreal. Yet Wang Er has no time to admire the spectacle. Thud, 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 thud. Arrows the thickness of a thumb pierce effortlessly through their flimsy armor. Thud. Wang Er desperately dodges, but several arrows find their mark, piercing his shoulder and chest. Cough, Wuchang, beside him. The few remaining soldiers roar, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be struck down by the relentless hail of arrows. The warmth of life swiftly drains from their bodies. Yet in this critical moment, Wang Er suddenly raises his head, ignoring the second volley of arrows raining down around him. Seizing the arrow embedded in his chest, his eyes bloodshot, roaring in fury. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! His anguished cries awaken the distant torches atop the city walls, but in the next heartbeat, blood surges forth, engulfing Wang Er's form and enveloping the entire battlement. Chapter 23. Modern Day. What is happening? In the distance, the heavens and earth are ablaze with war. The armies of Zhao have finally revealed their fangs. Seizing the moment of Qin's vulnerability, a time of transition and the king's demise, to mobilize their forces and strike fiercely at the weak northern defenses of Qin. Soldiers mount their warhorses, hastily galloping out of the city to relay the news to other regions. But as soon as they exit, they are ambushed by countless Zhao soldiers lying in wait to sever communication. Loose arrows. A volley of arrows is unleashed, the sharp wolf tooth tips piercing through flesh in mere moments, transforming the soldier into a blood-soaked mass, horse and rider tumbling to the ground. Flames ignite the sky, blood spills across the earth. The tumult of battle and cries of slaughter persist, echoing endlessly. Boom! The war drums thrum. The shouts of Zhao soldiers rend the night, reaching the battlements. Time spins, years fly by, as a Qin messenger, risking his life with 2 arrows lodged in his back, bursts through the encirclement to deliver the news. The dawn breaks, illuminating the land, just as it would illuminate the off-road vehicles racing through the mountains centuries later. Boom. Heavy rain pours down, Daxia, Shaanxi region, ancient Xianyang city. The cumbersome off-road vehicles splash through the mud, their engines roaring beneath the morning light. After a night of harrowing escape, Police Chief Chen Shibua and Elder Li Mingshan finally return to the town, accompanied by the archaeological team, police personnel, and numerous invaluable artifacts. Sighing with relief, both the captain and Chen Shibua, Li Mingshan, along with many others, exhale deeply as they behold the familiar surroundings. The rain falls, countless creatures surround them. The horrors that unfolded in the forest moments ago were utterly terrifying. So many birds, so many animals, each one ferocious. Had they all charged together, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What on earth transpired? Upon returning to safety, the tension in the group dissipates, but some glance back, realizing their backs are drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, how peculiar! Among the team, some remain shaken. These animals, many of which are known for their territorial instincts, why did they suddenly converge upon us? It makes no sense. We brought no food and caused no destruction. Why would they launch an attack? As this thought escapes, the crowd exchanges dubious glances, their hearts racing with residual fear. They can hardly believe what transpired. It is simply unscientific. Even Old Li feels his scalp tingle. He has patrolled that forest for so long and has seen animals, but never in such numbers as today. Did we anger the mountain god? Someone in the team speaks up. The others swallow hard. Mountain gods? How could such things exist? They yearn to dismiss the notion, yet they cannot find a rational explanation, especially since the animals suddenly dispersed without further attack. This remains a profound mystery. We should check everything and report back. After a considerable period, it was ultimately the elderly Li Mingshan who, with his characteristic composure, finally spoke. The most pressing matter at hand remains the artifacts from Zheshi. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded vigorously and swiftly sprang into action. Yet, as they beheld the treasures that had been returned, the earlier scene gradually faded from their minds. The more they observed, the more exhilarated they became. Such an abundance of artifacts was truly a rarity on a global scale. Upon reflection, it was astonishing to think that the young Yingzheng, in this era, wielded such immense power. Just a youth, and already he was seeking immortals and enlightenment. If this were to be validated, perhaps history itself would be altered. No more lingering here. Let us take action, everyone. Quickly, let us clean these artifacts. We must not damage them. Gather another group of hands and continue the investigation. Yes. Accompanied by Li Mingshan's orders, those present promptly engaged in their tasks, braving the torrential downpour. However, amidst the excitement of their endeavors, none noticed the arrival of a flock of birds that had perched by the window, seemingly drawn by an unseen force. Their slender claws rested on the window ledge, half of their bodies drenched by the rain. Yet they appeared utterly indifferent, with their heads tilted. Their beady eyes shone with an eerie green luminescence as they silently observed the activities within. Not a sound escaped their beaks, and they remained tranquil beneath the dim light of dawn. It was not solely them. Over time, amidst the deluge, numerous birds that would typically seek refuge beneath eaves or in roadside greenery seemed to sense something amiss, fluttering their wings and gathering near the police station. Within the shadows of the caves, many mice, stray cats, and dogs stealthily made their way here. Even ants, snakes, insects, and various spiders began to converge toward the police station. The rain poured like a waterfall. The animals stood in the vicinity of the police station, gazing intently inside, their eyes reflecting a vague yet intense yearning. Detecting fluctuations of future timelines, convergence 0.1 foot. Detecting fluctuations of future timelines, convergence 0.2. Detecting fluctuations of future timelines, convergence 0.1. Detecting fluctuations of future timelines. Convergence 0.3, an ancient power, transcending time and space, descended before the endless continuum of time. In the spacious hall, Yingzheng, who had been meditating, suddenly froze upon hearing a voice in his mind. What is happening? The reflection has already been completed. Why is there still a notification sound? Feeling the changes within the system, Yingzheng was puzzled and somewhat bewildered. Simultaneously, He distinctly sensed that, with these fluctuations, the medicinal power of the foundation-building elixir circulating within him seemed to have increased slightly. The few pills he had yet to consume appeared to have grown heavier, faintly radiating a soft glow. After the convergence was completed, could it still be enhanced by fluctuations from the future? Ying Zhang was taken aback, clearly feeling the potency of the foundation-building elixir augmenting. Albeit modestly, he was unaware of the underlying principle. Was there perhaps a group of individuals in the future who had discovered this relic? Pondering this, he scratched his head in confusion. However, regardless of the reasoning, it was ultimately a positive development. Dismissing these thoughts, Ying Zhang gradually re-entered his state of cultivation. The notification in his mind had unexpectedly granted him another boon. While not too far away, in the city of Xianyang, events were also unfolding. Chapter 24. The tranquility before the storm outrageous. This El Boué and Zhao Ji. They are truly brazen. A furious voice echoed through the grand palace, accompanied by the sound of shattered porcelain. Crash, smash, crack, in the opulent hall adorned with gold and jade. A man, seemingly in his 40s, with a lean physique and striking features, clad in an extravagant black and gold robe embroidered with golden threads, stood amidst a heap of broken treasures, panting heavily, his face dark with fury. He was none other than the Duke of Yangchuan, Mi Qian, brother to Madame Huayong. Gazing at the scattered remnants of priceless artifacts, the numerous maidservants huddled in the corners, too terrified to breathe, trembling in fear. El Boué, Zhao Ji, Mi Qian growled, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Just moments ago, he had received the news that the officials from the Mi clan in Xinzhong and Bashu had been entirely purged and replaced with those loyal to El Boué. This revelation had nearly driven him to madness. It must be noted that Xinzhong and Bashu were among the heartlands of their Mi clan. Though not the most critical regions, they held significant importance. El Boué's audacious actions were akin to slapping them across the face, a direct affront to their authority. How dare he? How could he mobilize such forces? As a mere chancellor, he should not possess such authority. After venting his fury for a while, the Duke of Yangchuan finally managed to regain some composure. He abruptly turned, his elongated face twisted with rage, his eyes resembling those of a venomous snake awakened from slumber. Still seething with wrath, seemingly ready to pounce. Report, my lord, it was the order of Prince Zheng. The informants who had come to relay the news were already kneeling on the ground, their heads pressed to the floor. Trembling as they presented the bamboo slips, smash, he seized the document, lowering his gaze. Moments later, a smile broke out upon his face. Ha ha ha, excellent. What a El Boué. What a Zhao Ji. The Duke of Yangchuan was so enraged he nearly ground his teeth. The small bamboo slip was filled with a plethora of accusations. Theft, embezzlement, rape, misgovernment, and corruption, everything imaginable. If these were merely the charges, perhaps they wouldn't suffice to topple these officials. Even though El Boué was the chancellor, he could not directly dismiss them without a lengthy approval process. However, following these accusations, besides El Boué's official seal, there was also a prince's seal. Ying Zhang, the Duke of Yangchuan, in his fury, burst into laughter. He never anticipated that El Boué would be audacious enough to directly utilize Ying Zhang's prince seal to dismiss all these officials. Had he truly torn down the facade? Did he genuinely believe he could act with impunity? What audacity! What sheer audacity! The Duke of Yangchuan laughed, nearly shedding tears. A barbarian. A coarse merchant. How dare he be so unrestrained? His expression twisted with malice, he hurled the bamboo slip to the ground, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, filled with a murderous intent that made him wish to tear both of them to shreds. Zhenger, my dear Zhenger, how could you conceal such matters from me? Do you believe that the Chancellor has a greater hope of wielding power? Grabbing a half-person high exquisite porcelain piece, he threw it directly at the face of the reporting official, shattering the official's head and causing blood to flow. Yet the latter dared not move, remaining on the ground. Quaking in fear, enough, it is time to calm down, a cold voice cut through the chaos. A graceful woman entered from the doorway, exuding an air of nobility and poise. It was Madame Huayong. After surveying the disarray of the palace and the enraged Duke of Yangchuan, she showed little emotion, signaling for everyone to withdraw. The maidservants and informants, as if granted amnesty, bowed respectfully and hastily departed. Having reached such a position, Why did they still behave as if nothing had changed? Slowly taking her seat, a maidservant swiftly presented her with a cup of fine tea. Sipping the tea leisurely, she examined a bamboo slip detailing the orders of the officials from 3 prefectures. Her tone calm and unruffled. Elder sister. After watching the maidservant's exit, the Duke of Yangchuan took a deep breath, the anger on his face dissipating almost instantly. Clearly, he had feigned his fury for the benefit of the maidservants. For the court's internal dynamics were intricate, and no one could ascertain whether there were spies from rival factions within his palace. Yet even as he forcibly suppressed his wrath, the coldness in his eyes remained as he approached Madame Huayong and sat down. Lifting a cup of tea, his frustration still evident. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. We have suffered a significant loss. Typically, he would not display such rage, but the events of the day had been exceedingly difficult for him to accept. Madame Huayong raised her gaze to the Duke of Yangchuan, remaining silent, yet a subtle chill pervaded her heart. They had been caught off guard. She had not anticipated that El Bouet and Zhao Ji would be so audacious. Directly tearing down the facade and taking action, catching them utterly unprepared and delivering a substantial blow. If they could not uncover such matters, the informants around Zheng'er were of no use. They would all be executed. And a new batch should be arranged. The Duke of Yangchuan nodded, his demeanor frosty. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the table, and after a moment, he inquired, Elder sister, do you think Zheng'er has already aligned himself with El Bouet? He should not have turned yet. Madame Huayong gently nudged the teacup, her eyelids drooping slightly. He lacks the audacity. This time, the primary driving force is solely El Bouet. Zheng'er is merely an excuse, indeed. Lord Yangchuan inhaled deeply. Regaining his composure, he understood that Ing Zheng was nothing more than a puppet elevated by the 3 factions, devoid of any true power or strategy. Their actions had been marked by carelessness, failing to anticipate El Bouet's unexpected decisiveness. What shall we do next, elder sister? Shall we merely watch as they seize control of the 3 counties? Naturally not, Madame Huayong replied calmly, gesturing for a maid to step forward and present a bamboo slip. What is this? Open it and see, Lord Yangchuan responded, perplexed as he slowly unrolled the slip. In an instant, his expression darkened. An emergency at the borders. At the hour of the tiger, General Sima Shang of Zhao, commanding 200,000 elite troops, is attacking Shangjuan. Simultaneously, General Xiang Yin of Chu, leading 220,000 soldiers, is assaulting Nanyang. Chapter 25. Ing Zheng? What is he worth? Lord Yangchuan's gaze shot up. Zhao and Chu. Have they mobilized troops? At such a critical moment? 400,000 soldiers attacking Shangjuan and Nanyang. This is no trivial matter, and to do so shortly after the demise of King Zhuangxiang, they truly know how to choose their timing. Lord Yangchuan's countenance darkened. Elder sister, when did we receive this intelligence? 3 days ago. A bunch of useless fools. Information from 3 days prior is only now reaching us. Lord Yangchuan barked. Sima Shang and Xiang Yin are seasoned military leaders. They had successfully severed communication lines. Given the distance, it is commendable that this intelligence reached us within 3 days, Madame Huayong replied, her tone unruffled as she continued sipping her tea, undisturbed. Moreover, you need not worry excessively. While King Zhuangxiang's demise has rendered Qin unstable, it does not mean Zhao and Chu can attack. It will point 200,000 troops. Our Qin can still withstand. Upon hearing this, Lord Yangchuan nodded slightly. Though irritation lingered, despite the untimely deaths of 3 monarchs, the military foundation of Qin remains robust. Even among the 6 states, it is among the strongest. Yet, Zhao and Chu truly dare to invade. The advance of 400,000 troops against Qin will undoubtedly incur losses. Madame Huayong spoke calmly, however. Amidst these losses lies an opportunity. An opportunity? Lord Yangchuan was taken aback. Few hold positions of power without complexity. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he grasped Madame Huayong's intent. Observing her serene demeanor, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Elder sister, do you mean we might seize this moment to intervene in military affairs? Precisely, Madame Huayong nodded slightly. Her presence here was to discuss this very matter with Lord Yangchuan. A glimmer of ambition flickered in her gaze. She had long coveted influence over the Qin military. Why has El Bouet risen so swiftly? Beyond his aid to King Zhuangxiang, assisting Ing Zichu in ascending to the throne, The pivotal moment was when El Boué led his forces to vanquish the Eastern Zhou. That singular act embedded El Boué within the military apparatus. In any era, the military remains a cornerstone of power. Even though the Mi clan has toiled within Qin for countless years, they possess only a fraction of military authority. The majority remains firmly in the hands of the old Qin generals, particularly Meng Tian and Wang Jian, who command the mightiest armies of Qin. And now it is undeniably a grand opportunity. Madame Huayang's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint emanating from her slender pupils. The advance of 400,000 troops is indeed a crisis, yet from crisis springs the potential for fortune. Rising slowly, Madame Huayang paced the room, her fingers rhythmically tapping against the wooden table by the window, her elegant gaze shimmering with insight. With the king's passing and no new monarch in sight, with Zheng Er still in his youth, the old Qin generals are left without a leader. It is a time of chaos among the dragons, and now, as Zhao and Chu advance, it is the perfect moment of disorder within the military. If not now, when could we possibly act? Indeed. Lord Yangchuan pondered, his eyes glinting with resolve. Yet soon, his brow furrowed as he began to pace the room. However, confronting Meng Tian or Wang Jian is no simple task. El Boué's prior interference in military matters, leading an assault on the Eastern Zhou, was already unprecedented. The old Qin generals would never allow us to meddle excessively in military affairs, especially with the formidable armies commanded by Meng Tian and Wang Jian. Indeed, we still lack a measure of influence. Madame Huayang smiled, extending her hand to embrace the morning light and gentle breeze streaming through the window. Yet El Boué and Lady Zhao's current maneuvers have sparked considerable thoughts within me. What if I were to have Zheng Er issue commands? Zheng Er? Lord Yangchuan blinked in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Of course. How could I forget about Ing Zheng? If El Boué can leverage Ing Zheng, then surely we can as well. Although Ing Zheng currently lacks power and influence, everyone within Qin knows he is merely a puppet appointed by the three factions. Yet, the soldiers under the old Qin generals are unaware. If we instruct them to place our own people within the military, those old Qin generals might not object. But if Ing Zheng were to give the command, the outcome would be entirely different. Even as a puppet, he is still the public heir to the Qin throne, the future king. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, no matter how reluctant, would not dare to oppose him. For their soldiers are the old Qin men. To refuse Ing Zheng is tantamount to rejecting the future king of Qin, something they cannot fathom. Should Meng Tian and Wang Jian persist in their opposition, it might even stir dissatisfaction among the old Qin soldiers. If El Boué dares to employ Zheng Er, why can't we? Ha ha ha. Truly, you are remarkable, elder sister. This is nothing short of genius, Madame Huayang chuckled, shaking her head slightly as she gazed out at the azure sky. However, merely issuing commands is insufficient. To compel Wang Jian and Meng Tian to heed those commands, we must personally present Zheng Er to them. Her sleeves billowed elegantly, a flicker of determination sparkling in her eyes. It must be Zheng Er who issues the appointments, Tio bringing Zheng forth to personally appoint him. This method is simply brilliant. Lord Yangchuan breathed rapidly. Yet should Ing Zheng personally arrive to issue commands, it would undoubtedly drive Wang Jian and Meng Tian into a frenzy. The heir to Qin has arrived. As old Qin men, will you kneel or not? Will you listen or not? The answer, of course, is that they must listen. Otherwise, their soldiers will not permit it. This matter requires haste. Should El Boué gain the upper hand and reach Ing Zheng first, the consequences would be dire. Madame Huayang turned swiftly, issuing commands. I will gather Meng Tian and Wang Jian to discuss the military response to Zhao and Chu. Yangchuan, you must bring Zheng Er here. While I confer with them, have him issue commands before their very eyes. We cannot afford any delay. Understood. With a swift motion, Lord Yangchuan rose, promptly dispatching orders to summon people, then set off with several imposing guards directly towards Ing Zheng's location. Madame Huayang also turned, moving with purpose. Both Lord Yangchuan and Madame Huayang recognized this as a monumental opportunity. Amidst the advance of Zhao and Chu, they had the potential to insert their influence at the core of Qin's military power. Should they miss this chance, who knows when the next opportunity will arise? As for whether Ing Zheng would be willing to go, cooperate, or face opposition from Meng Tian and Wang Jian, Madame Huang pressed forward, her expression steady and devoid of excessive emotion. Does he not have a choice? The only obstacles to this plan are El Boué and Lady Xia. Taking a deep breath, Lord Yangchuan quickened his pace, striding purposefully towards the Crown Prince's palace. In no time, he arrived with several attendants at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, and my lord. Upon seeing Lord Yangchuan's arrival, the guards at the Crown Prince's palace bowed respectfully, offering no resistance as he strode in. He found no signs of El Bouet or others present. Quite satisfactory, as he walked through the Crown Prince's estate, Lord Yangchuan felt a surge of joy. Should they succeed this time, the standing of the Mi clan would undoubtedly solidify even further. If they could secure the remaining half of military authority, it would matter little if El Bouet or Lady Xia combined their efforts. They could not pose any threat. The Mi clan would become the enduring pillar of Qin. Perhaps even the next generation of Qin's monarchs might bear the Mi surname. His heart raced as Lord Yangchuan strode into the heart of the Crown Prince's residence, pushing open the door to Ying Zhang's chamber. However, the spacious room was utterly vacant, with only a few dilapidated desks and swords strewn across the floor. Lord Yangchuan frowned. My lord, in the rear, a eunuch hurriedly approached, anxiously speaking. My lord, are you here to find the young master? He left for the training grounds about an hour ago. The training grounds? A flicker of impatience arose within Yangchuan Jun as he gazed upon the disheveled prince's residence, feeling a twinge of irritation. This Ying Zhang is truly of no use. Being the crown prince of Qin, he has taken to farming, alchemy, and now, astonishingly, swordplay. What utter nonsense! With a grim expression, Yangchuan Jun turned and strode towards the training grounds. Chapter 26. Concealment? Killing all witnesses is also a form of concealment. Lady Huayang and Yangchuan Jun split up to prepare for action, attempting to seize military power opportunistically. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Seated cross-legged in the training grounds, quietly cultivating. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Ying Zhang sat in meditation. Since becoming a qi cultivator, he had discovered that the richness of the spiritual energy varied greatly across different regions. Currently, within the entirety of Xianying City, the training grounds boasted the most abundant spiritual energy. Autumn leaves scattered across the crimson walls, and as Ying Zhang observed the swirling spiritual energy around him, his brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it was not so easy. Surrounding him lay a number of broken weapons, some shattered swords, some splintered spears. These were the results of Ying Zhang's experiments. After a period of cultivation, he realized that these mundane arms could hardly withstand the infusion of spiritual energy. A mere touch of spiritual energy would render them utterly damaged. Weapons specifically designed for qi cultivators, perhaps magical artifacts. Deep in thought, Ying Zhang couldn't help but sigh. The path ahead is long and arduous. Undoubtedly, what he lacked most was his own power base. Although he had become a qi cultivator and possessed extraordinary strength, ultimately, with only a handful of followers, even the mightiest individual would pale in comparison to the three major factions. Even with unmatched martial prowess, their combined strength would barely reach 3,000, and in a real fight, they may not even stand against 1,000 foes individually. So many would tire before the battle even began. He had originally intended to bolster their combat effectiveness by forging armor, yet he was dismayed to find ordinary weapons so fragile. It seemed a change of plans was in order. After some contemplation, Ying Zhang made his way to a pavilion, retrieved a bamboo slip, and revised his plans. How has your cultivation progressed during this time? As soon as the words left his lips, two figures emerged from the corner of the pavilion, Ren Xiao and Li Xian. Compared to a few days prior, their auras were now considerably denser and more profound. Their tall frames radiated explosive power. In response to the young master's inquiry, we have successfully stabilized our cultivation at the first level of foundation establishment. Ren Xiao and Li Xian replied respectfully, their demeanor one of deference. Since taking the foundation establishment pills days ago, they had diligently followed the cultivation method left behind by the pills, and, within a short span of days, they had achieved a transformation that many martial artists could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. Now, their gazes towards Ying Zhang were tinged with fervor and excitement. The elixir was wonderful, but even the residual method's efficacy rivaled that of proper cultivation techniques. This was simply unimaginable, akin to a reincarnated celestial being. Ying Zhang, unaware of their thoughts, merely nodded slightly. Indeed, the progress is satisfactory. The realm of qi cultivators is documented in ancient texts, detailing 4 major stages of cultivation, which are further divided into various levels. The initial 5 realms are foundation establishment, Sea Observation, Palace Condensation, Purple Qi, and Golden Core, each containing 9 levels. Currently, Ying Zhang stood at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment at the 9th level. Foundation Establishment at the 1st level is already commendable, marking the true beginning of the path to longevity, surpassing mere mortals. With this, he could assign numerous tasks. The second wondrous sight must be initiated as soon as possible. Contemplating this, Ying Zhang inquired solemnly, "Are there any concealed valleys nearby?" "A concealed valley?" Ren Xiao and Li Xian were puzzled by Ying Zhang's inquiry, but quickly provided an answer after a brief deliberation. "Yes, my lord. In the northern and eastern parts of Xianyang, there are vast forests and mountain ranges. This area is already seldom visited, and due to treacherous terrain and the presence of wild beasts, even the elderly who gather herbs and firewood avoid it, making it particularly secluded." "Excellent." Ying Zhang nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "In the time to come, do not neglect your cultivation, and also venture into the city and nearby areas to seek individuals with foundational strength. The higher their abilities, the better. Avoid searching within the military.as for numbers. The more, the merrier. If there are skilled craftsmen, that would be even better. Moreover, strive to remain undetected, especially by Lady Huayang, Lu Buwei, and Madame Xia." The first construction of the wondrous site had been manageable, but should a second construction arise, it would surely raise suspicions, so caution is of the essence. Ying Zhang pondered this. Ren Xiao and Li Xian exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Seeking powerful individuals? Not from the military? After a brief moment of confusion, their eyes lit up. Was this a sign that the young master intended to expand his influence? Their breaths quickened with excitement. Yes, it was indeed time to expand. Having been by Ying Zhang's side for quite some time, they understood that his current circle of confidence was rather limited, barely a handful. With their previous strength, it had been impossible to cultivate talents and power in secrecy. The entirety of Xianyang was already under the control of 3 factions. Any attempt to expand would undoubtedly draw the attention of Lu Buwei and others. But now, as cultivators, perhaps the situation would be different. Overjoyed, Ren Xiao and Li Xian felt a surge of enthusiasm. Could they finally begin to cultivate their own power? Ying Zhang, sensing their thoughts, was too indifferent to refute them, just as he was about to instruct them to take action. Suddenly, with a slight frown, Ying Zhang waved his hand. Ren Xiao and Li Xian immediately understood, stepping back to a distance, feigning the demeanor of ordinary guards. The next moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the training grounds. "Ha ha ha! Zhang is indeed here. It was worth my effort to search for you for so long." The hearty laughter belonged to Yang Chuanjun, who had been looking for Ying Zhang for quite a while. Yang Chuanjun? What brings him here? Ying Zhang wondered, but on the surface, he quickly donned an expression of surprise and hurried over. "Uncle, it has been many days since we last met. What brings you here today?" "Ha ha ha! It has indeed been a long time." Yang Chuanjun approached with a hearty laugh, embracing Ying Zhang with vigor, his smile bright and sunny. "The last time I saw you, Zhang, was quite a while ago." As he assessed Ying Zhang from head to toe, Yang Chuanjun displayed a satisfied smile of an elder towards a younger member of the family. "Not bad, not bad. You look much sturdier than before. This is the demeanor that the next generation of Deqin's ruler should possess." With a firm pat on Ying Zhang's shoulder, Yang Chuanjun beamed, his expression devoid of disdain or contempt, as if the earlier annoyance from searching for Ying Zhang had never existed. Even his previously gloomy gaze was overly radiant. "And who might these two be?" he inquired, feigning curiosity towards Ying Zhang's 2 attendants. "They are newly recruited guards, accompanying me for martial training," Ying Zhang replied, a hint of bashfulness on his face. "Zhang is rather frail, so I wish to practice martial arts to strengthen my physique." "Strengthen your physique? You?" Yang Chuanjun scoffed inwardly. "As the crown prince of Deqin, the esteemed son of a noble lineage, you engage in swordplay? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? This is truly a waste of ambition." Despite his internal disdain, he laughed heartily. "It is indeed rare for Zhang to have such thoughts. A strong man with skill. Look at your physique. You must possess considerable ability." Yang Chuanjun chuckled, retrieving 2 jade pendants from his waist. "Please accept these 2 pendants, esteemed warriors. Zhang's training will henceforth rely on your strength." Ren Xiao and Li Xian hurriedly declined, appearing respectful and anxious, almost ready to kneel, their demeanor perfectly portraying that of humble guards. "Just accept them," Ing Zheng said with a smile, leading Yangchu and Jun into the pavilion, personally pouring tea. May I ask, uncle, what brings you to seek out Zheng today? How could you say that, Zheng? Is it wrong for your uncle to come and see you? Yangchu and Jun replied with a hint of reproach, sipping his tea. However, I indeed have an important matter to discuss with you. Have you heard? Recently, the Prime Minister has conducted extensive orders in Xinjiang and Bashu, apprehending a number of corrupt officials. Interestingly, all of these individuals are from the Mi clan, and they have used your seal, my seal. Ing Zheng was taken aback, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he stood up in a fit of rage, his body trembling. What? This is simply outrageous. Ing Zheng trembled with rage, his face a canvas of disbelief. With a stamp of his foot, he rose abruptly, intent on striding towards the door. Uncle, do not fret. I shall inquire immediately and ascertain the truth of this matter. The seal, clearly devoid of any inscriptions, is merely a tool for practice. Observing the anxious Ing Zheng, Lord Yangchuan fell into a brief silence before erupting into hearty laughter, seizing the arm of the hastily departing prince. Ha! Fear not, my dear Zheng, this is but a trifling matter. As long as you refrain from repeating the mistake, all shall be well. Ing Zheng turned, nodding earnestly, still wearing an expression of righteous indignation. In truth, there was a matter of even greater significance that had brought his uncle here. Setting down his teacup, Lord Yangchuan's demeanor grew grave, his expression serious. Zheng, are you aware that last night, the armies of Zhao and Chu mobilized? General Sima Shang of Zhao, with an elite force of 200,000, has marched from the north to attack our Qin Shangjuan. Meanwhile, General Xiang Yin of Chu has deployed 220,000 troops against our Nanyang. Lord Yangchuan's tone was somber. In total, 400,000 troops are besieging our mighty Qin. 400,000 troops. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng was momentarily taken aback. They truly had launched an offensive, yet he found himself sighing. This development exceeded his expectations, and as the crown prince of Qin, should he not have been the first to learn of such a grave situation? Even if he were not the very first to know. At the very least, he should have caught wind of it. Yet now, he had been completely oblivious. In fact, it was only upon Lord Yangchuan's arrival that he became aware of the situation. The intelligence network was woefully inadequate. He had but a handful of trusted aides, and expansion was imperative. Contemplating this, Ing Zheng concealed his thoughts and abruptly stood, his expression fraught with urgency. 400,000 troops? What shall we do? He paced anxiously within the pavilion, his complexion paling. Can our Qin withstand such an onslaught? This is an urgent matter indeed. Indeed, it is of utmost urgency. Lord Yangchuan appeared equally anxious, wearing a countenance that betrayed his concern for Qin. This situation has arisen abruptly and is exceedingly dire. A moment's hesitation could jeopardize the safety of our state. We must act swiftly to resolve this. However, the critical question remained. Whom should they send forth? Lord Yangchuan's tone was urgent. Currently, there are no reliable generals in Qin. Meng Tian is aged, and Wang Jian's prowess is waning. Within the ranks, there is no one capable of matching Sima Shang or Xiang Yan. We are in desperate need of fresh blood. As if making a resolute decision, Lord Yangchuan gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. You two, come here. As his command resonated, two towering figures emerged from the crowd behind him. Each was of imposing stature, clad only in soft armor, yet the scars of battle and experience were indelible, emanating from them. These were Mi Zhao and Mi Shang, both prodigies of the military. Having grown up alongside Lord Yangchuan, they were expected to be addressed with due respect. Both were well-versed in military strategy, having participated in numerous battles over the years, and possessed rare talents in warfare. Mi Zhao and Mi Shang offered a perfunctory nod to Ing Zheng, their postures still exuding an air of indifference and lack of reverence, merely responding without much thought. Ordinarily, Lord Yangchuan would not have endorsed them, but the urgency of the situation left little room for deliberation. Lord Yangchuan rose, fixing his gaze on Ing Zheng. This time, let Generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian rest. It would be prudent to allow these two to lead the army into battle. Uncle, I shall vouch for them. Chapter 27. The sword hangs in the sky. The slaughter of the Qi practitioners. To be candid, when Lord Yangchuan arrived, Ing Zheng had surmised that he harbored ulterior motives, yet he had not anticipated that his uncle's true aim was to usurp the military command from Wang Jian and Meng Tian. Power over the military. His expression contorted in conflict. Yet deep within, a chilling intent flickered in Ing Zheng's heart. He was acutely aware that Lord Yangchuan and Lady Huayong were eyeing the military power with keen interest. However, he had not foreseen that they would strike at this juncture. Meng Tian had aged. Wang Jian's capabilities were declining. The prodigies of the Mi clan, masters of military tactics from a young age? To suggest their ascendancy was preposterous. Who were these individuals? How many years had they spent on the battlefield? Whether in formations or in the handling of affairs, they were incomparable to these lesser-known figures. 400,000 troops was indeed a significant force, yet how could the mighty Qin falter against it? Moreover, at this critical juncture, a glint of cold light flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes. With hundreds of thousands of troops advancing, while the Qin's strength was formidable, warfare was never to be taken lightly. Even if victory were attainable, the conflict would undoubtedly be arduous, leading to countless displaced citizens in Shangjuan and Nanyang. And yet, they dared to vie for power amidst such turmoil. Tightly clenching his fists, Ing Zheng felt his breath quicken, and the ethereal energies around him began to stir, causing the weapons nearby to tremble imperceptibly. This was madness. Changing commanders in the midst of battle was a grave taboo. Did they truly view the lives of countless citizens as expendable? Moreover, Meng Tian and Wang Jian were his last line of defense. Although he was uncertain how they perceived him now, if he were to issue commands at this moment, he would surely provoke their resentment. To change commanders at such a critical time, would that not be unwise? Ing Zheng hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. Noticing Ing Zheng's opposition, Lord Yangchuan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Yet, he swiftly relaxed, breaking into a smile. Time is of the essence. The army approaches swiftly. Generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian are seasoned veterans of Qin. My command may not sway them, but as long as you are present, it shall suffice. Although you have yet to ascend the throne, you are still the crown prince. Come with me. With Ing Zheng by his side, Lord Yangchuan was confident that General Meng Tian would understand the gravity of the situation. Having uttered these words, Lord Yangchuan disregarded Ing Zheng's hesitations entirely, instructing Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng to step forward. Mi Sheng, Mi Zhao, you two, please escort the prince. Yes. Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng grinned widely and strode forward, unhesitatingly reaching for Ing Zheng in their eyes. The so-called prince was merely a fortunate scion of good fortune. Had King Zhuangxiang of Qin not passed away so suddenly, they would have had ample time to cultivate their own heir, and Ing Zheng would have been rendered irrelevant. Even now, they held him in contempt. What was he but a powerless individual returning from Zhao? Even if he were truly the crown prince, he would not dare to challenge the Mi clan. After all, he was merely a puppet. My apologies, young master. Mi Zhao said this with a veneer of politeness, yet he showed no sign of mercy as he reached out with a hand the size of a fan towards Ing Zheng's collar, a sardonic smile gracing his lips beneath the mask of indifference. Ultimately, today's scheme had little to do with Ing Zheng. What they required was simply the title of crown prince. A mere puppet held no real value. How dare he harbor any thoughts of resistance? Without trusted aides, influence, or a trump card, how could he contend in Xianyang? Merely on the strength of his title? Absurd. Once they arrived before Generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian, they would surely shatter any vestige of pride within him. Within the realm of Qin, the Mi clan were the true arbiters of power. Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng exchanged cold smiles as their hands descended slowly. Devoid of any compassion, Lord Yangchuan chuckled, preparing to turn away. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Whoosh! A radiant moonlight suddenly erupted in the training grounds. This moonlight appeared without warning, casting a cool glow that drew a perfect crescent in the air. Then, Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng felt the world around them abruptly spin. What is happening? Their minds momentarily lagged as they perceived the earth rising to the heavens, the azure sky transforming into solid ground, their own bodies feeling weightless to the point of drowsiness. Thud. Finally, they landed, only to see two familiar silhouettes standing before them. This is my body. This was their final thought. Thud. The sturdy forms of the two crumpled, as if all strength had been drained in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Their heads rolled away, coming to rest at Lord Yangchuan's feet. Until the very end, their eyes remained wide open, filled with confusion and disbelief. Swish! A cold blade swept past their noses, trailing hot blood as crimson mist erupted at the center of the arena, saturating the air with a sweet, metallic scent, warmth, a visceral liquid they had never encountered before. Splattered across Lord Yangchuan's face, instinctively, he wiped it away, revealing a stark crimson stain. Sunlight cascaded down. A young nobleman, draped in a pitch-black robe, wielded a broken sword in his hand. Beneath the azure sky, his face was adorned with a brilliant smile. "Uncle, what did you just say?" "Zheng'er, I did not quite catch that." Chapter 28. The first strike, blood blooms in the great Qin, silence. Blood stains the cold stone tiles. Two headless corpses collapse, blood gushing forth, the severed necks gurgling as they bleed. Filling the air with a pungent metallic scent, suddenly, too suddenly, Lord Yangchuan stands frozen, his mind momentarily paralyzed. What has happened? What is going on? At this moment, not just Lord Yangchuan, but nearly everyone present, except for the three, is left in a state of shock. No one anticipated this scene. There were no prior signs. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail Yingzheng would suddenly erupt with such ferocity, and with such deadly precision? Everyone can see that at the instant the Toomey family guard struck, Yingzheng drew his sword from his waist, and with a mere flick, two heads soared into the air. Blood spills across the ground. The aura of murder permeates the atmosphere. At this moment, the remaining guards behind Lord Yangchuan instinctively take a step back, gazing at the young man, feeling a chill envelop them. Utterly incredulous. What is happening? Those two individuals, whether it be Mi Zhao or Mi Shang, are formidable fighters within their clan, having reached the third tier of mastery, warriors of the realm of refining the spirit and counteracting the void. Although they may not have taken Yingzheng seriously before, they certainly should not have been so easily slain by a single sword stroke. It was as if that they had been dispatched as effortlessly as one would cull a few chicks. Lord Yangchuan is momentarily dazed, touching the blood on his face, still struggling to comprehend. He looks up at Yingzheng, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yingzheng, has he actually struck against him? Facing Lord Yangchuan, Yingzheng smiles, refraining from further action. Meanwhile, Ren Xiao, witnessing the scene, immediately lets out a roar. "Bold! There are assassins! Protect the Crown Prince and Lord Yangchuan!" He bellows, his feet producing a thunderous sound as he charges forth like a fierce dragon, his sword dancing in his hand, directly aiming for Lord Yangchuan's head. The guards, skilled in their own right, instinctively attempt to defend and resist upon seeing Ren Xiao charging towards them, but how could they possibly contend with Ren Xiao, who had consumed foundational pills and stepped into the foundational realm? In but a moment, they are all slain. Concurrently, Li Xian, unbeknownst to when he had returned, calmly stands beside Yingzheng, his sword stained with blood. Lord Yangchuan suddenly turns around, his pupils constricting, for he realizes that not only were the guards he brought in slain, but even those earlier planted around Yingzheng as spies were also cut down before they could assist. Only a few trembling attendants remain, too fearful to step forward. Blood seeps into the earth. Lord Yangchuan shudders, abruptly turning around. When did Yingzheng acquire such capable allies, and how could Yingzheng himself possess such remarkable skill? Lord Yangchuan, astonished, feels his mind descending into chaos. However, ultimately, being a person of experience in grand affairs, he gazes at the three before him and, after a moment, bursts into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Excellent! Truly worthy of Zheng'er. Indeed a remarkable skill." He scarcely glances at the fallen attendants beside him, laughing as he retrieves a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains from his face. "Truly, Zheng'er, you discovered the assassins by my side at the earliest opportunity. For this, I must thank you, uncle." Yingzheng says nothing more, still smiling. Yet in the eyes of Ren Xiao and Li Xian, the murderous intent intensifies. This Lord Yangchuan, how deep is his cunning? His trusted subordinates have all been slaughtered. Yet he shows no reaction, instead engaging in light banter. From his demeanor, it seems as if they had not truly been his loyal followers, but merely spies. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, there is nothing more to discuss. Lord Yangchuan smiles, casually tossing the handkerchief onto a corpse, covering his nose, seemingly repulsed by the bodies, unable to tolerate them any longer. "Zheng'er, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands for now. Uncle must take his leave. You want to stay a while longer?" Yingzheng inquires with concern, casually waving the broken sword in his hand, his smile warm. I had intended to invite Uncle to appreciate this fine sword. It is exceptionally sharp. No, there are still matters within the clan that require my attention. Lord Yangchuan bows his hands, smiling. It is a pity, but next time Uncle visits, Zheng'er will surely prepare a grand feast to entertain you. Yingzheng sighs. Next time indeed. Lord Yangchuan also smiles, walking calmly past the corpses. Uncle, take care. Yingzheng speaks as if recalling something. By the way, regarding the matters of Qianzhong County as mentioned by Uncle, I will certainly investigate thoroughly. Lord Yangchuan pauses, then turns back with a smile. Good. Lord Yangchuan smiles, bowing his hands in farewell. The numerous stunned attendants, also trembling in fear, hastily follow him as they leave. However, as soon as they exit the training grounds, Lord Yangchuan's expression suddenly darkens. Crack, crack, crack. His fists clenched. At this moment, Lord Yangchuan's face contorts with rage. As he walks, those beside him can almost hear his heavy breathing, wiping the blood from his face. Lord Yangchuan's countenance darkens like an impending storm. His murderous intent utterly uncontainable, radiating outward while Lord Point, one of the guards, who had fortuitously remained at a distance, steps forward, trembling as he attempts to speak, offering Lord Yangchuan a handkerchief, only to be met with a slap that sends 3 of his teeth flying. Get lost, the guard, quaking, curls up on the ground, truly shrinking into a ball, disregarding his fallen teeth, rolling into the nearby ditch. Clenching his fists, Lord Yangchuan's fury surges as he strides away with great strides. Clean this up. Yes.in the training grounds. Ying Zheng's smile fades, as Ren Xiao and Li Xian summon a few trusted subordinates to swiftly deal with the blood on the ground. Watching Lord Yangchuan depart, Ying Zheng slightly narrows his eyes. Still too weak, indeed. If only I possessed sufficient strength, there would be no need for such concerns. A swift execution would suffice. With 400,000 troops encroaching, they continue to vie for power. Ha! The flames of anger surge within him. At this moment, his murderous intent towards Madame Huayang and Lord Yangchuan has reached its zenith. War is brutal. The suffering of the people is not mere rhetoric. Since I have become the first emperor, I must bear the weight of my responsibilities in this era. While I cannot guarantee that turmoil will not affect the populace, I absolutely will not stand idly by and watch the people suffer. I must hasten the pace. I hope the construction of this historical marvel proceeds smoothly. Chapter 29. The shocked Wang Jian and Meng Tian. Is the young master truly this formidable? The crimson light blooms in Xianyang. Ying Zheng's actions are bound to stir tremendous waves within the upper echelons of the Great Qin. Yet at this moment, Madame Huayang remains unaware of all this. The sun shines overhead. If you have something to say, please do so directly. What is the purpose of today's summons? In the spacious hall, a variety of delicacies are laid out. A robust elderly man sits at a massive table. Though his years have advanced, his hair is a snowy white, and his weathered face is lined with deep creases. He is clad in soft armor. Despite his advanced age, his eyes shine with a fierce brilliance, reminiscent of a lion poised to pounce. The Great Qin General, Meng Tian. Indeed, if the lady has matters to discuss, please expedite your words. The border situation is urgent, and we cannot afford delays. Not far from Meng Tian, another table is laden with an array of fruits, vegetables, and delicacies. A similarly esteemed middle-aged man sits calmly at the table, his demeanor tranquil. The Great Qin General, Wang Jian, in contrast to Meng Tian's imposing armor, Wang Jian exudes the aura of a scholarly general. His handsome visage and tall frame clad in flowing white garments, casual and natural. He currently holds a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely, his eyes glimmering with a subtle light. If we are merely to continue sipping tea and conversing, I fear I may not be able to remain here much longer. Few can invite both of the Great Qin generals to their presence, and the individual seated before them is none other than the matriarch of the Mi clan. Madame Huayang, rest assured, today's invitation is for matters of great importance. I ask the 2 generals to wait a moment. Madame Huayang speaks with a smile, every gesture radiating elegance. Tio discuss matters with them. She even arranged the table to be at the same level as theirs, signifying her respect. Is that so? I hope the lady will be swift, lest we delay the military affairs at the borders. Meng Tian speaks coldly. Though advanced in years, his voice retains a resonant power, and even Madame Huayang is hesitant to meet his gaze for too long. Certainly, Madame Huayang responds with a smile. appearing calm. Yet internally she has begun to feel anxious. What on earth is Yang Chuan doing? Why has he not yet brought Ying Zheng over after such a long time? This time, she expended an enormous cost to gather Meng Ao and Wang Jin together, aiming to seize their military authority under the guise of Ying Zheng during the chaos of war. At the very least, she intended to place a few hands within their ranks. At this moment, she already held prepared orders in her hands. However, if it were merely the orders, the two individuals before her could easily refuse given their status. Only the arrival of Ying Zheng, exerting pressure as the crown prince of the Qin, could compel their compliance. And now, what is this? Why is it taking so long for you to bring Ying Zheng here? Madame Huayang's anxiety was palpable, akin to sitting on needles. Yet, in truth, it was not just Madame Huayang who was anxious. Wang Jin and Meng Ao were equally troubled. As generals of the Qin, their primary competency lay in leading troops into battle, but after years of military service, who among them was not a seasoned veteran? Their minds were as clear as a mirror. The reason Madame Huayang had invited them was likely to gain control over their military power. As the commanders of the most formidable army in Qin, they were acutely aware of how crucial their military authority was, and how enviously it was coveted by the likes of El Bouwei, Madame Huayang, and Madame Xia. They were most likely hoping to take advantage of the conflict between Zhao and Chu to extend their influence within the army. Generally speaking, they could ignore routine orders, but if a subtle glance exchanged between Meng Ao and Wang Jin revealed mutual concern in their eyes. If the current crown prince, Gongzi Zheng, were to appear, the situation would undoubtedly be different. Gulp, Meng Ao raised his cup, a shadow passing through his eyes. As the crown prince of Qin and the future king, Ying Zheng had the right to command them. Despite being aware that the current crown prince was merely a puppet propped up by three factions, they understood that the soldiers and generals under their command were blissfully unaware of this reality. Should Gongzi Zheng issue an order, even if they wished to refuse, they would have no choice. They could not possibly explain to all the generals and soldiers that the current crown prince, the future king of Qin, was merely a puppet that would invite catastrophic repercussions. Huff. Exhaling softly, Wang Jin beside Meng Ao also felt a tinge of frustration. This was an open scheme. From the moment he was summoned by Madame Huayang, he had sent his son Wang Bin to lead troops to obstruct others from meeting Ying Zheng. Their only hope now was that Wang Bin was astute enough to achieve this. If he failed, Qin would likely descend into utter chaos. Were they truly expected to heed the words of these outsiders? Fate would tell. Feeling somewhat powerless, Wang Jin could only lower his head and sip his tea. The grand hall was spacious and resplendent. Maidens entered respectfully, dancing gracefully, while others poured wine and brewed tea for the two generals. However, as seconds turned into minutes, Meng Ao and Wang Jin were taken aback by the continued absence of Ying Zheng. Before the table, the two exchanged glances of suspicion. What was going on? This place was not far from the prince's hall. Why had he not returned yet? Could it be that he was truly stopped by Bin? Their eyes lit up, minds becoming more active. If that were the case, it would be excellent. They did not expect to completely obstruct him, for the current crown prince's foundation was frighteningly shallow, but even a slight delay would suffice. After all, they were the prominent generals of Qin, and with external threats looming, even the esteemed Madame Huayang could not detain them for too long. If they could just wait another quarter of an hour, they could take their leave, and once they reached Shangjuan and Xinzhong, who could possibly control them then? Meng Ao and Wang Jin squinted, lost in thought about time. On the other hand, Madame Huayang grew increasingly anxious. It had been a full 3/4 of an hour. What was Mi Qin doing? Why had he not brought Ying Zheng yet? Had he been intercepted by El Bouwei and others? It shouldn't be possible. With myriad thoughts racing through her mind, Madame Huayang gazed at the two men who were ready to leave, her fists slowly clenching, breath quickening. Just then, a maid hurriedly entered, her expression frantic as she leaned close to Madame Huayang, whispering a few urgent words. What? Madame Huayang's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment and horror nearly overwhelming her. She swiftly turned to face the maid, who had already knelt and bowed to Mi Zhao and Mi Shang. Killed by Ying Zheng? In the hall, the dancers twirled, oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere. Or perhaps even if they sensed it, they dared not speak a word. The air was thick with fragrance. Yet at this moment, Madame Huayang's rage and terror erupted like a volcano. What was happening? How could Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng have been slain by Ying Zheng? What on earth was Mi Qin doing? Madame Huayang was beside herself with fury, glaring at the maid, wishing she could slap her across the room. It was merely a matter of bringing Ying Zheng here. How could such a simple task be botched? What was Lord Yangchuan doing? Madame Huayang's expression darkened, nearly incredulous, but seeing the maid tremble, she realized the likelihood of truth in her words. Yet, the more she considered it, the more unfathomable it became. Ming Ao and Wang Jian. Naturally, also sensed the anomaly, their eyes narrowing in suspicion. Is something amiss? While they pondered this, Madame Huayang suddenly rose, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, I have been somewhat negligent today. I must attend to a few matters and cannot continue our merriment. If you wish, you may remain here to drink, as I must handle something briefly, but I shall return shortly. I hope for your understanding. With that, Madame Huayang forced a smile, then promptly turned, hastily departing with her entourage. With Mi Chun's blunder and Ying Zheng's absence, the orders in her hand were nothing but a useless piece of parchment, utterly ineffective. Rather than linger here, it was better to investigate what had transpired. What was Mi Chun doing? As Madame Huayang turned to leave, Ming Ao and Wang Jian were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is this truly just a gathering for drinks? A brief moment later, a tall soldier entered from outside. His demeanor resolute and his features rugged, unmistakably a seasoned veteran. He approached respectfully, presenting a small bamboo slip to Ming Ao. Upon slowly unfolding it, Ming Ao's eyes sparkled, and he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! With a resounding clap on the table, Ming Ao stood up and strode out confidently. Wang Jian remained unperturbed, continuing to sip his tea. Almost simultaneously, another soldier clad in light armor arrived, appearing slightly younger and bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Jian. His expression was cold, yet his youthful eyes betrayed a hint of excitement. It was Wang Bin. He respectfully brought forth an intelligence report. After a brief glance, Wang Jian's expression shifted slightly in surprise, and he slowly sipped his tea, contemplating for a moment before smiling and rising to leave with Wang Bin. The crown prince had slain many of Lord Yangchuan's attendants, including Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng. This was indeed unexpected. Chapter 30. The decisions of Ren Xiao and Li Xian. Are you saying that the two guards beside Ying Zheng have already reached the fourth realm, merging with the void? And even Ying Zheng himself has attained this realm? In the spacious palace, Madame Huayang glared at the bloodied Yangchuan Jun, suppressing her fury and shock as she questioned sharply, her voice elevated several degrees. Eldest sister, this time it is my fault. I never anticipated that Ying Zheng would possess such strength. Yangchuan Jun Michin replied, his face as grim as a pot's bottom. You, Madame Huayang's chest heaved rapidly, seemingly struggling to contain the raging inferno of her fury. Beneath the heavy robes of Qin, anger threatened to erupt at any moment, nearly driving her to madness. What was happening? Just moments ago, she had spent a tremendous effort to successfully summon Meng Ao and Wang Jian to the palace before El Buwei could intervene. She had even prepared the orders for mobilization, eagerly awaiting Ying Zheng's arrival to issue commands and place her pieces within their ranks in preparation to seize military power. Yet, just as she believed her plan was on the verge of success, Yangchuan Jun declared that Ying Zheng had killed them, Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng slain by Ying Zheng. This was utterly absurd. How could it be possible? He was merely a child who had returned to Qin for only 2 or 3 years. How could he achieve such feats? Yet, looking at Yangchuan Jun's expression, which bore no hint of deception, she could only force down her fury. Was it the actions of El Buwei or Lady Xia? What on earth transpired today? Speak in detail. Yangchuan Jun was somewhat dazed, his complexion a disarray of pallor. With no attempt to conceal the truth, he recounted the events of the day, his face an ashen hue. The more Lady Huayang listened, the graver her expression became. This matter, perhaps it truly had no connection to El Buwei, Li Xian and Ren Xiao, he was aware, the former a minor noble and the latter a soldier who had risen through the ranks. Both were once protectors of Ying Zheng during the reign of King Zhuangxiang of Qin. Yet, when all was said and done, they possessed merely 3 levels of cultivation. How could they have grown so formidable? The crux of the issue lay with Ying Zheng. He had actually slain Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng with a single stroke. This was extraordinary. It should be noted that Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng were not only bodyguards but also crucial pawns placed within the military by the Mi clan. The reason Yangchuan Jun had been tasked to seek out Ying Zheng was to leverage the ongoing conflict between Zhao and Chu to infiltrate the core of the military. Tio garner respect. Aside from strategy, the martial prowess of these two was equally paramount. Each of them had fought valiantly in the military, attaining the rank of deputy general. To say they were invincible against 1,000 foes would not be an exaggeration. Although they only possessed the third level of refinement, their true energy flowed incessantly. Even against a fourth-level master of the harmonization realm, they would not necessarily be defeated. Among the Mi clan, they were indeed top-tier experts. And now, they had been slain by Ying Zheng with a single sword. Such a revelation felt akin to telling Lady Huayang that an ant had vanquished a lion. Utterly inconceivable. Ying Zheng was very likely becoming a practitioner. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chuanjun exhaled deeply. His speed of execution had been astonishingly swift. It had ended in the blink of an eye. I surmised that Ying Zheng may have very well entered the Foundation Establishment stage as a Qi practitioner. Foundation Establishment? Lady Huayang's countenance darkened. Despite the fury still burning within her heart, she could not deny the validity of Yang Chuanjun's deduction. If he could indeed slay Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng with a single strike, then Ying Zheng's combat capability was certainly not to be underestimated. When had he become a Qi practitioner? Lady Huayang found this notion absurd. Ever since Ying Zheng had arrived from Zhao, he had been under her vigilant watch. She knew precisely what he consumed for each meal. When had he ascended to the status of a Qi practitioner? To become one is no mere trifling matter. Every aspirant requires exceptional talent and an extensive period of diligent cultivation. Who could hope to achieve the status of a Qi practitioner without dedicating over a decade, even decades, of arduous training? Yet, this Ying Zheng had somehow become a Qi practitioner right beneath her nose and had concealed it for so long. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as her expression hardened. Tio reached the Foundation Establishment stage at such a young age is indeed a rarity. However, she soon let out a cold laugh. Today's events had taken her by surprise. Were it not for the fortuitous circumstances that forced Ying Zheng to reveal his strength, how much longer would he have remained hidden? She had not anticipated that Ying Zheng could conceal himself so deeply. Lady Huayang slowly began to speak, resuming her seat. What shall we do next? Yang Chuanjun inquired solemnly. And no need to dwell too much on this. We must enhance our surveillance, Lady Huayang replied, returning to her desk. Lifting a cup of tea, her tone calm. Even if Ying Zheng has become a Qi practitioner, what of it? Ultimately, he is but one individual. With King Zhuangxiang having recently passed, our primary focus must remain on the struggle for power. Especially with the Zhao and Chu nations advancing, we must not miss this opportunity. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yang Chuanjun's eyes. Indeed, the most pressing matter at hand remains the situation with El Buwei and Empress Dowager Xia. Ying Zheng's ascension to a Qi practitioner has certainly caught them off guard, but when all is said and done, he is still just a child, unlikely to amount to significant power. The current Qin is not a realm for solitary heroes. Even if he has become a Qi practitioner, in the face of overwhelming numbers and military might, a few Qi practitioners are ultimately insignificant. Moreover, our Mi clan has had its share of experts too. Let alone 3 at the Foundation Establishment stage, we can produce even more. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Let us proceed with the other plans, Lady Huayang commanded. Very well. Yang Chuanjun nodded slowly, turning briskly to leave. With the Zhao and Chu armies advancing, this was a prime opportunity. Besides employing Ying Zheng to compel Meng Tian, the best plan, they had naturally devised other methods to vie for military power. While these might not be as effective, they could still prove useful, and it was imperative to act swiftly. As dusk descended, the setting sun cast a crimson hue across the distant horizon, from her vantage point atop the palace. Lady Huayang's fingers clenched slowly. What of a Qi practitioner? What of the crown prince? The vast Qin ultimately is the realm of the Mi clan. Blood-stained Xianyang, and Lady Huayang's cold gaze deepened within the grand hall. Ying Zheng's actions were destined to stir tremendous waves within the Qin political landscape, and indeed, this proved true. Almost the very moment the news spread, countless officials throughout Qin were taken aback. What? The crown prince has slain Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng. How could this be? These two were formidable figures within the military, prominent generals of the Mi clan. How could they have been killed by the crown prince? Upon seeing this news, nearly everyone's first reaction was one of disbelief. After all, Mi Zhao and Mi Sheng were crucial pawns of the Mi clan, especially Yang Chuanjun, who wielded significant influence in the court. Yet, Ying Zheng was merely a puppet elevated to the public eye. How could he possibly dare to kill them? Was it some scheme? Or had El Bouet and Empress Dowager Xia's people taken action? Countless officials were perplexed, with those belonging to the Mi clan seething with rage, while those aligned with El Bouet and Empress Dowager Xia, after a moment of astonishment, burst into laughter. Haha, splendid work, though they were unaware of the specifics. This time, Huayang had indeed suffered a significant setback. As officials laughed heartily, doubts lingered in their hearts. How could Zheng possibly have the audacity and capability to kill these two? Was it truly the work of their own master? Or perhaps the merits of their family? With myriad thoughts swirling in their minds, they ultimately laughed together. For in any case, this was a tremendous boon for them. With the Zhao and Chu armies besieging, the absence of Mi Zhao and Mi Shang was precisely the opportunity they needed to act. Almost immediately, the subordinates of El Bouet and Empress Dowager Xia began to mobilize, seizing the moment of the Mi clan's weakened influence in the military to scramble for power. In the corridors of both the political and martial arenas, waves of intrigue surged in the depths of the Grand Hall. Zheng observed all of this with a cold gaze, silently awaiting the opportune moment. At this time, Ren Xiao and Li Xian had also swiftly set their plans into motion, following Zheng's orders to seek out suitable candidates. Chapter 31. He gave me a great challenge right off the bat. Have the investigations been completed? In the pitch-black night, within a dense forest on the outskirts of Xianyang, Ren Xiao inquired in a low voice. The investigations are complete. Opposite him stood Li Xian, clad in dark attire. Twin blades hung at his waist, a silvery gleam emanating ominously from their sheaths. The primary factions within Xianyang had been monopolized by El Bouet and others, yet there remained some that had not fallen under their control. Li Xian produced a sheepskin scroll from his bosom and unfurled it. This is a map of Xianyang and its surrounding areas, densely marked with various factions and annotations. All of them are here. While few in number, there are still dozens, many of whom are formidable. Li Xian pointed to the numerous markings on the map. Who? Excellent. Exhaling deeply, a sharp glint flashed in Ren Zhao's eyes. Several days had passed since the farce at the Yangchu and Jun's martial arts arena. Reflecting on that incident still ignited a fire within him. Given their current strength, had they truly eliminated Yangchu and Jun back then, it would have merely been a matter of age. Yet, they understood that if they had done so, the consequences would have been dire. Ultimately, their influence and trump cards were simply too weak. Even if their individual combat capabilities were noteworthy, they could not rival overwhelming power. Thus, after Yangchu and Jun's departure, the two had feverishly scoured the city for personnel to recruit and expand their master's influence. However, the current landscape of Xianyang and its vicinity was fraught with surveillance from the eyes of El Bouet, Lady Huayang, and Lady Xia, leaving them with little to work with. Fortunately, diligence pays off. Utilizing their formidable physical attributes and heightened senses, the two had thoroughly mapped out the factions within Xianyang and its surroundings, ultimately selecting a portion of suitable candidates. Let us review again. Good. The flickering candlelight illuminated their faces as they meticulously went over their maps once more. Refining their selections. In the end, they identified a handful of factions, totaling around 200 to 300 individuals. This should suffice. Having delineated the final faction, Ren Xiao set aside his writing instruments. This operation involved merely the two of us. An excess of individuals would render us conspicuous. Ren Xiao's expression was grave. This was the first mission assigned to us since embarking on the path of cultivators. Success is the only option. Failure is not an allowance. Understood, Li Xian replied solemnly, nodding. Thus, let us commence. Retrieving the bamboo scroll from his pocket, Ren Xiao slowly rose, aiming to apprehend these factions within a month's time. Li Xian also nodded and stood. Exchanging a glance, no further words were uttered in a mere instant. They vanished into the void of the world. Tian Wu was the leader of a small gang on the outskirts of Xianyang City. While it was merely a humble county gang, Tian Wu himself possessed extraordinary strength. He was born with divine power, able to lift heavy weights as a child. During his youth, he accidentally fell into a torrent, and rather than succumbing to drowning, he managed to recover several stone tablets, which bore the incomplete teachings of a cultivation method. Utilizing this fragmentary technique, Tian Wu rapidly ascended to prominence and established a faction known as the Yuanling sect in his county. His followers numbered around 30, each one robust and formidable, including several formidable men who had reached the realms of refining spirit and merging with the void. Such strength was not only notable within his county, but could also claim recognition throughout Xianyang City and its vicinity. Yet, Tianwu alone understood that these individuals bowed to him primarily out of covetousness for the Yuanling fist inscribed on the stone tablet in his possession. Alas, he pondered, when would he ever uncover the latter portion of the Yuanling fist? Gazing out at the pitch-black starry night from his window, Tianwu, now in his middle years, felt a pang of melancholy. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, leaving him stagnant. The Yuanling fist he had fortuitously acquired years ago was nearing its limits. Without the latter half of the technique, he feared he might remain at this juncture for the remainder of his life. Over the years, he had scoured that small creek countless times. The riverbed was nearly turned to ruin, yet he still could not locate the remaining teachings of the Yuanling fist. Sighing deeply, Tianwu closed the window, intending to practice for a while before retiring for the night. However, just as he assumed a stance to begin, he sensed a subtle disturbance. His ears perked up, and he vaguely detected a sound. Moments later, he retracted his stance, seated himself in the room, poured himself a cup of tea, and spoke to the air. "May I inquire where the esteemed visitor hails from? Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" With a swish, a figure materialized silently within the room, clad in black, possessing a tall and slender frame. The figure wore a mask obscuring their face, revealing only sharp brows and eyes that gleamed with a piercing light in the night. "He, have you come for Tian's cultivation method?" Upon seeing the figure, Tianwu remained unperturbed, lifting his teacup for a sip. "Individuals like you, so youthful, I have encountered many. To infiltrate my chamber speaks to your remarkable skill. Given your evident talent, why not join my Yuanling sect? If you prove yourself worthy, I may be inclined to impart my cultivation methods to you." At this juncture, Tianwu chuckled, adding, "Of course, that is contingent upon your ability to command respect from my other disciples. My teachings are reserved for the most gifted among us." Disregarding Tianwu's words, Li Xian approached, speaking calmly, "If you are referring to the individuals outside, they have already been subdued. Presently, apart from the servants and cooks in the Yuanling sect, you are the only one still conscious. The others have been restrained. It is only you who remains, sect leader Tian. The young master has commanded your presence." Li Xian's voice was frigid, reminiscent of a chilling abyss, each word resonating like shards of ice. "Oh, today's youth are so impulsive." Tianwu squinted slightly, maintaining his composure. He dismissed Li Xian's claims entirely. The Yuanling sect boasted 30 to 40 capable individuals, including 2 elders who had reached the realm of merging with the void, each of whom had received a portion of the cultivation method, hinting at the potential for longevity. If a conflict had truly erupted, how could it have gone unnoticed? Even genuine cultivators would not be so brazen. "Very well then, allow me to teach you a lesson on the hierarchy of power." Tianwu laughed heartily, rising to stretch his limbs, readying himself for confrontation. In the next instant, without any forewarning, he launched an attack. The Yuanling fist he had practiced for decades swirling through his body, vibrant, celestial energy merging with his form, striking towards the cloaked figure with the ferocity of thunder. "Get down!" Yet in the following moment, his vision blurred. The black-clad figure also retaliated with a punch, effortlessly neutralizing his onslaught and, with unrelenting force, shattered his stance with a single blow. Tianwu was left bewildered, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. His fist and forearm felt as though they were about to explode from the pain. "Why apologies? Sect leader Tian, time is of the essence. You must come with me," came the icy voice from ahead. Before Tianwu could process the situation, he saw a hand descending upon him. Smack! It felt as if a mountain had struck his face. Dazed, Tianwu felt the world spinning around him, everything blurring into a haze. You. Stumbling a few steps, he pointed at Li Xian, seemingly wanting to articulate something, but ultimately, the words never escaped his lips. Without further ado, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, as if succumbing to sleep. Without surprise, Li Xian promptly produced a robust chain, akin to the thickness of a wrist, securely binding Tianwu before dragging him outside. The door swung open to reveal a training ground that should have belonged to the Yuanling sect, now strewn with the incapacitated forms of individuals, each tightly bound with ropes or chains, all in a state of unconsciousness. With a casual motion, Li Xian summoned a cart from outside, effortlessly tossing the bound individuals onto it, then drove it to a prearranged secluded valley, casually depositing the unconscious figures onto the ground. Li Xian surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Ren Xiao is swift. I must hasten my pace as well. With a slightly grave demeanor, he recognized that this was their first mission, and he did not wish to be outshone by Ren Xiao, nor to lose face before the young master. Quickly securing the ropes and chains, Li Xian administered a dose of medicine to the unconscious individuals, then turned to maneuver the cart outward. As he ignited a sheepskin scroll that represented the Yuanling sect, he retrieved another scroll, reading by the light of the moon. Let me see. Next, it shall be the Hongfeng sect. Chapter 32. Mysterious Shadow. Arrival at Xianyang. Tian sect leader. Tian sect leader. In the haze of consciousness, Tian Wu seemed to hear calls. Groggily awakening, he opened his eyes to find an elderly man with a goat-like beard before him. Where am I? Gazing at the somewhat familiar elder, Tian Wu's head swam, and instinctively he inquired, Who are you? Have you truly forgotten who I am? I am Hong Qingfeng. Hong Qingfeng. The elderly man spoke with urgency. How did you end up captured? I was captured as well? Pain shot through Tian Wu's head, and he instinctively reached to cover it, only to find his arm immobile. Looking down, he realized he was bound tightly by a chain as thick as his arm. The icy sensation dispelled his drowsiness in an instant. Tian Wu's eyes widened in realization of what had transpired. Yes, he had been practicing in his chamber, preparing to sleep, when out of nowhere, a black-clad figure appeared and incapacitated him in an instant. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he quickly raised his head, recollecting that the white-bearded elder before him was none other than Hong Qingfeng, the leader of the Hongfeng sect in the same county. Hong sect leader? You two have been captured? Tian Wu exclaimed, aghast. Despite the fewer number of Hongfeng sect subordinates, each was a formidable cultivator, on par with himself. In terms of overall strength, the Hongfeng sect surpassed his Yuanling sect. And now, they too had been captured? That is but my fate. Hong Qingfeng replied with a wry smile. Look around you. Tian Wu hurriedly surveyed his surroundings. Moments later, his pupils constricted in shock. Tian sect leader? Tian sect leader? You two have been captured? What a coincidence. Indeed, came the reply. These chains are quite sturdy. It seems we have been drugged. Familiar faces began to emerge around them. The individuals present bore various bruises and swollen faces. Yet without exception, they were all esteemed elders and sect leaders from various factions near the remnants of Xianyang city. In their usual demeanor, they were paragons of martial prowess, elevated above the fray. But now they found themselves utterly disheveled, bound hand and foot, lying here like helpless pupae. You. Tian Wu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people brought here? What transpired? It was only then that Tian Wu realized he had been transported to a valley, surrounded by unfamiliar flora and flanked by towering cliffs. In the midst of this valley lay over 100 disciples from various sects, including those from his own Yuanling sect, who were also bound and unconscious. How could this be? Tian Wu was stunned. He never anticipated witnessing such a scene. It was merely 2 individuals, yet they had managed to capture so many. Such a multitude of seasoned masters. Who were these 2? He had never heard of any such formidable figures in the vicinity of Xianyang city. Could they be the predecessors of some mountain sect? But why would they target us? Indeed, we have not offended anyone recently. Within the valley, numerous masters were horrified, each bewildered by the unfolding events, panic-stricken. Some were furiously cursing, damn it. Who are these petty men? Come down and face me like a man. Show yourselves, you scoundrels. In the face of these insults, Ren Xiao and Li Xian remained unfazed. They were utterly astonished by the turn of events. How many did you manage to capture? 76. And you? 93, in the darkness. Ren Xiao and Li Xian conversed in hushed tones, their faces alight with exhilaration. They had never expected today's operation to be so effortlessly successful. Initially, they had anticipated capturing the martial experts surrounding Xianyang city would pose a challenge. And prior to their departure, they had devised various strategies, such as taking them down one by one, luring them away from their strongholds, and trapping them in a net. However, once they commenced their actions, they realized the opportunity granted to them by their master was overwhelmingly potent. The Foundation establishment pills bestowed upon them extraordinary physical attributes, while the cultivation techniques they practiced endowed them with formidable strength. The numerous powerful figures from various sects were indeed formidable, the Armée de la Armée of martial artists. Had they not received such enhancements, capturing even a single one of them would have been an insurmountable task, let alone apprehending so many in a single night. Yet now, faced with these martial experts, they found themselves capable of effortlessly dispatching them with a mere flick of the wrist. Once, adversaries of equal standing had posed significant challenges, but now, they were like children before them, drawing upon the abundant spiritual energy of the world. A single punch could send them hurtling away. In just one night, they had captured over 100 individuals, a level of efficiency that was simply unfathomable. They had barely needed to make a full round to apprehend them all. Had it not been for the meticulous inspections that delayed their progress, they might have captured even more. Truly, their master was exceptional. They had only recently embarked on their journey as cultivators. Hardly 10 days had passed. If they continued their training, how powerful might they become in time? Exchanging glances, they recognized the burning fervor in each other's eyes. With this cultivation method and the Foundation establishment pills, coupled with a cadre of capable individuals, their master would undoubtedly possess a formidable trump card in Xianyang City. Act swiftly. Strive to capture all those who can be subdued within 3 days, agreed. In the ensuing days, Ren Xiao and Li Xian spared no effort, rapidly scouring Xianyang City to incorporate the predetermined factions under their banner, casting them into the valley. Meanwhile, gazing upon the familiar faces continuously thrown into their midst, Tian Wu and Hong Qingfeng were utterly astonished. This was excessive. What on earth did these two intend to do? Why had they captured so many people? In the end, even a group of passing Mo family members were struck down and brought back. A Mo family disciple exclaimed, "What the?" to prevent any attempts at escape. The duo diligently administered doses of medicine every half-day to ensure their captives remained incapacitated. However, amidst their fervent pursuit of the factions around Xianyang City, no one noticed a diminutive figure silently infiltrating the city. Cloaked in tattered garments, it stealthily advanced towards Xianyang. Upon reaching the base of the city, it gazed up at the vast expanse of Xianyang, its faint golden eyes shimmering with evident excitement. Such towering walls. After cautiously surveying its surroundings, it approached the edge of the walls, discovering a procession passing through the crimson gates under the cover of night. Taking advantage of the shadows, it swiftly darted beneath the cart. Did something just move? One of the guarding soldiers inquired, rubbing his eyes, attempting to search the cart once more. Enough. There's nothing here. This is the Prime Minister's cart, carrying provisions for tomorrow's breakfast. We cannot afford any delays, a nearby soldier hastily interjected. Let them through. The cart gradually advanced into the city. Thud, thud, feeling the cartist jostling. The shadow observed the smooth, even stone pavement around it. Its spirit soaring. This was the place it sensed the divine beings resided. It had finally arrived. Chapter 33. Working is impossible. I will never work in this lifetime. The indistinct shadow slipped into the royal city under the cover of night. Yet within Xianyang City, no one perceived this minor anomaly, as Ren Xiao and Li Xian continued to dart through the corners, capturing their designated targets. Under the starry night, time slowly passed. Approximately 2 days later, Ren Xiao and Li Xian finally completed the task assigned by Ying Zheng. Master, the situation is as follows. We have gathered all the capable individuals from Xianyang City and several nearby locales, all of whom have remained unnoticed by Lu Buwei, Madame Huayang, or Madame Xia. The total number amounts to around 321, including over 10 Mo family disciples, one of whom is among the 9 calculators of the Mo family. However, while these individuals have been captured, some have yet to yield. To prevent any complications, I have instructed Li Xian to oversee them in the valley and did not report sooner. I hope for your leniency. Master. In the fragrant hall filled with the rich essence of heaven and earth, Ren Xiao knelt respectfully, reporting his recent achievements to Ying Zheng. Upon hearing Ren Xiao's words, Ying Zheng was taken aback. So soon? He had originally anticipated that gathering sufficient personnel would require a protracted period, given that only 2 individuals could operate while evading the watchful eyes of Lu Buwei and Madame Huayang. Yet, in just a mere 7 days, Ren Xiao and Li Xian had completed the task. Here is the list of personnel. Please review it. Master. Run Shao reverently presented a bamboo slip containing a detailed account of their actions and numerous names. Very well. Gazing at the list, Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled with delight. With these individuals, the construction of his next grand undertaking could commence. Everything depended on what the master had bestowed. Ren Shao respectfully lowered his head. A glimmer of fervent ambition in his gaze. In just a few days, they had transitioned from nothing to stepping upon the path of immortality. Only those truly aware of his journey could comprehend the sheer incredibility of it all. Initially, he had planned to gather enough numbers within 3 days, yet unexpectedly, they had managed to apprehend everyone recorded on the parchment in just 2 days. The martial artists, who appeared extraordinarily formidable in the eyes of ordinary people, were as easily toppled as chicks before them. The simplicity of the process was astonishing. Among them were several who were either on the verge of entering or had already embarked on the path of cultivation, such as Tian Wu, the leader of Yuanling sect, Hong Qingfeng, the leader of Hongfeng sect, and even the Mo family S9 calculator. All 3 had already begun their journey into cultivation. Notably, one of the 9 calculators, Mo Xiangzi, stood firmly at the foundation establishment first layer. Prior to engaging, the 2 had hesitated, as this small group of Mo family members was not part of their original plan, an unforeseen circumstance, especially with one being a Qi practitioner. Nevertheless, for Ing Zheng's plan, they steeled themselves to take action. However, once the fight commenced, Ren Shao discovered how surprisingly inept Mo Xiangzi was. Li Xian's mere punch nearly knocked the dinner from his stomach, sending both man and sword flying several dozen meters. This left both of them momentarily stunned. How could Mo Xiangzi, a fellow Qi practitioner, be so feeble? Wasn't he supposed to be among the elite 9 calculators of the Mo family? How could he be taken down with a single strike? If Mo Xiangzi were to hear this, he would undoubtedly choke on a mouthful of blood. You bastard. Indeed, I am a Qi refiner, at the first level of foundation establishment. But where can one find 2 such aberrations at the first level of foundation establishment as you 2? A single punch strikes down like a rampaging bull. Not to mention merely at the first level of foundation establishment, even those 2 realms higher would struggle to withstand it. It was after this encounter that Ren Shao and Li Xian gained a deeper understanding of their own strengths, and their admiration and loyalty towards Ing Zheng grew ever stronger. My lord, how shall we proceed next? Ren Shao, clad in dark attire, knelt like a small mountain, inquiring respectfully. Ing Zheng had initially planned to issue orders directly, but after a brief contemplation, he decided to take the lead himself. Come with me. This plan cannot afford any missteps. You intend to go, my lord? Ren Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Although they had gathered over 300 individuals, they had yet to fully subdue them. After all, these people hailed from various sects. To put it nicely, they were powerful practitioners, but to speak plainly, they were merely scattered mercenaries and ruffians. Each of them, relying on their slight martial prowess, carried an air of arrogance. However, with the presence of my lord, the situation would be vastly different. With the identity of the eldest son of the Qin and the crown prince of Qin, not a single person would dare to resist. Should anyone truly learn of my lord's identity and still refuse to submit? Ren Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Such ingratitude would warrant death. Regardless, Ing Zheng, oblivious to the murderous thoughts constantly swirling in Ren Zhao's mind, donned a disguise and, under Ren Zhao's guidance, exited the royal city. His cultivation had long since solidified at the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Ordinary scouts would scarcely be able to perceive him, let alone a true Qi refiner. However, as time passed, Ing Zheng's understanding of this world gradually deepened. Although his cultivation was commendable, the strength of Lu Buwei and his followers was formidable and should not be underestimated. Not only did they command a portion of the military, but their Qi refiners were likely not far behind him in prowess, and perhaps even those at the observation sea realm existed among them. At present, his strength was sufficient for self-preservation, but to further his ambitions, he needed to continue enhancing his abilities. As he pondered, it wasn't long before he and Ren Shao arrived in the valley. My lord. Upon seeing Ing Zheng's arrival, Li Xian was momentarily stunned and hurriedly knelt on one knee, instinctively concerned for Ing Zheng's safety and wishing to urge him to return. However, halfway through his words, he recalled Ing Zheng's cultivation and promptly changed his tone. My lord, please be cautious. Allow me to guide you. Ing Zheng nodded slightly. Before long, He was led into the valley by Li Xian.at this moment. The individuals within the valley had already been untied. This valley, with its concealed terrain and unique location, was surrounded by towering cliffs, standing nearly 1,000 meters high, with only a narrow path leading out. As long as Li Xian maintained control at this exit, no one could escape. Naturally, there had been attempts, but those who tried now lay unconscious at the edges, with swollen heads. Are these the individuals? Ing Zheng squinted as he observed the figures below. They had been imprisoned for such a long time, yet still appeared in decent spirits, far better than he had anticipated. Just as Ing Zheng was assessing the crowd, the people in the valley also turned their gazes towards him. Is this the young master they spoke of? Tane Wu's eyes gleamed with interest. Beside him stood Hong Qingfeng and Imo Xiangzi from the Imo family, both among the few Foundation establishment practitioners present. Additionally, several other sect leaders and elders were in attendance. Although they had not embarked on the path of cultivation, their martial skills were extraordinary, undoubtedly ranking among the top experts among mortals. All of them silently scrutinized Ing Zheng, examining him multiple times without discerning anything unusual. Only Imo Xiangzi furrowed his brow slightly. This person, I feel as if I've seen him somewhere before. Yet, for the life of him, he couldn't recall where. Chapter 34. You call this simple? Everyone is present. Without further ado, I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter. Without any preamble or superfluous words, Ing Zheng stood calmly. His voice not loud, yet with the enhancement of the world's spiritual energy, it effortlessly resonated throughout the surroundings. However, just as he was about to continue, a figure suddenly sprang up behind Tane Wu. Erupting into a tirade. What kind of hero ambushes others? If you have guts, come down and fight fair. If you lack skill, there's no need for words. Do as you wish, however. Before this person could finish, a few of his fellow disciples from the Yuanling sect turned pale, rushing forward to cover his mouth. Damn it! Can you be a little more discreet? Just because you think you're tough doesn't mean you are. Did you not see those two killers standing nearby with faces as dark as a pot bottom, seeking death and dragging us along with you? These two exude an aura of slaughter, almost unrestrained. It's clear they have clawed their way out of a pile of corpses. It's one thing to be bold against ordinary folks, but being defiant before such individuals is a sure path to death. A true man knows when to yield. They are formidable, but that does not mean they are fools. No need to hold it against him. My lord, Tane Wu said, startled by the brash disciple, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow and kicking the disciple away. For those who could lead a sect were naturally astute individuals. Seeing the calm demeanor of the two before him, seemingly with no intention to strike, eased his tension. Thank goodness our Yuanling sect has always been amicable. It was fortunate these three did not appear to be seeking revenge. It's good they're not seeking revenge. A glance exchanged between Hong Qingfeng and Imo Xiangzi revealed their mutual understanding. Rising respectfully, Hong Qingfeng, though covered in mud, maintained an air of elegance and composure, addressing them with reverence. Might I inquire what brings you esteemed seniors here? There are certain matters that require your assistance. Ing Zheng replied, his expression unchanged, yet exuding a refreshing demeanor. Certainly. If there is anything you require, please command us. Tane Wu responded cheerfully, as did Hong Qingfeng, both smiling, yet inwardly seething with frustration. You assistance? Is this how one requests help? A single slap could have sent me to the netherworld. The others present were equally incensed, their foreheads flushed, yet ultimately, they all swallowed their ire at it was simply a matter of being unable to retaliate. The same applied to Imo Xiangzi and the multitude of Imo family disciples, their faces dark as pot bottoms. They were by far the most unfortunate, having merely passed through when they were ambushed. They had intended to borrow a path through Bashu to reach Zhao, but upon merely passing through Xianyang, they were struck from behind. The direst part was that these two were terrifyingly powerful. Even the strongest among them, Imo Xiangzi, had been downed with a single blow. May I ask what sort of assistance the esteemed seniors require? Tane Wu inquired cautiously, moving closer. Nothing too significant, Ing Zheng began. Glancing appreciatively at Imo Xiangzi, I have long heard that the Imo family possesses unparalleled skills and mechanisms, with unique insights into various tools and items, particularly in construction, where you excel. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the finest among the 7 kingdoms. This matter will likely require your considerable expertise. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiangzi, who had remained silent for a considerable time, slowly straightened his back. The many Imo family disciples present shared a similar sentiment. A flicker of pride crossing their faces. This was indeed true. Although the Imo family consisted mainly of robust men, a portion was adept at mechanism construction. They were both rough and meticulous, skillful, and their techniques were undoubtedly second to none across the Seven Kingdoms. Might I inquire what your esteemed guest's purpose in summoning us is? Imo Xiangzi stroked his long beard, speaking up. Could it be to subdue us? Before this young man arrived, he had already surveyed the surroundings. Although the number of gathered individuals was not large, they were all formidable. If he could truly subjugate them all, it would indeed form a notable force. Moreover, since their capture, they had been well fed and well treated. Aside from being drugged and kept within the valley, however, to subdue them would not be that simple, Imo Xiangzi thought arrogantly. Nothing of great importance. Ing Zheng smiled. I have merely invited you all here to construct a building. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiangzi was momentarily taken aback. Tain Wu, Hong Qingfeng, and the other sect leaders and elders were similarly stunned. Construct a building? So, after all this trouble to capture us, providing us with fine food and drink, you merely wish to build a structure? Not only were those present dumbfounded, but Ren Xiao and Li Xian also stared in disbelief. Construct a building. Isn't this for subjugation? This was not what they had planned. The expressions of the crowd were peculiar, yet in the end, Imo Xiangzi still managed to nod with difficulty. If it were merely an edifice, it would pose no issue. Not a matter of subjugation. Although it diverges from expectations, it appears to be even more splendid. After all, it is but a structure, and the Imo family excels in this craft. With such a multitude of skilled hands, it is indeed feasible to complete the construction in just a few days. If they were to expedite the process, it might not even interfere with their subsequent travels. With this thought in mind, Imo Xiangzi naturally inquired, coming to a realization. Yet, what manner of building might this be? At this moment, Ing Zhang extended his hand, retrieving a bamboo slip and gradually unfurling it before the assembly. Imo Xiangzi, Tian Wu, Hong Qingfeng, along with numerous elders and leaders of various sects, gathered around, craning their necks for a better view. In the next instant, they were rendered speechless. Before them lay a slip inscribed with a dense array of various designs. This bamboo slip depicted countless edifices, illustrating vast scenes, an assortment of dwellings that almost filled the entire valley. These structures were opulent and resplendent, adorned with countless carvings that hinted at myriad details. At a glance, they appeared to number in the thousands. The very heart of these constructions stood a colossal altar, with a grand entrance framed by towering gates, which could only be described as exquisite, intricately carved with an abundance of runes and elaborate illustrations. Above these gates were inscribed two prominent lines, the Qin Xianmen and He Bing Tai. Gazing upon the multitude of structures that enveloped the valley, a cascade of questions erupted in the minds of the onlookers. What on earth is this? You dare refer to this as merely one building? Chapter 35. Step into the Celestial Gate, the Ning Dan technique. The densely packed structures sprawled across the bamboo slips. Witnessing this scene, the faces of all present contorted with incredulity. What is this? You dare call this a single entity? With faces awash with questions, the crowd looked up, while Ing Zheng merely narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, the second marvel of time that Ing Zheng endeavored to construct was none other than the Qin Xianmen. He Bing Tai. What he lacked most at this moment was a distinct power of his own, and what could be more fitting than establishing a sect for practitioners? Once erected, even a mere fraction of its reflection would suffice for his purposes. However, the construction of a celestial gate was far from simple, let alone within a short time frame. Such a monumental undertaking would require an unthinkable duration if entrusted to ordinary laborers, and the risk of detection was ever present. Yet, if it were to be undertaken by these sect members, the speed of construction would be unlike any other, and even if discovered, it would bear little consequence. No one would suspect his involvement. The arrival of Imo Xiangzi and the Imo family members was indeed a stroke of fortune, perfectly timed. While Ing Zheng plotted, the others below remained oblivious to his intentions, their expressions darkening like the bottom of a pot. Gazing at the multitude of structures and items occupying nearly the entire valley, Imo Xiangzi and the various sect leaders were nearly beside themselves, their tempers flaring. So many buildings, So many items, and you expect us? A mere few hundred, to construct them here? Have you lost your mind? How long would it take to complete such a task? Observing the intricate designs and patterns on these edifices, the crowd nearly charged at Zhang in fury. Moreover, there are mechanisms involved. As Imo Xiangzi scrutinized the bamboo slip, he too felt the urge to curse. An expert in the art of mechanisms, he could discern the intricacies with a mere glance. Just a fleeting look revealed that although these constructions were elaborate, they employed the simplest techniques. Even those seemingly complex carvings were merely ordinary craftsmanship, not worthy of mention, let alone the use of their Imo family's advanced techniques. There were scarcely a few mortise and tenon joints. Surely, ordinary craftsmen could manage this as well? Suppressing his indignation, Imo Xiangzi awkwardly spoke. No, we must expedite the construction. Ordinary craftsmen lack the stamina, Zhang replied. His tone casual, lacking stamina, not enough stamina. Such a simple statement rendered the entire valley silent. What do you all think? How long will it take to construct? This celestial gate was inspired by my observations of thunder under a starry night. Witnessing the fall of stars sparked from the heavens above. Should there be any shortcomings, you are welcome to provide your insights. Once this celestial gate is established, should you wish, you may choose to join. However, the various structures depicted are absolutely indispensable, especially this ascension platform and the immortal gate, which must not be compromised. Zhang spoke, his demeanor still amiable, yet many in the crowd were already cursing internally. This is outrageous. After deliberating for so long, I find myself conscripted as a laborer. Initially, I thought we were merely erecting a building. Under such circumstances, I could endure it, but now, lowering their gazes upon the densely inscribed plans, the crowd felt their frustrations boil over. In all their lives, they had never encountered such a humiliating situation. In the dead of night, they had gathered for a meeting, enjoying their drinks, only to be blindsided and dragged to a remote place to labor in a valley? Who could bear such an indignity? Moreover, a group of Imo disciples merely passing through were seized to construct buildings. Was there no sense of justice left? Among the crowd, a hot-headed Imo disciple could no longer contain himself. Springing to his feet, eyes ablaze with fury, pointing a finger at Zhang, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. How dare you, however, before he could utter a word, Li Xian transformed into a whirlwind. Striking like thunder, with a single punch, the towering man, measuring 8 feet tall, was sent crashing to the ground like a mere chick. The tremendous force caused his head to collide with the earth, bouncing several times like a kicked ball before coming to a rest. Dust swirled around. The man had not uttered a sound before succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Xian rose, surveying the surroundings. His lean frame concealed a lethal prowess surpassing that of tigers and leopards. He remained taciturn, yet the glint in his eyes communicated a clear message. Who dares to defy? Yet this time, the crowd below did not acquiesce as easily as before. How dare you, with a scar the size of a bowl on his head? After 18 years, he would emerge anew. There was nothing to say about being outmatched. They could kill or maim at will, but they would not become laborers. Not in this lifetime. We are wanderers of the Jianghu. Steadfast and unyielding, the eyes of Tian Wu and others gleamed with determination. They were but 3 in number, yet could they not flee amidst 300? With a collective glance, the disciples of various sects gritted their teeth. Their resolve hardening, muscles taut as they drew strength from the earth. They were ready to fight. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Imo Xiangzi's gaze. His aged face bore the faintest hint of spiritual energy. As one of the 9 calculations of the Imo family, his strength had long reached the first level of foundation establishment. How could he not break free from the binding sedation within? A subtle dagger slipped from his sleeve. Imo Xiangzi inhaled deeply, preparing to charge in a desperate bid to buy time for his fellow Imo practitioners and Jianghu heroes to escape. Beside him, Tian Wu, Hong Qingfeng, and several other sect leaders and elders shared the same fierce intent, ready to erupt in rebellion. Ren Xiao and Li Xian sensed the shift in atmosphere, a fierce glimmer in their eyes as one hand slowly grasped the hilt of their blades. Blood coursing through their veins like a roaring river. Under the starry sky, as all the disciples of the Jianghu felt their hearts racing, poised for a life-and-death struggle. But there was yet another matter to address. On the high platform, Zhang spoke calmly. He remained composed. hands clasped behind his back, seemingly oblivious to the actions and maneuvers of those below, speaking with serene detachment. Those who contribute significantly to this construction shall receive a complete cultivation method. With a casual wave, a bamboo slip emanating a faint glow appeared in Ing Zheng's palm. This technique is called the Ning Danju, though it comprises only the initial 2 sections and lacks profound intricacies. It can nonetheless aid one in breaking through to the 4th level, transforming into a true practitioner. The 2 by my side have cultivated this method, thereby stepping into the realm of genuine practitioners. Becoming Qi refiners, the top 5 contributors to this construction shall receive this method. Furthermore, the individual who contributes the most, slowly extracting a peculiar black pill from his sleeve, Ren Shao unfurled a bamboo slip, gently infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. In an instant, vibrant colors erupted, streams of celestial light cascading forth from the pill, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that instantly stirred the true energy within the countless disciples below. Halting them in their tracks, gazing into the sudden stillness, lifting his head, his eyes filled with astonishment, horror, disbelief, and an array of fervent, yearning glances directed towards him, Ing Zheng's smile remained as unchanged as when he first arrived. He had the opportunity to acquire a complete elixir, known as the Foundation Pill. Consuming it would lead one onto the path of immortality. Chapter 36. Emma, truly fragrant. The orange flames crackled in the tranquil valley. Several roasted rabbits sizzled over the fire, their juices dripping enticingly, while a dozen figures sat cross-legged in this place, each bearing a solemn expression. They were all distinguished individuals from Xiangyang and various nearby sects. Renowned heroes of the martial world, each an elite, elder, or sect leader. Not only were they esteemed within Xiangyang, but they were also prominent figures across the entire Imo family. At this moment, they had shed any remnants of anesthesia. Their bodies restored to health, all gazing silently at the campfire. Not a word spoken among them. It was unclear how long it had been when one among them finally broke the silence. "Do you believe what those 2 said today?" The speaker was an elderly man with a white beard, appearing to be of a similar age to Imo Xiangzi, as he poked the fire with a stick. "Believable? Is that even a question?" As soon as his words fell, Tian Wu, who was roasting a sparrow, suddenly raised his head, his voice elevated several degrees. "Master Zhang, I respect you as a senior, and thus I wish to treat you with courtesy. But given the current situation, do you truly trust the slanders of those 2? We navigate the world relying on our unwavering integrity. If we become laborers here, constructing for someone who lacks understanding, how would the other fine gentlemen perceive us? What would the other sects think? We would be ridiculed." Tian Wu spoke with righteous indignation, his voice filled with anger, exuding a sense of urgency, as if he wished to shatter his own teeth in frustration. This is merely a question." Master Zhang continued to tend to the fire, casting a glance at the silent Imo Xiangzi, feeling somewhat awkward. What if it were indeed true? True? What do you mean by true?" Tian Wu's head felt as if it were smoking with rage. "Regardless of its truth, I will not go, and my Yuanling sect will certainly not go." Indeed. Following Tian Wu's declaration, the other sect representatives, previously wavering, all clenched their teeth and expressed their indignation. "My uncle perished during a labor conscription when I was young. I will not go. Let them kill or maim me, I do not care. My Yuanling sect cannot afford such disgrace, right? We cannot lose face as martial artists. It is merely a cultivation method. How could we possibly engage in such labor?" The elderly Hong Qingfeng, one of the few Qi practitioners present, nodded slowly, his gaze clear as he turned to Imo Xiangzi. "I wonder how the esteemed Imo family elder perceives this." "A true man ought to act in such a manner," Imo Xiangzi replied, maintaining his elegance even amidst the predicament. His eyes fixated on the sizzling rabbits, stroking his beard as he spoke in a deep voice. "Cultivation methods are indeed rare, but as a member of the Imo family, one must uphold righteousness and integrity. How could we tarnish the Imo family's reputation for a trifling gain?" His gaze sharpened, seemingly radiating light. "At the hour of the rabbit today, we shall each seek our own path to escape this place. If anyone can leave, we shall convene 3 days hence at the southern outpost of Xiangyang. Here, I will impart the true cultivation methods of the Imo family, though it may only be half a volume. I assure you, It will not pale in comparison to the Dan refining techniques held by those two. Good. The eyes of the gathered individuals brightened, and thus it was decided, if we can leave. My Yuanling sect is willing to publicly share our cultivation methods. I, Hongfeng sect, will do the same. Excellent. 3 righteous individuals. The flames blazed brightly. For a time thereafter, they continued their discussions and eventually, with resolve in their eyes, they slowly turned to depart, exchanging farewells. Take care. Take care. The night was tranquil. At the edge of the valley, Ing Zheng sat quietly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was remarkably abundant, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Beside him, Ren Xiao and Li Xian stood respectfully on either side, their gazes scanning the surroundings like hawks. However, while they remained vigilant of their environment, a sense of concern lingered. Despite knowing that cultivation methods were an immense temptation for ordinary individuals, no one could ascertain what might unfold. The pride of those within the valley was palpable. Should a throng of people charge out, it would indeed be perilous. My lord, your esteemed self is taking too great a risk. There is no need for you to be present personally, Ren Xiao spoke in a low voice. Not at all. Sensing the anxiety of the two, Ing Zheng spoke calmly, intending to offer some reassurance when suddenly he glanced into the distance. Look, they are indeed coming. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a figure cautiously emerged from the shadows ahead. Ren Xiao and Li Xian hurriedly looked over, discovering it was none other than Tian Wu, the leader of the Yuanling sect. Following him were 3 elders from the Hongfeng sect, all approaching with smiles on their faces. Stop. Ren Xiao and Li Xian stepped forward, speaking sternly. All right. Tian Wu chuckled, seemingly unfazed by their reprimand. Wearing a somewhat obsequious smile, esteemed elder, may I inquire when this task may commence? I am willing to lead all disciples of the Yuanling sect to join the Black Ice platform. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiao and Li Xian were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that someone might come to pledge allegiance today, but they never expected that the first to arrive would be Tian Wu. There is no need to call me esteemed elder. Your age surpasses mine, so you may call me my lord, Ing Zheng responded, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Of course. The worthy take precedence, given your impressive cultivation. Calling you esteemed elder, I hope you will not take offense. Tian Wu chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his expression filled with anticipation. Not at all. Ing Zheng waved his hand casually. You may wait here. After tonight, I shall assign you a task. Very well. Tian Wu said little more, respectfully taking his place behind Ing Zheng with the other elders. However, shortly after he had settled, another figure stealthily emerged from the back of the valley. This was an elderly man with a white beard, looking quite refined. It was none other than Hong Qingfeng, the leader of the Hongfeng sect. Stop. Ren Xiao and Li Xian spoke firmly once more. All right. Hong Qingfeng replied respectfully, bowing from a distance. I am Hong Qingfeng. Paying my respects to the esteemed elder, I wish to bring all the elders and disciples of the Hongfeng sect to join the Black Ice platform. He lifted his head, a glimmer of light in his aged eyes as he continued. Moreover, I must inform you, esteemed elder, that the individuals within this valley have been rather restless of late. They seem to be plotting an escape. And the timing is set for today at the hour of the rabbit. Hong Qingfeng spoke with conviction, his words resonating powerfully. Just as he was about to elaborate on the names of those planning to escape, he suddenly noticed the peculiar expression of Tian Wu standing behind Ing Zheng. Why are you here too? Upon hearing this, Tian Wu's face flushed red, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly yet another figure dashed out from the back of the valley. Esteemed elder, I am here to pay my respects. I, from the Baichao sect, wish to bring all members and join the Black Ice platform, following your command. You two are here as well? As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Ing Zheng, who appeared indifferent, casually gesturing for the two to stand behind. Damn it! You said you wouldn't come. Who said I wouldn't come? Who said that? I never said such a thing. Weren't you the one who said your uncle died during labor? Yes, my uncle died. But that doesn't mean I have to. You rascal. Where the hell have you been? Behind Ing Zheng, the 3 figures engaged in a hushed exchange. While in front, Ren Xiao and Li Xian couldn't help but feel a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Truly, the young master was astute, calculating the hearts of men with such precision. Indeed, this was a genuine opportunity to embark on the path to immortality. How could they ever consider relinquishing it? As expected, as time passed, more and more figures emerged from the valley. Esteemed Elder, I wish to join the Black Ice Platform, eager to assist you. Esteemed Elder, I too wish to join the Black Ice Platform, not for any cultivation method, but simply to share both trials and tribulations with you. Esteemed Elder, I am eager to join the Black Ice Platform. One after another, figures poured forth from the rear of the valley, fervently bowing in reverence. Yet when they lifted their heads and beheld the individuals behind Zhang, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Weren't we all in agreement? Each one of us stood resolute before the fire. Yet now they are all here pledging allegiance. Damn it, how can you all have the audacity to criticize me? Aren't you the ones eager to rush out and await the cultivation methods that were promised? That broken cultivation method is only half complete. Who would covet it? You. A throng of figures continuously converged in this area behind Zhang. Engaging in hushed, mutual slander, it is worth noting that among the hundreds of individuals involved in this construction, only 5 would be fortunate enough to receive the cultivation method, and the number of those who could obtain the legendary elixir was even more dismal, just 1. Brothers, please do me a favor and let me have the foundation establishment pill. If you grant me this treasure, I assure you there will be ample rewards in the future. The monkey spirit fist of our monkey spirit sect is also open for your observation. Dream on. That foundation establishment pill is mine. Nonsense. The foundation establishment pill belongs to me. Very well, keep fighting over the foundation establishment pill, but the Ning Danju will be graciously accepted by our 100 Herb sect. Shadows continued to gather. By the end, nearly all the members from over 90% of the factions present in the valley had assembled, including the elderly Imo Xiangzi. Gazing at the crowd behind Zhang, Imo Xiangzi fell into a prolonged silence. Damn it, weren't you all supposed to be men of iron and steel? Where is your fortitude? Is it all just empty talk? I thought I had arrived early. Yet here you are, all so swift. Observing the awkward silence of those below, Zhang's expression remained unchanged. He continued to sit calmly in place, diligently cultivating. It was not until dawn that he finally ceased his practices, turning to address the crowd. The time has come. If any of you wish to depart, you may do so now. As the first light of dawn broke, not a single person dared to speak. Depart? Who would even consider leaving? This is an opportunity to become a true cultivator. No one would relinquish it. Senior, if we were to calculate contributions, those who arrived first should be entitled to a portion of the merit. Right? At this moment, Tianwu suddenly spoke up. As soon as he uttered these words, many present grew anxious. What does the order of arrival matter? Can one measure this based on time? Senior, please issue the tasks promptly. Yes, indeed. When has it ever been your place to instruct a senior? Everything should be dictated by the will of the elder, and how dare you claim a portion of the merit? Observing the group that had suddenly turned against him, Tianwu's nose nearly crinkled with frustration. For the sake of the cultivation methods and the foundation establishment pill, they had even begun to cast aspersions right before his eyes. However, before he could retort, Zhang merely waved his hand dismissively. Ren Xiao and Li Xian respectfully stepped forward, retrieving bamboo slips from their sleeves to distribute among the crowd. These slips contained the detailed specifics of the construction tasks. May I ask when you all wish to commence? A gentle breeze rustled through the valley, which fell silent for a moment. The next second, a tempest broke forth. Figures clutching bamboo slips turned and charged into the valley. Moments later, they called upon their sect's disciples and elders, bursting forth from the valley, dividing into 9 factions, and feverishly beginning their preparations according to the contents of the slips. Chapter 37. Where on earth did these thieves come from? Foundation Establishment Pill, Ning Danju. The emergence of these 2 treasures entirely ignited the valley. As first-hand witnesses to Ren Xiao and Li Xian's formidable prowess, they were acutely aware of the strength these 2 possessed. Each move they executed was profoundly mysterious, effortlessly shattering all defenses. The cultivation methods they practiced were undoubtedly top-notch. Who among the martial artists in the world does not yearn to become a true cultivator? Especially the many disciples who joined sects, were they not all drawn by the allure of cultivation methods? Now that such an opportunity lay before them, how could they possibly forsake it? Those who already possessed cultivation methods, such as Tianwu, Hong Qingfeng, and Imo Xiangzi, were equally eager to advance further. They all stood at the first level of foundation establishment, yet when faced with these two, they felt like children confronting a tiger. Unable to withstand even a single attack, the power they wielded was undoubtedly derived from the most complete cultivation methods. Complete cultivation methods, how exceedingly rare are they across the land? Even the Mo family possessed only a few. Not to mention the foundation establishment pill. The moment those figures brandished the elixir, not just Mo Xiangzi, Tianwu, and Hong Qingfeng, but nearly every heart in the valley began to race wildly. At that moment, their blood seemed to boil, every muscle and bone thrumming with fervor, clamoring for possession. Those with lesser control nearly lost their senses and rushed forward to seize I in such a situation, who could maintain their composure? Everyone was driven mad. Almost immediately after Ing Zheng issued the command that morning, they rushed back to their respective strongholds, frantically collecting materials as per the records on the bamboo slips. Quick, open the sect storeroom. Bring everything out, stones, timber, bronzed, everything was needed. Hurry up, but sect leader, we don't have enough in the storeroom. Then what are you waiting for? Go find more. If there aren't enough stones, go gather them. If there isn't enough timber, can't you chop down trees? I'll go find bronze. Yes, faced with Ing Zheng's temptations and the thirst for ascendance, countless disciples' eyes gleamed with fervor. Under such a lure, who would still ponder the purpose of constructing these buildings? As long as it could lead them to cultivation methods, they would not hesitate to build any path to immortality, even if it meant constructing the southern heavenly gate. They would give their all. A path to ascendance lay before them, and they had to carefully consider if this was their only opportunity in life. Figures scoured the sect for anything useful before racing back to the valley. When they finally regrouped, even Ren Xiao and Li Exine were taken aback. Countless individuals lumbered in with massive logs, others burdened with stones the size of small mountains, while some carried treasures, axes, chisels, and a plethora of tools and materials, all in abundance. Once proud martial artists now resembled laborers, bare-chested and hauling various supplies. One individual even brought their entire mountain gate, observing their gasping appearances and the soil still clinging to the base of the mountain gate. It was evident they had just uprooted it. Ahem, esteemed seniors, do you think this can be used? A figure approached the valley, struggling to carry a gigantic mountain gate that stood over 6 meters tall. Its entire surface gleaming bronze, with a plaque that seemed to have been forgotten, boldly inscribed with the words Monkey Spirit Sect. This item was entirely cast from bronze, and the younger generation had expended considerable resources to acquire it. Tian Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and excitedly spoke. Ren Xiao and Li Exine were momentarily stunned, but they ultimately nodded. It's acceptable, but ensure it melts down completely. Rest assured, Tian Wu's chest puffed with pride. Ive Long found that plaque unsightly. I'll make sure it's melted down to the last scrap. With a meaningful glance at Tian Wu, Ren Xiao nodded. I'll record this as a contribution. Thank you. Tian Wu soared with joy, his grin nearly reaching his ears. The sight of this made many from the surrounding sects envious, their eyes burning with jealousy. How could they not have thought of this? They too had mountain gates. They had missed the chance to express their loyalty and gather materials, thus allowing Tian Wu to earn a contribution point. No? Hurry back, uproot the mountain gate and bring it here. Tear down the buildings, gather all the bronze materials. I recall there is a pillar in the sect's ancestral hall. It would be quite suitable. The blueprint requires a beam. Let's not waste it. Take it down, huh? Sect leader, that's the ancestral hall. What does that matter? If the 100 Herbs sect flourishes under my leadership, then I shall be the new master of the ancestral hall. Yes, countless disciples raced back, rolling up their sleeves, exuding an imposing air, which visibly vexed the nearby bare-chested disciples of the Mo family. Damn it! Who spoke of iron and steel? Stepped forward. They had all boasted fiercely, yet now their sect was being dismantled? What were they to do? They were merely passing by. Where was their sect's foundation? The Mo family's foundation was indeed vast, but these individuals could not compare to even a fragment of it. And why it was irrelevant. What good is iron and steel when it cannot match the power of cultivation methods? As if sensing the thoughts of the Mo family members, Tian Wu spoke with great pride, dropping his burdens before turning back to shout at several elders within his clan. Quick, quick, don't stop. Get moving, get moving. Whether our Ning Dan sect can ascend to greatness hinges on this opportunity. Yes, Ning Dan sect? Emo Xiangzi trembled, pointing at Tian Wu, his words stumbling. You've even changed the name of the mountain gate. Humph. What does that matter? Our Emo family is the strongest. When it comes to mechanisms and construction, who can rival us? Without any materials, even if it is merely simple timber or stone, the most exquisite architecture can still be constructed. Charge forth. In the midst of this war, thick with the stench of gunpowder, nearly everyone was blinded by fury, fiercely competing with one another. One structure after another, nascent forms gradually took shape within the valley. Yet, the more they built, the more anxious they became, especially when they saw the neighboring sect's construction surpassing theirs. Their impatience grew unbearable. Hurry. Accelerate the pace. Carve with greater finesse, sculpt with more perfection. They could not afford to be outdone by those neighboring fellows. The members of various sects were as restless as ants on a hot stove. Yet none dared to recklessly sabotage another's construction. After all, Ren Xiao and Li Exine stood guard here, like two mountain deities, particularly Ren Xiao, whose eyes glimmered with a murderous intent reminiscent of bronze bells. Thus, they could only toil relentlessly to refine their own buildings with utmost precision and perfection. These individuals were warriors, endowed with remarkable physical strength. Were ordinary laborers to work as long as they did? They would surely be exhausted by now. Yet, these sect members toiled on as if impervious to fatigue, wielding chisels and hammers, all fervently racing against time. Such an opportunity might never present itself again in their lifetimes. How could they not exert themselves? In fact, by the end, even the local ruffians had been mobilized to assist in gathering materials. Damn it! Who stole the front door of my house? Who dared to meddle? Who was responsible for digging at the corner of my wall? Cursed be it. May I never find out who did this. Where is my family's great clock? Who has taken it? That is a treasured heirloom passed down from my ancestors. Chapter 38. The Dusty Little Monkey? Waves of curses echoed throughout Xianyang City. Presently, nearly every affluent household in Xianyang faced calamity. In the end, this group, lacking in martial virtue, even had their weapons from their storerooms taken away, with gun barrels melted down to be repurposed for construction. Such matters undoubtedly did not escape the ears of Madame Huayang and others. What did you say? Constructing a mountain gate? Opulent palaces, vast as gold and jade? Madame Huayang listened to the reports from her spies without lifting an eyelid. Black ice platform? Ascending to Immortality Road, Immortal Gate? She scoffed coldly, entirely dismissing such affairs, especially when she saw that those involved were merely a collection of the most insignificant sects. Not a single major sect among them. The only one, the Imo family's 9 calculations, had merely joined by chance, and thus she cared even less. Madam, shall we intervene to stop them? A spy knelt on one knee, inquiring respectfully. Stop them for what? They are merely a troop of clowns. Is this the right time to concern ourselves with such matters? Madame Huayang replied icily, emphasizing that the more pressing issue was the situation between the Zhao and Chu states. El Buwei had already begun to take action, leveraging the power he had previously established within the military, steadily tightening his grip. There was no time to spare on the antics of these insignificant sections. Constructing an immortal platform? Ha! It is utterly absurd. A mere collection of the most inconsequential sects, with hardly a genuine practitioner among them, dares to aspire to build an immortal gate. Ridiculous. Casually discarding the bamboo slip aside, Madame Huayang took out another bamboo slip from the front lines and began to study it intently. Meanwhile, not far from here, within the minister's residence of Xianyang, news also reached another, an elderly man clad in a long robe. His hair graying at the temples yet brimming with vitality, though nearing 50, still exuded a commanding presence. He sat firmly, as if he were the very heart of the grand hall, his every gesture imbued with an air of composure and authority. This was El Buwei, the prime minister of the Qin dynasty. At this moment, El Buwei was seated before his desk, tirelessly sifting through numerous bamboo slips, addressing various matters, the golden silk sleeves of his robe accentuating his imposing demeanor, while his silver hair framed deep-set, aged eyes. Thieves are prowling in Xianyang City. Upon opening this bamboo slip, El Buwei scrutinized it, his brow furrowing slightly. a group of third-rate sects wishes to construct an immortal ascension platform and establish an immortal gate. And there is even involvement from a member of the Imo family's 9 calculations? What is the meaning of this? Though the Imo family's 9 calculations are not renowned for their strength, they are ultimately backed by the Imo family. How could they condescend to mingle with these lowly sects? Yuanling sect, Hongfeng sect, Baichao sect. Repeating these names, El Buwei's frown deepened further. As the prime minister of the Qin dynasty, he was well acquainted not only with the major powers but also with the lesser forces surrounding Xianyang. Counting them all, the number of Qi refiners barely reached a handful. What audacity do they possess to construct an immortal gate? With a casual wave, a shadow stepped forth respectfully from the darkness, clad in black robes, kneeling on one knee. Why, Lord? What is the situation? El Buwei tossed the bamboo slip over in inquiry. After a brief examination, the spy reported respectfully, "Reporting to you, my lord, as recorded in the bamboo slip, approximately 10 days ago, these forces within Xianyang City suddenly mobilized. They gathered together, selecting a secret valley, and began constructing various buildings. The thefts occurring in the city are indeed connected to them, stealing materials to construct an immortal gate." Upon hearing this, El Buwei silently chuckled and shook his head. It was truly a fanciful notion. If establishing an immortal gate were truly this easy, would it not be beyond their reach? Just a group of desperate individuals yearning for cultivation. And why, Lord, shall I continue to investigate? If it's not anything significant, there's no need to pay it any mind. Such so-called immortal gates number in the hundreds each year in the Qin state. There's no time to focus on this now. El Buwei spoke casually, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Moreover, after a while, Zhang will soon conclude his mourning period. It is time to prepare for the enthronement ceremony. The enthronement ceremony? Upon hearing this, the spy's demeanor turned grave. Yes, I understand. The spy withdrew silently. The candlelight flickered brightly. El Buwei did not place much importance on this trivial matter, continuing to sift through bamboo slips, delving into subsequent affairs. In truth, not only El Buwei but also Madame Huayang, and even Lady Xia, paid little heed to this matter. The reality was that there was nothing worth noting at this time. After all, it was merely the reckless antics of a group of insignificant sections. Within the Qin state, occurrences of such nature happen daily. One might find 80 or even 100 such cases hardly worthy of their attention. Even many other major sects, upon hearing of this incident, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! A handful of minor sects with barely any practitioners dare to aspire to establish an immortal gate, especially when they learned of the intention to construct an immortal gate and ascension platform. They laughed until they were doubled over. Ha ha ha! Utterly ludicrous. Even the local ruffians are out collecting materials. How laughable! A deluge of mockery swept across them. Yet amid all this, Tianwu and the other forces remained unfazed, their eyes burning with determination as they continued to build. For during this process, Ying Zhang had revealed to them a fragment of cultivation methods, though it was merely a few simple phrases. It still left them awestruck, especially Imo Xiangzi, who fell silent after witnessing it. The next day, he even personally led the Imo family team to procure numerous materials through theft. "You shameless thief, coming to steal from my home?" Early the next morning, the elder Hong Qingfeng, covered in mud, confronted Imo Xiangzi and his fellow Imo disciples, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Nonsense! Where did I steal from? You saw it." Imo Xiangzi rolled up his sleeves. Flushed with anger, showing no signs of retreat, the earlier gentility gone to waste. Establishing a sect and claiming a mountain peak. Why does all the good fortune fall into your lap? You claim this as your property. How come it appears before my eyes? I thought it was left behind, unclaimed. You? Hong Qingfeng was left speechless by Imo Xiangzi's twisted logic. This scene made it clear to all that the Ning Danju held unprecedented benefits. Even Imo Xiangzi was in pursuit of it. What was there to be concerned about? Without further ado, they hastily accelerated their efforts, rapidly constructing. A massive mountain gate rose swiftly, taking shape at an astonishing pace. However, just as everyone was fervently engrossed in their construction, unbeknownst to them, a gray little monkey had appeared in the valley. This monkey, rather diminutive and utterly gray, roamed the valley aimlessly, often lingering nearby to observe them. Initially, the many sect members paid little heed to this monkey, as it was quite normal to encounter a few monkeys in the mountainous regions surrounding Xianyang. However, to their astonishment, a few days later, this monkey unexpectedly brought a pile of fruits and vegetables, clutching them as it approached the valley, chattering away. What is this about? Several members of the sect were taken aback, realizing that this monkey's gaze seemed far more perceptive than an ordinary monkey-s. Yet, they could hardly anticipate that in the following days, this monkey would somehow scrounge up materials, branches, and even several precious jade and agate stones, all brought into the valley while chattering away. What are you planning to participate in the construction? Gazing at the movements of the gray little monkey, gesticulating and communicating with those around, the various sects were instantly taken aback. This monkey possessed remarkable intelligence, capable of understanding human speech. However, their astonishment was merely fleeting, for they were all practitioners on the path of cultivation and were accustomed to many unexpected occurrences. How amusing! Since it desires to assist with the construction, let it lend a hand. Tianwu chuckled, drawing the little monkey into his camp. The valley was treacherous, with many steep areas difficult for humans to navigate. Having a monkey to help was indeed advantageous. Squeak, 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 seeing itself accepted. The gray little monkey chirped excitedly, having traveled thousands of miles to finally encounter a celestial being. Previously, it had wandered through a grand city for an eternity without catching a glimpse of the divine, only to find it here, the ascension platform, the path to immortality. Observing the bustling scene in the valley, the little monkey leaped up and down, squeaking as it joined in the construction. Where did this monkey come from? Upon noticing the addition of the gray little monkey in Tianwu's group, Renshao and Li Xian were also somewhat surprised. However, after a closer inspection, they paid it little mind, as the monkey emitted no significant spiritual energy, merely exhibiting a bit of intelligence. It was not like the spies sent by figures such as El Boué or Madame Huayang. If they were to act, they would never resort to hiding behind a monkey. They reported this amusing incident to Ying Zhang, who also dismissed it, for after all, this was a world rich in spiritual energy, and a sentient monkey was hardly extraordinary. In fact, not only monkeys, but after spending some time in the valley, he had also observed numerous wild beasts in the forest, all vaguely aware of human forms. If they wished to come, so be it, as long as it did not hinder the construction. Upon receiving the news from Ying Zhang, the small gray monkey became even more elated. It seemed to comprehend the words of Renshao and Li Xian, emulating the various sect members in bowing and expressing gratitude. In the ensuing days, the little monkey busied itself with labor, hauling bricks and working tirelessly, displaying immense strength and a keen understanding of human nature, endearing itself to many. Would it become an immortal upon the completion of the construction? Could it attain eternal life? One day, after a long day of labor, the little monkey gestured excitedly, looking eagerly at Tianwu and the others. Although it merely squeaked, they had come to understand its meaning through their time together. Tianwu and the others were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you little monkey, you certainly have high aspirations. However, it is indeed possible. Tianwu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the gradually forming structures, filled with anticipation. If the construction were completed and they could obtain the cultivation method, the path to immortality might not be out of reach. Squeak, eternal life. For a monkey, the deeper meanings of words eluded it. Hearing this, the little monkey merely scratched its ears in excitement. Squeak. Had it not drifted from afar in search of immortality? Now, it had finally found it. This was the legendary celestial being, with bright eyes. The little monkey worked even harder in the following days, jumping about, completely exhausted yet exhilarated. As days passed, the valley took shape. Finally, after the arduous efforts of the various sects over several long days, the second marvel of time was completed. Under the night sky, Ying Zhang received the news, slowly closing the bamboo slip. Threads of auspicious energy transformed into ethereal smoke, merging into the distant valley under the system's influence. Vast waves of energy flowed gently. The construction was finally complete. The second marvel of time. Taking a deep breath, Ying Zhang stared into the distance, hoping for swift progress. Chapter 39. Modern Era. Is this truly the legendary relic of the first emperor? Time ambled on, the palaces of time flowing with the sun and moon. Rain and wind fell, gradually covering the second marvel of time with the dust of history. Forests rose and fell, soil flying up and settling down. Rocks cracked, moss withered, a moment in 10,000 years, the former brilliance now merely a distant memory. Carriages and horses gradually replaced bronze chariots. As time rotated, the ancient hall saw Ingzheng sitting cross-legged, quietly awaiting the destined one of the future. Meanwhile, on the same land, the latest discovery of the elderly Li Mingshan stirred quite a ripple in the archaeological circles of the Great Xia. A new discovery? Old Li, what is going on? Where did you find these treasures? The bronze Dan furnace, the bronze cauldron, my ancestors. Old Li, what marvelous treasures have you uncovered this time? Such a large Dan furnace. Such pristine bronze, heavens! Old Li, your luck is extraordinary. After a month of excavation, Elder Li Mingshan and his team finally brought back numerous treasures from the cave to ensure the safety of these items. The following day, Chief Chen Shirbua even mobilized the entire police force to accompany them. However, to everyone's surprise, aside from encountering some animals on the first day, they had not seen anything similar again. Yet, this did not mean the archaeological excavation was straightforward. The cave held an overwhelming amount of items, and the cave itself was also a priceless relic to ensure the integrity of these treasures. Elder Li Mingshan had expended immense manpower and resources. Just the cranes and hoists alone numbered over a dozen. Among them, the most challenging task was handling the enormous Dan furnace at the core. To extract it intact, they even tunneled through the mountain to create a vast cavern. Having paid such a hefty price, the results were naturally remarkable. The colossal bronze cauldron stood majestically amidst the jungle, ancient and awe-inspiring, exuding the glory of bygone eras. In comparison, the renowned Simu Wu Ding, once hailed as the pinnacle of bronze vessels in Great Xia, paled into insignificance. Once Elder Li Mingshan completed the organization of the site and officially released the news, a small tremor rippled through the archaeological community of Great Xia. Incredible. So immense. Is it possible for artifacts from that era to be preserved so well? The young first emperor surely did not possess such power. It seems that may not be the case. Before them stood the ancient relic, and all archaeologists were left in awe, especially upon learning it was left behind by Ingzheng, their admiration only deepening. Discovered in a forest region south of ancient Xianyang? What a pity. I once investigated that area but found nothing. Let us negotiate. How about transporting it to my museum in the Magic City? Any terms are negotiable. Old Li's luck is just too fortunate. Why couldn't it have been me who unearthed it? Haha, just sheer luck, sheer luck. Amidst the envy and admiration of his many old friends, Elder Li Mingshan felt particularly elated. After all, as an archaeologist, what could be more delightful than uncovering treasures? Moreover, treasures from the first emperor are undoubtedly the jewels among jewels. However, alongside his joy, Elder Li Mingshan noticed some peculiarities. He found that, as the archaeological research progressed, the number of animals around the museum seemed to increase. Not only snakes, birds, fish, and insects, but even stray cats and dogs had more than doubled in number. Although the location of the ancient Xianyang Museum was not in the city center, it was one of the most central areas in the county, with a square in front where numerous pigeons used to flutter about with visitors. However, recently, the number of these pigeons had noticeably surged, and they seemed reluctant to linger in the square, often flying into the museum instead. Some even entered the museum hall, and security personnel had to exert great effort to usher them out. Furthermore, the number of mice within the museum had also increased significantly, with several scurrying about from time to time, a situation never before encountered. What could be the cause of this? Rubbing his forehead, Elder Li Mingshan sighed. During this period, the museum staff had searched for reasons, yet they found no issues. Only the museum had seen an increase in animal numbers while elsewhere remained unchanged. Although these animals displayed little unusual behavior, merely appearing in greater numbers and seeming even more docile than usual, Elder Li Mingshan sensed something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. Perhaps he should inquire with a few old friends. I recall that Old Bai seems to know some biologists. Rubbing his forehead, Elder Li Mingshan felt a bit weary. Moreover, there were also minor issues arising in the research of the Dan medicine. After returning to the county for the first time, Elder Li Mingshan had sent the few Dan pills to the County Research Institute for analysis. However, it remains unclear whether the instruments in the county town are simply outdated, or if the prolonged storage of the elixirs is to blame, as the primary components of these few pills consistently elude accurate analysis. While it is evident that most of the materials are carbonized, there remains a portion that cannot be deciphered, leaving us perplexed. There must be an issue with the procedures, or perhaps the equipment is inadequate. In the office, the elderly Li Mingshan set aside his reading glasses, gazing at the latest analysis report before shutting down the computer. It would be prudent to pay a visit to the Xinan facility. They might have better resources. Taking a deep breath, he rose and proceeded towards the archive room, intending to seek out literature related to this archaeological excavation. As an expert in archaeology, meticulousness is essential. Each publication they produce represents a fragment of history and time. Although this site bears traces left by the first emperor, such a significant matter undoubtedly requires corresponding documentation. Opening his computer, Li Mingshan accessed the internet. As one of the foremost archaeologists in the Great Xia, his privileges were extensive, particularly in the realm of historical research and archaeology. He could essentially access the entire online museum of the Great Xia, whether the information was publicly released or not. Indeed, many of the translated texts within were authored by him during his youth. Let me search for Qin, childhood, Ingzheng, B. After inputting a few keywords, Li Mingshan pressed the return key. Click. Instantly, hundreds of entries appeared on the screen. Adjusting his glasses, he began to scrutinize each entry. However, to his astonishment, after reviewing all the relevant entries, he discovered that none of the numerous historical museums in the Great Xia had any records concerning this particular site. What is going on? Why are there no records? Chapter 40. The Celestial Qin Black Ice Platform? No, there truly are none. A somewhat bewildered voice echoed from the ancient Xianyang Museums. In the dimly lit archive room. Li Mingshan, sporting two pronounced dark circles under his eyes, stared blankly at the computer screen before him. Beside him stood 7 or 8 other staff members, equally exhausted from their fruitless search for information. Following Li Mingshan's unsuccessful findings a few days prior, he had enlisted several individuals from the museum to assist him. Utilizing their highest privileges, they scoured the extensive collections of the Great Xia Museum for traces of this historical record. However, their frustration grew as no matter how diligently they searched, they could not uncover the slightest clue. They had nearly immersed themselves in this small library for over half a month, losing count of how many times they had perused the many volumes and records sent from various museums of the Great Xia. Yet still found nothing. Throughout the annals of Great Xia history, the childhood of the first emperor seemed as if it had never existed, completely devoid of any documentation. They even located numerous traces of Ingzheng's early life. Yet not a single mention of this grand alchemical furnace. This is simply unacceptable. Li Mingshan's face bore the marks of sleepless nights, and his once neatly arranged white hair had become disheveled. Such a significant event should not lack documentation in history. Why can't we find anything? The group exchanged glances. Ultimately, a young archaeologist from the team, furrowing his brow, spoke up. Directorly, if I recall correctly, there should still be many artifacts in the museum that have not yet been translated or uploaded to the internet. A few days ago, I visited the historical museum in the Shaanxi region, and it appeared they had a considerable number of historical documents from the Qin dynasty that had not been translated or made available online. Given that it's in Shaanxi, they likely possess the most artifacts related to the Qin era. Should we not consider going there? The Shaanxi Museum? Upon hearing this, Li Mingshan's eyes instantly lit up, and he sprang to his feet. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? The Shaanxi Xinan General Museum certainly has many documents. Quickly, call the head of the Shaanxi General Museum and request photographs of those documents. No, never mind. Just tell them to make an appointment. We shall go visit tomorrow. Li Mingshan excitedly paced, and not only did he intend to visit the museum, but he also planned to bring along the elixirs that had previously yielded inconclusive results. This was the perfect opportunity. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the others were equally invigorated, promptly commencing preparations. By that very evening, they had coordinated with numerous relevant personnel and, with the elixirs in tow, set off in haste. By the following day, just as dawn broke, they arrived at the Shaanxi Museum in a flurry. After confirming their identities, the museum staff showed no signs of obstruction, swiftly guiding them through the paperwork and into the storage of the museum. Boldly, this is the museum's collection. There are countless untranslated texts within, but I must warn you, it may be somewhat challenging to locate. The head of the Shaanxi Museum, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, sighed. Thank you, old Bai. Patting his old friend on the shoulder, Li Mingshan hardly absorbed his words. diving headfirst into the sea of ancient texts. Be careful. All right, you handle it. Just don't break anything. The museum director shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. In the ensuing moments, Li Mingshan and his archaeological team meticulously began to research and peruse various ancient tomes. The Shangxi Museum, indeed one of the finest in the Great Xia, boasted an abundance of rare texts from the Qin era. They diligently searched and examined, even uncovering numerous previously unknown events from the Qin dynasty, including detailed records of the first emperor's quest for immortality. However, there remained no evidence of his youthful endeavors in constructing sacrificial platforms. How can this be? Gazing at the multitude of texts, the group was left dumbfounded. Could it truly be that there are no records? This is simply impossible. Keep searching. Li Mingshan gritted his teeth and persisted. Days passed with no discoveries. Finally, just as they were on the verge of giving up, a young member of the team suddenly exclaimed, "Director! Director! Come quickly! I found something." The group froze momentarily, then rushed over to find that the speaker was a recent recruit. In his hands was a tattered book, nearly falling apart at the seams. This book, worn and ragged, appeared to be bound in a rare material, and it bore traces of jade. At that moment, he was carefully turning a page and reading. Here. This seems to record the childhood of the first emperor. I don't know when it was excavated, but it appears to have been discovered by an archaeologist in a tomb last century. It contains the phrases regarding the first emperor's training. Look here. The young man excitedly pointed to a line of small seal script. The group was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed his finger to see what was inscribed. All present were seasoned archaeological experts and were intimately familiar with small seal script. Almost immediately, they could discern the content. In the first year of the celestial Qin, Prince Zhang dreamt of wandering the ethereal void. Receiving blessings from heaven and earth, he personally cast the cauldron in the royal city, gathering countless spiritual herbs to condense the essence of great Qin, forging an unparalleled elixir of immortality to consume for eternal life. The group shivered in excitement, their eyes alight with discovery. They had found it, at long last. Although the origins of the excavation and the identity of the recorder remained a mystery, they had finally uncovered a record. The first year of the celestial Qin, Prince Zhang, this was indeed the childhood of Zhang. What follows? Are there more writings? Li Mingshan eagerly inquired, and the young man hurriedly continued to flip through the pages. Sure enough, in the subsequent pages, they uncovered several relatively well-preserved passages. Li Mingshan leaned in closer, scrutinizing intently as he began to read aloud. In the first year of the same year, Prince Zhang ascended to the throne. On the eve of his ascension, Prince Zhang gathered 36,000 cultivators from across the realm, ascending high above Xianyang to offer sacrifices to heaven, gathering treasures from the vast world, condensing the path to immortality, creating the immortal platform, forming the immortal gate, to establish a miraculous spectacle. As this was being formed, the heavens trembled, and radiant light reached the heavenly palace, astonishing all beings. This event is historically referred to as the Celestial Qin Black Ice Platform. Chapter 41. An anomaly from the modern era, Celestial Qin Black Ice Platform. Staring at the text recorded in the book, everyone was momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? Why does the Black Ice Platform appear here? Wasn't this supposed to be a record of the first emperor's childhood endeavors? As an archaeologist, they were naturally aware of the existence of the Black Ice Platform, which was originally the personal guard of Zhang, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, and had once been the most elite Iron Eagle swordsman of the Great Qin. In the context of the Qin dynasty, its status was akin to that of the later imperial guards. Yet, was this not a mere fabrication of the human imagination? The discourse surrounding the existence of the Black Ice Platform has perpetually lacked a definitive conclusion, with only sporadic mentions found in ancient texts. Moreover, what was this year one of the immortal Qin? When did such a state title come into being? After perusing the text repeatedly, everyone found themselves somewhat bewildered. Although they had seemingly made a discovery, did it not seem rather peculiar? Could this possibly be a work of obscure history? In the midst of the group, someone hurriedly dashed out to inquire, and shortly thereafter, the curator of the Shangxi Museum rushed over, astonished by the unfolding scene. "Old Li, your luck is truly remarkable. You actually found it?" After examining the records in the book several times, the old man swallowed hard. He too was eager to see this. "Don't keep me in suspense," Tell me about the origins of this ancient text. Elderly Ming Shan was well aware of the old man's thoughts and immediately shot him a glare. This was discovered in a grand tomb, seemingly that of a general from the Qin dynasty, yet it bears no name, you say. However, the eyes of the crowd began to brighten, suggesting that it might not necessarily be a work of obscure history. After continuing their review, they astonishingly found a map within the book. It appeared to depict the topography of the Qin dynasty era, with the location of the so-called immortal Qin black ice platform thoughtfully marked. In contemporary terms, that area should now be a stretch of desolate mountainous forest, but the location indeed lies in close proximity to the historical site of the great Qin Xianyang. Upon reaching this point, not only did elderly Ming Shan's eyes light up, but even the curator of the Shangxi Museum was equally captivated. Could it be that there truly exists another relic? Exchanging glances, the group discerned the fervor in each other's eyes. What to do? Should they go see or not? After a moment's hesitation, everyone swiftly arrived at the same conclusion. Go. How could they possibly refrain from going? This could potentially be the relic of the first emperor. Old Li, your fortune is simply unmatched, sighed the curator of the Shangxi Museum. Enviously, if it weren't for his pressing commitments, he would undoubtedly insist on joining this expedition. Rest assured, since the clue originated from you. If we truly find something, a portion of the research will be allocated to you. Elderly Ming Shan declared excitedly. Agreed. In the following moments, elderly Ming Shan wasted no time, directly procuring a multitude of archaeological equipment from the Shangxi Museum, preparing to embark on the search. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, someone in the team remembered that the elixirs had yet to be analyzed. Almost forgotten? Elderly Ming Shan slapped his forehead. Let us go? Quick there and back. The Western Ammonium Research Institute was not far, and soon they arrived, handing the elixirs to the head of the testing facility. These are the elixirs left behind by the first emperor thousands of years ago? They truly are unique. Gazing at the several dull gray elixirs, the personnel in the testing facility were taken aback, curiously gathering around. Can they be analyzed? Elderly Ming Shan inquired. It should be feasible. The head of the research institute, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair clad in a lab coat, also exhibited keen interest in the elixirs. However, given their status as artifacts, our testing procedures will prioritize non-destructive methods, which may prolong the analysis time. The old man adjusted his glasses. No problem. Non-destructive analysis is optimal. If we cannot analyze them directly, we can utilize these for study. Elderly Ming Shan produced a small box containing fragments discovered near the elixirs at the bottom of the furnace during excavation. No larger than a grain of rice, which had fallen off. This will suffice. Then I leave it in your capable hands. After the instructions were conveyed, the group hastened away, turning directly towards their destination, determined to locate the relic before autumn's arrival. Should they indeed uncover a second relic here, it would undoubtedly be a momentous discovery. As their vehicle departed, elderly Ming Shan and his companions left the research institute behind. Meanwhile, the researchers, gazing at the numerous elixirs they had been left with, began to murmur in wonder. Ha ha ha, after testing so many items, this is truly unprecedented. Ancient elixirs. All right, let us not get too carried away. Be cautious. These elixirs are remnants from over 2,000 years ago. The first emperor. Who would have imagined that those of us in this line of work would one day have ties to the first emperor? The researchers animatedly discussed, yet after conducting their checks and confirming everything was in order, they ultimately placed the elixirs into a designated laboratory. The elixirs were indeed precious, but the laboratory was burdened with numerous tasks that required attention. They needed to clear the backlog of previous tasks before they could dedicate time to studying these elixirs. Click point one by one, figures departed from the cold laboratory. The once serene and pristine room reverted to its original tranquility. The cool air surged into the room through the new ventilation system, while the 24-hour constant temperature air conditioning ensured the laboratory remained perpetually stable in temperature and humidity. Time passed moment by moment. From noon to afternoon, from afternoon to dusk, and then into the deep night. The lights in various testing rooms flickered off. The patrolling security guards switched on the lights in the security room, idly observing the surroundings of the research institute. Perhaps out of boredom, or perhaps due to the lack of any incidents, the guards made several rounds of patrol, leaving a few to continue on their rounds while the others dozed off at their posts. The night was tranquil. Everything seemed as it always had been. However, in that deserted laboratory, Suddenly, a pair of bright pupils illuminated the stillness. These pupils, no larger than mung beans, emerged from a room adjacent to where the elixirs were stored. Squeak, squeak. They emitted soft cries, appearing somewhat excited. If anyone from the laboratory had been present, they would have easily recognized that it was a group of small white mice in their cages. They squeaked softly, filled with excitement, incessantly gnawing at the sturdy iron bars. Outside the laboratory, a flock of birds descended, and several owls spread their wings, landing on the edges of the laboratory windows, their deep-set eyes slowly gazing into the laboratory's interior. Additionally, numerous animals emerged around the laboratory. Whether mice, stray cats, insects, or abandoned dogs, they all cautiously approached the laboratory. Even the koi in the nearby pond began to flop about in the water, their bewildered and chaotic eyes yearning towards the distant laboratory. These animals carefully made their way toward the laboratory's interior. Yet, when the patrolling staff approached, all these animals fell silent at once. They crouched low to the ground, allowing the light to wash over them. Remaining utterly still, walking along the path outside the laboratory in his security uniform, the guard paused for a moment, gazing at the row of sparrows densely perched on the power lines, scratching his head in confusion. Was it just his imagination? It felt as though there were a rather large number of animals tonight. Chapter 42. The Modern Plague of Rodents. The night was as dark as ink, and the Western Ammonium Laboratory was silent. One by one, the animals began to converge from all directions around the laboratory, eye in the moonlight. Their naive eyes sparkled with intense desire and greed, their short and sturdy claws scraping against the ground as they advanced slowly. This was the instinct of life compelling them forward. Just as in the earlier scene amidst the mountains, they approached the laboratory. The world was enveloped in tranquility. The distant city shone brightly, and the corridor lights within the laboratory radiated their glow. Within the expansive laboratory complex, only a few security guards remained. Everything seemed exceptionally peaceful. However, if practitioners of chi cultivation truly existed in this era, they would undoubtedly perceive that the situation here had reached an extraordinary abnormality. The concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings was vastly superior to that of the areas nearby. The rich, kaleidoscopic spiritual energy had thoroughly enveloped this region. This was all due to the 9 elixirs brought by elderly Ming Shan. When they were still in the alchemical furnace, these elixirs had yet to take form, thus unable to disperse spiritual energy into the world. Yet now, as the wonders of the ancient era coalesced, these 9 elixirs naturally acquired the power of heaven and earth. Especially with Ying Zheng's complete manifestation, the potency of these 9 elixirs grew ever stronger. Previously, while within the museum, the presence of the alchemical furnace, cauldron, and various alchemical artifacts had shielded the emanation of spiritual energy, preventing its intensity from becoming overly pronounced. But now, having left the museum's protective confines and arrived near the laboratory, the aura radiating from these 9 elixirs became increasingly unrestrained. The 7-colored luminescence illuminated the heavens and earth, while the profound fluctuations surged forth like tidal waves, radiating in all directions. Even though these 9 elixirs have endured countless years of the elements and have been polished by the relentless passage of time, with their fluctuations diminished to less than 1%, they remain lethally potent in this era devoid of cultivators. The rich essence of heaven and earth permeates the surroundings. On this day, the myriad of flora and fauna near the laboratory experienced varying degrees of growth. Seeds that were once mere sprouts began to take root and sprout, trees that had turned yellow regained their verdant leaves, and the robust plants flourished even more, sprouting vibrant green shoots. Even the patrolling security personnel within the laboratory felt invigorated. As if they had been cleansed anew, how wonderfully refreshing their slumber was, and they felt inexplicably splendid today. In the security room, numerous patrolling officers stretched languidly. Alas, while humanity possesses unparalleled wisdom, it is shrouded by the mundane world, severing their connection to the essence of heaven and earth. Only those Navi creatures, lacking in enlightenment, can vaguely sense this tremendous boon. Like a deadly poison, no creature can resist. They instinctively follow the call. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chirp, chirp. Hisses mysterious waves of energy enveloped the vicinity as various animals gathered in the night, including mice, cockroaches, sparrows, and stray cats and dogs. All approached the laboratory cautiously. Yet, the towering buildings deterred many naive creatures, causing them to hover nearby, anxiously pacing, too fearful to draw closer. After an indeterminate time, one creature could no longer resist. It was a small green snake, about the thickness of a thumb, which had followed the archaeological team, including Li Mingshan, from the mountains to this location. During the beast tide, it had hidden beneath the museum's vehicle and returned to the ancient museum of Xianyang, remaining undetected ever since the torrential downpour of the jungle. The green snake had caught a glimpse of an otherworldly power that lingered in its innocent mind. Thus, after all other animals retreated, it, cloaked by the night, boldly ventured into the clothing of Li Mingshan and the other archaeologists, eventually burrowing into the vehicle. Although it sensed a tantalizing aura near the museum, it had never been this potent before. The green snake did not comprehend why the aura had vanished, nor did it know where to seek it. It could only curl up beneath the vehicle, hibernating in silence. After an unknown duration, it once again sensed the rich fluctuations of that aura. Therefore, it leapt from the vehicle, scaled a wall, and, enduring the bumps and allure, followed the source. Since then, it had circled the vicinity of the laboratory, waiting until now. Finally, the green snake could no longer contain itself. The lethal temptation made it momentarily forget its fear of the unfamiliar environment. It found a wall to climb, its sinuous body scaling upwards, allowing it to traverse a slender railing. The moment it crossed, several stray cats and dogs behind it fixed their gazes upon it, their green eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Moments later, they too took strides forward, attempting to advance towards the laboratory's interior. However, preceding them, airborne birds and black rats made their move. The former soared through the skies, while the latter harbored little fear. They squeezed through pipes, crevices, and various corners, desperately burrowing into the laboratory. Woof, 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 woof. Within the patrol team, a previously sprightly large dog suddenly barked into the darkness. The loud cry startled numerous security personnel awake. What happened? What was going on? They rubbed their bleary eyes and approached the large dog, only to have their pupils dilate in shock the next moment. In the distance, a swarm of shadows surged towards the laboratory, comprising stray dogs, stray cats, and countless rats and birds, all rushing madly towards them. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, the leading swarm of rats suddenly darted into the room, flooding in by the hundreds within mere breaths, sending the security personnel into a frenzy. Damn it! What is happening? How could there be so many rats? What on earth is going on? Several security personnel shouted, their bodies overwhelmed by the swarm of rats, the pungent stench nearly making them retch on the spot. Close the door! Close the door! Someone dashed forward to shut the door, but it proved futile, as countless rats emerged from every nook and cranny. Faucets, ventilation ducts, sewers, and even the toilets were inundated with a torrent of black rats. In the laboratory, several researchers engrossed in their work on laptops were abruptly interrupted when a sticky substance plopped onto one's face from the ceiling vent. Instinctively, they grabbed it, squeak, squeak, squeak. Gazing at the pitch-black, sticky rat in hand, the researcher nearly fainted on the spot. What is this? Damn. Chapter 43. The advancing green serpent, the growth path of modern cultivators. Countless rats flood into the laboratory. They emerge from every corner, infiltrating the pristine room. Not only that, but the laboratory's own white mice also seem to have gone mad, their eyes bloodshot, desperately gnawing at their cages, ramming their heads against the iron bars, showing no signs of stopping even as blood streamed from their mouths and their heads were battered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Have they gone insane? The laboratory staff stood dumbfounded, while the security personnel shivered at the sight of the black rats. They pulled out fire extinguishers and sprayed wildly at the frenzied rats, but how could they possibly stop them? Big Yellow, Big Yellow. In a moment of desperation, one security officer called out to his loyal companion. As trained security personnel, the large dogs were every bit as capable as police dogs. However, this time, their usually reliable partner showed no intention of responding. Turning around, they discovered that Big Yellow was charging, along with a pack of stray cats and dogs, madly crashing into one of the laboratory's doors. What is it doing? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of sounds echoed from afar, prompting the security personnel to turn and see a multitude of birds. Leading the charge were several massive owls, flapping their wings with all their might, crashing into the glass of the research institute. Crash! The tremendous impact left the birds dazed and bloodied, yet several large owls shattered panes of glass. Swooping into the room. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of birds surged into the laboratory, sending all present, security personnel and researchers alike, into chaos. What is happening? What is going on? Countless researchers screamed and scattered, with no time to spare for anything else, trembling in corners as they sought refuge from the ferocious beast tide. Amidst it all, the small green snake, one of the first to rush in, leveraged its slender form and repeated close encounters with the elixirs to locate the laboratory housing the 9 elixirs. The towering metal doors stood impervious. The small green snake hurled itself against them in vain, teeth lashed its tail and bared its fangs. Yet all attempts were thwarted by the iron door. Hissus, the small green snake hissed. Its breath's heavy. It raised its head, scanning the room, and finally spotted a passageway not far off. It was a wash basin, connected to all the water storage areas of the laboratory. The small green snake took a deep breath and plunged into the basin's pipe, meandering through the labyrinthine passages, guided by the intensity of the spiritual essence, until it finally circumvented the iron door and emerged from the wash basin within the laboratory. Hissus moonlight streamed down, casting a dim glow over the laboratory, illuminated only by a few instruments that remained on, emitting faint light, insignificant to the small green snake. Shaking off droplets of water, the small green snake swiftly made its way towards the table where the 9 elixirs were placed. Thud. Thud. Meanwhile, at the window of this room, several massive owls were desperately colliding with the glass, having already identified the elixir's location, and were frantically attempting to break in. As the small green snake appeared before its target, the owls shrieked in alarm. Hoot, hoot, hoot. Bang, bang. Crash. The immense glass, shaken violently by the collision with the owl, was a crucial area of the laboratory, composed of tempered glass that surpassed the ordinary panes found in security booths or the surrounding perimeter. No matter how forcefully the owl struck or struggled, it could not inflict even the slightest damage. Nearby, numerous other creatures, such as mice and sparrows, exhibited signs of distress, although they were oblivious to the nature of the room or the purpose of the 9 elixirs. The sight of the azure serpent slithering away was evidently a harbinger of ill fortune for them. Despite their diminutive size, they were unable to navigate through the narrow drainage pipes as the azure serpent could. Amidst all this, the azure serpent paid no heed, its focus entirely captivated by the elixirs before it. The 9 elixirs, now removed from their container, were placed within several glass vessels, seemingly on the verge of being studied. As it gazed at the 9 obsidian elixirs, every cell in the azure serpent's body seemed to scream with fervor, urging it to approach and devour them all. Without hesitation, the azure serpent advanced and forcefully nudged one of the glass vessels to the edge of the table. Bang! The glass shattered, and the elixirs tumbled to the ground. In that instant, a vast surge of ethereal energy erupted, akin to a tsunami, flooding the entire research facility. At that moment, all the animals abruptly ceased their movements, as if a stop button had been pressed, frozen in place. The numerous staff members of the laboratory were left bewildered, unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. What had occurred? Why had they suddenly become immobile? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the animals abruptly turned their heads and, as if possessed, raced frantically toward a particular area of the laboratory. Gurgles, squeaks, meows, woofs. What is happening? What is going on? The staff, in a state of panic, hurried to the monitoring room, shouting, "Quick, check what is happening." Where are they going? Upon hearing this, the personnel in the monitoring room regained their composure, hastily typing on keyboards to redirect the feed, and finally located the gathering point of the animals. It was Laboratory A301, the core of the research facility, now swarming with countless animals, all behaving frenziedly, crashing and biting at everything in sight. Bang! 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 What in the world? Witnessing the chaotic frenzy of the animals left the researchers utterly perplexed, at a loss for understanding the cause of such behavior. However, when they beheld the contents within the laboratory, their pupils dilated in shock. How had this serpent managed to enter? Chapter 44. A golden elixir consumed. The great Xia Azure Emperor, gazing at the azure serpent that meandered across the table and had just knocked over a glass vessel. All the staff in the laboratory felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. They recognized the contents of the glass vessels. They were indeed the elixirs brought from the Xi'an Museum earlier that day, rumored to have been unearthed from the Qin dynasty, each one of immense value. And the director had personally instructed them to expedite their research. Watching the azure serpent approach the fallen elixir on the ground, the staff were seized by terror. That was an elixir from the Qin dynasty. What was this snake planning to do? The potential loss would be catastrophic. Stop it. Yes, the staff shouted in unison, rushing toward the laboratory. However, unbeknownst to them, as a few personnel sprinted toward the laboratory, the small azure serpent had already toppled the remaining 8 glass vessels. Clink, 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 clink. 8 crisp sounds echoed as all the elixirs cascaded to the floor. Rich aura of ethereal energy burst forth, driving the animals outside into a frenzied state. Clear the way, move aside. The researchers reached the vicinity of the laboratory, eager to enter, but the sheer number of surrounding animals rendered their passage impossible. Inside the research facility, gazing at the 9 elixirs scattered across the ground, the small azure serpent hesitated momentarily, but ultimately dared not consume them all at once. Instead, it approached the elixir with the most potent aura and opened its mouth to swallow. Gulp! In the next moment, the elixir entered its belly. Moonlight streamed in, casting a faint glow from the laboratory's instruments. At that instant, nearly all the animals present widened their eyes in awe, as the luminous moonlight enveloped the azure serpent in a dreamlike radiance, a cascade of colorful glimmers emanating from its form. Blossoms of golden lotuses unfurled, and in that fleeting moment, an ancient figure seemed to materialize behind the azure serpent, adorned with a high crown and draped in flowing robes, gazing down upon the world with an air of solemnity. Though its features were obscured, its eyes seemed to pierce through the annals of time, steeped in the weight of history and the passage of ages. Observing this spectacle, the other animals appeared as if entranced. Lost in a state of disarray, devoid of consciousness, staring blankly as if stripped of their ability to think. A majestic aura swept through the air, and at that moment, not only the animals nearby but even those within a radius of several kilometers sensed a chilling, awe-inspiring presence. What was happening? Watching the myriad of animals in a daze, the multitude of staff remained oblivious to the unfolding phenomena, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Seizing the opportunity, they rushed forward, flinging open the door and tossing out those animals that attempted to slip in amidst the chaos. Hurry! Where is that azure serpent? They searched frantically, but how could they possibly locate the serpent's trace? All they found were shattered glass vessels scattered across the ground. 1, 2, 3. Only 8 remained. 9 elixirs, but one had been consumed. Gazing at the 8 remaining elixirs, the researchers felt a surge of despair. What in the world? What was the serpent doing consuming these elixirs? However, just as they were about to despair, the animals that had previously swarmed around the laboratory, both inside and out, seemed to regain their senses, their eyes clearing with newfound clarity. Yet this time, they did not exhibit the same fervor as before. Their eyes returned to their former bewilderment, gradually retreating from the laboratory. Even the large dog, barking, returned to its owner's side. What on earth was happening? As they beheld the departing animals and the disarray of the laboratory, the staff felt as though they were trapped in a dream. A cool breeze swept through. After a considerable time, they finally regained their composure and shouted in unison. Quick, move. Don't just stand there. Search, we must find that serpent. The head of security, in a state of agitation, leaped into action, swatting away a security personnel who had bent down to retrieve an elixir. What the hell are you doing, touching an ancient artifact with your bare hands? Hurry and notify the superiors. Leave it here, do not touch it. Let them handle it. The loss of an ancient relic was no trivial matter. They needed to review the surveillance footage to understand what had transpired. These animals were far too peculiar. Within the research facility, chaos ensued. Figures moved anxiously, reports were filed, and research continued. By the time the elderly director with a white beard received the news and answered the call, he was utterly bewildered. What? You say what? One of the 9 elixirs has been stolen? Wail, wail, wail. The sirens blared, and not long after, personnel from the Xi'an Police Department arrived, their lights flashing red and blue. utterly dumbfounded by the footage on the monitors. The director rushed over, panting, yet upon seeing the surveillance footage, he too was left in a state of confusion. Inside the laboratory, countless individuals stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, in a small drainage pipe outside the laboratory, the azure serpent that had consumed an elixir slowly emerged, making its way to a patch of greenery by the roadside. Turning to burrow into it, hiss hiss, the dense foliage began to sway with its arrival, as a powerful life force burgeoned within its form. The immense medicinal power was far beyond what a small azure serpent could currently absorb, overwhelming its senses, causing its head to droop as it succumbed to slumber. Hiss hiss, a gentle sound of breathing arose as the small serpent fell into a deep sleep. Simultaneously, the ethereal energy in the vicinity of the city began to converge here, almost as if drawn by an unseen force. The starlit sky cascaded down like silk ribbons, enveloping the azure serpent. Under the influence of this power, the surrounding grass flourished even more abundantly, and the serpent's form gradually began to elongate. Two small bulges began to emerge slowly from the head of the green serpent, as if something were about to break through its skin. After countless ages, the immortal elixir left over from the primordial era finally revealed its true power in the modern world. The very moment the green serpent swallowed the elixir, Ying Zheng, who had been waiting for a long time in the grand palace of the Qin dynasty, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Has the condensation been successful so soon this time? His eyes shone with brilliant light, and Ying Zheng was filled with immense delight. However, when he heard the myriad of notification sounds echoing in his mind, he was immediately taken aback. The foundation building pill has successfully condensed, but why is it still the first marvel of the ages? Chapter 45. The Essence of Incense, the Path of Fate, Modern Archaeological Excavation. In the silent hall, Ying Zheng wore a puzzled expression, momentarily stunned by the information flooding his mind, in the flow of modern time. Numerous police officers and researchers stood agape before the surveillance footage, bewildered by the shattered equipment and glass strewn across the ground, utterly clueless as to the cause of the chaos. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains, one of the instigators of this incident, the elderly Li Mingshan, remained oblivious to it all. At that moment, he was leading his archaeological team, traversing the night in their vehicle, arriving at the location marked on their map. Is this truly the site of the Great Qin Black Ice Terrace? Surrounded by towering mountains and lush greenery, the elderly Li Mingshan and his team stepped out of the car, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Still immersed in excitement and exhilaration, the Great Qin Black Ice Terrace. Gazing into the distant, dark forest, the elderly Li Mingshan and the other archaeologists had their eyes sparkling with anticipation. This must be the place. Among the team, a young man rushed forward, eagerly connecting his laptop to a USB drive. He wore thick glasses and sported a standard half-inch haircut, exuding the typical nerdy scholar vibe. His name was Liu Baizhou, a graduate of the archaeology department at Jiangnan University who had been fascinated by archaeology since childhood, often wandering through museums. He had once participated in a relic investigation during his university years, where he met the elderly Li Mingshan, and thus, upon graduation, he chose to join the ancient Xianyang Museum. Liu Baizhou opened the files and maps on his computer, comparing them meticulously, his breath quickening. This is it. According to ancient texts, when compared with modern maps, the approximate location should be in this area ahead, northeast of ancient Xianyang. Adjusting his glasses, the young man's eyes gleamed with excitement. This area was recorded as a forest during the Qin dynasty. Although it still is, due to thousands of years of terrain shifts and tectonic movements, it has undergone numerous changes. The locations marked on ancient maps have also shifted. It is uncertain where they have relocated. But they should still be nearby. Beside him, another team member retrieved a computer, gathering substantial data, and quickly spoke up. According to recent records, there have been no large-scale earthquakes in this area. Over the past few millennia, only minor shifts have occurred, so it should be relatively stable. There are also no signs of Tomb Raiders' activities. Upon hearing this, all the archaeologists present gasped in excitement. No significant geological issues, right here. No traces of Tomb Raiders. This is a truly fantastical beginning. The Black Ice Terrace organization has never been documented in history. Although many in modern times have exaggerated their prowess, archaeological excavations have consistently failed to uncover any relics related to the Black Ice Terrace. Only fragments of information from ancient texts have occasionally surfaced, and even those are exceedingly rare. Before the extensive compilation of modern texts, very few were aware of its existence. Mysterious, powerful, and noble, this is the authentic record of the Black Ice Terrace. And the scant information surrounding it imbued it with an ethereal allure. Initially, even they could not ascertain whether the Black Ice Terrace truly existed, but now, they actually have the chance to discover records pertaining to the Great Qin Black Ice Terrace. Furthermore, it was even ordered to be constructed by Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. How could this not spur action among Li Mingshan and the others? The discovery of the ancient relics related to alchemy was already astonishing. If they could indeed find records about the Great Qin Black Ice Terrace here, it would surely upheave the entire archaeological community of Great Xia. As night deepened, after a long and arduous journey, they were utterly exhausted, yet in the face of such temptation, who could resist? No archaeologist could sleep. Director, let us set off, in the team, someone urged impatiently, and without hesitation, Li Mingshan led everyone boldly into the forest. The large searchlights illuminated the undergrowth. That night, the members of various archaeological teams hardly rested, and under the moonlight, they searched through the forest for an entire night. It was only when the sun rose high the next day that they finally paused. Unfortunately, they found no relevant traces. Yet this did not dishearten the group. Discoveries in archaeological research are seldom straightforward, and the crucial point was that while they had not found any relics, they also encountered no signs of Tomb Raiders' activities, which was a significant boon for their excavation efforts. Often, the destruction caused by Tomb Raiders is far more severe than the passage of time. Moreover, the terrain here is stable, with minimal rock movement. Before the campfire, gazing at the map on the computer, Li Mingshan chewed on some rations, his expression brimming with joy. This is excellent news for our excavation positioning. After swallowing his food, Li Mingshan stood up again. I'll go take a look around. You all rest for now, there's no need to rush. All right. The forest was lush, shrouded in moisture. However, the following hours passed with Li Mingshan and the others searching tirelessly, but still, they found nothing to be why evening. They regrouped and set up camp. They scattered a circle of lime around their encampment to deter insects and rodents, and everyone gathered their findings from the day, marking them on the map. The eastern region had been partially searched, as had the west, but the southern area posed some challenges. The rugged cliffs made it impossible to explore, and the northern area had a swift river that was temporarily inaccessible. Liu Baijiu slurped noodles, sketching on the map, no need to rush. We'll find it slowly. We have plenty of time, Li Mingshan nodded, also eating noodles, his graying hair shimmering like starlight by the campfire, his aged face steady. Tomorrow, we will split into 2 teams. One will search below the cliffs, while the other will investigate the river. Safety must be our priority. All right. The group did not exhibit excessive impatience. Archaeological research is never a swift endeavor, without ample patience. Discoveries are impossible. You young lad, encountering such a significant event on your first field exploration, what luck! An older team member jested at Liu Baijiu. Indeed, fortunate. If only I could find something. Haha, it's not that simple. Let us get some sleep. The group shared light-hearted banter before settling into their sleeping bags. The long journey and a day of searching left their minds weary, and soon they were fast asleep. However, unbeknownst to them, not far from their camp, in a secluded valley, a faint ethereal azure smoke began to swirl. This shimmering smoke was neither dense nor clear, invisible to the ordinary eye, and even among true practitioners. Only a select few could discern its vague outlines. Yet, if Li Mingshan could see it, he would recognize that this azure smoke resembled the very mist that had enveloped him when he first uncovered the relic of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The same faint blue haze that had washed over him. This was the essence of the ancient Qin dynasty's fate, the core element used by Yingzheng to protect the ancient relics from decay. It spiraled through the valley, coalescing over countless millennia, unbroken and undispersed, having circulated through this forest for an unknown number of days and nights. This time, perhaps because of Li Mingshan's previous encounter with this azure smoke during his investigation of the relics, one wisp of that ancient smoke gently drifted out. Like a mist, formless and intangible, it descended upon the ground, unseen by all. The ethereal smoke, intangible, rose like incense, and ultimately, it slowly permeated the bodies of those present. Feeling this familiar essence, Li Mingshan instinctively furrowed his brow in his dreams. Chapter 46, The Second Marvel of the Ages. What? You say the house was robbed? What did you say? The elixir at the research institute was stolen? Early morning. The dawn light began to break. The sky still bore the hues of dawn, when an exclamatory voice erupted from the depths of the jungle. The resounding timbre startled a multitude of slumbering birds, setting the leaves rustling in a cacophony. How could you inform me of such a significant matter only now? And is it even possible for elixirs to be stolen from the research institute? In the archaeological camp, the elderly Li Mingshan gripped his phone, his usually serene visage marred by an unusual flicker of anger. After a blissful night's sleep, he had barely awakened when a call from the institute informed him that the 9 elixirs of the first emperor, which he had entrusted to their care, had been pilfered. Stunned at first, Li Mingshan's incredulity swiftly morphed into fury. What kind of absurdity was this? He had toiled tirelessly in search of historical relics. And now, not only had he found nothing, but his own home had been robbed as well. We have been attempting to reach you since yesterday, but you did not answer, came the weary voice from the other end. The Research Institute's director explaining with a rueful laugh. Opening his call log, Li Mingshan discovered over 100 missed calls from the previous day, spanning from dawn till dusk. Had he been too engrossed in excitement to hear them? Pressing his fingers to his temples, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pondered the matter. How could such a precious elixir, the first of its kind fully unearthed in the history of the Great Xia, have been stolen from the institute? On the line, the director's voice conveyed a bittersweet grin. The circumstances are rather bizarre, and you may find it hard to believe, but it is the truth. Subsequently, the director recounted the events of that fateful night. Initially, the tale seemed plausible, but when Li Mingshan learned that a snake had absconded with the elixirs, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that a snake made off with the elixirs? Within the Research Institute? Indeed, it sounds preposterous, yet that is the situation as it stands. We are currently investigating the matter, the director replied, exuding a sense of futility. The day's events had been surreal. Without the surveillance footage, no one would have believed it. Countless birds and innumerable stray cats, followed by thousands of mice, had surged into the institute, creating a scene so shocking that many staff members remained in a state of disbelief. Burning incense daily in homage. Was this an act of vengeance from the lab mice that had previously sacrificed themselves for science? One researcher, whose face had been besieged by mice, had taken 2 weeks of sick leave. Seemingly heading off to seek guidance from a celestial master the following day, Li Mingshan sighed. Pressing his temples as he exhaled deeply, he yearned to refute this bizarre narrative. But the memory of the beast tide that had once swept through the mountains lingered in his mind. Beneath the torrential rain, he recalled the glimmering green eyes. How eerily similar was this scene? But why had such a phenomenon manifested? Could it be related to the elixirs? It is not an issue with the elixirs. The director interjected. Immediately after the incident, we analyzed their composition. The majority consisted of carbonized materials, along with various trace elements, and nothing appeared amiss. Furthermore, the animals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, dispersing within mere minutes. If the elixirs are not at fault, then what is the reason behind this? Li Mingshan mused, increasingly exasperated. Each elixir had undergone millennia of refinement, embodying immeasurable archaeological and cultural value, far beyond what could be quantified in monetary terms. And now, they had been consumed by a snake. The director, aware of the gravity of the situation, could only offer a rueful smile. Director Li, this incident reflects our negligence. We never anticipated such an occurrence. We will exert every effort to locate the azure serpent that devoured the elixirs. Yet, what good would it do to find it? Li Mingshan longed to voice this sentiment, but ultimately settled for a resigned sigh. He had collaborated with the director on numerous occasions, considering him a friend. The peculiarity of the situation was indeed unforeseen. Very well, but moving forward, we must ensure the protection of the remaining 8 elixirs. There can be no further mishaps. Yes, yes. After reiterating his instructions, Li Mingshan finally ended the call, turning to the throng of gathered team members, rubbing his temples as he recounted the tale. What? The team members, having absorbed the news, stood momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Yet, despite their dismay, the search must continue. Fortunately, 8 elixirs remained. Losing one without reason was indeed disheartening. In the ensuing days, the team diligently scoured the area. Perhaps out of guilt for the lost relics, The institute promptly dispatched a wealth of supplies and the latest models of detection instruments to Li Mingshan. Alas, despite the utility of these tools, they still failed to uncover the location of the relics. For over 10 days, Li Mingshan and his team combed every nook and cranny of the nearby forest, yet they returned empty-handed. This was inexplicable. The sun blazed overhead as they trudged through the dense thicket, wiping sweat from their brows, their faces bronzed by the sun, surrounded by the incessant chirping of cicadas. I shouldn't be so elusive. Lu Baizhou mused, clutching the map as he wandered the path. A look of confusion etched across his face. Their search had yielded no results in their quest for the relics. They had traversed mountains and rivers, even fording the great river to scout the opposite bank for any signs. Yet, they found nothing of value. The forest resembled any other, devoid of distinction. Were it not for the vivid dreams of the Qin dynasty that haunted their sleep each night, one might assume they were merely in a common woodland. "What kind of dreams do you have?" Lu Baizhou inquired into the radio, surveying his surroundings. "In my dreams, I often see a figure seated upon a throne, garbed in a long robe, ruling over all, with a great sun rising behind him, exuding an aura of authority. I too have dreamt of the first emperor." Another team member's voice chimed in over the radio, their tone tinged with humor. "In my dreams, he flies through the air, wielding a myriad of swords that dance about him." As Lu Baizhou continued his search, he chuckled at the absurdity of their dreams, attributing it to their day's thoughts manifesting in the night. However, a prolonged silence from the radio ensued, only broken by the static of electrical interference. Glancing at the radio, Lu Baizhou paused in confusion. What was happening? Was the radio malfunctioning? Chapter 47. The mountains not found on the map, the jade stone meditation mat. This is new. The jungle was dense, and as Lu Baizhou tapped the radio in frustration, he furrowed his brow. The remote location hampered their signal, necessitating the use of this radio for communication. This model was the latest, capable of transmitting over vast distances with strong reception. Yet now, zzz, as the radio crackled. Lu Baizhou sighed at it seemed to have malfunctioned. Gazing into the distance at the forest, he hesitated, but ultimately decided to press on. Having come this far, he would venture further. Consulting the map, Lu Baizhou cautiously proceeded ahead. Towering trees loomed above, with the surrounding area teeming with small creatures. His stamina was commendable. Years of mountaineering and a passion for outdoor exploration made navigating the terrain manageable with the map in hand. However, as he ventured deeper, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. How could there be a river? Rugged rocks framed a small creek that quietly meandered before him, its modest width of only a few meters making it inconspicuous. Yet, this waterway was conspicuously absent from the map. This doesn't add up. Gripping the map, Lu Baizhou furrowed his brow. This map, a recent high-definition edition produced by the Great Xia Geographical Institute, was meticulously crafted for national research institutions. Derived from high-resolution satellite scans, it could pinpoint even the arrangement of trees. So how could a river simply appear here? Continuing forward with a furrowed brow, it wasn't long before Lu Baizhou was astounded. For before him lay not merely an unexpected river. Amidst the towering peaks and encircling mountains, this area, as depicted on the map, ought to be a verdant valley nestled within a jungle, a hillside of a grand mountain, or perhaps the periphery of a mountain range. Yet, at some unknown point in time, a majestic mountain range has inexplicably emerged before him. This mountain range rises magnificently, adorned with a plethora of lush vegetation, its summit revealing layers of exposed shale, standing resolutely in his direct line of sight. What is happening? Why is there a mountain here? Lowering his gaze to scrutinize the map once more, he confirmed that his eyes were not deceiving him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked up again. Indeed, it is a mountain. Lu Baizhou's pupils constricted in shock. What could this mean? Why is there a mountain range here? His expression turned grave. This was the most precise map of the Great Xia in existence. Why was there no record of it? He hastily retrieved his phone, opening the previously cached map, only to find that it still depicted this area as a jungle, devoid of any trace of a mountain. The sun blazed overhead, golden rays cascading down upon the verdant forest, teeming with life and the sounds of insects. Yet, at this moment, Lu Baizhou felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him. What was the meaning of this? Why was there no record on the map? Could it be a military base? No, that was implausible. This location was far too remote, alarmingly so, with logistical supply exceedingly arduous, not to mention the fragile and unstable rocks. This could not possibly be a military installation. So what exactly was this place? Why was there no record of it? Cautiously, Liu Baijiu advanced, eager to observe and capture images, only to discover that all instruments had ceased functioning, devoid of any signal. Not only was his phone inactive, but even his communication devices and compass had lost their efficacy. As he pressed on, his phone, which had still been capable of taking photographs, became a mere blur. Utterly useless. How could this be? Liu Baijiu furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss, his heart racing. Suddenly, as he moved forward, a faint sound from the river piqued his interest. What was that? The water was crystal clear, transparent as a mirror, revealing numerous fish swimming within one particular area. An immense school of fish had inexplicably gathered. It was a small pool, nestled beneath an ancient tree, where hundreds of fish leaped about as if vying for something. Even as Liu Baijiu approached, they showed no signs of retreating. Some even darted towards him, slapping their tails in agitation. This scene left Liu Baijiu increasingly astonished. Cautiously, he waded into the water, picked up a stick, and ventured deeper into the throng of fish. After some time, he finally made a remarkable discovery. At the very center of the fish school lay a translucent jade stone. Jade? Liu Baijiu's pupils dilated in excitement as he rushed forward, gingerly retrieving the stone. The jade was pristine white, pleasantly cool to the touch, approximately half a meter in length. Though not particularly heavy, measuring only a few inches thick, it was evidently of the finest mutton-fat jade. Most importantly, the stone bore distinct carving marks, intricate patterns intertwining and culminating in a hazy image on one side. This is a meditation cushion. Liu Baijiu's breath quickened, his heart thundering in his chest. Why was there a meditation cushion here? And crafted from mutton-fat jade, no less. As an archaeologist, Liu Baijiu possessed an innate sensitivity to ancient artifacts, and the moment he laid eyes on the jade cushion, he felt an instinctive certainty that it was by no means a modern object. Clutching the jade cushion, he took out a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. He discovered that the cushion featured numerous patterns, though they appeared too ancient, having been smoothed by the river's flow, rendering some of them indistinct. Yet, the remaining details still hinted at the grandeur of yesteryear. Was this the only one? No, perhaps there were more. His heart raced fervently as Liu Baijiu's eyes sparkled with determination. He hurriedly continued along the river, searching fervently. Before long, he indeed found another congregation of fish upstream. Splashing through the water, Liu Baijiu shooed the fish away, peering closely to reveal yet another massive meditation cushion. In comparison to the first jade cushion, this one was significantly larger, even more ancient and weighty, exuding an aura of time-worn grandeur that made it feel almost too heavy for him to lift. Another one. What was happening? Why were there jade meditation cushions here? The jungle lay silent, the river flowed clear, and countless fish swam nearby. Liu Baijiu's breath quickened as he discerned faint markings beneath the cushion. Markings? They bore a striking resemblance to text. Upon realizing this, Liu Baijiu's eyes lit up. He swallowed hard, dismissing any fear as he hurriedly set down the cushion and exerted all his strength to lift it. The scent of age and the marks of time washed over him, as if it had lain here for an eternity. The cushion's underside was encrusted with moss and water plants, clearing the vegetation. He examined the area closely, and to his astonishment, he indeed uncovered engraved writing beneath the jade cushion. This is small seal script. Gazing at the characters, Liu Baijiu's breath quickened. Each character was impeccably crafted, appearing as if machine-etched. Yet, under the sunlight and flowing water, they shimmered with a faint radiance, as though an ancient being were gazing down from the ethereal realms. On the underside of the jade cushion, the text was sparse, comprising only 3 simple lines. Xian Qin Haibing Tai Tian Wu? Xian Qin? Haibing Tai? Tian Wu? The overwhelming impact left Liu Baijiu momentarily dizzy, staggering backward a few steps before barely regaining his balance. Staring at the inscriptions on the jadestone surface, he felt as though he could hear his own blood surging wildly. Xian Qin? Haibing Tai? Tian Wu? Could it be that this is the very location of the second relic of the first emperor? Chapter 48. The Crown Prince Jing enters the void alone? A shocking revelation for future generations. His heart raced wildly. The relic of the first emperor might indeed be right here. Liu Baijiu gazed upon the verdant mountains, the picturesque landscape, and the babbling streams. The ancient text, engraved upon the jade stone, bore the marks of frost and time. Although the patterns on the jade had faded and dulled under the passage of time and the flow of the river, the inscriptions at the bottom remained robust and resonant. Merely gazing upon these characters evoked the splendor of Haibingtai, unparalleled in the world. This could very well be the site of the first emperor's relic mentioned in historical texts. Exclamation point. Gulp. Liu Baijiu swallowed hard, feeling lightheaded, his blood coursing rapidly, even his eardrums seeming to thrum in response. The river flowed serenely. The sun cast its golden rays down, the fish danced in the ethereal, crystal-clear waters, and the babbling stream mirrored the sky and the sun's brilliance. Moments later, Liu Baijiu finally regained his composure. He must urgently relay this news to others. Without hesitation, he picked up the smaller cushion and dashed back along the path he had come. As he ran, he fervently adjusted his signal, striving to communicate everything he had discovered. This could very well be the location of the second relic of the first emperor. It was imperative to inform others immediately. Time flowed on. As afternoon turned to dusk, the sun's golden glow gradually enveloped the vast jungle. Elderly Mingshan returned to the camp, weary and disheartened after yet another fruitless day. Have you found any news? Within the camp, numerous archaeologists had gathered around a campfire, consuming portable food, their faces weary and drawn. In response to Elderly's inquiry, they shook their heads, their expressions bleak. We found nothing. There are no traces of the first emperor's relics. We have thoroughly searched the northern regions today, and there is absolutely no sign. Alas. Elderly Mingshan sighed, slowly lowering himself to the ground, his white hair appearing somewhat disheveled in the firelight. He picked up a bowl of instant noodles, tearing open the seasoning packet and pouring in hot water. Take your time. The others nodded, their spirits dampened. They had been scouring this area for many days with no success, uncertain if the first emperor's relics truly existed here. However, they had been experiencing an increasing frequency of dreams lately, often filled with visions of the Qin dynasty. Indeed, one thinks by day, one dreams by night. Elderly Mingshan nodded, having also been plagued by strange dreams, where shadowy figures meditated amidst the mist. Dressed in garments reminiscent of the Qin dynasty, Mingming sat cross-legged atop the mountain peak, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being, while behind him lay a road that resembled a pillar reaching towards the heavens. Shaking his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, the elderly Li Mingshan opened a packet of instant noodles, preparing to savor the meal when a slight furrow of concern crossed his brow. What's amiss? Has Baijiu not returned yet? Upon hearing this, the others in the group realized with surprise that Liu Baijiu, the youngest member, was still absent. Typically, he was the first to set off in the morning and the first to return in the evening. There were even occasions when he would gather firewood and prepare meals in anticipation of the others' return. However, it was indeed unusual for him to be so delayed today. He hasn't returned yet. Since this afternoon, Baijiu's communicator had been silent. Could something have gone awry? A middle-aged man in the group furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with worry. The atmosphere grew tense among the others. Liu Baijiu had only recently joined the museum and had participated in only a few expeditions, though he was physically capable. One couldn't help but fret over his safety. Li Mingshan also frowned and set aside his noodles. The dark and foreboding night in the mountain forest was anything but tranquil. Wild wolves and boars roamed frequently, with the latter becoming particularly rampant in recent years. A mere encounter could spell trouble. Taking a deep breath, Li Mingshan was about to lead the group in search of Baijiu when suddenly, an excited shout erupted from outside. "Director! Everyone! I found it! I found it!" The jubilant voice echoed from a distance. Recognizing the familiar tone, the group looked up to see a figure rushing towards them. It was none other than Liu Baijiu. "Baijiu!" Li Mingshan exclaimed in delight, quickly rising. "Why have you returned so late? You mustn't wander alone in the forest for such an extended period." Okay. Liu Baijiu responded excitedly as he hurried over. Though his gait was somewhat unsteady, and his appearance was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and cradled in his arms was what appeared to be a large white stone. This stone? Baijiu, Li Mingshan began to inquire. But Liu Baizhou rushed forward, brimming with enthusiasm. Director, everyone, I've discovered the second relic of the first emperor. I've found the items recorded in ancient texts. Look at this, it's the trace of the second relic. The group stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend. Yet Liu Baizhou paid them no heed, fervently recounting his afternoon's adventures. Malfunctioning instruments, uncharted mountains, swimming fish, jade cushions, and black ice platforms. As they listened, the group's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You found the second relic? Li Mingshan hurried forward, seizing the jade stone from Liu Baizhou's embrace. The stone was heavy, weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds. It was indeed the reason for Baizhou's delayed return. Incredible. It's truly an artifact from antiquity, Li Mingshan exclaimed, examining the jade with a magnifying glass and flashlight. Moments later, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The others quickly gathered around, their expressions turning to shock as they closely inspected the stone. As archaeologists, they recognized the significance of artifacts. Though the stone appeared smooth, faint patterns remained in several crevices. While they were no longer easily discernible, the light revealed that the designs were certainly not of this era and bore a striking resemblance to those from the Qin dynasty. Moreover, within that river, there lay a piece of jade inscribed with characters and small seal script, adorned with patterns from the Qin dynasty. Liu Baizhou spoke with fervor. Upon hearing this, the group's breaths quickened, their excitement palpable. Patterns from the Qin dynasty? What are we waiting for? Let us go. Without further delay, they abandoned their meals and fatigue, swiftly gathering their equipment and sprinting into the depths of the mountains. The powerful searchlights illuminated the jungle, and after a vigorous pursuit, they finally arrived at the stream where Liu Baizhou had been earlier, just past midnight. The gentle flow of the stream shimmered with a tranquil radiance under the night sky. Countless fish lay quietly in the river, but as the searchlights illuminated them, they scattered in fright. Li Mingshan and the others leapt into the water, eager to search. Before long, they indeed discovered the presence of the jade. It truly existed. The group erupted in excitement, hastening forward as their flashlights shone upon the jade cushion below. Indeed, ancient characters, neatly inscribed, each stroke deeply etched into the stone, fierce and commanding, enduring the ravages of time, emanating an air of ancient authority. Here, was it truly a relic left by the first emperor? They had found it? The archaeologists trembled with exhilaration, exchanging glances filled with elation and amazement. Onward, they urged, disregarding their fatigue as they followed the river upstream in search of more artifacts. Soon, they uncovered even more jade objects. Some were jade cushions, others jade vessels, and there were additional small, intricately carved jade items. While not all were intact, several displayed clear and exquisite carvings, tiger dragons, mythical birds, and colorful phoenixes. There was no mistaking it. These were indeed patterns from the Qin dynasty. This location could very well be the remnants left by the first emperor, under the glow of their lights. Li Mingshan breathed heavily, gazing at each artifact, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Everyone, over here, over here. Quickly, come see. There's a jade stele. A jade stele. The group gasped in delight. They knew that within relics, stele often served as records. Hastily wading through the water, they indeed discovered an ancient jade stele beside him. The stele bore the marks of time, overgrown with moss, making it difficult to spot unless one had keen eyesight. However, the most crucial detail was that beneath the moss, several lines of small characters were inscribed. It truly existed. The group breathed heavily, hastily peeling away the moss for a closer look. Li Mingshan began to softly read aloud. In the first year of the celestial Qin, the Zhao and Chu kingdoms invaded, causing turmoil among the ministers, and dark clouds enveloped the celestial Qin. To quell the chaos of the realm, Prince Zheng ventured into the void, treading the heavens to attain the celestial path, gathering the Qi practitioners from the expanse of Xianyang. This stele is inscribed to commemorate the everlasting legacy. Chapter 49. The Ancient Relic, standing at the doorway of heaven and earth. The Prince Zheng ventured into the void, treading the heavens to attain the celestial path. The ancient text, imbued with grandeur, resonated with a historical torrent that swept over them, leaving them almost dizzy with awe. There was indeed history, there were truly relics. That ancient text was not mere folklore, but a genuine record. The relics of the first emperor, the relics of the first emperor. Ha ha ha, this is real. Our search these days was not in vain. There are indeed relics here. Within the group, countless individuals brimmed with excitement. Li Mingshan was no exception, breathing rapidly, his expression animated, nearly unable to rise from the steel, fearing that it all might be an illusion. He automatically dismissed the notions of deities and immortals inscribed upon it, not believing in such exaggerations, understanding that ancient peoples had a penchant for embellishment. What truly convinced Li Mingshan was the record of the Zhao and Chu kingdoms' alliance against the Qin's borders prior to the first emperor Yingzheng's ascension. This event was documented. The internal strife within the Qin state also aligned with historical accounts. During the first emperor's youth, he was indeed powerless, facing immense challenges. Could it be that these tales of seeking immortality arose from such pressures? Was this relic constructed as a result? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes sparkling with insight. It was highly plausible. A nation under pressure, beset by internal and external troubles, with ministers in rebellion. The looming threat of the Six Kingdoms would weigh heavily. Such pressure would drive any ordinary person to madness. Modern individuals often seek escape from such circumstances. Even the first emperor, ultimately a mere mortal, could not be exempt from the common human experience. Continue onward. This river flows from the mountains ahead. There may be more to discover. Li Mingshan suddenly raised his head, his voice brimming with excitement. Yes, the group replied enthusiastically in unison, as expected. As they advanced, they uncovered even more jade artifacts along the path. Most of these items were related to the pursuit of immortality, including jade-carved swords, jade-formed daggers, and various jade plaques, intricately adorned with mysterious, almost immortal-like patterns. However, the most abundant were the jade cushions, scattered in great numbers near the river, with at least a dozen present. The objects at hand are meticulously carved from the finest jade, and even though they have been worn smooth by the relentless flow of water, they remain invaluable treasures. This revelation has stirred immense excitement and awe among the archaeologists. They have yet to uncover the main structure. Yet so many exquisite artifacts have already emerged. What could possibly lie within? A premonition stirs within them. The relics left by Emperor Qin Shi Huang may well surpass all previous discoveries in grandeur. The elderly Li Mingshan exclaimed with fervor. Yet, amid his excitement, a hint of doubt lingered in his heart, for he noticed that the lotus mats discovered in the river bore a striking resemblance to the figures of Qin dynasty individuals he had seen in his dreams. What could this mean? A mere coincidence? Why do they appear so alike? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Li Mingshan pressed on through the waters, focusing solely on the imperative task of locating the main relic. Only by discovering the core of these ruins could they ascertain the existence of Qin Shi Huang's legacy, whether it truly belonged to him, and if the enigmatic Haibingtai had ever existed in history. He retrieved his camera and phone, eager to capture the myriad wonders surrounding him, only to discover that, much like during the last excavation of Qin Shi Huang's relics, photography proved impossible here. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, why did these mountains not appear on any map? Was it perhaps due to the magnetic field? One member of the team, advancing ahead, responded. The magnetic disturbances here seem even more pronounced than before. Even professional compasses are rendered useless. Observations using specialized satellite imagery differ from regular lens-based satellites, relying instead on electromagnetic wave scanning for greater accuracy. Yet could these magnetic anomalies also introduce complications? The group nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the only plausible explanation. Beneath the cloak of night, they continued their pursuit, only to find themselves astonished when the river suddenly vanished beneath a colossal mountain range. The majestic mountains loomed in the night, illuminated by piercing white spotlights. Beneath the mountain lay jagged black boulders, remnants of fractured earth, while a serene, ethereal river flowed quietly among these stones. Was this the end of the river? The group gazed in astonishment. That moment, the distant sky began to shimmer with the first light of dawn. They had been traversing the mountainous terrain for an entire night, and, combined with their previous day's search, had gone a full day and night without rest. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of fatigue, their eyes shone brighter, their breaths came quicker. The river was deep, and the rocky debris beneath the mountains seemed to form an underground waterway, just barely passable for a person. An archaeologist submerged himself in the water, using a spotlight to inspect the depths, and soon declared, "I'll take a look." One team member, his voice steady, spoke up. He appeared to be in his 30s. At the height of youth, and was known for his exceptional swimming skills, having even won swimming awards during his university days. Li Mingshan hesitated. After such prolonged exertion, fatigue was setting in, and their strength was waning. The underground river twisted and turned, and no one could guarantee that no issues would arise. "Don't worry, curator," the archaeologist assured, patting his chest as he stripped off his clothes to reveal well-defined muscles. Flexing his arms, "My skills are absolutely reliable. Even calling in officers from the police station wouldn't yield anyone with better swimming ability. I can join too," Lu Baizhou chimed in eagerly. "Having grown up near a pond, he had learned to swim as a child, and my swimming skills are commendable. I can keep an eye on brother's son." Observing the two, Li Mingshan pondered for a long moment before resolutely agreeing. "Very well, but you must be cautious. Above all, prioritize safety. Rest assured." Lu Baizhou also removed his clothing, leaving only a spotlight on his head. In the ensuing moments, the group tied a rope around the two of them. "Baizhou, are you ready?" the archaeologist named Sun Yinliang inquired. "Ready? Tighten the rope," Lu Baizhou responded firmly. "Let us go." Splash! Splash! The sounds echoed as Sun Yinliang and Lu Baizhou dove in, one after the other. The river water was frigid. Despite it being summer, the underground river's current exuded a bone-chilling cold that made both Lu Baizhou and Sun Yinliang shiver, their senses heightened. The water was crystal clear, devoid of impurities, with excellent visibility, and the flow seemed relatively slow, making it an ideal spot for swimming. "Advance," Sun Yinliang signaled with a professional diving gesture. Although Lu Baizhou had not formally learned, he understood enough to nod in agreement and proceeded cautiously. Beneath the river, the rocks were rugged, and upon closer inspection, they revealed numerous irregular markings. The two understood that this was likely the result of geological shifts or mountain transformations that had created the underground river. The depth was not overly daunting, merely a little over 3 meters, and at the riverbed, there was a blank space allowing them to surface and breathe. The white spotlight illuminated their path as they observed and advanced without haste. Suddenly, both were jolted. They realized that the river ahead had abruptly quickened its flow, and the previously icy water was beginning to feel somewhat warm. Could this be the exit? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. And after exchanging a knowing glance, they surfaced for a deep breath before plunging back into the depths, propelling themselves forward at great speed. Whoosh! After approximately 10 seconds of swift movement, a glimmer of light pierced through the dark underground river, prompting the two to hasten their pace. Moments later, splash! Fresh air rushed into their lungs as they erupted from the underground river, the warm summer breeze caressing their faces. Had they emerged? They wiped the river water from their faces, paddling quickly as they surveyed their surroundings. However, in the next instant, they were rendered speechless. It appeared they had entered a valley, flanked by towering cliffs that rose almost perpendicularly, encircled by 4 colossal mountain ranges. Enclosing this place at its center, the morning light of summer cascaded down, painting the valley in picturesque beauty. Vibrant greenery flourished in every corner, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Schools of fish danced in the distant waters, creating an enchanting scene akin to a utopia. Yet, none of this was the source of their astonishment. What truly left them in awe was the grand entrance that lay directly before them. The most prominent feature of the valley, crafted from an unknown stone, it was immensely tall, towering at least 10 stories high, imbued with an ancient charm, adorned with intricate carvings. Countless stone pillars stood sentinel around it, each magnificent in stature, despite being partially enveloped in moss, still exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Colorful phoenixes fluttered, and true dragons coiled, with totems of mysterious birds intricately etched into the stone. This was the accumulation of ages, the essence of time itself, imbued with a certain antiquated spirit. The morning sun cast its rays from afar. Standing here felt less like confronting a mere entrance and more like standing before the celestial court. At the apex of this grand portal was a colossal plaque, inscribed with 5 ancient characters, weathered by time. Xian Qin Haibingtai. Time flowed quietly, illuminated by the dawn. The gates emerged from the depths of time. And at the far end of that endless timeline, still in an era yet to unfold, a clear voice resonated within Ing Zheng's mind. Detection of the wonder of legendary relics has been confirmed. The marvel of time is coalescing. Detection of temporal fluctuations from the future. Coalescence. Point 1. Chapter 50. I have endured hardships for Haibingtai. I have shed blood for Haibingtai. Detection of the wonder of legendary relics has been confirmed. The marvel of time is coalescing. Detection of temporal fluctuations from the future. Coalescence. Point 1. In the silent grand hall, illuminated by candlelight, beneath the bright moon, Ing Zheng sat at his desk, listening to the voice echoing in his mind. Exhaling a deep breath, he felt a whirlwind of multicolored energies encircle him, stirring gentle breezes. At last, has it begun? Gazing into the tranquil expanse of the universe, Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled with determination. His cultivation had now solidified at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from breaking into the sea observation realm. The term observation of the sea aptly describes the essence of this stage, where one embraces the myriad energies of the universe, aiming to expand a vast ocean within oneself for personal use. Upon reaching this realm, the energies of heaven and earth naturally adhere to the practitioner, imbuing every movement with immense vitality and spiritual essence. Only upon attaining the sea observation stage can one wield true treasures of significance. Prior to this, in the foundation establishment stage, there's simply isn't enough heavenly and earthly energy to utilize. In a sense, a true master of the sea observation realm can achieve a state of perpetual vitality, where turbulent rivers of spiritual energy flow within, transforming their lifespan, cultivation, and physical prowess dramatically, marking them as true experts. However, the path to promotion is far from straightforward. The vast Qin Empire, and indeed the world at large, offers scant opportunities. There is no need for haste. Patience is keys. Ing Zheng contemplated this. He set down his hands, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. What mattered more now was the wondrous passage of time. Currently, he found himself lacking in strength. Only upon the completion of the second marvel of time would he truly possess his own power. Detecting temporal fluctuations from the future. Convergence. Point 1. Detecting temporal fluctuations from the future. Convergence. Point 2. Detecting temporal fluctuations from the future. Convergence. Point 1. Listening to the faint chimes of the system resonating in his mind, a subtle radiance began to coalesce and swirl in the sea of his consciousness, gradually forming a vague silhouette. It bore a resemblance to the black ice platform in the valley, yet remained too indistinct. To solidify it would, after all, require considerable time. Taking a deep breath, Ing Zheng spoke in a low voice. Ren Shao. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the darkness, bowing respectfully. Your servant is here. What news from El Bouet, Madame Huayang, and Madame Xia? Ing Zheng inquired as he picked up a bamboo slip from the table. Ever since Ran Shao and Li Xian had completed the construction of the second marvel of time, he had assigned Li Xian to monitor the three factions led by El Bouet. After a period of cultivation, both Ran Shao and Li Xian had now reached the third level of foundational establishment. This strength was commendable even within the Qin Empire, without engaging in outright aggression. Merely gathering intelligence posed little issue. Moreover, following the events at the martial arts arena, the scrutiny from El Bouet, Madame Huayang, and the Empress Xia had notably diminished. Casting a casual glance around the prince's chamber, he noted the presence of several carefully selected guards. The numerous spies that had once surrounded him had long been eradicated. In light of this, it remained uncertain whether the three factions were preoccupied with their power struggles or simply indifferent to the presence of spies. As they had not made any further displays or sent additional scouts, this was a fortuitous development for him. An excess of spies would complicate matters, even if he were to eliminate them. With no further actions taken, Ren Shao answered respectfully. According to Li Xian's investigations, they remain embroiled in their power struggles. Ing Zheng nodded slightly, as he had anticipated. Although he had showcased some strength at the martial arts arena, his identity as a chi refiner allowed him only to safeguard himself. Before the three factions, he was ultimately too feeble. Yet, the future held different possibilities. Narrowing his eyes, Ing Zheng continued his inquiry. What of the battlefield between Zhao and Chu? At this, Ren Shao straightened slightly, responding respectfully. In response to your inquiry, there are no issues. Generals Meng Ao and Wang Jian are formidable commanders, fully prepared. Though the incursion from Zhao and Chu was sudden, they are unable to breach our defenses. However, It is evident that El Boué and the other factions intend to meddle in military affairs, which could lead to some losses. Just a few days ago, 2 cities fell to Zhao's General Sima Shang due to El Boué's interference in military matters. Losses are substantial. With a sudden flash of murderous intent in his eyes, Ing Zhang could hardly contain his anger upon learning of the actions taken by the 3 factions. In the chaos of war, fought for the nation and its people, how could the blood of soldiers be sullied by such despicable individuals? Drawing a deep breath, he forcefully quelled his rising fury. And what of the Black Ice platform? Everything remains as usual. However, since its completion, none have departed. Ren Xiao replied respectfully. Oh? Ing Zhang said, somewhat surprised. Even Imo Xiangzi has not left. In response to your inquiry, he has not. Ren Xiao confirmed. After the completion of the Black Ice platform's Celestial Gate, Ing Zhang had bestowed rewards upon the top 5 performers, granting them the cultivation method of the condensation of Dan. Almost all who received the method were driven to madness by its promise. Within mere days of acquiring the cultivation technique, several among the fortunate 5 had remarkably broken through to the realm of cultivators. The latest individuals had also successively advanced to foundational establishment within a week. Particularly notable was Tian Wu, who, having obtained an elixir, experienced an explosive increase in cultivation, directly entering the 2nd level of foundational establishment. Such a terrifying advancement left all present envious and awestruck. The realms that ordinary individuals could never hope to reach, even those that only existed in tales, became vividly real before them. Who could resist such a tantalizing temptation? Especially with the shocking scenes of multiple breakthroughs occurring in a single day, countless individuals were driven to frenzy. Under such circumstances, who could possibly leave? Even Imo Xiangzi, caught up in the overwhelming excitement, nearly wept in joy, having been stuck at the 1st level of foundational establishment for decades without any success. Now, after just a week of cultivation, the possibility of advancing to the 2nd level was within reach. What? You say the Imo family is among the 100 schools of thought? That they possess great depth? I beg your pardon. I am not acquainted. I have endured hardship for the Black Ice platform. I have shed blood for it. From now on, I shall be known as one of its 9 sages. Those who had not tasted the sweetness of the Black Ice platform were now consumed by jealousy. Once, they were all brothers on the same path, none superior to the other, yet now one had soared to become a cultivator. This was more painful than death. How could they possibly leave? Chapter 51. El Boué and Li Si of the Great Qin. In the face of all this, Ing Zhang merely smiled calmly. While he had anticipated that many would be reluctant to depart, he had not expected that not a single person would choose to leave. However, this was of little consequence. It simplified matters. These individuals were originally from sects, and although their talents varied, they were still superior to ordinary folk. Since they had cultivated the condensation of Dan, they would naturally be of service to him. And he need not worry about any ulterior motives. Given that they had chosen to remain, he could distribute portions of the cultivation methods for their practice. Caution is warranted. It is best to grant them only the first 2 levels for now, allowing them to continue their cultivation. Indeed, Ren Xiao, his eyes shining brightly, expressed no dissent. Those within the Black Ice platform were fervently engrossed in their training. Should he bestow the cultivation methods upon them, they would undoubtedly pursue their practice with fervor. In the subsequent period, Ing Zhang inquired about many matters, to which Ren Xiao responded with utmost respect. After a while, Ren Xiao took his leave. Gathering clouds, distant lightning flickered in the heavens, and the winds rustled through the courtyard, heralding an approaching storm. Approaching the window, he observed the curling wisps of azure smoke, mingling with the spiritual essence of the world. The distant thunderclouds surged, darkening the city. A gentle drizzle began to fall as Ing Zhang extended his hand, feeling the icy raindrops upon his palm. Clenching his fist, he listened to the persistent chimes resonating in his mind. Gazing at the distant thunderclouds, he momentarily lost himself in thought as the plush fabric of his black cloak fluttered in the wind. After a brief pause, he smiled lightly and returned to his desk. The candlelight flickered, the grand hall remained silent, and the vibrant hues of light swirled once more. Ing Zhang sat cross-legged upon the ground, resuming his slow cultivation. Thunder rumbled, wind and rain lashed together, and in the city of Xianyang, currents of intrigue flowed beneath the surface. Ing Zhang gathered strength here, awaiting the arrival of the future, anticipating the marvels of the second wonder of time. Meanwhile, in another grand hall, eyes opened amidst the gathering storm. Convening a meeting, this was a bright chamber. Flames flickered, and two figures, one black and one white, sat at a small table engaged in a game of strategy. The young man in white appeared to be in his 20s. With delicate features and a serene demeanor, dressed in a light white robe embroidered with silver threads, 3 jade pendants hanging from his waist. With a straight back and composed posture, he placed each piece with meticulous care, his expression grave and dignified. Opposite him sat an elderly man in black. He smiled, having surpassed 50 years, his aged eyes brimming with wisdom, his hair now a silver hue. Yet, his countenance remained sharp. The black and gold embroidered robe exuded solemnity and authority, and each smile conveyed a warmth reminiscent of a kindly elder. However, Li Si understood that to regard this elderly man merely as a gentle elder would be akin to misplaying a game of chess, leading to one's own downfall. The old man was named El Buwei, a remarkable figure who had risen from a merchant to stand above 10,000 in the Great Qin. The candlelight flickered softly. Li Si, playing with the black pieces, and the elder with the white, their pieces intersecting in a fierce contest, the board reflecting an intense struggle for dominance. Distant maidens knelt in respectful service, their gazes cast downward. After an indeterminate time, the white pieces gradually gained ground, encroaching upon the black, causing Li Si to take increasingly longer to contemplate each move. No need to rush. Take your time. In the stillness of the room, El Buwei chuckled, his voice aged, his sleeves drawn together, and his dark eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the fire. Have you heard about the matters concerning Lady Huayong? Regarding the return of the Prime Minister. I have indeed heard, Your Excellency, Li Si replied respectfully, hesitantly placing a piece on the board. The game was arduous now, yet not devoid of the possibility of success. What is your perspective? El Buwei retrieved a black piece, casually dropping it on the board, inquiring with a smile, his aged voice carrying a heavy authority. Lic did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he placed his piece in a corner of the board, simultaneously voicing, I dare not speak too freely, but I personally believe that we must not be overly complacent. Among the 3 factions, although the Prime Minister possesses immense power, sufficient to contend with 2, we must exercise caution. The Crown Prince, after all, is destined to be the future ruler. It is indeed unexpected that he has become a Qi practitioner. Unexpected, yet within reason, El Buwei smiled, stroking his beard, not dismissing the notion. Qi practitioners are rare. I truly did not anticipate that Zheng Heir would turn out to be one. However, it is prudent to remember that caution is a virtue. Yet, excessive caution is not the optimal strategy. With a decisive thunk, disregarding Li Si's arrangement, El Buwei slowly placed a white piece at the heart of the black pieces, continuing to consume the formation and expand his advantage. Lic was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for El Buwei's audacity to further extend his lead. He gritted his teeth and continued to strategize according to the Grand Dragon's situation. El Buwei smiled as he placed his pieces deliberately. When one is in a position of advantage, it is essential to further amplify that advantage. Caution is necessary, yet it is not the sole approach. His movements were deliberate, though devoid of contemplation. In contrast, each of Li Si's placements required thorough deliberation and consideration. A massive black dragon lurked under the onslaught of countless white pieces, its golden eyes gleaming, ready to shatter the encroaching white clouds and ascend to greatness. The white pieces, unyielding and extending for miles, descended upon the black dragon with undeniable force, compelling it to reveal its true form prematurely. Regardless of its roars, tumult, and struggles, it ultimately proved futile. In the end, Li Si placed the black piece back into the jar, exhaling deeply. Ultimately, a single misstep in strategy led to the dragon's demise and total defeat. Truly, the Prime Minister's chess skills are profound. I, as a younger generation, feel unworthy. Skill in chess is not the only measure. Sheer strength can shatter countless strategies. El Buwei chuckled, rising slowly. His every movement was natural yet exuded an indescribable air of authority. Akin to a towering mountain, Lic understood that this demeanor was cultivated through decades of political acumen and experience at the very core of power in the realm. El Buwei approached the distant window, prompting Lic to rise respectfully and follow. Gazing at the inky expanse of the city of Xianyang, El Bouet spoke with a smile. Tonggu, your chess skills are commendable, yet you are overly meticulous about details. Since you have already secured a significant advantage, why concern yourself with trifles? On the chessboard, the overarching trend itself is the sharpest spear and the sturdiest armor. With such armor and weaponry, why fret over the minor threats posed by the younger generation? Simply continue to expand your advantage. This left Li Si momentarily speechless. He had come today to discuss the implications of Ing Zheng being a Qi practitioner. Recently, Ing Zheng's slaying of two prominent generals from the Mi clan had stirred considerable unrest in Xianyang, and he sensed a looming crisis, hence his inquiry. The chessboard is but so vast. When you make your moves, I have already secured 90% of it. What harm does it do if that remaining 10% runs amok? Can it truly turn the tide? Faced with El Bouet's words, Li Si seemed inclined to object, yet ultimately could not conjure a fitting rationale, rendering him only able to bow respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. Your Excellency, I have learned much. Upon returning to the table, El Bouet clasped his hands within his sleeves, and a maid promptly cleared the chess pieces and served tea. The flickering candlelight mirrored in his aged eyes. And El Bouet maintained a serene smile. Lady Huayang has grown old, yet she dares to act against Ing Zheng. Heh, with such an overwhelming advantage, why resort to relying on Ing Zheng? One can lose the rice while trying to steal the chicken. He casually retrieved a bamboo slip and placed it on the table, indicating for Li Si to take a look. Here, Lic hurried forward, respectfully receiving it before slowly unfolding it. Moments later, his pupils contracted, and he abruptly looked up. Your Excellency, this is. Though it is not a county governor, it is close enough. Holding a cup of tea, El Bouet spoke calmly. Tonggu, the affairs of Qinzhong County are entrusted to you. Qinzhong County. Li Si's breath became heavy, his fists tightening beneath his wide sleeves, bowing deeply. Thank you for your cultivation, Your Excellency. Li Si's heart surged with excitement, but just as he was about to depart, he hesitated, pausing mid-step. Gritting his teeth, he turned, bowing respectfully, and inquired, Your Excellency, I still have a matter of doubt. Chapter 53. The bewildered modern crowd. You truly did not exaggerate. El Bouet did not lift his gaze, seemingly having anticipated this. Here, Li Si bowed, then, with some confusion, asked, What about the Crown Prince? Should we not concern ourselves with him? Why should we be concerned? El Bouet continued to sift through the bamboo slips in his hands, these being matters of governance from various counties in Xianyang. His role was to filter through them and present the significant ones to the monarch, yet now he was handling them entirely himself, leaving no detail overlooked. Extracting a brush, he casually remarked, Qi practitioners are ultimately but a lesser path. More crucial are Meng Tian and Wang Jian. Meng Tian and Wang Jian? Li Si shivered at the mention. He had long been aware of El Bouet's desire to intervene in military power, understanding that for a nation, the control of its army is paramount. However, how to seize military authority from Meng Tian and Wang Jian? Both were stalwart generals of the Qin, commanding formidable forces, and were particularly loyal. He had devised numerous plans, but found none satisfactory. Previously, Lady Huayang had even resorted to pressuring the two in the presence of Ing Zheng. Showcasing the difficulty of the task, it seemed El Bouet had no intention of conferring with Li Si on this matter, continuing to review the memorials before him. Understanding this, Li Si bowed respectfully and withdrew. The night was as dark as ink. Outside, the gentle rain pitter-pattered, seemingly amplifying the solitude within the hall. All the maidens knelt on the ground, afraid to raise their heads or speak. The candlelight flickered quietly. After some time, El Bouet finally finished reviewing the memorials. A maid approached respectfully, taking the documents away for distribution. Having completed the memorials, El Bouet did not rest but instead picked up a bamboo slip to peruse. It contained intelligence from the front lines regarding the battles between Meng Tian's forces and the Zhao kingdom. Observing the recorded losses of two cities and Meng Tian's furious words, El Bouet chuckled dismissively, ignoring it. Are preparations in place? Your Excellency, nearly all is ready. A servant, who had appeared behind him at some point, replied respectfully. Several generals are advancing towards Annan City in accordance with the plan, Melboy nodded. Once they have gathered, let us commence. Yes. The servant departed respectfully. The candlelight flickered softly. Gazing at the numerous battle reports in his hands, El Bouet's expression remained calm, yet his aged eyes sparkled with sharp, cold intensity. Indeed, In the current situation of the three factions, seizing military power from Wang Jian and Meng Tian would not be a simple endeavor. Almost everyone had their eyes fixed on this lucrative piece of meat. However, this upcoming clash between the two armies presented the perfect opportunity. The coronation ceremony was fast approaching, with only a few months left. Before then, he must amass sufficient strength, and no matter the cost, he could not let this opportunity slip away. All sacrifices were necessary. Gazing at the map detailing the Zhao army's movement routes, El Bui's expression remained indifferent. Should someone from Meng Tian's ranks witness the map in El Bui's hands, they would undoubtedly be horrified. For it revealed the advance route of the Zhao general Sima Shang. Though not entirely accurate or complete, it was a precious piece of intelligence. It could be said without exaggeration that this information could potentially alter the course of the battle. This intelligence should have been obtained at great peril by scouts under Meng Tian's command. Many of them likely perished in the pursuit of this intelligence. Yet, just as they returned to the camp, eager to report, they happened upon El Bui's confidant, dispatched to gather intelligence on Meng Tian. A fierce clash ensued. Faced with a Qi practitioner, how could the scouts stand a chance? They were swiftly overwhelmed. The next day, this intelligence appeared on El Bui's desk. The primary offensive route ahead was Annan City. Unexpectedly, Sima Shang does not disappoint. As a former citizen of the Zhao Kingdom, El Bui was well aware of the prowess of General Sima Shang, who was unmatched on the battlefield. If there was anyone who could contend with Meng Tian in direct combat, beyond Li Mu, it would be Sima Shang. Faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, how could El Bui afford to miss it? He acted promptly, sending his subordinates embedded within the army to lead several generals towards Annan City. To extricate himself from suspicion, he meticulously devised plans for a considerable duration, ultimately managing, under the command of Meng Ao, to covertly position a portion of high-ranking generals within Annan City. To lure these esteemed generals, he even sacrificed a crucial piece he had long embedded within the army. However, as long as he could eliminate these generals, it would all be worthwhile. As he murmured the names of Meng Ao's illustrious commanders, Lu Kong, Fang Gu, Zhang Lu, Ming Wu, an icy glint flickered in El Bui's eyes. If he could ensnare these generals in Annan City, his opportunity would arise, particularly concerning Ming Wu, the eldest son of Meng Ao and the most gifted of the Ming family. His demise would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to Meng Ao. Coupled with the vacancies left by so many generals, this presented a tremendous opportunity. After all, the war raged on. With generals fallen, replacements would be imperative. Would the upper counties fall into ruin due to such a loss? He had his own considerations regarding this matter. Meng Ao was known for his rigorous military discipline. Even with the loss of generals, his forces would remain fierce, perhaps facing greater challenges, yet not succumbing to defeat. As for whether Meng Ao would falter after this incident, or the extent of civilian casualties, what did it matter to him? In fact, should Meng Ao falter, it would serve as a boon for him. The populace would be even less of a concern. Life would burgeon anew with the arrival of spring, and no matter how many perished, nature would replenish itself. Slowly closing the bamboo scroll, El Bui cast it into the fire pit, allowing the searing flames to consume its contents, the firelight flickering. Amidst the orchestration of hundreds of thousands of troops, he was merely a lowly Qi practitioner. What was there to fret about? Once military control was established, his civil officials would follow suit. That time, the entirety of Qin would be filled with his trusted allies. When that moment arrived, a smile crept upon El Bui's lips as he gazed out at the stormy clouds, gently shaking his head. But such naivete! The winds of time stirred in the distance. Thunder reverberated through the heavens, shaking the earth, as streams converged with rainwater, surging forth to cleanse the land, ultimately merging with the ground to become a rushing underground river. Suddenly, emerging from the subterranean currents, the exploration teams, led by Sun Yinliang and Lu Baizhou, gasped for breath, anxiously surveying their surroundings amidst the dense northern forests of modern-day Xianyang. Under the blazing sun, nearly every member of the archaeological team bore expressions akin to that of Sun Yinliang and Lu Baizhou. See, was I not speaking the truth? Observing their expressions, Sun Yinliang and Lu Baizhou wiped the river water from their faces, excitement bubbling within them. Indeed, they were not mistaken. Gazing upon the colossal entrance, the members of the archaeological team were momentarily dumbfounded. Even the seasoned elderly Mingshan widened his eyes in disbelief. Bathed in sunlight, The ancient entrance stood resilient against the ravages of time, sending shivers down their spines, a sensation of tingling dread. This is the black ice platform of Xianqin? Surely, it seems a bit exaggerated, does it not? Chapter 54. Gathering the essence of millennia, condensing the quintessence of all sects, Xianqin becomes the immortal gate. The immense entrance rested within a valley, flanked by steep cliffs, lush trees and plants flourishing all around, vibrant and teeming with life, revealing a hidden paradise. At its very core stood a colossal gateway. No, it would be more fitting to describe it as a fortress wall. Could such a grand entrance truly exist? Gulp. Swallowing hard, the onlookers gazed at the entrance in awestruck silence. The majestic gateway towered between the valleys, soaring several dozen meters high, nearly spanning the entire width of the gorge. Its sheer magnitude necessitated structural support from the mountain sides to ensure stability. On either side of the gateway, several stone columns connecting to the mountains had crumbled, yet some remained intact, each thick as several meters. Despite the collapse, the intricately carved dragons and mysterious birds, along with the myriad patterns, still hinted at its former grandeur, solemnity, and antiquity. This is the legacy of the first emperor. Such a vast entrance, is it not akin to a city wall? With a splash, the group emerged from the water, staring at the ancient gateway, feeling dizzy. Unbelievable, murmuring softly. The sunlight poured down, and elderly Mingshan nearly forgot his fatigue from the long journey, staring at the gateway in a daze. Hidden within these deep mountains lay such relics. Initially, he had expected to find only a few remnants during this search, yet, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. The valley lay tranquil, the gateway majestic. After a brief moment of shock, the group erupted into excitement, another monumental discovery. Within just a few months, they had uncovered two ancient sites, unmatched in the annals of Daxia's archaeological endeavors, especially as this was a remnant of the legendary Eternal Emperor. The first emperor, Xianqin, black ice platform. The crowd lifted their heads, gazing at the plaque above the gateway, excitement nearly propelling them into the air. Black ice platform, historically, had indeed existed. It was not a mere fabrication, but a genuine artifact of history, marking a groundbreaking moment in Daxia's archaeological exploration. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the group pulled out various instruments, rushing forward like mice drawn to a grain bin. "Be careful! Do not damage the relics!" Elderly Mingshan called out urgently, yet he too hurried forth, eager to study and observe. The valley had endured the passage of time, overgrown with vegetation, yet this had not diminished the gateway's majesty. Rather, it added an air of mystery. Patterns of mysterious birds, images of gluttonous beasts, small seal script, and an array of intricate designs. Unbelievable. Here, truly, were remnants from the Qin dynasty. A miracle. As they approached, the group beheld the various patterns adorning the gateway, their expressions brimming with excitement. They could nearly confirm it. This was indeed a relic from the Qin dynasty. Moreover, the gateway appeared to be constructed from pure stone blocks, each meticulously stacked according to the standards of the Qin era, fitting together flawlessly. The joints of the stones were so precise that not even a strand of hair could slip through. The surrounding totem poles were crafted with the same meticulousness, adorned with images of gluttonous beasts and various mysterious birds. Bearing the scars of time, to construct such a marvel in that era, how much manpower and resources must have been expended? Unimaginable. Breathless, the group suddenly erupted in exclamations. "Everyone, come quickly! Look here, there's an inscription." Another inscription? The crowd surged forward in delight, their expressions animated. There stood a massive stele, partially obscured by trees and thick underbrush, its material indiscernible. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a bronze stele. Bronze? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could it be crafted from bronze? And after enduring the ravages of time, it remained relatively intact. What is going on? Their hearts raced. After some observation, they sighed, noting that the bronze stele's front was relatively well preserved. Possibly due to its proximity to the gateway, or perhaps the artisans had infused some stabilizing metals during its casting. However, the rear was significantly corroded, almost transparent. Yet, despite the corrosion, the inscriptions were meticulously carved from precious jade. Embedded within, After a diligent search, they finally pieced together a portion of the inscription. Holding their breath, they eagerly examined it. The fated moment has arrived. Prince Zheng proclaims with profound methods across the lands. Gathering the great sects, named the Xianqin Black Ice Platform. Within the platform lies a pathway, condensing 3,000 Qi practitioners, consuming myriad celestial materials, merging the quintessence of 80,000 sects, accumulated over 3,600 years. Manifesting this scene, named the Immortal Gate. Beyond this, one may enter the Immortal Gate. The ancient script resonated with strength. Though carved from jade, its warmth could not conceal its sharpness. Gazing at these 3 brief lines, the group felt a shiver run down their spines, as if glimpsing the ancient epics where countless cultivators soared through the mountains, united in their efforts to erect this supreme gateway. Xianqin, the Immortal Gate. Repeating these words, they felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. The Immortal Gate. This truly is the Immortal Gate. This was undeniably a relic left behind by the first emperor. Yingzheng, the gateway of the Black Ice Platform, was also the Immortal Gate of the Great Qin. However, amidst their excitement, questions lingered in their hearts. Why had the remnants of the Black Ice Platform materialized here? It is essential to understand that this is a remote mountainous region, not situated in close proximity to Xianying City. As a trusted organization of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, it should not be so distanced. Moreover, what does Xianqin signify? Should it not refer to the Great Qin? Could it be that this Black Ice Platform is indeed a cultivation organization of King Yingzheng of Qin, not merely a rumor akin to the elite warriors of the Iron Eagle? Moments later, Lu Baizhou furrowed his brow and spoke, a cultivation organization? The others paused momentarily, sensing that it might indeed be a possibility. It is well known that during the youth of Yingzheng, the pressures he faced were immense, with chaos from all sides, internal strife, and external threats. It would not be surprising if he sought out mountains and immortals, establishing a sect of Qi practitioners. This could also elucidate why historical records regarding the Black Ice Platform of the Qin dynasty are scant. After all, in later years, Yingzheng had once slaughtered a group of practitioners due to being deceived by them in his quest for immortality. Naturally, records of the Black Ice Platform would be eradicated thereafter. What astonished the group, however, was the sheer magnitude of resources that must have been expended to construct such a grand entrance. The previous site for alchemy was similar, and could the young Yingzheng truly wield such tremendous power? Shaking his head to cast aside these thoughts, he realized that regardless of their speculations, the truth was evident and undeniable. The most pressing matter now was to thoroughly excavate this second relic. They had a premonition that if this site were to be unveiled, it would undoubtedly surpass their previous discovery in terms of shock. Onward. Let us proceed. Chapter 55. I once comprehended the Tao here. Ascending 3,000 zhang in a single day. Be cautious. If this indeed is the remnants of the Black Ice Platform, there may be even more artifacts ahead. Watch your footing. Every inch must be examined meticulously. In the lush valley, elderly Mingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Disregarding his exhaustion, his spirit invigorated as he forged ahead. The others nodded in agreement. Today's findings had completely revitalized their spirits. Such treasures, once disclosed, would undoubtedly create a monumental stir. Nothing could excite an archaeologist more than the discovery of archaeological content. As they traversed the valley, everyone felt an exhilarating fervor coursing through them. Ha ha ha, well done, young man. You truly have a knack for finding such things. After joyfully exclaiming towards Lu Baizhou, the group quickly followed elderly Mingshan. The enormous gates, weathered by time, stood before them. Ahead lay the valley's river, while behind them flourished verdant vegetation. As they leaped across, it felt as though they had transcended the flow of time itself, with the very essence of time intertwining at that moment. Gazing up at the colossal base of the entrance, their hearts raced. Had the first emperor, Yingzheng, once traversed this celestial gateway just as they did? Their hearts pounded in unison, exchanging glances that reflected their shared excitement as they hastened forward. Undoubtedly, the passage of millennia had rendered this place truly vibrant. The valley was cloaked in an array of plants, making their journey even more arduous than outside. While walking, some had not forgotten to capture images, but sadly, their equipment proved ineffective, as the magnetic field was too chaotic for compasses to function. Fortunately, the grand entrance loomed behind them, with the sheer cliffs on either side remaining clearly visible. resembling two dome. Wait a moment, cliffs. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Liu Baijiu's eyes widened in realization. Wait, curator. Everyone, look, what is that on the side? On the cliff? Another discovery? The hurried group raised their heads, initially seeing nothing extraordinary on the cliffs. Over there, Liu Baijiu urged. Following his gesture, the group turned their gazes and, in the next moment, froze in place. For within that area, an enigmatic square object had appeared, its dimensions modest, roughly the size of half a shipping container, seemingly constructed from stone. Yet its placement was particularly peculiar, not on flat ground, but perched upon the side of the cliff. Could this be a hanging coffin? Sun Yinliang exclaimed in shock, and the group exchanged glances before rushing towards the cliff's base for a closer inspection. Upon further examination, it became evident that this was not a coffin, but rather a small dwelling. This structure distinctly bore the architectural traits of the Qin dynasty, primitive and robust, square in shape, with numerous stone slabs atop it, flanked by doors and windows. Although these features had long since deteriorated, they must have once been thatched with straw. This diminutive abode had partially collapsed yet remained largely intact, embedded in the rock surrounding this house, as well as upon the stones used for its construction, were densely packed peculiar patterns reminiscent of those seen earlier at the entrance, covering every corner of the house, and even appearing on the nearby cliffs. Most crucially, this house was almost vertical, tightly adhering to the rock face. Inconceivable. How on earth did the first emperor achieve this? The group stared in AWE.AS archaeologists. They knew well that in ancient times, it was customary for individuals to have their coffins suspended on cliff faces as a burial practice, particularly common in the Jiangnan region. However, they had not expected such a custom to exist in the Qin dynasty. Moreover, it was a suspended dwelling. This must represent a form of cultivation practiced by Qi practitioners of the Qin era. Elderly Mingshan quickly surmised in ancient times, Qi practitioners believed that proximity to the heavens and the earth constituted the optimal cultivation method, allowing them to absorb the energies of the cosmos. Yet, ancient texts also recorded that while the Xian Qin practitioners revered the earth, they could not reside directly upon it, as it would distance them from the heavens, obscuring their senses. They could not dwell atop mountains either, as such purity would place them too far from the ground. Thus, some constructed such dwellings, with the sky ahead and the cliff mountains connecting them to the earth behind, perfectly symmetrical in every direction. Yin and yang in harmony, elderly Mingshan's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the dilapidated dwelling perched upon the cliff, his breath quickening. Yet, such constructions had only existed in records. To witness one before their eyes was indeed an unprecedented first. The suspended dwelling used by Qi practitioners, the group gasped, breathless. This meant that this place was indeed a site where Qi practitioners of the Qin dynasty once cultivated. Wait, look, not just here. There are more in the distance. There too, and over there. At that moment, personnel at the forefront of the team began to exclaim excitedly, "Splash, splash!" As they pushed through the underbrush, the group hurriedly advanced, and indeed discovered more suspended dwellings on either side of the cliff. Some had collapsed, others remained intact, while nearby trees had grown around them, suspended on either side of the cliff, mysterious and ancient, imbued with the essence of time. Each house, each azure stone, accumulated in this place, exuding the glow of time. Countless intricate patterns and symbols intertwined, forming a spectacle akin to a wondrous realm. Wait, you see, this house appears to be quite close to the cliff's surface. We might be able to enter. Within the team, someone pointed out a dwelling that also clung vertically to the cliff, but was only a few meters above the ground. The group was filled with excitement and quickly gathered around. Yet they found no visible means of ascent. Odd, no footholds nor any elsewhere. How did they climb to these houses in ancient times? Surely they must have used ropes or chains. Enough of that. Quickly, let's go in and take a look. The cliff was steep, and after considerable effort, one agile team member finally managed to scale it and entered the room. What's inside? The others below inquired eagerly. There's nothing, just an ordinary room, came the cautious reply from the archaeologist within the suspended dwelling. The chamber was indeed quite spacious, containing only a stone table and a stone stool, with a raised platform in the corner that seemed to serve as a sleeping area. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Looking up, the beams overhead had long lost their thatch, replaced by a few stone slabs, with sunlight filtering through, the space thick with dust and artifacts. After a thorough search, the team member was about to leave when he noticed a small inscription on the blue stone near the door. His breath quickened. Wait. Here, there seems to be a written record. Chapter 56. Are there still Qi practitioners in the world? Modern individuals in disbelief. The ears of those below perked up immediately. What is it? Hurry, read it aloud. Elderly Mingshan urged anxiously, wishing fervently to take the place of the team member and decipher the text. The characters were crooked and uneven, distinctly different from those inscribed on the stone tablets outside, likely left by the occupant of the dwelling. Using small seal script, the archaeologist carefully deciphered the text for a moment before beginning to read aloud. The seekers of immortality cultivate the ultimate path and seek the most sacred. I have once roamed above the immortal pavilion, traversing the shores of the four seas, and 600 years have fleetingly passed in an instant. Today, I attain enlightenment here in a single day. One can ascend 3,000 zhong. Only then to realize the illusions of past lives. The inscription concludes with 3 lines, though one has been crossed out, seemingly hinting at a name resembling Hong Feng, but the last character remains indecipherable, leaving only 2 visible lines, Xian Qin He Bing Tai and Hong Qing Feng. Reflecting on the phrase, in a single day, one can ascend 3,000 zhong, only then to realize the illusions of this life. The crowd's pupils constricted, as if they beheld an enlightened sage, ethereal and transcendent, standing atop a mountain peak, enveloped in mist. Yet who is this Hong Qing Feng? Lu Baizhou appeared somewhat perplexed, adjusting his glasses. At a loss, he was well versed in the history of the Great Qin, familiar with figures such as Su Fu, Lu Shang, Ho Shang, and El Simeon, yet had never encountered anyone by the name of Hong Qing Feng. The others were equally bewildered, and even the elderly Mingshan wore a look of confusion. Could this be a renowned practitioner from the childhood years of Emperor Shi Huang? Perhaps that was the case. However, if there were indeed inscriptions within this suspended dwelling, might there be more in the other chambers? Sun Yanli's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly employed their means. Leaping about the cliff, diligently searching once more, they soon discovered several rooms situated closer to the ground, relatively easy to access. Upon entering, they found these chambers to be quite simple, and indeed, many corners bore the inscriptions they had left behind. Alas, most of these marks had become obscured over time, their brilliance faded and indistinct. Many other suspended dwellings remained too distant to approach. Gazing at these ancient structures perched upon the cliff, the group seemed to envision the alchemical practitioners of yore. Seated within these abodes, inhaling and exhaling spiritual light amidst the cosmos truly unfathomable. Did legendary alchemical practitioners truly exist in that era? The crowd's expressions grew somewhat dazed, yet they quickly shook their heads. This was far too enigmatic, perhaps a tad implausible. They ought to believe in science, right? Among the group, a few individuals appeared less resolute, especially as they encountered more edifices within the valley, their doubts intensifying. Alchemical platforms, transmission halls, law-giving pools, marrow-washing pavilions, cloud platforms, beast-holding halls one by one. These structures towered within the valley. Most were dilapidated, barely retaining their form, with the bronze within largely corroded beyond recognition, the once majestic stone pillars toppled, and the precious jade covered in dust. Yet, even so, glimpses of past splendor could still be discerned amidst the engraved patterns and profound textures. Walking through the ruins, surrounded by lush greenery and an air of antiquity, the surroundings fell silent, as if they traversed a realm of ancient cultivation, a mysterious essence flooding their minds. Gazing upon these fallen grand edifices, the group felt their breaths quicken, their hearts racing with astonishment. Here could it be that a celestial sect truly once existed? The so-called Great Qin He Bing Tai was, in fact, the Xian Qin He Bing Tai. No, that was implausible. Ha ha, how could there be cultivators or alchemical practitioners in ancient times? Yes, it must all be mere legends. Ha ha, ha. As their voices grew fainter, the grandeur of these ruins loomed too vast, too magnificent to have been constructed during the youth of Emperor Shi Huang. Yet, laid bare before them, how could they not believe? But did alchemical practitioners truly exist? Observing the surrounding structures, the group felt a sense of unease, particularly since they had previously dreamt multiple times of traces from the Qin dynasty. After traversing this place, they discovered that many elements here bore an uncanny resemblance to aspects from their dreams. especially the architecture, which seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity. The surroundings fell silent. Only the sound of their heartbeats remained. It was unclear how long this scene persisted until, at last, elderly Mingshan spoke, his silver hair gleaming in the sunlight. There are no cultivators in this world, nor any alchemical practitioners. As he spoke, a sharp light gleamed in his eyes. At the very least, science has proven their non-existence. To date, there has never been evidence to indicate the existence of the extraordinary and alchemical practitioners. Is it not common for the ancients to exaggerate all things? They often attribute the unknown to deities, spirits, and demons, just as they once believed in a flat earth. Slowly reciting these thoughts, elderly Mingshan fell into silence. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the beast tied upon discovering the first ruins of Emperor Shi Huang, and the little green snake that had sneaked a taste of the elixir over the phone. No, it cannot be. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic notions, regaining his conviction. How could there be alchemical practitioners in this world? It was simply impossible. There is nothing in this world that science cannot explain. If it cannot be explained, it is merely a realm that science has yet to reach. Moreover, the research results on that elixir have been revealed. It consists of ordinary materials, for reasons yet unknown. We must continue onward. The most important task now is to excavate this ruin. Let us not dwell on anything else. With elderly Mingshan's words, the group seemed to rediscover their sense of purpose. Nodding in unison, indeed. Where in the world could there be deities or spirits? If they truly existed, would not those of their ilk, who tread upon the earth daily, have been sought out long ago? With this thought, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ultimately, these ruins were but the remnants of the fantasies from the childhood of Emperor Yingzheng. And how could there be genuine alchemical practitioners in this world? Right, there should not be, should there? Silently pondering, the group continued forward, parting the foliage as they delved deeper into exploration. However, at that moment, no one noticed that with each step they took, the surrounding wildlife began to dwindle. The once ubiquitous creatures gradually fell silent. The gentle breeze that had previously brushed through the forest began to dissipate. The world fell into an eerie stillness, as if all sound had vanished. Only the heartbeat and breath of the group, along with the faint rustle of footsteps, remained. Everyone, is it not a tad too quiet here? Chapter 57. Thunder gathers, lifting me to the clouds. Silence. The crowd paused. Taken aback, and upon closer inspection, they indeed realized that the surroundings had grown eerily quiet. The animals had vanished, and even the sound of the wind seemed to have ceased. What could be happening? Elderly Mingshan furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a butterfly emerged from the verdant thicket. This butterfly was no larger than a quarter of a palm, yet its color was a mesmerizing deep blue. Devoid of any other hue, exceptionally pure, a blue butterfly? The crowd was astonished. In this forest, one would expect butterflies to be predominantly white or yellow for survival. Why was there a blue butterfly amidst the emerald expanse? The appearance of this pure deep blue butterfly captivated everyone's attention. It fluttered its wings gently, and around it, a faint mist seemed to linger. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, a breeze seemed to arise from the depths of the thicket. The crowd, intrigued, pressed on, continuing their exploration. The deep blue butterfly accompanied them, always leading the way. After traversing a vast expanse of ruins, they finally found themselves in awe, for in the valley ahead, a space had been unexpectedly cleared. Here, there were no lush trees or dense shrubs. On either side and ahead, only a few low plants thrived, allowing for a clear view of the nearly vertical cliffs. Yet within this valley resided countless deep blue butterflies. Whoosh! Countless butterflies flitted about in this valley, numbering in the millions. They soared into the sky, danced upon the earth, forming a realm of pure azure. Some rested upon the ground, some soared into the heavens, while others quietly perched upon the cliffs on either side. Blue was the only color that reigned. What is happening? The sky and the ocean seemed to merge into one as the crowd arrived. The butterflies took flight, dispersing in all directions, gradually fading away. This dreamlike scene, with swarms of butterflies soaring, even obscured the midday sun. This elderly Mingshan and the others stared in amazement at this spectacle. As if entranced by a dream, the deep blue sky reflecting their ascension and fluttering. They knew not how much time had passed before they regained their senses from their earlier shock. Just now, what were those butterflies? They appeared swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in mere breaths, leaving only a swath of plants behind. Look ahead at that moment, elderly Mingshan spoke solemnly, his pupils constricting. The crowd was momentarily stunned, hastily turning their gazes forward, only to discover that a small hillock had unexpectedly appeared in the place where butterflies were supposed to reside. Unbeknownst to them, they had unknowingly stepped onto a long, winding path. This path seemed to be constructed from exquisite bluestone, with its filling gaps stuffed with jade stones. The translucent jade stones lay scattered around the path in abundance, numbering at least tens of thousands, slowly spreading forward and extending to the far reaches of the forest. Countless patterns meandered across the jade and the path, intricately etched into every inch of the bluestone. They intertwined with each other, resembling a Bagua diagram, spiraling and coiling around the hillock ahead, ascending towards the heavens. At the forefront of this spiraling ascent stood an ancient stone tablet, its edges nearly worn smooth by the ravages of time. This tablet bore a simple inscription of 5 characters: Xian Qin ascending the immortal path. Xian Qin ascending the immortal path. The crowd's pupils constricted in unison. What could this mean? After the immortal gate, was this the path to ascension? Gazing at the jade and bluestone paved road, they felt a surreal, dreamlike sensation wash over them. Let us ascend and take a look? Very well. The crowd approached cautiously, making sure not to tread upon the jade and bluestone. Fearful of damaging these relics, instead carefully advancing along the earthen spaces between them. Finally, following the spiraling path, they arrived at the summit of the hillock. Rather than a hillock, it was more fittingly described as a platform. At the forefront of this road, at the highest point, stood an altar. 9 paths of jade and bluestone spiraled from all directions to connect with it, forming the pathway to ascend the altar. Upon this altar lay numerous meditation cushions, arranged in a perfect grid of 9 by 9. These jade cushions appeared to be identical to the jade cushions seen earlier. Among the group, Lu Boizhou was the first to lean down and observe. And after a moment, he spoke in astonishment. In a wonder, there were so many jade cushions on the previous path. They must have rolled down from here. The crowd gasped in shock. The path to ascension. The immortal gate, then what is this final altar? Cushions were scattered around the altar, surrounded by enigmatic patterns that dazzled the eyes merely by gazing at them. Ancient characters were intricately carved upon them. Not the usual small seal script, but rather a more complex form of runes, deeply etched into the patterns, ancient and profound, even after countless epochs. The surrounding forest was lush and verdant, yet upon this altar, there was not a trace of weeds nor any dust. The surface was entirely covered in intricate patterns, with not a single character obscured by dust. These cushions were all placed in a scattered manner around the altar. At the very center of all this, there was nothing else but a pure white cushion. In comparison to the other jade ones, this one was evidently rarer, embedded with bronze, yet masterfully set within the jade itself. The bronze, resembling a mystical bird, bore the totem of the Qin, resounding in all directions, and under the protection of the jade, remained intact. Within the jade, it appeared as if clouds and mist flowed, mysterious and unfathomable. As if countless epochs and moments were streaming within. Beside this cushion were 2 smaller cushions, accompanied by a line of text. In the first year of Xian Qin, I, in my divine wanderings, forged elixirs to seek longevity, only to realize the universe is boundless, unescapable from its embrace. Now, the treacherous ministers are in power, chaos reigns within and without. I have sat in solitude for eons, ultimately grasping the primordial essence, the true intent of the immortals. The Tao encompasses the heavens and the earth, its essence is formless. Yet I shall gather the pavilions of the 4 seas, condense the myriad thunders, and establish this Xian Qin as the immortal gate. The ascending path, the ascending platform. Gather the thunder, support my ascent to the clouds. Today is an auspicious day. Let us use this 3 immortal platform as a foundation, breaking through the turbulence from all directions, to ascend and flourish without decline. Xian Qin shall attain eternal life. Thunder converged. Support my ascent to the clouds. Xian Qin shall attain eternal life. At that moment, it seemed as if endless time itself had come to a standstill. Wisps of azure smoke scattered across the heavens and the earth, fulfilling their mission through the ages. In that instant, nearly all present, including elderly Ming Shan, felt as though a shadow had appeared in their minds. Time seemed to warp with sunsets and moonrises. In that fleeting moment, they returned to an era of endless epochs in that tumultuous age, as dark clouds gathered and all immortals convened, in a valley suffused with radiant light. A young man sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion. Wind and thunder flowed around him. Clad in a black and gold cloak, he remained unmoving amidst the chaos. As the myriad thunderclouds converged, the young man lifted his gaze. At that moment, it seemed as if celestial light was gathering in an instant. The mere act of raising his eyes shattered countless dreams. With a crisp sound, it was as if an eternity had passed. Yet also as if merely a second had elapsed, like a mirror shattering, and all things resumed their float in the profound valley. Elderly Ming Shan and the others widened their eyes in shock. Stumbling back and collapsing to the ground, cold sweat streaming down their backs like a rushing stream. What was that? Is this the very center of the Emperor Qin's relics? In the modern era, countless archaeologists stood aghast, utterly shaken by the scene before them, their hearts racing to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Xianyang, where the winds and thunder converged, at the far end of the layered imperial palace, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide. Crack! Dark clouds rolled in. Those pure pupils reflected the tempest of thunder in the distance. That moment, the youth was enveloped in a multitude of mist-like azure smoke. A cascade of colorful light bursting forth, causing the practitioners of Qi in Xianyang to lift their heads towards the skies, detected the completion of the Time Marvel's convergence. The Time Marvel can now be activated. Chapter 58. Convergence successful. The second Time Marvel detected the completion of the Time Marvel's convergence. The Time Marvel can now be activated. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, as Yingzheng slowly opened his eyes in the empty hall. Exhaling gently, he felt countless fortunes and incense wafting towards him from all directions, and Yingzheng slowly clenched his fists. At last, it was complete. A vast flow of light radiated from the ocean of consciousness. In that moment, Yingzheng could clearly see the previously unstable and wavering phantom gradually coalesce, slowly taking shape. A mysterious aura spread throughout his mind. It was a diminutive version of the Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate, the Ascending Path, the Ascending Platform. A series of relic buildings and locations of the Immortal Gate emerged vividly. In that instant, Yingzheng understood that the second Time Marvel relic had been successfully and safely completed. Was this indeed the second Time Marvel? Its speed was swifter than he had anticipated. Rising slowly, he felt the dreamlike essence of the second Time Marvel in his mind, and Yingzheng narrowed his eyes. Compared to the first Time Marvel, the second one demanded significantly greater fortune, manpower, and resources. Moreover, this time he had not personally participated as he did previously. Yet, the outcome appeared satisfactory, perhaps even swifter than the last time. It seemed that the larger the scale, the longer the time required for the Time Marvel to coalesce. Initially, he had thought it would take longer, yet it had finally come together. Contemplating, Yingzheng submerged his consciousness within. The flow of light spread, and laws intertwined. Now, within his ocean of consciousness, there were already two Time Marvels. One radiated endless elixir fragrance and rippling light, while the other was layered, imbued with boundless mystery. In comparison to the first, the fluctuations of this second Time Marvel were evidently more potent. Yingzheng understood this, as the difficulty of construction and the degree of fortune's protection differed. The second Time Marvel consumed a significantly greater amount of resources. He could only wonder about its power. Silently pondering, the first Time Marvel had allowed him to step into the world of Qi practitioners from nothing, and what kind of surprises would the second Time Marvel bring him? Even if it was not as exaggerated or powerful as recorded, just 1% of its strength would suffice for his current needs. Illuminate. Chanting softly, Yingzheng hesitated not, directly activating the second Time Marvel. Buzz. The vast fortune surged. At that moment, the boundless Qin incense spread forth, illuminating the grand hall as if splitting the heavens apart, rushing into the sky and merging into the distant valley. Swish! The laws trembled. At that moment, Yingzheng felt as though, in the realms beyond, a marvel was coalescing, and the endless laws of ascension manifested beneath his palm. This is the Xian Qin Black Ice Platform, sensing the immense power contained within. Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled brilliantly, his black cloak billowing. He delved into his mind, attempting to trigger the fluctuations, yet found it impossible to employ perfectly. Must he personally arrive to activate it? Gazing at the faint light rising in the distant realms, Ing Zheng rose. Ren Xiao, Li Xian, young master. As he spoke, the two appeared respectfully. There is no need to monitor El Buwei and the others any longer. A glimmer of fierce murderous intent flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Prepare yourselves. Accompany me to Habing Terrace. Ascend to immortality. The dark clouds seethed. Within the city of Xianyang, the wondrous spectacle of time coalesced, as the innumerable fortunes and incense of the Qin dynasty scattered invisibly through the valleys. Eagerly striding forth, Ing Zheng was accompanied by Ren Xiao and Li Xian, silently making their way to the location of Habing Terrace. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Habing Terrace, others sensed some faint disturbances. What is happening? Did the valley just not tremble? Is there something amiss? Observing his friend curiously surveying their surroundings, a young man beside him scoffed disdainfully. What disturbances? What abnormalities could possibly exist in this ordinary valley? It's merely a place to deceive others. Don't fool yourself as well. Instead of indulging in idle thoughts, it would be wiser to devote time to cultivation. That is the true priority. Upon hearing this, the individual felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, cultivation is what truly matters. Since Ran Xiao and Li Xian had granted them the cultivation method, over half a month had passed. During this time, nearly everyone at Habing Terrace had plunged into an intense state of cultivation. Although the method bestowed by Ing Zheng was incomplete, merely offering the initial steps, for these practitioners who had labored for countless years without glimpsing the path, it was undeniably profound. After a long drought, they were met with nourishing rain. How could they possibly forsake this opportunity? Almost immediately upon the announcement of the cultivation method, they immersed themselves in their practice. Especially those from other sects who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Tian Wu and Hong Qingfeng. They were consumed with envy and fervor to cultivate. In the past, lacking a method, they could only endure. But now, with everyone possessing a cultivation method, how could they lag behind? Cultivate. Relentlessly cultivate. In the face of this, Tian Wu and others found themselves at a loss for words. Hadn't it been said that only the top 10 would receive the cultivation method? Why not has it been distributed to everyone? Though only the initial steps were provided, the crucial aspects lay ahead, and they had yet to reach that stage. Watching their previously boastful companions rapidly catch up, Tian Wu and the others were compelled to join the ranks of fervent practitioners. During this period, their dedication was palpable. Aside from meals, nearly all their time was devoted to cultivation, even sacrificing sleep. Rising earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the oxen, even in their dreams, their minds were consumed with thoughts of the cultivation method. The more they studied, the more they were awestruck. Though the Dan condensation technique was the simplest of cultivation methods, its content was immensely profound. Even Imo Xiangzi had to concede that this method was undoubtedly among the very best in the world. The Imo family's legacy, cultivated over countless years, might not possess such efficacy. The deeper they delved, the more astonished and moved they became. Who exactly was this young man who had established Habing Terrace? They had initially thought that the two who had slaughtered them were formidable enough, only to discover that this youth was even more terrifying. Tio possessed such a cultivation method at such a tender age. Could he truly be the reincarnation of a legendary immortal? Although they could not fathom why he compelled them to expend such effort in constructing this valley, they were determined to cling to this great opportunity. With eyes tightly shut, beneath the twilight, countless figures sat cross-legged atop the myriad suspended objects of Habing Terrace, ceaselessly cultivating. Enveloped in dark clouds, the entire gorge was permeated with an atmosphere of tension. Such earnest and relentless cultivation yielded evident results. Breakthroughs were occurring continuously and almost daily. The valley of Habing Terrace echoed with cries of jubilation. Ha ha ha! I've broken through. I've finally achieved the transformation from Qi to Spirit Wu Wu. I've reached the realm of merging with the Tao. I never expected that in my old age, I would attain this. Ha ha ha! I too have arrived. I see the path of practitioners. Long live the sect leader. Long live the sect leader. Ha ha ha. Chapter 59. The Troubles of the Mud Monkey and the Buddha. Within Habing Terrace, Countless individuals were breaking through barriers and stepping onto the path of cultivation. Faced with all this, the crowd grew increasingly restless, particularly those who had yet to embark on the path of practitioners. They yearned to devote every hour of the day to diligent study. Yet among them was one figure, gazing at all this with a face full of distress and frustration. Gigi. In a small cave, a candle flickered. Listening to the outside world echo with excited cheers and feeling the spiraling essence of heaven and earth, the mud monkey lay on the ground of the suspended dwelling. Appearing somewhat listless, as one of the individuals who had participated in the construction of Habing Terrace, though its contributions were not substantial, it had indeed engaged in cultivation. Moreover, endowed with a certain understanding and sentience. Ying Zhang had once stated that it should not be treated differently. Thus, when Ren Xiao and Li Exine announced the cultivation method, the mud monkey was granted a copy, allowing it to partake in cultivation. However, the crux of the matter was, Gigi, gazing at the bamboo slips before it, which it had flipped through countless times without comprehension, the mud monkey became increasingly agitated within the cave. It simply could not read. What use was a cultivation method for a monkey? Although it struggled to glean meaning from the illustrations, it felt something was missing. Gigi, tugging at its ears and scratching its head. The mud monkey grew more frantic. During this time, it had attempted to have others explain the method to it, to read it aloud, and to aid its understanding, yet everyone was so engrossed in their own cultivation that no one had time to assist. Even when a few individuals occasionally had some free time and were in a good mood to explain, the convoluted terminology of meridians and channels only made the mud monkey sleepy. What they spoke about was nothing like what it wished to hear. Gigi, clutching the bamboo slips, the mud monkey paced back and forth in the small suspended space, scratching its head in desperation. As a monkey, it simply could not comprehend the esoteric language of the cultivation method, nor could it decipher the written characters, leading to a sense of incompleteness. Unable to read the text or grasp the meaning, how could it possibly address its shortcomings? Once, a disciple had tried to teach it to read, but it was a futile endeavor in the past, when it had to carry heavy stones, no matter how large or heavy. It could muster the strength to lift them, however, when it came to reading, the mud monkey felt as if the squiggly lines were crawling chaotically, and just a glance made its eyelids grow heavy. Gigi, the mud monkey cried out anxiously, darting about the cave, nearly at its wit's end. Having traveled across seas from the distant horizon in search of longevity and the Tao. Unwilling to witness death, it endeavored to carve a path to immortality for itself and its descendants. Now, after traversing mountains and valleys and finally discovering the land of longevity and the method to achieve it, yet being unable to cultivate due to a lack of understanding, how could it not be distressed? Gigi. Ultimately, glancing at the contents inscribed on the cultivation method, the mud monkey decided to abandon the effort to comprehend the written words. Instead, opting to mimic the illustrations, sitting cross-legged and beginning to study and cultivate on its own. However, it soon found itself unable to contain its impatience. Gigi, it squeaked, feeling that this approach was inadequate. If it was to cultivate, it must do so perfectly. With a sudden burst of energy, the mud monkey rose and dashed towards the location where Tian Wu was in seclusion, clearly intending to seek guidance. Watching the little monkey darting through the night, many at Habing Terrace chuckled. They held a particular fondness for this little creature. Its temperament was agreeable, its character was good, and it possessed an understanding nature. Despite its grayish appearance, its fluffy exterior was quite endearing, especially with its rare desire for the Tao. Not again. We've already said to focus on learning to read first. Came Tian Wu's somewhat exasperated voice from within the secluded area. Gigi. Faced with Tian Wu's exasperation, the mud monkey dared not retort, instead bowing repeatedly, earnestly seeking instruction, especially with its big eyes radiating pure, eager longing. Ultimately, Tian Wu could only cover his forehead in resignation. Sigh, this is the last time, truly the last time. If you still don't understand, go learn to read first. Gigi. Upon hearing this, the mud monkey instantly became ecstatic, jumping around and nodding vigorously, thumping its chest in assurance that it would absolutely manage. Sigh, come on then. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow as the mud monkey and Tian Wu sat cross-legged together to cultivate. The other disciples of Habing Terrace also gathered their focus, beginning their own diligent practice. If even a little illiterate monkey could be so industrious, what right did they have to be lazy? The rich essence of heaven and earth swirled around the vicinity of Habing Terrace. Countless streams of light spread out, gradually enveloping the world around them. However, while everyone in this place was diligently cultivating, none could perceive the presence of a solitary figure quietly observing from a nearby thicket. Clad in an eccentric robe of vivid crimson, resembling a draped fabric, it was intricately embroidered with countless squares outlined in golden thread. His tall and slender form bore a visage of compassion and serenity, while atop his head, 6 faint black scars replaced any hair. A subtle golden radiance emanated from him, and as he walked, the surrounding flora and trees seemed to rejoice in his arrival, budding and blooming in delight. He was a true embodiment of a Western Buddha. Yet, curiously, no one present seemed to take notice of him. Not even the ordinary individuals or the cultivators, including the highly skilled Hong Qingfeng, Tian Wu, and Imo Xiangzi, could acknowledge his existence, as if he were entirely absent from this world. His feet hovered above the ground, each step accompanied by golden lotuses that lifted him, preventing any contact with the earth. He stood quietly not far behind the mud monkey, observing all its actions. This was not an isolated occurrence. He had been silently following the mud monkey at every moment, each rise, each action, every outing, and every bout of cultivation. This figure was always there, unnoticed. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of joy or sorrow. Only occasionally, within his golden eyes, akin to blooming lotus flowers, a flicker of mild perplexity would emerge. In this grand Qin, how much longer would this stone monkey linger here, on the path of seeking immortality and enlightenment? Had the stone monkey truly tarried for such an extended period in this great Qin? Chapter 60. This cannot possibly succeed. Have I truly become, surrounded by a halo of Buddha light under the night sky? The golden-hued Buddha wore a puzzled expression, struggling to understand the actions of the stone monkey. After all, in the grand scheme, the stone monkey's cultivation should not be taking place here. Yet, he refrained from intervening. The stone monkey held a pivotal role in the future plans of the Buddhist sect, and any careless interference could disturb the delicate balance of cause and effect. He merely needed to observe. While lost in contemplation, the Buddha suddenly halted, turning his gaze toward the distance. He sensed an extraordinary aura of human fortune approaching. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated briefly before a wave of golden auspiciousness surged forth from his robe, transforming into a golden cloud that lifted him into the as light rain fell and the sacred texts resonated. The atmosphere of tranquility around him seemed to intensify, creating a barrier between him and the world below. Almost immediately after he departed, several figures appeared at the valley's entrance in the distance: Ying Zheng, Ren Xiao, and Li Xian, among others. However, as soon as they stepped into the valley, Ying Zheng's brow furrowed. He paused, looking up at the sky. What's wrong, my lord? Has something happened? Ren Xiao and Li Xian inquired anxiously, stepping forward. Yet, Ying Zheng did not respond to their queries. He merely frowned, scanning his surroundings. The moment he entered the valley, he had sensed a peculiar aura. The fortune of the great Qin within him had inexplicably stirred. He felt as though something had intruded upon his territory. However, this sensation dissipated swiftly, as if it had never existed. Nothing here. Was it an illusion? Ying Zheng pondered, somewhat perplexed. This moment, he was entirely unaware of the Buddha hovering high above, their cultivation levels too disparate for him to perceive. Yet, the unique fluctuations of human fortune allowed Ying Zheng to catch a glimpse of something amiss. Could it be that someone was monitoring nearby? He frowned slightly. Ren Xiao, Li Xian, go observe the surroundings and see if anyone is watching. Yes, Ren Xiao and Li Xian respectfully acknowledged and set off. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng did not pause, striding purposefully into the depths of the Habing platform. We greet the sect master. Shortly after his arrival, Hong Qingfeng, Tian Wu, and Imo Xiangzi had already gathered. After this period of cultivation, their respect for Ying Zheng had deepened significantly. Only those who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation could comprehend the magnitude of strength required to casually provide such a formidable cultivation method. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, disregarding the three, and made his way to the core hall of the Habing platform, where he took a seat. The three stood respectfully below, not uttering a word. Moments later, Ren Xiao and Li Xian returned. "Reporting to my lord, there are no observers in the vicinity. No watchers?" Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. Was it an illusion? After pondering for a while without discerning the truth, he ultimately set aside his doubts. "Now, how many individuals remain in the Habing platform?" "Reporting to my lord, there are 321 disciples present, none absent." Nodding slightly, Ying Zheng instructed, "Have everyone cease their cultivation and gather near the Ascension platform." Although unaware of the rationale behind Ying Zheng's command, the three obediently complied. Yes, as the night deepened and the sky darkened with clouds, shortly after the command was issued, countless disciples of the Habing platform, who had been in seclusion, assembled near the platform. Gazing up at the youth on the high platform, the gathered individuals displayed expressions of excitement and reverence. With their recent advancements in cultivation, nearly everyone present had experienced significant growth, and a few had even found their paths forward. For a group of martial practitioners, this was akin to a rebirth. In this era, the principles of serving the celestial and earthly masters were deeply ingrained. They lacked the complex thoughts of future generations. To honor the intentions of the one atop the golden platform, sacrificing oneself for the Jade Dragon was no mere saying. Moreover, they were inherently seekers of longevity and cultivation. Had they not been so, they would not have joined any sections now. With Ying Zheng bestowing upon them such blessings, how could they not feel exhilarated and compelled to submit? Had they encountered the sect master sooner, they would have never sought out the likes of the Yuanling sect or the Hongfeng sect. "Greetings, sect master," they called out in unison, their voices echoing throughout the valley, filled with reverence. Observing the scene below, Ying Zheng inclined his head slightly. "I have attained enlightenment under the starry night. Not long ago, guided by the primordial, I witnessed the vastness of time and space, realizing that the Habing platform has become a site of immortality. The immortal gate, the ascension path, and the ascension platform have all been completed, allowing sentient beings to tread the path of longevity. Today, if any among you has yet to embark on the path of immortality, step forward and join me in ascending to the immortal gate." Ying Zheng's voice was calm, devoid of much fluctuation, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet, upon the conclusion of his words, the crowd below was momentarily stunned. The path of longevity? The gathered individuals appeared somewhat taken aback, their expressions awkward. Though the sect master's cultivation was indeed formidable, and his techniques undeniably powerful, they had personally constructed this place. How could they not discern its merits? What immortal gate, ascension path, and ascension platform? Were these not mere fades? However, in the face of it all, not only were they bewildered, but the Buddha high above also shook his head slightly. Such fanciful notions. The ascension platform and the ascension path are not for the likes of mortals to touch. How could such things ever come to fruition? Observing the awkwardness below, Ying Zheng had no desire to waste time in debate. He calmly turned and walked away, with Ren Xiao and Li Xian following closely behind without hesitation. In their hearts, whatever the sect master said was absolute. They simply needed to follow his lead. "Are we really going?" The disciples of the Habing platform exchanged glances as they watched Ying Zheng head toward the location of the ascension platform, but after a moment, all right, the elder speaks the truth. Let us ascend." Among the disciples, Tian Wu was the first to exclaim, overwhelmed with excitement, almost immediately trailing behind Ying Zheng. "What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and follow the sect master." The others, initially stunned, quickly regained their composure and inwardly cursed. That damn Tian Wu. Always so glib. Though they grumbled internally, their feet did not falter, and they eagerly followed suit, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sect master. Ascending to immortality. This is something I never imagined possible in my lifetime. To meet the sect master today and catch a glimpse of the Tao is a privilege." The disciples of the Habing platform, brimming with excitement, followed closely. Though they held skepticism in their hearts, they played along, each one teeming with exhilaration. Amidst this throng of disciples, only the mud monkey was joyfully performing somersaults, exclaiming, "Ascension platform, immortal gate, ascension path, squeak, squeak, squeak. Can I, the mud monkey, finally attain longevity?" The disciples of the Habing platform, under the guidance of Ren Xiao and Li Xian, took their places in anticipation, eagerly awaiting what was to come. The place where they sat was precisely where the cushions lie in the very heart of this space. Atop the central cushion, Ing Zhang was acutely aware of their thoughts, yet he displayed no inclination to elucidate. Slowly, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, drawing in a deep breath to commune with the small, ethereal figure within him. Connecting to the luminous screen in his mind, his 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, in the next instant, an infinite radiance surged forth from the entire expanse of the black ice platform gorge. Countless runes sparkled, flowing light crisscrossed, bursting forth in an instant high above. The rich spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged from all directions, and at that moment, it seemed as if a profound rhythm emerged between heaven and earth. With innumerable golden lotuses taking root and blossoming in the void above. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd, still settling into their cushions, widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. What was happening? What was this? Could it be? The Master truly succeeded? Chapter 61. The Buddha plunging into self-doubt. All beings flourish, thunder resounding through the heavens. Flowing light entwined, myriad grandeur gathered in this place. Golden lotuses took root in the void, radiating a shimmering brilliance. Swirling around Ing Zhang. This was the embodiment of pure spiritual energy, his black robe billowing with the wind. At that moment, countless vibrant hues converged, and the myriad runes inscribed upon the earth and surrounding areas illuminated. As if the entire valley had come to life, countless structures began to hum. Crack. Thunderclouds stirred. Accompanied by the gathering of spiritual energy, the dark clouds above thickened, oppressive and heavy, nearly suffocating, as bolts of lightning flashed across the firmament. Roaring and racing, moreover, with the fluctuation of this aura, the surrounding forests seemed to awaken as well. Countless plants sprouted, withered trees blossomed anew, and the grasses flourished. The surging vitality spread forth, as innumerable trees and plants grew wildly. Under the immersion of colorful light, in mere breaths they soared several zhang high, dense jungles enveloping the entire valley. Pop, pop. Flowers bloomed from seeds, blossoming forth, while numerous creatures that had resided in the jungle seemed to sense something. Awakening from their slumber, gazing at the surrounding wonders with astonished cries, then respectfully prostrating themselves, bowing in worship. All beings submitted. Thunder converged. The forest flourished. This all came so suddenly and so swiftly. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth. Powerful life force boiling. At this moment, the multitude on the black ice platform felt as though they were immersed in the warmest pool. The potent life energy spread, and those once aged disciples of the sect, under the infusion of this spiritual energy and life essence, seemed to turn back the hands of time, rejuvenating in mere moments by several years, their postures straighter, once withered muscles regaining fullness, even their weathered faces regained vitality. Their white hair turning black again. The exhaustion from days of relentless cultivation was completely swept away, and everyone felt invigorated, not only capable of continuing their practice but sensing that they could easily endure several more months of cultivation. What is happening? Lowering their heads, they beheld the transformations of their own bodies, witnessing the vibrant hues and extraordinary phenomena around them. The disciples of the black ice platform were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. What is this? It truly worked. The patterns inscribed upon the earth resonated with the heavens, and in the valley, structures glowed, emanating an arcane aura. Especially the Immortal Gate, Ascension Road, and Immortal Platform. These 3 places radiated brilliance. Golden runes and laws nearly covering every inch, illuminating the valley as brightly as day. But how could these things truly be effective? You see, these were all constructed and inscribed by them. The runes above, though appearing profound and obscure, held no practical significance whatsoever. The various structures were similarly constructed. Although they utilized the finest materials, they were all aimed at the practice of cultivation, never believing these held any actual meaning. The only exception was the Immortal Gate, Ascension Road, and Immortal Platform. These 3 structures were built strictly according to the records in the bamboo slips, and the runes and patterns were also inscribed accordingly. Could it be that only these 3 had any effect? The crowd's pupils dilated, breaths quickening, as they gazed at the youth seated at the center of the valley, their hearts racing, breaths becoming frantic. Their minds nearly spinning. Who on earth is this master? Did he truly establish an immortal gate? The laws were grand, the runes intertwining. Faced with all this, the crowd below stood in stupefied silence, while Zheng, seated at the core of the immortal platform, bore a radiant gaze. It succeeded. Remarkable. Although this place was named after the immortal platform, Ascension Road, and Immortal Gate, he understood that such a level of construction could not be fully reflected. Yet even the current manifestation exceeded his expectations. The runes surged, spiritual energy swirling. Seated upon this immortal platform, Zheng felt his cultivation wildly escalating. Countless spiritual energies from every direction surged forth, almost materializing as they poured into him. The once obscure paths of cultivation suddenly became extraordinarily clear, obstacles no longer present. The life fluctuations coalesced like waves, causing his limbs and body to continually grow, advancing toward perfection. Crack! Above the 9 heavens, thunder flashed, fine rain fell, but upon reaching the valley, it seemed to evaporate, not a single drop landing. The vast spiritual energy and life fluctuations roared within him, suddenly producing a crisp sound. Ping! As if something had shattered. A brand new realm opened within him, and the boundless spiritual energy that had been surging through his meridians suddenly found an outlet, rushing forth. Whoosh! The immense spiritual energy converged within him, transforming into an ocean. At this moment, a towering wave appeared above his head, a bright moon rising in the sky, countless golden lotuses taking root in the earth. The ocean births the bright moon. Golden lotuses bloom in the void. This is the sea observation realm? Gazing at this extraordinary phenomenon, Imo Xiangzi, who had been previously overwhelmed by the surrounding environment, suddenly widened his eyes, disbelief igniting within his aged gaze. The void birthed wonders, observing me entering the rivers. Witnessing the boundless spiritual energy tilting toward that direction, Imo Xiangzi felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. The master is actually a powerful being of the sea observation realm? While he had sensed the master's strength, they had assumed he was at most at the 4th or 5th level of foundation establishment, perhaps even the 6th or 7th level. After all, his age was too young. Even if he had been cultivating since birth, he could not possibly have such high cultivation. Tio think, the master had just broken through to the sea observation realm today. Beside him, Tianwu also witnessed all this. His expression akin to encountering a ghost. Yet even so, it was already terrifying enough. At just over a decade of age, reaching the sea observation realm, is he even human? This talent, this cultivation, even within the entire Qin state, or even the 6 nations, there could scarcely be a few like him. At the very least, they had never heard nor seen such a thing. Who exactly is this master? Could he be a descendant of some hidden celestial lineage? If not, how could he possess such terrifying depth? Thunder flashed, laws emerged. Witnessing all this, everyone was left in a daze. Even Ren Xiao and Li Xian, upon observing this spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment, truly worthy of being the young master. This talent, this prowess, indeed, not something an ordinary person could compare to. But after a brief moment of shock, they hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, taking their places on the 2 cushions beside Zheng, simultaneously turning to whisper fiercely, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and cultivate. Cultivate." Hearing this, the crowd finally regained their senses, quickly settling down on the ground. Yes, such a golden opportunity, if not now, when? It turns out the Master's earlier declaration of leading us to immortality was not mere words. Countless individuals breathed rapidly, settling into a cross-legged position, beginning to cultivate and circulate their energy, while only that muddy monkey, having followed Zheng's earlier seated posture, also sat down. As time passed, and the spiritual energy enveloped him. The muddy monkey's form began to be entwined with a faint glow. The once dull fur began to transform into a pale golden hue, the roots of those soft hairs shimmering with pure gold. And within his pupils, golden light began to glimmer, seemingly containing the patterns of the universe, capable of dispelling all illusions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Feeling the changes within his body, sensing his own elevation, the muddy monkey erupted with joy. This is, I can cultivate too. I can become an immortal too. Observing the radiance emanating from himself, the muddy monkey was filled with uncontainable excitement. This master truly is the immortal spoken of by the old monkey. With this thought, an endless wave of gratitude surged within the muddy monkey. With both hands clasped in reverence, he imitated those around him, bowing respectfully to the shadow above. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 resounding knocks echoed on the ascension platform. In that very moment, tendrils of incense began to waft from the figure of the clay monkey, spiraling in silence, as if shrouded by mist, and merging into the body of Yingzhang, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, the Buddha from the Buddhist realm, who had been observing everything, widened his eyes in astonishment. Amitabha, what is happening? Has this stone monkey truly achieved enlightenment here? Was this step truly part of the plan? Chapter 62. Buddhist Realm. Is the Tao sect sabotaging my grand scheme? High in the sky, with the Buddha's light swirling, gazing at the resplendent valley below, the Buddha found himself at a loss for how to respond. His name was Pervasive Vision, one of the 18 guardian deities of Buddhism, capable of perceiving all things in the world. Yet, he never anticipated that one day, in this small human valley, he would overlook such a significant event. Golden radiance burst forth as he beheld the increasingly remarkable clay monkey, his expression a canvas of confusion. Is this truly a link in the chain of causality? Everything that has transpired must indeed have been destined. But why is it so strange? Amitabha. With hands pressed together, he gazed at the figure in the valley, enshrouded in the fate of humanity, as Pervasive Vision became increasingly perplexed. The lineage of humanity has been severed. Although he did not comprehend formations, he could vaguely discern that the so-called formation in this valley had previously been of little significance, merely a chaotic array of carvings constructed by a group of people. But why has it suddenly become effective? As for the creator of this valley, he had a faint understanding that it was the heir of a kingdom located in the southern region of the southern continent. He had not delved deeply into this area, for the 3 realms are vast beyond measure. After all, it was but a minor kingdom's heir. How could it capture his attention? This was only because this place was formerly the site of the divine seal calamity, the ruins of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared it a glance. Yet, how could such a small kingdom's ruler compel the clay monkey to linger, wandering in the void, dreaming of primordial beginnings? Slowly reciting the words Yingzhang had uttered upon his arrival, Pervasive Vision's expression grew grave. Primordial beginnings. These are indeed words of the Tao sect. Could it be that this seemingly insignificant human harbors the shadow of the Tao sect? He hastily lowered his gaze. The gravity of Pervasive Vision's expression intensified. The patterns of these formations seemed to indeed bear traces of the Tao sect. Breathing became slightly erratic, as dark clouds around him appeared to be tinted with pure gold. Time itself seeming to freeze. Amitabha, if the Tao sect has truly intervened in this clay monkey's affairs, then the stakes have risen dramatically. For the sake of today's plan, the Buddhist realm has prepared for countless years. There must be no unforeseen mishaps. But how did the Tao sect become aware of their plan? He raised his gaze to the heavens beyond the dark clouds, his expression serious. Amitabha, with hands clasped. In the next moment, a figure identical to his emerged behind him. Radiant Buddha light enveloped them, the 2 figures indistinguishable in terms of cultivation, aura, and energy fluctuations. Amitabha, you must keep watch here. I shall return shortly. Pervasive Vision, with a grave demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement of the importance of this matter. Good. Having received a response, Pervasive Vision no longer hesitated. With a single step, he traversed 1,000 miles, striding toward the direction of the Western Paradise. A heaviness weighed upon his heart. What exactly is the cause of all this today? Regardless, he must swiftly report everything to the Buddha. Meanwhile, the Buddha departed, yet the radiance continued to shine upon all. However, the individuals in the valley remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the air, unaware of Pervasive Vision's anxiety. Even Yingzhang remained unaware of the underlying issues. At this moment, they were entirely absorbed in their cultivation. Especially those disciples of the Black Ice platform, sitting cross-legged, were wholly devoted to their practice, having no time to concern themselves with the happenings outside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The laws intertwined. Spiritual energy surged, as the ascension platform and the 3 structures of the path to immortality illuminated. These ordinary disciples of the Black Ice Platform gradually began to sense the power dwelling within the valley. In the Black Ice Platform, nearly every disciple possessed a method of cultivation. Although the cultivation methods were profound and powerful, not all disciples of the Black Ice Platform were cultivators, for not everyone possessed the talent and formidable strength of individuals like Tian Wu, Hong Qingfeng, and Imo Xiangzi. Their rapid improvement upon acquiring the cultivation method stemmed from the solid foundation they had established prior, qualifying them as leaders of their sect, indicating their exceptional Dao fortune. For others among the disciples, even with a cultivation method, breaking through remained a challenging endeavor. Talent, cultivation, comprehension, all are indispensable. Despite Zheng's powerful cultivation method, not everyone could grasp it and achieve breakthroughs. In fact, many felt that the operation of this condensing Dan technique was not much different from that of the clay monkey. Everywhere were obstacles and bottlenecks. While they seemed to diligently practice and study, they were drenched in sweat, unable to absorb much at all. Often, after a day of effort, they could barely gather any true energy, let alone the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was utterly wishful thinking. Yet now, with the gathering of the second wondrous spectacle of the ages, boundless spiritual energy from heaven and earth had almost materialized in this place, requiring no effort to attract. Even the operation of cultivation methods was unnecessary, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged into their bodies like a frenzy. The immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed over them like a torrent, causing their cultivation to soar like firecrackers, wildly ascending. Moreover, as they sat cross-legged on the meditation cushions, they truly felt as if they were about to ascend, their minds and hearts enveloped in tranquility. The obstacles and uncertainties that had previously plagued their advancement seemed to vanish in an instant. Every ounce of true energy flowed with effortless precision. The once convoluted meridians, akin to a maze, suddenly appeared transparent, connecting directly to the heavens in their dantian, refining essence into energy, refining energy into spirit, refining spirit into void, merging void with the Tao. Streams of spiritual energy and life force surged into their bodies, aiding their rapid ascension without any concerns. For at this moment, all that coalesced was the purest spiritual energy from heaven and earth, even rectifying their original shortcomings. Furthermore, under the influx of life force, they could distinctly feel their internal wounds healing continuously, as cultivators, who among them was without injuries, unable to heal. Yet now, under the radiance of the ascension platform, nourished by boundless life essence, even the deepest hidden injuries were healing at an alarming rate. Chapter 63. Intent to kill. Ing Zhang strikes, slaying El Buwei. Incredible. Is this the ascension platform? Is this the path to immortality? Gazing at the ever-gathering spiritual energy, nearly all those immersed in it were left dumbfounded. They had never imagined that one day they would witness such a miracle. Tio, allow a person to elevate so significantly in such a short time. Is this not a miracle? Not to mention breaking through to the realm of chi refiners. Truly deserving of being the sect leader. This is overwhelmingly powerful. The terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced, as figures broke through in frenzy. Buzz, 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 buzz. Countless lights illuminated the surroundings. The laws intertwined, grand and awe-inspiring. While the thunderous roars above seemed to grow even more magnificent, the massive lightning obscuring all fluctuations here. Countless individuals broke through, an untold number of Black Ice Platform disciples advancing to the foundational stage. Once everything settled, among the 321 practitioners who participated in today's cultivation, over 100 figures successfully advanced. Adding to those who had previously broken through, the number of chi refiners within the Black Ice Platform had astonishingly reached a terrifying 130. 130. This is undoubtedly a staggering number. Looking across the entirety of the Qin Empire, such a multitude of chi refiners is scarcely found. It is worth noting that in ordinary sects, having one or two chi refiners is already commendable. Most only possess individuals at the realms of spirit refinement or void merging. Tio, have one or two true chi refiners is sufficient to be called a formidable force. Possessing 3 or 4 chi refiners would elevate one to the status of a first-rate sect. Even among the diverse philosophies of the Moists, Confucians, and Taoists, the number of chi refiners is scarcely more than 10. Where could one find a sect like the Black Ice Platform, with over 300 members, nearly half of whom are qi refiners. Even the remaining 100 who have yet to advance in their cultivation are already half a step into the realm, capable of perceiving the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, merely a step away from breaking through. It is only a matter of time. This is undoubtedly a shocking revelation. I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. I have succeeded. Heaven above. I have attained the realm of cultivators. Ha ha ha. I have broken through. I have truly broken through. Beneath the dark clouds, the qi refiners of the black ice platform felt the transformations within their bodies, experiencing the immense power contained within their hands, and nearly all of them were driven to madness. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down on the spot, tears streaming down their faces. Heaven, have mercy. I, an old man of 63, have finally today broken through and perceived the Tao. With tears flowing freely, the elder turned to gaze at Zhang, who remained seated in the core formation of the black ice platform, continuing his cultivation, and began to bow repeatedly. Disciple Zhang, she pays respects to the sect master. Thank you, sect master, for the grace of the Tao. The elder's hoarse voice echoed with the sound of his repeated bows upon the celestial platform. In this moment, not only the old man but also the other disciples of the black ice platform had red-rimmed eyes, and with a thud, they knelt on the ground. Disciples pay respects to the sect master. Thank you, sect master, for the grace of the Tao. The sect master is unparalleled. Long live the black ice platform. Long live the sect master. The thunderous shouts reverberated through the heavens. At this moment, an endless stream of incense and spiritual energy emanated from the bodies of the black ice platform disciples, flowing into Zhang. Furthermore, as these disciples of the black ice platform fully surrendered, the spiritual energy of the entire Qin human race seemed to subtly shift, countless fates merging from all directions. Beginning to heed Zhang's command, squeak, 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 on the far side, the mud monkey also knelt with the others, expressing its gratitude in a lively manner, for with the arrival of this ascension platform, it too had officially entered the realm of cultivators. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The boundless spiritual energy filled the air, and as Zhang felt the accumulating power, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Finally, he had succeeded. The consolidation of this second temporal marvel was undoubtedly a triumph, having allowed him to ascend from the foundation establishment stage to the sea observation stage, stepping directly into the fifth layer of sea observation. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang could distinctly hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins, akin to mighty rivers surging forth, vibrant life force eager to emerge. A slight movement of his fingers produced the crisp sound of jade striking against jade, and with each breath, he felt the directional flows surrounding him. The spiritual energy within his body surged like a river, seemingly inexhaustible. As he savored the abundant power within him, Zhang's heart surged with excitement. Meanwhile, behind him, Ren Xiao and Li Xian took this opportunity to break through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Sea observation, 8th layer of foundation establishment. With over 100 qi refiners, this force was, to some extent, already capable of challenging figures like El Buwei, perhaps even surpassing them. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang's eyes. He did not linger in the black ice platform any longer. After instructing everyone to continue their cultivation, he returned to the prince's hall in Xianyang. However, upon his return to the capital, he sensed that something was amiss. Although it was late at night, the atmosphere within the city was evidently chaotic. What has happened? Zhang wondered, while Ren Xiao and Li Xian had already set out to gather information. Before long, they returned to Zhang's side, albeit with grim expressions. Young master, trouble has arisen. There are issues with General Meng Ao in the north. Earlier today, at noon, General Sima Shang of Zhao launched a surprise attack on the border city of Henan, resulting in the deaths of several military leaders. The 60,000 troops accompanying him were slaughtered almost entirely by Sima Shang. General Meng Wu was gravely injured in his escape and remains unconscious. Upon hearing this news, Zhang abruptly turned his head. What? Meng Ao has been defeated. How could this be? Meng Ao is a veteran general of 3 dynasties, a commander of the same era as Bai Qi. How could he have made such a grave error in military affairs? Reports indicate that after the deaths of those military leaders, El Buwei immediately dispatched his own soldiers to take over their positions. Some claim this was El Buwei's scheme. Yet among the fallen leaders, one was El Buwei's own nephew, holding a significant military position. A significant military position? Ing Zheng scoffed, not bothering to respond to El Buwei. What is one nephew worth? It is easy to surmise who orchestrated this. If he could seize military power, it would not matter if he sacrificed his entire family. He would not even flinch. As he surveyed the bamboo slips presented by Ren Xiao, Ing Zheng's expression darkened. What of the civilian casualties? The incident was sudden, and no one anticipated that Sima Shang would take such a reckless action against a Nan city. Ren Xiao spoke solemnly. The civilians within the city had no chance to escape. Aside from a few who were farming outside the city, the remaining civilians suffered devastating casualties, with tens of thousands dead in the chaos. With clenched fists, Ing Zheng's eyes glinted with a fierce red light, almost piercing the heavens with his murderous intent. How could they dare to be so brazen in seizing power while the army is engaged in battle? El Buwei truly deserves to die. Taking a deep breath, the joy Ing Zheng felt from his cultivation breakthrough dissipated in an instant. His murderous intent surged. The second temporal marvel had been fully realized. Over 100 Qi refiners had gained substantial power. Considering the time he had spent here, nearly half a year had passed. It was about time to take action against these parasites. Ren Xiao, allow me to ask you, if memory serves, the coronation ceremony is about to commence. Correct? However, according to ancestral customs, the Qin monarch must hold a sacrificial ceremony before ascending the throne. Indeed, young master, Ren Xiao replied respectfully, nodding. The coronation ceremony is still some time away, but the sacrificial rites have already been prepared and are set to take place in the coming days. Good. Nodding slightly, Ing Zheng silently contemplated, his murderous intent intensifying. Initially, he had planned to wait until the construction of the third temporal marvel was completed, then eliminate El Buwei and the others to restore internal order and minimize losses. Yet now, it seemed there was no need to wait. Ing Zheng swiftly considered his next steps, turning to the table where he began writing fervently, handing the documents to Ran Xiao. Make sure these are properly recorded. At the same time, summon Hong Qingfeng, Mo Xiangzi, and Tian Wu to come here quickly. I have important matters to discuss. Chapter 64. The Aging Lion, Battle-Worn Chariots. How dare El Buwei act with such impunity? Truly believing that the great Qin has no one to oppose him. Within the spacious military tent, a chilling atmosphere pervaded. Dust swirled as sharp wooden stakes stood erect, securing the military formation for miles around. Troops of elite Qin soldiers patrolled the perimeter, some still adorned with the dried blood of battle, their gazes dark and predatory, scanning the surroundings, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The heart of this military formation. A commander clad in armor, wearing a high crown, raged in fury. He must die. El Buwei must die. How dare he even target the soldiers engaged in battle? What is he trying to accomplish? This commander, tall and robust, appeared to be around 40 years old, with a sword at his waist, standing like an upright black bear, his square face and full forehead accentuating his fierce gaze, which seemed to burn with wrath. He was Huan Yi, one of the strongest commanders under General Meng Ao of the Northern Qin forces. Sitting in his seat, he reviewed intelligence reports from the front line, the bamboo slips crumpling under his grip with a crack. Completely shattered, new intelligence had arrived. There should have been scouts returning from a Nan city. Just before the incident, scouts reported unusual movements from Sima Shang, but the news had not arrived in time. Earlier, he had been puzzled by the silence. Now it was clear that the scouts had likely been intercepted and killed by El Buwei. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have such precise knowledge of Sima Shang's movements. With a fist pounding the table, the heavy sand table shook, mirroring Huan Yi's darkening expression. Tio place his pieces and consolidate power. Even using his own nephew as bait, El Buwei truly was ruthless. Vile wretch, enough of your prattle. Facing him was an elderly man with white hair. Though he appears to have surpassed the age of 50, his spirit remains remarkably vibrant, and his eyes still gleam with the light of wisdom. At this moment, he stands before a smaller sand table, gazing intently at the densely packed offensive routes of the Zhao state, his expression beneath a crown of white hair cold and fearsome. With such time to spare for idle chatter, it would be far more prudent to contemplate strategies. The elder, known as Wang Qi, is a general of the same era as Bai Qi and Meng Ao. Having fought alongside Meng Ao for several decades, throughout his lifetime of warfare, although he has not accumulated particularly illustrious achievements, he has consistently maintained a stable command, leading countless battles without ever suffering defeat. General Wang, can you truly endure this? Huan Qi rose in indignation, his bovine eyes glaring, teeth clenched in anger. Our valiant soldiers are shedding blood on the front lines while this motley crew behind us behaves so unscrupulously. If that is the case, then we might as well. Before Huan Qi could finish his sentence, a figure approached from outside the tent. He lifted the flap and entered, his hair as white as snow. Yet his stature seemed even more robust than Huan Qi's. His aged eyes bore no hint of frailty. Rather, the white hair and creased face resembled badges of honor bestowed by time. With an aura reminiscent of a lion commanding the realm, he declared, such matters should be discussed sparingly within the military. Taking his seat at the head of the table, the elder's voice resonated powerfully. Before we have a definitive method or action, excessive words yield no benefit. Be wary of the perils that may arise from careless speech. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huan Qi instantly quelled his anger. Gazing at this lion-like elder, he inhaled deeply and bowed respectfully, saying, I shall heed the general's counsel. General Wang Qi, seated at another sand table, nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring with genuine concern, how fares Uncle Xing? The visitor was none other than one of the two esteemed generals of the Qin state. Meng Ao. He took a hearty sip from his cup, exhaling a long breath, and straightened his back. It is nothing serious. He will not perish, but his legs have sustained injuries. Henceforth, he will likely be unable to engage in battle and will have to remain stationed within the army or at the rear. Outrageous. Upon hearing this, Huan Qi sprang to his feet in fury. Wang Qi's expression also darkened. As military partners, the two had witnessed Meng Wu grow up, fully aware of the youth's talent and aspirations, undoubtedly a capable warrior in their ranks. How could they not be enraged at such misfortune befalling him? The atmosphere within the camp turned oppressive. Huan Qi, unsure of how to provide comfort, returned to his seat in silent frustration. After an indeterminate time, it was ultimately Meng Ao who broke the silence with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. No matter. War is destined for greatness. Having survived this ordeal and remaining within the military is not without its advantages. Rising with laughter, Meng Ao's voice remained deep and steady. Exile Liang, how fares the defense along the borders? Hearing Meng Ao's inquiry, Wang Qi inhaled deeply and replied succinctly, it remains secure, but Sima Shang's Annan city is too fortified. Despite sending numerous troops, we have been unable to breach it. Failing to breach it is to be expected. Sima Shang's approach is methodical. Like a radish, he digs a hole with each step, and without triple the forces. It is challenging to uproot him. We mustn't be misled by his apparent strength, but rather encircle him from all sides, severing his lines of reinforcement. This is surely something you are most familiar with. Exile Liang, indeed. Over the following period, Meng Ao not only addressed the situation in Annan City, but also analyzed the defensive strategies for numerous cities along the northern borders of the Qin state, discussing how to defend and advance, as well as mentioning various matters to be attended to in the coming months. Observing Meng Ao's composure, Huan Qi felt a sense of relief, regardless of Meng Wu's injury. It seemed that Meng Ao remained unfazed. As night deepened, Wang Qi and Huan Qi retired to their quarters. The military tent was dimly lit, the flickering candlelight illuminating the vast space within it at this moment. Meng Ao maintained a straight posture, his silhouette in the tent resembling a steadfast pillar. Hours slipped away until the last of the generals and soldiers succumbed to slumber, allowing Meng Ao to finally exhale deeply. A hint of weariness creeping into his ancient gaze, his back slightly bending. Years of marching had taken their toll, and with his beloved son injured and the battlefield lost, how could he not feel the weight of it all? Yet, as a leader of the army and a pillar of strength, how could he display any sign of fatigue? Even in solitude, he must uphold his stance. The candle flickered on, and Meng Ao leafed through a scroll. Though his thoughts wandered far from the text before him, having come from the Qi state, he had risen to prominence during the reign of King Zhaoxiang, witnessing the Qin state flourish under 3 successive monarchs. He had fought valiantly, treating his soldiers as kin, never once engaging in oppression or insult. However, as he reflected upon the many generals and soldiers who had perished in Annan City, a seething anger surged within him. Igniting his white hair as though it were ablaze, El Buwei, Lady Huayang, Lady Xia. Repeating these names, murderous intent glimmered in Meng Ao's eyes, a desire to eradicate them at any cost. Yet ultimately, he expelled a long breath. raising his gaze to the distant, darkened sky, his mind burdened with an inexplicable discontent. The Qin, oh, the Qin. Today's Qin appears formidable, yet it is akin to a battle-worn chariot, riddled with holes and corroded by insidious vermin. Particularly the factions of El, Huayang, and Xia grow increasingly reckless. If the Qin were to halt its descent into the abyss and eliminate its afflictions, there might still be hope for salvation. But how easy is that to achieve? Inhaling deeply, the murderous intent in Meng Ao's eyes remained undiminished. How, then, should they confront the current predicament? Chapter 65. The Feast at Hongmen, a place of sacrifice. The northern sky sparkled with stars, and the elder General Meng Ao seethed with fury. Yet faced with the maneuvers of El Buwei and others, he found himself utterly powerless. The military has never been governed by a single decree. The logistics of such a massive army amount to astronomical figures every day. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that over 70% of these supplies are controlled by the petty individuals within Xianying, and no matter how valiant he may be, how can he contend with this? Not only has he failed to uncover evidence regarding the incident in Annan City, even if he did, it is unlikely to sway the situation. Ultimately, Meng Ao could only unleash his wrath upon the Zhao army. Yet, this frustration was not confined to Meng Ao alone. On the other side, General Wang Jin of the Chu army also faced the schemes of Lady Xia and Lady Huayang. The issue has been identified. General, it was Lady Xia and Lady Huayang who infiltrated the military with their appointed generals, leaking intelligence that led to the defeat at Yuecheng. Under the quiet night, a young general clad in white reported the latest intelligence to Wang Jin. Beneath the scroll, Wang Jin's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as though he had anticipated this all along, his long eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. What of the casualties? Not light, Wang Bin replied, his voice strained. As if holding back a surge of anger, at least 6,000 soldiers perished in this battle. Even Uncle Du Yun fell on the battlefield. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wang Jin's hand, which had been perusing the bamboo slips, seemed to falter momentarily. After a brief pause, he lowered his gaze once more. Du Yun has also departed, I see. You may withdraw. Wang Bin nodded respectfully. Before departing, he did not forget to leave behind a bamboo slip detailing the agents of Lady Huayang and Lady Xia who had taken advantage of this military defeat. Glancing over the names of these individuals, Wang Jin casually discarded the slip aside. Rising slowly, he stepped outside the tent. At this moment, the distant flames of war continued to spread. Compared to Sima Shang, the commanding and decisive prowess of the Chu General Xiang Yin was evidently far superior. Several hours prior, he had organized a nighttime raid against the flank of the army. Fortunately, the military had been on high alert, and the attack had yielded little effect. In half an hour, they would retreat. But what of their retreat? The soldiers in the distance fought valiantly for the Qin, risking their lives and shedding blood, all to protect their families and homeland. Yet those in the court treated them as mere pawns in the game of power, ruthlessly sacrificing and ensnaring them in their quest for dominance. The old Qin people, the old Qin people. Who could these aging citizens turn to now? El Buwei, Lady Huayang, or Lady Xia? The young lord was far too inexperienced, having almost become a puppet of the three factions. Should he ally with them now, it would not only fail to bolster his position, but could also render him a target in their eyes, a thorn in their side. And should an alliance falter, the delicate balance among the factions would shatter, leading to mutual destruction and further chaos within the already fractured Qin state. Born in the Qin, raised in the Qin, how could one bear witness to the suffering of the land and its people? Yet relying solely on a few individuals, how long could this fragile equilibrium endure? May the young lord mature swiftly. If he can truly endure, perhaps one day, the Qin might yet see prosperity once more. Far in the distance, dark clouds loomed, and Meng Ao and Wang Jin grappled with the current state of the Qin, troubled and at a loss for a viable solution. The long winds howled, igniting the flames of war along the borders in the city of Xianyang. The lights shone brightly, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha! This time, the execution was splendid, truly worthy of the Chancellor, whose prowess is indeed formidable. The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air, as goblets clinked in merriment. Within the expansive courtyard, the waters sparkled, and numerous men clad in the splendid attire of the Qin dynasty sat at a grand banquet table, laughing heartily. This successful scheme has directly seized a tenth of Meng Ao's military power. Though it may seem modest, it marks a monumental beginning. This maneuver far surpasses the strength displayed by Madame Huayang and Madame Xia. As cups were exchanged, figures at the banquet laughed uproariously, their faces aglow with joy. They were all dignitaries from various regions of Xianyang, each holding a position of significance within the Qin. Among them were many who held pivotal roles in the Qin's political landscape. Varying in age and stature, yet united by one commonality. They were all trusted confidants of El Buwade. In fortune, they share glory. In misfortune, they share loss. Now, after long deliberation, El Buwade's military plan has finally come to fruition. How could they not be elated? This success signifies that for the upcoming months, the El family's influence will prevail. Haha, this victory is indeed of great consequence. The current conflict must not come to an easy halt. The mobilization of Zhao and Chu is nothing short of divine intervention. The Qin officials proclaimed excitedly, as various exquisite wines and dishes were presented by the maidens. Dancers performed with fervor, while court musicians played enchanting melodies. The entire courtyard brimmed with prosperity. Seated at the head of the table, El Buwei observed it all with a smile, occasionally engaging in conversation with a few of his close associates. Lic was also among them, though his expression appeared somewhat dimmed. Tonggu, what troubles you? Sensing his unease, a guest clad in brocade inquired with a smile. No, I am not discontent, merely a bit concerned. Li Si hesitated before finally speaking. Is such a grand display truly a good thing? The soldiers at the front continue to fight. What if they were to learn of this? What of it? Unbeknownst to him, El Buwei had already approached Li Si. Chancellor, Li Si exclaimed, hastily rising to bow. No need for such formalities. El Buwei waved his hand with a smile, regarding Li Si with satisfaction. His ability to maintain calm thought in such an environment is commendable, a promising trait indeed. Tonggu, come with me. Certainly. Lic excused himself to his companions, following El Buwei to a secluded area. The starry sky shone brightly here, undisturbed by prying ears, allowing for private discourse. Tonggu, do you suppose I have summoned this banquet for what purpose? El Buwei inquired with a smile. With the Chancellor's wisdom, Li Si dared not speculate too much, but he understood it was not merely for celebration. Respectfully, he clasped his hands and bowed. Ha ha ha, you are indeed too cautious. Tonggu, El Buwei chuckled. This revelation took Li Si by surprise. He hastily asked, could it be that the Chancellor truly called this banquet to celebrate? Indeed, El Buwei replied with a smile, causing Li Si's eyes to widen. Though he added, yet what is celebration if not more than mere celebration? Approaching the edge of the area, El Buwei gazed into the distance, his aged eyes reflecting the vast expanse of stars, and spoke solemnly. The current situation in the Qin is indeed exceedingly complex, yet is not the human heart equally intricate? Merely avoiding confrontation will lead to loss of support, even causing you to lose the allegiance of your subordinates. Only by boldly singing one's praises can one achieve greatness. In times of weakness, one must endure, but when one grows strong, what is there to fear? Li Si remained silent for a moment. Realizing El Buwei's remarks were directed at his recent political maneuvers, which had been somewhat indecisive. Lic, I have learned from you. Nodding slightly, El Buwei continued. Hand over Xinzhong Commandery to you, not as an arbiter, but to swiftly stabilize the situation there. Can you accomplish this within a month? The vast expanse was silent. At this moment, the open grassland seemed to whisper in the wind. A profound stillness enveloped them. And Li Si sensed a chill in the air. This implied he would become an executioner, eliminating all who opposed him. Certainly Lic will dutifully obey the Chancellor's commands. Bowing his head, he did not dare to resist. Nodding slightly, El Buwei gestured for Li Si to depart. The latter left respectfully. Once Li Si had gone, a shadow emerged from the darkness, and El Buwei, calm in demeanor, inquired without turning back. What is it? Reporting to the Chancellor, we have recently obtained intelligence that Crown Prince Zheng seems to be preparing the sacrificial rites prior to the coronation ceremony, inviting numerous dignitaries to partake in the banquet for these rites, among which is an invitation intended for you. The sacrificial rites? El Buwei furrowed his brow slightly. Should not this be under the purview of either himself or Madame Huayang and Madame Xia? Has someone on the other side taken action? Do they wish to see me falter? Thoughts swirling, His expression remained unchanged as he casually inquired. Where did Zheng acquire the rights and the banquet? It is in the outskirts of the city. The scout replied respectfully, extending the invitation. Bamboo slip.it is in the outskirts of Xianyang, near Lintong, in a small place called Hengmin. Chapter 66. The Fleeting Moment, the Modern Era on the Brink of Chaos. Have you heard? Young Master Zheng seems to be hosting a banquet. A banquet? What kind of banquet? The sacrificial rites banquet prior to the coronation ceremony. Ah? Is that true? Under the bright sun, amid the clamor of voices, the autumn days deepened in Xianyang. With the summer breeze, news of Ing Zheng's upcoming banquet at Hengmin spread rapidly throughout the city in a single evening. What is going on? Young Master Zheng is hosting a banquet? Upon hearing this news, countless ministers in Xianyang were taken aback, momentarily stunned by this unexpected development. Their first reaction was disbelief. After all, the current young Master Zheng, though touted as the foremost heir, wielded no real power whatsoever, as all authority lay firmly in the hands of Huayang and Xia. Just a few years had passed since his return from Zhao, and even now, some court officials had yet to see Ing Zheng's visage. It was even rumored that just days ago, he had secluded himself to cultivate land and refine elixirs. How could he suddenly host a banquet today? Could it be that the other two factions are taking action? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't heard any rumors. Many ministers furrowed their brows, unable to believe that it was young Master Zheng who had orchestrated the banquet. Yet, upon further inquiry and hearing reports from scouts, they were left dumbfounded, for yesterday, nearly every dignitary in Xianyang had received an invitation from Ing Zheng. Not only their faction but the other two factions had also received one. It seemed indeed young Master Zheng was the one hosting it. What is he up to? Why is he calling a banquet? Each Qin official found themselves perplexed, utterly unable to discern Ing Zheng's intentions behind this sudden move. After a brief moment of bewilderment, however, many officials began to laugh. This was somewhat unexpected. Rumors had circulated that young Master Zheng had recently embarked on the path of cultivation. Could it be that he truly believes he has risen? A still youthful prince, despite being a cultivator, what of it? He has yet to reach adulthood. How could he possibly command the Qin? His status may suffice, but power, skill, and temperament are all woefully inadequate. Indeed, he is still too immature. Even if he is a cultivator, our faction also has its seasoned sages in Xianyang. Discussions erupted. Regarding Ing Zheng, they maintained a facade of respect, yet in private, save for a few old Qin loyalists. Few regarded him highly. After all, the current Ing Zheng is far too young. The three factions loom like towering trees, leaving him no space to grow. This is evident from the recent conflicts between Zhao and Chu. And for a puppet king, how much respect can one truly offer? Moreover, without the coronation truly underway, who can guarantee that he will indeed become the future king of Qin? Furthermore, given the current situation, it seems likely that even if Ing Zheng ascends, he will merely be a puppet ruler. Maintaining a semblance of respect is already commendable, especially among the confidants of El Buwei, Madame Huayang, and the Empress Dowager Xia. Upon hearing this news, they couldn't help but laugh outright. Ha ha ha, absurd. This Ing Zheng is holding a sacrificial ceremony? A banquet? What on earth is he thinking? I heard he was refining elixirs just days ago. Ha ha ha, perhaps he truly believes he is a cultivator, akin to an immortal. It is not impossible, after all, young Master Zheng has yet to come of age. Just like those previous rascally sects, are you aware? Those who were recently pilfering around Xianyang? Yes, I remember. They were even planning to construct a platform for ascension. Ha ha ha. Whispers of laughter echoed among the numerous officials of Xianyang, who secretly reveled in the anticipated folly of the so-called Long Prince of the Great Qin. As the news spread, the common folk of Great Qin erupted in jubilant cheers, blissfully unaware of the intricate machinations at play. They believed that the next ruler of Great Qin was on the verge of being determined, and the leaderless state of their realm would soon welcome a new monarch. Filled with exuberance, they offered fervent prayers, hoping for the wisdom of the future king and eagerly anticipating the commencement of the sacrificial rites. In stark contrast, Ing Zheng, within the royal palace of Xianyang, maintained an air of tranquility. The flickering candlelight illuminated the vast hall as he sat cross-legged before a sturdy table, his palms turned skyward, absorbing the rich essence of heaven and earth. With each breath, it felt as if rivers flowed within him, a symphony of vitality and life, infused with the arcane energies of the cosmos. After an indeterminate period of meditation, he finally exhaled a heavy sigh, releasing the stagnant air within. Ren Xiao, he called. I am here, replied Ren Xiao, respectfully bowing from the corner. Is everything ready? Indeed, my lord. All preparations have been made, Ren Xiao responded promptly. There existed a structure at Hongmin, a remnant of the past, not particularly grand but sufficient for their needs. It was nearing completion, expected to be finished within 3 days, thus facilitating the upcoming sacrificial rites and banquet. Excellent, Ing Zheng nodded slightly. Ensure that this Hongmin banquet is connected to the Haibingtai. The method is yours to devise, just make sure it is recorded. Understood, Ren Xiao affirmed with a respectful nod. The distance between Hongmin and Haibingtai was not substantial, merely a few miles apart. Although he remained uncertain about the prince's intentions for holding a banquet at Hongmin or the rationale behind linking the two, as a loyal servant, he felt no need to ponder excessively. Whatever the prince commanded, they would follow. In fact, there were surplus materials from the construction at Haibingtai that could be conveniently repurposed. Ing Zheng offered no explanation regarding this matter. Though the second phase of the temporal apparatus had been completed, the accumulation of future points would only enhance its effectiveness. The Haibingtai would serve as a place of cultivation. Who could possibly disdain a site for spiritual development? Documenting all of this could potentially yield a further harvest of points. While lost in contemplation, Ing Zheng turned to inquire, what of Mo Xiangzi, Tian Wu, and Hong Qingfeng? They are swift in their actions, my lord. The tasks have been assigned, and while not all have returned, everything appears to be proceeding according to plan. Came Ren Xiao's report. Good, Ing Zheng acknowledged with a nod. Urge them to expedite their efforts. They must conclude before the day of the sacrificial rites. Yes, my lord. He waved a hand dismissively, and Ren Xiao turned to leave with deference. Rising slowly, Ing Zheng approached the window, gazing out at the sprawling expanse of Xianyang. Surely, the majority of Great Qin's fortunes would soon be within his grasp. Under the sun's radiance, the sky was a flawless blue. As he fixated on the distant figures of El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia, his fists clenched tightly, vibrant colors swirling around his fingertips, while the murderous intent in his gaze intensified. Patience is essential. All things adhere to fate. Even a lion must exert its utmost when hunting a mere rabbit, not to mention that El Buwei and his ilk are far from feeble. Taking a deep breath, Ing Zheng resumed his seated position, delving deeper into his cultivation. The art of observation differed from that of foundation building. He required more time to familiarize himself with his own prowess and magical abilities. As the moments ticked by, like a fleeting shadow, the sun and moon continued their relentless cycle. In the stillness of the hall, Ing Zheng sat in meditation, refining his insights, his silhouette gradually dimming under the sun's descent. As the moon ascended, casting its silvery glow, countless shadows of living beings, nurtured over millennia, danced upon the ground, transforming into figures of archaeologists bearing flashlights and heavy burdens, before the vast relics they uncovered. The atmosphere became charged with excitement. Chapter 67. Modern Era. Is it not a legend? Were there really cultivators in antiquity? Illusory figures manifested in the realm. Translucent jade cushions appeared, enveloped in mist, reflecting the azure sky. In the tranquil valley, silence prevailed. No wind stirred, only the rhythmic beating of hearts and the breaths of the onlookers filled the air. Archaeologists stood frozen in place, bewildered and at a loss. That was an apparition, wasn't it? After a lengthy pause, Lu Boisgeau from the team spoke, his eyes behind glasses filled with confusion. Eventually, someone in the group responded, I saw it too. It seemed like a figure, the young Emperor Shi Huang. As the others exchanged words, their faces mirrored a collective fear. Did we truly see it? Lu Boisgeau swallowed hard, grappling with the reality that they had all witnessed the same ethereal vision. If only one or two had seen it. Perhaps it could be dismissed as nerves or confusion, but the unanimity of their experience defied explanation. Surely, it could not be a mirage. Raising their heads, they beheld the cerulean sky, with a gentle breeze blowing. Devoid of any moisture in this desolate wilderness, where could a mirage possibly arise, especially one so diminutive? Furthermore, during their earlier excavations, there had been peculiar occurrences, such as their frequent dreams. Were they not too recurrent? Too similar? In the group, Sun Yinliang licked his lips, his expression dazed and fearful. Ina One answered. Their minds were already in disarray. Once or twice could be overlooked, but the consistency was utterly implausible. Surely there could not be something sinister at play here? Or might the ancient records hold an element of truth? Beneath the midday sun, the valley remained still, yet an icy chill seemed to envelop them, sending shivers down their spines. This was all too extraordinary. The phenomenon was undoubtedly not a mere illusion. At that moment, the decades of materialistic beliefs began to tremble violently. Suddenly, someone in the team reached out and slapped a nearby colleague. Ouch! What was that for? The recipient of the slap jumped up, eyes wide, cheeks flushed. This is not a dream, the slapper murmured, staring at his reddened palm. Dazed, the valley felt eerie as time approached noon, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Even the elderly Mingshan, seasoned in archaeology, appeared bewildered and uncertain. He had traversed countless remote corners and ancient sites, even pried open coffins, yet had never encountered such bizarre phenomena. Not only were the dreams identical, but they had also witnessed indistinct apparitions. As a shiver coursed through him, Li Mingshan surveyed his surroundings, his confidence waning. Could it be that in ancient times, true cultivators roamed this land? The mere thought of it, once ignited, refused to dissipate. Moreover, it was not just him. At that moment, every other individual present shared the same sentiment. Their hearts raced. The remnants of their materialistic beliefs insisted that there could be no such beings as immortals. These were merely exaggerations of the ancients. Yet the recent events were undeniably. And what of those deep blue butterflies? Surely they too were not illusions. And what of the creatures in the forest during their first expedition? The green snake that devoured the elixir. Their minds became a labyrinth of confusion and chaos. Did cultivators truly exist? Were there indeed alchemists in the Qin dynasty? Ultimately, amidst the collective bewilderment, Li Mingshan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Enough of this speculation. We must first complete our excavation here. This is the legacy of the first emperor. We shall investigate this site thoroughly before pondering anything else. His voice resonated with authority and determination, and upon hearing his words, the team slowly regained their focus. Yes, they replied, rallying their spirits. Driven by their passion for archaeology, they instinctively began to resume their tasks. Despite their lingering thoughts on the existence of cultivators, the instincts of archaeologists soon led them to remarkable discoveries. Jade artifacts, bronze vessels, golden and silver treasures. To their astonishment, in proximity to the ascension platform, they unearthed an abundance of precious items buried beneath the earth, numbering in the thousands, rivaling even royal tombs. Strangely enough, most of these artifacts remain remarkably intact. The jade, needless to say, is in pristine condition, and the gold and silver are also remarkably well preserved. Astonishingly, even the bronze vessels have retained their exquisite integrity. Some even emit a faint, ethereal glow. This is quite extraordinary. After several millennia, how could such a vast collection remain so impeccably preserved, even when buried in the earth? Gazing at the multitude of treasures, the onlookers' minds spun in a daze, overwhelmed by the sheer number of artifacts that dulled the shock of their earlier encounter. Their fervor for archaeology and appreciation for cultural heritage surged anew. Quick, continue excavating. How can there be so many treasures here? It's simply unbelievable. There are even more than last time. The findings from these two excavations alone rival the efforts of an ordinary archaeological team over decades. If one disregards the peculiar and uncanny occurrences encountered during these digs, such a vast site would likely elude the grasp of any conventional archaeological team throughout their lifetime. Just then, someone in the group exclaimed in astonishment as he unearthed a sizable jade tablet. Approximately half a meter square, densely inscribed with the names of many practitioners from the Black Ice platform. Gathering cultivators from all directions, they ascended to immortality, totaling 321 individuals. Staring at the multitude of names etched on the jade tablet, the crowd's eyes sparkled with wonder. Were these the individuals from the Black Ice platform of yore? Historically, the existence of such an organization is indeed documented. However, as they began to scrutinize the names closely, a wave of disbelief washed over them, for at the forefront of the tablet, two names stood out conspicuously. Ren Xiao Lixian? Repeating these names, the group was momentarily bewildered. Were these not renowned generals from the future Qin dynasty, esteemed confidants of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? with their exploits recorded in history, particularly Li Xian, a celebrated commander, though he faced defeat in his campaign against the Chu, remains unmatched in military prowess, a prominent figure in history. How could it be that they were intertwined with the Black Ice Platform? Chapter 68. Rectifying History, Altering Errors. Ren Xiao, a top general of the Qin army, though not widely recognized in the annals of history, was undeniably a formidable figure. Among the elite of the Qin, he ranks alongside the likes of Wang Jian, Ming Ao, and Ming Tian. Like Li Xian, Ren Xiao belonged to the younger generation. After the unification of the six states by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, he led a campaign against the Baiyue, successfully uniting the nations of Lingnan and serving as the inaugural prefect of Nanhai County. Overseeing the three prefectures of Lingnan, Nanhai, and Xiang, he was known as the Southeast Commander. The primary general leading the Qin forces into Lingnan was the seasoned General Tu Wei, who, faced with the complex terrain and indigenous peoples of the Baiyue, not only found his retreat cut off and suffered defeat, but also perished on the battlefield. The ability to unify the Baiyue under such chaotic conditions clearly attests to Ran Zhao's skill and talent. Even Zhao Tuo, who later proclaimed himself the king of Nanyue, merely succeeded him after Ran Zhao's untimely demise. But now, how has he become associated with the Black Ice Platform? Especially concerning Li Xian. If we calculate based on historical timelines, Emperor Qin Shi Huang would have been but a teenager, and Li Xian would not have been much older, perhaps around 20 years of age. Ren Xiao, even if slightly older, would not have been significantly so. At this point, both should still be relatively obscure, honing their skills within the military. How did they become linked to the Black Ice Platform? The crowd exchanged glances, all equally perplexed. The records here diverged entirely from historical accounts. Let me see again. Ren Xiao, Li Xian, Tian Wu, Mo Xiangzi, Hong Qingfeng. Rubbing their eyes vigorously and reciting each name, the group confirmed they were not mistaken. Yet, this only deepened their confusion. This cannot be right. According to Sima Qian's records, it should not be like this. The group gazed at one another, their breaths quickening. Could it be that Li Xian and Ren Xiao were indeed part of the Black Ice Platform? Such a possibility seemed plausible. Grasping the jade tablet tightly, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. If this were true, it would drastically alter many historical records. After all, Sima Qian was merely human, not a deity. Numerous investigations in later years have revealed many discrepancies and controversies in the records of the grand historian. Scholars have diligently studied and uncovered excessive embellishments and exaggerations within, identifying at least hundreds of inaccuracies. Moreover, throughout history, no one had ever discovered Li Xian's burial site or any artifacts that could testify to his existence. This discovery marks the first of its kind. Contemplating all of this, the archaeologists' eyes gleamed with fervor, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. If this were indeed the case, it would be a monumental discovery. Rectifying history, altering errors. This discovery holds greater value than merely unearthing artifacts. Ren Xiao, Li Xian, the Black Ice Platform. Should this information be made public, it would undoubtedly create a sensational headline, not to mention the jade tablet bearing the names of the Black Ice Platform. Its worth is incalculable. It must be preserved with utmost care to prevent any damage. The group was filled with excitement as they retrieved protective materials from their backpacks to encase the jade tablet securely. Continue excavating. Yes. As the jade tablet was unearthed, the group's excitement intensified, and they scattered throughout the valley, searching for related artifacts. Before long, they stumbled upon a treasure trove. It seemed to be a collection of items left behind from the initial construction, including tiles, stone pillars, and jade carvings. After meticulously organizing their findings, they realized the number of artifacts was staggering, easily exceeding 100. Combined with the scattered finds from earlier, they had amassed nearly 2,000 artifacts. Furthermore, there were references to the Black Ice Platform, the Immortal Ascension Gate, the Path to Ascension, and the Ascension Platform. The crowd felt a wave of vertigo. It was surreal in all their years of archaeological work. They had never encountered such a vast site, not even during the grand excavations led by the elderly Ming Shan. Not to mention that this site could hold even greater significance. They must catalog everything meticulously. No mistakes must occur. Yes, it's unimaginable. So many artifacts that one could practically establish another branch of a museum. The group busily continued their work, processing artifacts from morning until noon, then from noon until night. After days of labor, fatigue finally set in, and they extinguished the lights, settling down by the campfire to sleep. After a night of rest, they rose early the next morning to continue their work on the artifacts. However, as they reached the farthest end of the valley, they discovered that it did not appear to be the deepest part of the gorge. Behind the ascension platform, there was an actual pathway. Another road? The group was astonished and hurried forward, only to find the path blocked by massive boulders that had collapsed from the mountainside, filling the area. The passage was ancient, with some parts overgrown with moss. This won't do. We can't move it. Sun Yinliang and several team members cautiously approached, attempting to clear the blockage, but the rocks were simply too immense for their collective strength. There seems to be something beyond this. The group's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, this was to be expected. Given the passage of time, artifacts from the Qin dynasty would inevitably be affected by geological shifts. Wait, everyone, there appears to be a record here. It was a stone tablet, toppled and fractured, standing amidst the rubble. While many portions had eroded, some text remained legible. Indeed, it is a record. Quickly, take a look. The archaeologists hurriedly approached, examining it closely. Before long, they deciphered the inscription. In the first year of the immortal Qin, Prince Zheng ascended to immortality, establishing the Black Ice platform in this valley, accompanied by 3,211 individuals, soaring into the heavens. After the ascension, turmoil ensued, with demons rampant and calamities abounding. At that time, Lu Buwei, Huayang, and Xiang Ji conspired with external forces, disturbing the immortal Qin, leading to the defeat of the celestial soldiers in their northern campaign. The populace suffered greatly, and all beings were cast into despair. To quell the chaos in the court, Prince Zheng, under the pretext of a celestial sacrifice before his ascension, summoned the practitioners of the Black Ice platform to the Hongmin site for a banquet, inviting all three factions. This was the immortal Qin Hongmin banquet. The crowd. Chapter 69. The birth of the modern era's first cultivator, immortal Qin. Hongmin banquet. Gazing at the records inscribed, the elderly Ming Shan and the other archaeologists momentarily froze. Then, their eyes widened in disbelief. Hongmin banquet? What in the world is this? Isn't this a tale from the later accounts of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang? How can it be linked to the Qin dynasty? With widened eyes, the crowd observed intently, each word articulated with care, diligently studying the scene before them. After a brief moment, they came to an astonishing realization. Could it be? They were not mistaken? The banquet of Hongmin? Within the ranks, one individual exclaimed in shock, his expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost, utterly unable to accept the unfolding reality. How could this event occur at this moment? It should not be. Not only was there this solitary figure, but others also bore expressions of utter bewilderment. According to historical records, the banquet of Hongmin transpired during the waning years of the Qin dynasty. Amidst the struggles between Chu and Han.it was a feast hosted by the formidable Xiang Yu for Liu Bang, a fact well documented not only in the records of the Grand Historian, but also referenced in numerous Han Dynasty texts, even appearing in school textbooks. Yet now, how could it have transformed into an event from the Qin Dynasty? Was it a youthful Ing Zhang hosting El Buwei and Lady Huayang? What was happening? If this truly occurred, would it not imply that the future banquet of Hongmin was merely a clumsy imitation of this original event? The crowd's pupils dilated. Were the historical texts all fabrications? And what of the so-called 3,000 cultivators? Did the stone tablet not record merely 300 individuals? No, it should not be like this, someone in the crowd murmured. There seemed to be a way to turn back. At that moment, Sun Yinliang from the group suddenly spoke up, his dark visage alight with excitement as he pointed towards a sloped path on the mountainside. Look over here, there is a path. Though steep, we can climb it to connect to the rear. Hurry, let us investigate along this route. The elderly Li Mingshan's eyes sparkled with vigor. Despite being the eldest, he was the first to rush forward. Curator, be careful. I shall lead the way. The group's excitement surged as they hastily began their ascent. The mountain path steep and treacherous. Li Mingshan, however, did not push himself, allowing those with greater stamina to proceed first. He turned to give instructions. Not everyone can go. We must leave some here to keep watch. Bai Zhou, you take a few individuals to guard the artifacts. There must be no mishaps, understood. Originally intending to join the exploration, Lu Baizhou promptly halted, remaining behind with several colleagues to safeguard the relics. As dawn broke, the others hurriedly departed towards the opposite side of the valley. Meanwhile, Liu Baizhou and a few museum colleagues remained, diligently guarding the artifacts. However, unbeknownst to Liu Baizhou, Li Mingshan, or Sun Yinliang, there was a pair of eyes nearby, quietly observing everything. They belonged to a small, light yellow serpent, concealed within the underbrush near the subterranean river that connected to the valley's exit. It lay silently, emitting no sound, calmly watching the unfolding events. This was a diminutive green snake, measuring just over half a meter. Yet, unlike ordinary green snakes, it possessed two barely perceptible protrusions on its head, and its scales seemed to emit a faint glow, resembling a metallic texture, as it glided through the forest without a trace of sound. Its eyes were particularly remarkable, sometimes clear as a tranquil pond, at other times hazy like a thick mist, as if perpetually oscillating between clarity and confusion, occasionally glimmering with a delicate golden sheen. As it observed the distant happenings, the green snake refrained from rash movements, choosing instead to remain low, cautiously consuming the vibrant energies that drifted through the valley. These radiant energies scattered throughout the realm, seemingly invisible to ordinary beings, yet clear as day to the green snake. It repeatedly opened its mouth, delicately swallowing the vibrant hues. With each morsel consumed, its body appeared to brighten incrementally, the remnants of chaos and obscurity in its depths gradually dissipating. Indeed, this little green snake was the very one that had ingested the elixir in the laboratory. As a relic from the ancient era left by Yingzhang, even after countless ages, its essence remained intact, albeit diminished in potency. Yet, in the modern world, it was still undeniably extraordinary, particularly as the first modern being to consume the elixir. It unwittingly garnered a portion of the mystical fortune that had scattered from the first age's wonders, amplifying the effects of the elixir to unimaginable heights. After consuming the elixir, the green snake had remained in a state of stupor for a full 3 days and nights. During this time, its body underwent relentless cycles of disintegration and reconstitution, immense pain causing it to faint several times. However, upon awakening, it discovered that the entire world seemed to have transformed. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic world, the green snake felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Previously, its vision had been shrouded in haze, able to discern only a minuscule portion of its surroundings, relying primarily on the pheromones detected by its tongue for perception. Now, however, its eyes seemed to have gained efficacy, enabling it to see everything clearly, especially when the bright yellow vertical pupils radiated golden light, allowing it to perceive everything within 100 meters. Initially, the green snake felt bewildered, uncertain why it had changed so drastically. Yet, as time passed, its moments of clarity increased, leading it to gradually understand that all of this was due to that singular figure. Recalling the fleeting glimpse of that figure in the forest and the moment it ingested the elixir, the green snake's gratitude swelled further. Its current transformation was undoubtedly linked to that figure, undoubtedly connected to that elixir. Realizing this, it revisited the laboratory, only to find the remaining elixirs missing, yet through overheard conversations, it learned the name of that figure. The first emperor, Yingzhang. This was the name of its benefactor. Crouched upon the ground, the green snake continued to swallow the surrounding radiant energies. It knew not who the first emperor Yingzhang was, nor where he resided, but the instinct of survival compelled it to pursue the vibrant energies. These radiant energies were exceedingly rare, almost invisible in the city, only occasionally appearing in select mountainous regions. It followed its instinct, guided by an unseen force, its consciousness oscillating between clarity and confusion. Finally, after an indeterminate journey across countless mountains and waters, it arrived at this valley. By chance, it overheard the humans speaking, catching wind of that familiar name, the first emperor. Repeating those 3 words in its mind, the green snake's pupils sparkled with newfound intelligence. It was these very words that roused it from its previous haze of confusion. Observing its surroundings, the green snake sensed an inexplicable energy emanating from the forest. An abundance of vibrant colors unlike anything it had encountered before. Could it be that this place also holds remnants left by the first emperor Yingzhang? What are these radiant hues? Why can't those humans see them? Why do they not consume them? Thoughtfully pondering, The green snake cautiously made its way towards the core of the ascension platform. Chapter 70. The green snake's ascension, a desperate fugitive. In the tranquil valley, the green snake continued to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Each swallow diminished the chaos and haze within its depths, as the mist gradually receded. A lively brilliance began to occupy its eyes, the hue of the green snake's eyes transitioning from pale yellow to a bright yellow, even approaching gold. Its vertical pupils began to emit a soft golden light, shimmering in the shadows. It approached the ascension platform, the most potent source of spiritual energy within the valley. The green snake maintained a dignified demeanor, its expression respectful. It paused frequently to bow and show reverence, especially as it approached the gates of immortality, ascending the path and nearing the ascension platform. It moved slowly, pausing to worship for an entire hour with each step. It was not until nearly afternoon that the green snake finally reached the heart of the ascension platform. Rising up, the white jade mat exuded a rich flow of spiritual energy, the waves of vibrant colors here thick as mist. The green snake did not settle upon the white jade mat. After bowing respectfully for a prolonged period, it cautiously approached the edge of the mat, coiling beside it, slowly absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. The dense spiritual energy surged into the green snake's body, rendering its scales and form increasingly lustrous and full, as its moments of clarity lengthened. The time spent in lucidity grew longer, particularly atop its head. The two original bumps began to fissure, the skin transforming repeatedly, as if something were about to emerge. As it continued to consume the spiritual energy, the medicinal properties within its body gradually activated. A torrent of vitality coursing through it, causing the green snake to coil here, once again falling into a deep slumber. How could there be a small snake here? Just as the green snake succumbed to sleep, one of the archaeological personnel responsible for the artifacts in the valley noticed it. Gazing at the slender green serpent, scarcely the length of an arm, coiled upon the platform, the archaeologist couldn't help but smile faintly. He chose not to cast it aside. Instead, he leaned in closer to scrutinize it, prodding and poking at the creature. Years of wandering in the field had sharpened his instincts, and he recognized this little snake as a non-venomous type, posing no danger in its current resting place. However, he recalled hearing tales from the research facility about a green serpent that had pilfered archaeological artifacts. How fortuitous indeed. Chuckling softly, the archaeologist refrained from disturbing the snake's tranquil slumber. For the distance from the research institute was over 100 miles. There could be no connection between the two. Turning away, he resumed his archaeological pursuits as a gentle breeze rustled through the air. The green serpent lay nestled upon the ascension platform, its skin and scales gently undulating, absorbing the ethereal essence of the surrounding environment. As it slumbered and absorbed, the scales began to emit a resonant sound akin to metal, morphing continuously, as if the fissures upon its forehead were shifting. Meanwhile, Liu Baizhou and his fellow archaeologists were engrossed in their respective tasks, entirely oblivious to the subtle transformations occurring within the little serpent. Concurrently, unbeknownst to anyone, a group of unexpected visitors was gradually making their way through the nearby thicket. "Brother Dao," I've inquired, and it seems there have been individuals wandering aimlessly in these woods lately. "Look, this is a photo I captured. Though you think they might be scouting the area?" In the dense forest, not far from the wondrous relics of the past, several figures meandered through the underbrush. The trees cast mottled shadows upon the ground, and a slight chill accompanied the whispering breeze. Yet these individuals donned slightly tattered garments, strolling nonchalantly through the area. Scouting, at the forefront was a burly man, appearing to be in his 40s, resembling a rustic farmer from a nearby village. His skin was darkened and rugged, his face weathered by the elements. However, a long scar stretched from the corner of his left eye across the bridge of his nose, stopping just short of the right corner of his mouth, a painful reminder of a long-ago wound. "Truly audacious," he muttered. Old Dao took the yellow-haired youth's phone, swiped through the images, and his gaze hardened upon the sight of a smoldering campfire. "Which fool dares to come here and scavenge? Do they not know this is Old Dao's territory?" With a cold voice, he tossed the phone back to the youth. "When did you discover this?" "A few days ago. I stumbled upon it, I swear, Brother Dao. I had no intention of." "Enough, I understand. Just leave." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with irritation. Thank you, Brother Dao. Thank you. The youth's face lit up with gratitude as he hurried away. Once the yellow-haired man departed, a tall, lean figure approached old Dao, speaking in hushed tones. Brother, what should we do about this? Old Dao remained silent, extracting a cigarette from his waist, rolling it up, and taking a deep drag. Exhaling slowly, his expression fluctuated between contemplation and agitation. As a seasoned veteran in the world of treasure hunting, old Dao had been in this line of work for many years. Since the late 70s, he had accompanied his old partner on numerous expeditions. Throughout the decades, he had traversed mountains and seas, endured losses, taken lives, and faced death, establishing himself as a legendary figure within the field. After the passing of his old companion, he inherited a wealth of artifacts, including a treasure map detailing the northern region of ancient Xianyang County. His late partner seemed to hold this area in high regard, having visited it several times in his youth, yet returned empty-handed, save for a coat of dirt. Only on one occasion, when he had managed to intoxicate the old man, did he learn of a grand tomb rumored to hold countless treasures. Though the specifics remained elusive until the end. Since then, old Dao had taken to wandering these woods, seeking insights from industry experts, yet to no avail. Those who attempted to pry information from him met untimely ends, leading many within the treasure hunting community to regard this forest as his domain. With another drag of his cigarette, old Dao forged ahead, his eyes shrouded in shadow beneath the canopy. But today, who were these audacious interlopers daring to disturb his territory? Chapter 71. Old Dao. Who is Qin Shi Huang? Today, I shall strike it rich. As old Dao smoked, his expression darkened, leading 6 or 7 brothers as they followed the traces left behind. The mountainous terrain was steep and treacherous. Yet to old Dao, the path seemed deceptively straightforward. Puffing on his cigarette, he ultimately arrived at a nearby mountain range, only to find the trail of those individuals had vanished. A river flowed nearby. Observing the mountains, old Dao found himself puzzled. What were they doing here? This was not marked on his map. The locations indicated by the old man were several kilometers away from this desolate place. Surely, no one would venture here? His brow furrowed slightly, and just then, a slightly plump middle-aged man behind him suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Brother Dao, something feels off. The compass isn't functioning. The compass isn't working? Old Dao halted his smoking, turning to see the family heirloom, the Chan Mountain compass, spinning wildly. Not only that, but other electronic devices also exhibited varying degrees of malfunction. Was it the magnetic field? Old Dao furrowed his brow. Although this place was not on the map, he had traversed it numerous times without encountering anything unusual. Why the sudden disturbance in the magnetic field? As the group pondered the situation, old Dao suddenly perked up, grabbing everyone's attention. Wait! Don't move! Everyone, stay silent! The group froze, confusion etched on their faces. The forest felt eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Just as the lean man was about to inquire, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant riverbank. Crash! A young man clad in outdoor gear suddenly emerged from the water. Lu Baizhou. At that moment, Lu Baizhou had nearly completed organizing the artifacts from the valley and had ventured out to find a spot with better reception to notify the relevant authorities and museum personnel. Upon receiving his message, they were all taken aback, their excitement palpable as they pledged to dispatch personnel immediately, promising to arrive within 4 to 5 hours at the latest. However, it was clear that the elderly Li Mingshan and others had yet to return. With time on his hands, Lu Baizhou decided to begin transporting some artifacts from the valley, ensuring that when the authorities and staff arrived, there would be some items ready for handling. Carrying several jade cushions, he swam to the riverbank, carefully placing the artifacts down before diving back into the water. Before long, he resurfaced with more jade cushions, placing them on the riverbank. Phew, this should make things easier. I hope the next team members from the archaeological squad are good swimmers. Wiping the beads of water from his forehead, Lu Baizhou took a deep breath and plunged back underwater, resuming his laborious task. Engrossed in his work, Lu Baizhou remained blissfully unaware of the eyes watching him from the nearby thicket. Brother! That thing that appears to be crafted from jade. In the depths of the forest, a middle-aged man in the group widened his eyes, peering through a small telescope at the pile of jade cushions on the riverbank. His expression brimming with avarice. I knew it. Pop. Puffing on his cigarette, old Dao fixated on the objects across the river, his sunken eyes gleaming with greed. These artifacts are undoubtedly of great value. As an experienced tomb raider, he could discern at first glance that these jade stones were genuine antiques. Although the intricate patterns on these jades were not entirely visible, the myriad of engravings suggested they were all top-tier treasures. Each one exceedingly precious. Just one of these could fetch an exorbitant price on the market, brother. When shall we make our move? Among the group, the tall and lean individual's eyes glinted with a fierce intent, a deadly blade having mysteriously appeared in his hand. The others in the party were also breathing heavily, their gazes ablaze, all fixated on the old knife wielder. Those who engage in this line of work know that over time, everyone has blood on their hands. It is common practice, even more so in a world where black markets thrive. The old knife wielder, upon seeing the jade for the first time, resolved that this heist must be executed. Yet he understood the need for caution. These individuals did not seem like tomb raiders. Based on their attire, they appeared to be from an archaeological team. The old knife wielder spoke coldly. Archaeological team? At this revelation, the expressions of the other tomb raiders shifted slightly. Times have changed. The common man does not contend with the authorities. For ordinary tomb raiders, black market dealings might be manageable, but if it involves an archaeological team. However, this hesitation lasted but a moment. A flicker of red light and ruthlessness passed through their eyes. Brother, what of the archaeological team? Damn them. Although I cannot discern the intricate details of these jade stones, I believe I see the totem of the Xian bird and the patterns of the azure sea upon them. The Zhou dynasty revered fire, and the 5 elements dictate that water overcomes fire. Based on their design, these treasures might very well originate from the era of Qin Shi Huang or the time of Liu Bang and Xiangyu. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Who said we should let them go? The old knife wielder replied coldly, squatting in the corner while still smoking his dry tobacco, yet his gaze had transformed into that of a wolf poised to pounce. Chillingly menacing. Have you noticed? This fellow has been swimming in the water. I suspect it is an underground river connecting to the mountain's interior. Beyond that mountain, there could well be a valley or something of the sort. These jades were likely excavated from that valley behind the mountain. With a sinister smile, the old knife wielder extinguished his dry tobacco with a spit, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing increasingly ruthless. I care not for Qin Shi Huang or any of that nonsense. Let us eliminate them. These treasures are ours. In the vast jungle, the intent to kill surged. The old knife wielder and his companions gripped their weapons firmly, stealthily approaching the riverbank, their footsteps silent among the foliage, inching closer to the water's edge. The stream flowed gently, endlessly cascading over rocks, shattering into a mist that rose into the air, transforming into clouds of rain that would eventually fall back to the earth. They repeated this cycle, coursing through heaven and earth, nourishing all living things in their path, fulfilling their mission, just as they had done countless times before, accompanied by the thunderous roar of nature. Boom! Purple lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the vast palace. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Yingzheng gradually opened his eyes, listening to the persistent echoes in his mind. Young master, the time for the sacrificial banquet has arrived. Below the grand hall, Ren Xiao and Li Xian reported respectfully. Nodding slightly, Yingzheng donned a black and gold cloak, rising slowly, his robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, his long black hair crowned elegantly atop his head. An aura of menace surrounding him that seemed to freeze the very corners of the room. Let us begin. After today, the great Qin shall know no more strife. Chapter 73. Make your move! Exclamation point. Boom! Thick clouds laden with moisture loomed in the sky, drizzling a gentle rain that made the birds sheltered beneath the eaves shiver. The summer days in Xianyang were drawing to a close, and the first autumn rain brought a refreshing chill to the ancient city. Sensitive birds flapped their wings, preparing to fly south to warmer climes for the winter. Now, within the chambers of the crown prince of the great Qin, as Yingzheng's words resonated, Ren Xiao and Li Xian sprang into action. They had long been prepared. Carriages, horses, guards, ceremonial items. The opulent chariot, adorned with gold and silver, escorted Yingzheng on his way to Hongmen. Though dark clouds roiled overhead, the streets of Xianyang remained lively, with many citizens cheering along the way. Young master, it is the young master. The young master has arrived. Paying respects to the young master. Paying respects to the young master. Figures stretched their necks, gazing at the resplendent carriage, bowing in reverence. They prayed to the heavens for justice and fairness, beseeching divine protection for the great Qin. Trusting citizens knelt before various altars, reciting sacrificial and prayerful words before clay deities, hoping for the emergence of a new ruler while also praying for the prosperity of the great Qin. The atmosphere was bustling with excitement, filled with citizens, yet not a single official was in sight. Not a single official. How audacious. Observing their surroundings, a chill spread through Ren Xiao and Li Xin's eyes. Yet Ying Zheng appeared unfazed. Calm and collected. No need to concern ourselves. Let us proceed. Their absence, in a sense, is a blessing, acknowledged. Ren Xiao and Li Xin bowed respectfully. The convoy advanced steadily without incident. Before long, they reached Hongmin. This banquet venue, arranged by Ying Zheng, was neither grand nor opulent. It had once been the ancestral home of a former official, now fallen into disrepair. After renovations, with a black ice platform established, the crimson gates and green tiles presented a certain aesthetic charm. They strode into the heart of the dwelling, a vast hall that had once served as a reception area for guests, now transformed into a banquet hall filled with tables. However, upon Ying Zheng's arrival, he discovered only a sparse number of figures within. The hall was empty and silent. In the expansive banquet hall, only a group of dancers and singers performed, gracefully moving to melodies. Besides them, there were only a handful of Qin officials present. As Ying Zheng entered, the crowd immediately stood. Paying respects to the crown prince, Ying Zheng surveyed the room and recognized that most were old Qin officials, primarily military leaders. Ha ha ha. No need for formality. Please, be seated. Ying Zheng laughed heartily, inviting everyone to take their seats. Truth be told, he was pleasantly surprised by their presence. However, the old Qin officials appeared somewhat awkward as they sat down. They had not anticipated that the likes of Bu Wei, Lady Huayong, and Lady Xia could be so brazen as to allow so few officials to attend such an important banquet. What did this signify? Were they declaring themselves the true rulers of the great Qin? Anger swelled within the hearts of the old Qin officials, yet they were powerless to act against these towering figures. Ren Xiao and Li Xin shared similar sentiments, their frustrations simmering as they silently cursed Bu Wei and the other factions. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng remained composed, seated at the head of the table, casually brewing tea and drinking wine, engaging in light conversation with the old Qin officials. Initially, the old Qin officials conversed with Ying Zheng out of obligation, purely out of politeness. After all, the hall was hardly filled, with no more than 10 individuals scattered about. They could not simply sit in silence. Reluctantly, they initiated a few topics in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yet as the conversation progressed, astonishment washed over them. They realized that Crown Prince Zheng seemed to exceed their expectations. Initially, the old Qin officials respected Ying Zheng merely for his status as the rightful heir of the Qin, without much anticipation for his personal abilities. After all, he had grown up in Zhao, lacking mentorship or guidance, having returned to find power seized by Bu Wei and the ladies Huayong and Xia. It was difficult to even imagine him grasping the intricacies of Qin governance, let alone addressing complex issues. However, to their surprise, Ying Zheng demonstrated an understanding far beyond their anticipations. Not only was he well versed in various policies of the Qin, but he also possessed unique insights into intricate and obscure problems. Even issues thought to be insurmountable, which had stumped many throughout the ages, he approached from angles they had never considered, resolving them effortlessly and allowing them to gain profound realizations. In just a few short moments, the gazes of the old Qin officials transformed as they looked at Ying Zheng, a genius, the crown prince, undoubtedly a rare prodigy, not in the vein of the likes of King Xiaowen or King Zhuangxiang, but akin to the remarkable talents of King Zhaoxiang. They sensed that if Crown Prince Zheng were to ascend to the throne of the Qin, the great Qin would surely rise from the ashes of the past 4 years and reclaim its place at the pinnacle among the 7 states. Truly, he is the young master. Although he returned as a hostage, he is ultimately one of us, endowed with extraordinary gifts. In merely a few years since his return, he has exhibited insights that rival even the most seasoned leaders. No, even many seasoned individuals might not measure up to the young master. Alas, the young master is truly too weak and unsupported, returning in haste with insufficient time. Countless old Qin individuals sighed in their hearts. Confronted with Ying Zheng, they undoubtedly wished to assist and align themselves with him. Yet, at present, they were feeble and lacked the strength to act. Before they could pledge their allegiance, caught in the deadlock between El Buwei and Lady Huayang. They could barely hold on. Should they truly commit to the young master, it might instead incite the wariness of the three factions, potentially becoming a hindrance rather than a support for him. The young master, such great talent, I am in awe. An old Qin minister rose and bowed respectfully. Go this. Ing Zheng merely smiled and shook his head, reflecting little on these political affairs. It was merely a casual thought amidst his cultivation. Yet, standing upon the shoulders of giants, his vision inevitably extended beyond that of those in the present. However, such musings held little value. Upon realizing the existence of Qi practitioners and cultivators in this world, he understood that strength was paramount, even as the crown prince of Qin. Mere superficial insights hardly qualified as great talent. The old Qin man sighed again, recognizing the extraordinary mindset of the young master. Even while confined to a subordinate position, had King Zhuangxiang still been alive, shielding him from the storms of fate, the young master Zhang would undoubtedly have matured into a wise and benevolent ruler of Qin. Yet now, the old Qin man fell silent. However, just as the discussions continued, the prime minister has arrived. A resounding call echoed through the grand hall, vibrant and powerful, leading one to believe that the newcomer was the true future ruler of this nation. Lady Huayang has arrived. Lady Xia has arrived. Another two calls reverberated through the hall. Outside, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and Ing Zheng rose to gaze at the distant figures approaching in three opulent carriages that far surpassed his own. A smile gracing his face. After such a long wait, they finally arrived. Ren Xiao and Li Xian. Ing Zheng beamed, his lips quivering. Though they stood close, the nearby old Qin men could not hear him. As his voice resonated directly within the hearts of the two, informed the Black Ice platform to take action. Chapter 74, Night Rain, Bloodshed in Xianyang. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the heavy clouds above had thickened without notice. The fine autumn rain, imbued with a coolness, soaked through the garments. Crouched atop a gnarled tree, Tian Wu's figure was completely concealed within the dense canopy. His breath was as silent as a turtle's. Restrained to the utmost, the deep black of his night attire blending him seamlessly into the surroundings, with only his two eyes visible, fixed intently on the intricately adorned courtyard not far away. Have you gathered all the information? Yes, there are a total of 236 guests and 18 officials, including several practitioners and Qi cultivators, approximately 4 to 5 in number, alongside numerous martial artists. Totaling several dozen. Excellent, a faint voice broke the silence in the air. Tian Wu's lips moved, conversing with an unseen companion. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped the area once more, interrupted only by the sound of falling leaves. Tick-tock, tick-tock, raindrops dripped through the leaf veins onto him. A formidable master at the second foundation stage, he remained utterly still, like a stone, as the sizable raindrops pelted his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant ornate manor. Deep within Tian Wu's eyes, a flicker of excitement flashed. He had never anticipated that the master behind the Black Ice platform was none other than Qin's eldest son, Crown Prince Ing Zheng. Just a few days prior, Ren Xiao and Li Xian had brought the latest mission from the master. The members of the Black Ice platform were all thrilled, for this was the true inaugural mission since its establishment. A chance to shine. However, upon seeing the task, they were all left astounded. The master's orders were to surveil numerous officials of Qin. The scope of surveillance was vast, encompassing over 90% of Qin's officials. Not only those within Xianyang, but even officials outside the city were included, many of whom were high-ranking. Tian Wu and Hong Qingfeng were naturally astonished. Why did the master want them to monitor these individuals? Though they had become Qi cultivators, stepping onto the path of longevity, Qin was no trivial matter. Venturing to surveil numerous officials could easily stir up significant trouble. They were not fearful, as they were now Qi cultivators, capable of navigating Qin with relative ease, provided they did not act recklessly. Their concern lay with the Qin army. While Qi cultivators were powerful, they were still mere mortals, unable to wield the elements at will. Indeed, 3 monarchs had fallen in the span of 4 years, yet the Qin cavalry remained the most elite among the 7 kingdoms. Should they truly provoke Qin, leading to encirclement by their forces? They could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Why would the master wish to provoke these officials, especially those of considerable stature? Yet, When Ren Xiao and Li Xian revealed the master's identity, and they learned that the descendant of the immortal they revered was indeed the crown prince, nearly everyone fell into stunned silence. The crown prince of Daqin. They never would have imagined that the master, or rather, the young master, was the crown prince of Daqin. Murmuring to themselves, a glimmer of fervor sparked in Tian Wu's eyes. For he was an old Qin man, in fact, not just him. Besides the group of Imo family disciples led by Imo Xiangzi, nearly all others were old Qin individuals. They possessed a natural sense of belonging to the Qin state. Moreover, as members of a Qi cultivators sect, despite being among the weakest third-rate factions, they had some knowledge of the political landscape, aware of the three major factions in the court. Previously, these matters had been beyond their reach, inaccessible due to lack of qualifications. But now, gazing at the bustling courtyard ahead, a chill radiated from Tian Wu's eyes, and the intent to kill boiled within him like fire. The gratitude for imparted knowledge. The loyalty of the old Qin people, coupled with a disdain for outsiders, had long since ignited the flames of vengeance within Tian Wu's heart. Through these days of observation, he had discovered several Qi cultivators hidden within the courtyard, a number exceeding his previous findings, alongside a significant quantity of martial artists. Had he faced such practitioners and warriors a few months ago, he would have scarcely dared to glance at them, let alone confront them. Yet now, staring at the diverse figures within the courtyard, he felt his veins igniting with fervor. This was the young master's first mission, and it must be executed flawlessly. Just then, swish. Suddenly, a brilliant seven-colored light surged into the sky from afar, a manifestation of the world's spiritual energy, visible only to Qi cultivators. However, due to its subtlety and lack of fluctuation, it remained unnoticed unless one was vigilant. As the light ascended hundreds of feet into the air, it gently burst forth, igniting a vibrant display of colors. Few Qi cultivators could detect this minute fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tian Wu's breath became fervently heated. For this was the signal to act, my lord. In the next moment, several whispers reached Tian Wu's ears, voices of the Black Ice Platform disciples, infused with urgency and excitement. We can begin, Tian Wu spoke softly, suppressing his rising exhilaration. Yes. Accompanied by a chorus of affirmatives, several figures silently began advancing towards their respective targets. The night was as dark as in a spacious and opulent chamber. A middle-aged man in his 40s was reading several letters by candlelight. The man was rotund, dressed in luxurious attire, his silken robe worth more than gold, and the heavy Zeton wooden table was adorned with countless precious agate and jade stones. Several enchanting maidens, their garments only partially covering them, sat beside him, their soft bodies almost leaning against him as they delicately peeled the segments of an orange to feed him. The man was named Wenshang, one of the most significant figures in the current Qin domestic administration. While he had not attained the rank of the three dukes, he held one of the most vital positions among the 9 ministers. Responsible for overseeing fiscal management as the Minister of Grain, controlling over 60% of Daqin's financial resources, making him one of the top ministers alongside the Prime Minister. More importantly, he had a close relationship with El Buwei, being among the earliest investors in El Buwei's ventures, and one of his most trusted confidants. He perused the letters conveyed by numerous officials under his purview. When Shang stroked his beard and chuckled, I wonder how many officials will attend this time. The Crown Prince of Daqin, the sacrificial banquet, were Zheng truly in possession of actual power? He would undoubtedly rush to make arrangements for the event upon receiving this invitation. Yet now, who is unaware of where the true power of Daqin resides? The so-called Crown Prince of Daqin is merely a childish youth, hardly worthy of attention. Who could possibly care? Only those stubborn old warriors from Qin would bother to attend. Yet, even if they did, I doubt many would show up. I truly cannot fathom what the young master is thinking. With a laugh, I shook my head, my tone laced with a hint of disdain. A slice of tangerine was passed to me, and I opened my mouth to swallow it whole, my hand playfully reaching out to tease a few companions nearby, which elicited a chorus of delighted giggles, a gaggle of little vixens. Once I've dealt with these documents, I shall indulge in some heartfelt affection for you all. The warmth in my heart made me feel as if my old frame was rejuvenated. However, just as I was about to mount my steed, bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the previously closed door was suddenly kicked open. The autumn rain, accompanied by the howling wind, surged into the room like a dark cloud. Ah! The numerous women hurriedly covered themselves, startled. I raised my head from the bed, my eyes ablaze with fury as I glared at the intruder, barking out a furious reprimand. Who dares to barge in here? Yet, to my astonishment, the figure before me responded with a respectful and earnest tone. The long Prince of Qin, Yingzheng. Yingzheng? I was momentarily taken aback, my mind struggling to process. That puppet child. Halt! Spare him! At that instant, two shadowy figures rushed in from the far end of the room. My loyal retainers, true foundation-level cultivators. Though they were still quite distant, they shouted anxiously, hurling their weapons in an attempt to thwart the cloaked figure. Whoosh! Exclamation point. The chilling sound of the wind and the familiar shouts jolted me back to reality, and I realized that the person before me was not one of my household servants. This was the last thought that crossed my mind. Swish! The blade flashed. Blood spilled everywhere, that a round head soared like a ball, propelled by the gushing blood, before thudding back to the ground. Blood sprayed across the faces, the stench overwhelming. The sudden shock sent the souls of the women on the bed fleeing. After a moment of dazed silence, they finally let out terrified screams and fled in a panic. Ah, scoundrel! Two shadowy figures rushed in from afar, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the headless corpse on the ground. How dare you? One of them was an old man with a crown of white hair, clad in flowing white robes that gave him an air of an otherworldly being. Do you know who he is? How dare you act so recklessly? You wretch! You shall pay for this. In the next moment, the two figures sprang into action, swiftly surrounding the cloaked figure, sealing off every avenue of defense and attack. Unleashing deadly strikes like venomous snakes, however. Swish! Another simple flash of the blade passed through the air. The two cultivators froze in place, their rushing forms collapsing in an instant, falling to the ground with a dull thud, each sporting a deep gash across their necks. Tianwu strode forward, casually stabbing their hearts with his long knife a few times before lifting my lifeless head, responding calmly, I do not need to know who he is. All I need to understand is that this is the young master's command. Swish, 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 swish. Sounds echoed through the air. Moments later, several disciples from the black ice platform arrived amid the storm. Is everything taken care of? It is done. These disciples, stained with blood, each carried a few severed heads at their waists, respectfully clasping their hands together. All officials are accounted for, foundation-level cultivators, retainers. None on the list escaped. Tianwu nodded, tossing one of the heads to one of them, gazing into the distance at the storm-shrouded city of Xianyang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Take these heads back promptly. We have much to accomplish tonight. Yes. Chapter 75. Blood-stained Xianyang, a bloody massacre. Has it begun in the east? Under the dark clouds, a veil of ink surrounded the area, the cries gradually fading, thunder drowning out the sounds here. Rain washed the blood from the blade. In the hall, Hong Qingfeng spoke solemnly. The old man, with half of his once white hair now black, tied back with a band, wielded a sword as slender as fish intestines but had beheaded 6 foundation-level cultivators. His black night garb was splattered with the blood of his enemies. It has begun. Responding was the leader of the Baichao sect, now the commander of the Black Ice Platform, an elder named Cheng Ai, one of the first 5 to acquire the cultivation method, now at the peak of foundation stage. He held 3 severed heads, his body radiating killing intent, drenched in blood. Gazing at the distant city, shrouded in darkness, Cheng Ai surmised that those over there had likely already commenced their actions. He chuckled, stroking his beard, speculating that Imo Xiangzi's side must also be reaping significant gains. Hong Qingfeng nodded slightly. Once he confirmed there were no more breaths in the courtyard, he produced a map, distinctly dividing Xianyang into various zones, densely recording numerous names. The area belonging to the Lin family had been dealt with. Next should be the individuals associated with the Song family. Indeed, we must act swiftly. This is the young master's first mission, and we cannot afford any mistakes. I have long found these tumors displeasing, and today's actions serve as a release of pent-up frustration. The two exchanged glances, inhaled deeply, and with a flicker of their forms, vanished with the disciples of the Black Ice Platform, the rain once again enveloping the area. In the vast courtyard, No one noticed the unusual happenings. Tap, tap, tap after an unknown amount of time. The courtyard door was finally knocked upon. It was a flamboyantly dressed concubine, accompanied by several servants bearing a bowl of chicken soup. Upon seeing the empty courtyard, the concubine frowned in displeasure. I asked the master keeping these people merely to waste food. In this vast space, not even a gatekeeper could be found. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, she waved her hand and walked through the corridor, her displeasure dissipating as she gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 master. It is getting late. You should rest. The concubine's flirtatious voice echoed into the room. Normally, even if there were no sounds from within, a servant would come to open the door at this hour. However, today, the door remained tightly shut, showing no intention of opening. Master? After knocking a few more times, silence persisted within. The concubine, puzzled, gently pushed against the door. Creak, the heavy wooden door opened with a slight push. Master, are you asleep? The concubine cautiously lifted her head, and at last, she beheld the scene inside. The image she had envisioned of the master handling affairs was nowhere to be found. The once clean and orderly hall was absent. Dozens of bodies lay haphazardly before her, their heads severed, drenched in blood, as if they had been dead for some time. The blood pooling had begun to darken, and a pungent metallic smell filled the air. Crack! Lightning flashed, illuminating the horror. Crash, the exquisitely crafted soup bowl shattered on the ground. The headless corpses mingled with the savory chicken soup. The concubine covered her mouth, her mind nearly malfunctioning. How had she ever encountered such a scene? Her eyes rolled back, and without a sound, she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the two maidservants behind her trembled, collapsing in fear, crawling closer. Moments later, a desperate scream erupted. This is bad. This is terrible. An incident has occurred. The bloody massacre unfolded lavishly within the grand city of Xianyang. Heads rolled, shadows were extinguished, and corpses filled the great hall. This grim scene was not isolated to just a few officials' households. It transpired in nearly every residence associated with El Buwei, Lady Huayang and Lady Xia, all experiencing unprecedented assaults. The mobilization of over 130 Foundation-level cultivators was utterly terrifying, to be honest, before receiving the command to depart. Many within the Black Ice platform were somewhat apprehensive and fearful. After all, while they had become genuine cultivators, their time as such was still far too brief. Compared to the top-tier forces, they were undeniably lacking in numbers and other aspects. Though 130 cultivators seemed substantial, they were still vastly outnumbered by the three major powers in Xianyang. El Buwei, Lady Huayang, Lady Xia, and the myriad forces they controlled added together would not fall short of their own numbers by much. If a conflict truly erupted, there was indeed some concern among the crowd. After all, the Black Ice platform's origins stemmed from third-rate forces, whether it be the Yuanling sect, Hongfeng sect, or Baichao sect, all were minor cultivation sects of little renown. In the eyes of El Buwei and his cohorts, it was truly inconsequential. Even if the young master were to provide them with cultivation methods, would it be so simple to succeed in a 1-to-3 confrontation? However, once they delved deeper and infiltrated the mansions of those high-ranking officials, they discovered that the execution of their plan was far simpler than they had anticipated. Swish, swish, swish. The glimmer of blades swept through Xianyang. Though the esteemed officials of Xianyang had their share of chi refiners, soldiers, and martial artists, many of whom were seasoned and well-trained, when faced with the Black Ice platform soldiers, who possessed genuine cultivation techniques, they ultimately proved inadequate. How could this be possible? Beneath the curtain of rain, a venerable elder in his 60s clutched his neck, incredulously gazing at the figure before him, feeling the dissipating strength and fading life within him. He could scarcely believe what was unfolding. As the leader of a long-established sect, he had over a decade of experience in cultivation at the second level of Foundation establishment. Yet, in merely a single encounter, he had sustained a fatal injury. He had not even glimpsed how his opponent had struck. What was more perplexing was that his cultivation level was not merely at the first level of Foundation establishment. How could he unleash such formidable power? Perhaps in the next life, he might be fortunate enough to be born into a better fate. Mo Xiangzi remained indifferent, showing no intention of explanation. His strikes were swift and ruthless, leaving no possibility for the elder to struggle further. With a single horizontal sweep of his sword, he severed the head. Until the moment of his demise, The Qi refiner remained oblivious to the events of the day, never comprehending why he had fallen at the hands of this unknown individual. Thud. As the head hit the ground, the once confident official, who had been so sure of himself, turned pale at the sight of the Qi refiner he had supported collapsing lifelessly. Thud. Without hesitation, he knelt in the mud, his demeanor frantic, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed moments earlier. He begged desperately, my lord, please spare this humble life. I have elders above me and young ones below. I beseech your mercy. I truly do not know how I have offended you." Crawling forward, the official clutched Mo Xiangzi's leg, crying out in despair, "Wealth, power, whatever you desire, I can provide. There are 20 large chests in my room, all filled with gold. Moreover, my aunt is the current Lady Huayang. Whatever official position you desire, just a word from you, and it shall be done." Swish! Before the fat official could finish his plea, Mo Xiangzi delivered a swift strike. Blood spilled across the ground, and the head flew into the air. Mo Xiangzi's expression remained cold. Death was richly deserved. With the head severed, Mo Xiangzi, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Mo family, turned and departed, heading toward the next target. His demeanor was calm and exceptionally indifferent. Yet within, his heart surged with excitement. Incredible, simply incredible. Was this the cultivation method bestowed by the young master? Just moments ago, within that official's residence, he had distinctly sensed that the Qi refiner's cultivation was at the second level of foundation establishment. Had he faced this opponent before cultivating the Dan formation technique, he would have had no choice but to flee, and even with the Mo family's techniques, he would have been left in a dire predicament, perhaps unable to escape with his life. Yet now, not only was there no sign of defeat, but he had also slain too with his sword. Feeling the surging spiritual energy and vitality within, Mo Xiangzi yearned to howl to the heavens. Truly, the young master is remarkable. This method is indeed formidable. Chapter 76. Everyone, step aside and let the worthy take their place. Blood flowed freely. A horrific massacre unfolded in Xianyang. The efficiency of over 130 Qi refiners was utterly terrifying. In just a few short hours, countless noble families suffered calamity, all orchestrated by Buwei, Lady Huayang, and Lady Xia. Tianwu, Hong Qingfeng, Mo Xiangzi, and others were seasoned veterans. Each had blood on their hands and had meticulously prepared their plans long before the operation began. Their actions were silent and stealthy, primarily employing assassination tactics, aiming for a swift kill while keeping noise to a minimum. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The wretched cries echoed, masked by the thunder, reverberating throughout Xianyang. No, no. Who are you? Who are you? Help! You scoundrels! I am a minister of the L state. From where do you come? I am a direct descendant of Empress Xia. Who dares to harm me? Shouts of anger and pleas for help echoed throughout the city. No one could fathom the slaughter occurring here. The Qi refiners moved with such speed that it was astonishing. Initially, they had anticipated a challenging massacre. Tianwu and others had even dispatched some Qi refiners to eliminate potential witnesses in the homes of their targets to prevent chaos from arising. However, upon engaging, they realized such precautions were entirely unnecessary. The Qi refiners within the noble households could hardly withstand a few blows, falling victim to their assailants in mere breaths. And how could the corpulent officials hope to escape the hands of the Qi refiners? In an instant, they were pursued and decapitated. Their movements were so swift and sudden that by the time the first concubine discovered the bodies and rushed to alert others, nearly 90% of their targets had already been slaughtered. The bloody massacre unfolded in Xianyang. Numerous officials and factions under Buwei, Lady Huayang, and Empress Xia were slain, staining many estates with blood. This day was destined to be anything but tranquil. The rain fell gently, in delicate strands. Meanwhile, as the carnage continued in Xianyang, not too far away in Hongmin, the banquet persisted. Ha ha ha, welcome, everyone. The grand hall echoed with Ying Zheng's hearty laughter. On the elevated platform, holding a wine cup, Ying Zheng gazed down at the civil and military officials, his face beaming with joy. Today's grand occasion is a celebration for us all to partake in. His expression was one of delight, seemingly unfazed by the fact that Buwei, Lady Xia, and Lady Huayang had only brought a handful of officials with them. He continued to raise his cup in merriment. This left Buwei and the others somewhat perplexed. What was going on? What scheme was Ing Zheng concocting? Was this truly a sacrificial feast? Observing the other two factions, who also had only a few officials in attendance, they felt as though their efforts had struck nothing but soft cotton. They had initially thought this banquet was a demonstration of power from the other two factions, yet upon arrival, it turned out to be entirely different. Was this truly a performance orchestrated by Ing Zheng himself? With the sky gradually darkening overhead, they felt little inclination to engage in empty pleasantries with Ing Zheng. Since this was neither El Buwei, nor Lady Huayang, nor Lady Xia, why linger here idly? Did they truly wish to partake in a banquet with Ing Zheng? Without further thought, Lady Huayang stood first, smiling as she spoke. "Zheng'er, the hour is late. Let us return to rest." Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave. However, to her surprise, Ing Zheng atop the platform suddenly chuckled. "Today is a rare day of joy for Zheng'er. Why the haste, dear mother?" Slowly sitting back down, Ing Zheng inquired with a smile. "Could it be that dear mother has urgent matters to attend to?" Lady Huayang paused, frowning as she turned back. Today, Ing Zheng indeed seems somewhat out of the ordinary." Ignoring Lady Huayang's displeased gaze, Ing Zheng raised his cup, not looking at her but instead turning to El Buwei and Zhao Ji at the nearby table. Raising his cup, Ing Zheng drank deeply. "Today, Zheng'er stands in this position, all thanks to my uncle and mother. Had it not been for my mother during the time in Zhao, I would have likely perished at the hands of the Zhao army and would not have returned alive. And without my uncle, I would not have reached this point today. Thus, this banquet, rather than being for Zheng'er, is more fittingly for my uncle and mother." El Buwei and Zhao Ji were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ing Zheng to suddenly express such sentiments. They then smiled, remarking, "It is merely a small effort. It is only right that we do so. Zheng'er need not take it to heart." Although Ing Zheng could sometimes be overly arrogant, it was evident that he understood the situation well. Indeed, if things continued this way, the throne of Qin could very well be his. While he may be a puppet ruler, what of it? Even a puppet ruler is not a position just anyone can assume. Only Li Si, by El Buwei's side, furrowed his brow slightly. Though he had not seen Ing Zheng often, he sensed something was amiss with him today. Meanwhile, the expressions of Lady Huayang and Lady Xia darkened slightly. What did this mean? Did it imply that El Buwei and Zhao Ji were the true puppeteers behind Qin? Had he turned to their side? But before they could voice their thoughts, Ing Zheng rose once more, lifting his wine cup, and personally poured 2 glasses of wine, consuming them both in front of the two factions present. Naturally, he did not forget the assistance of the 2 esteemed matriarchs. Without their support, he would not have achieved his current standing. This banquet was, in truth, held in honor of these 2 matriarchs. Their expressions softened somewhat, and they nodded slowly, their faces relaxing. However, before they could fully respond, Ing Zheng set down his cup and continued to speak with a smile. Since gratitude had been expressed and words had been exchanged, he had some matters to discuss with everyone present today. Recently, the city of Xianyang had seen a surge of talent, indicating a burgeoning strength. Ing Zheng had sought out a group of individuals distinguished by both talent and wisdom. With a glimmer in his dark eyes that seemed to sparkle under the night's shadow, a chill began to permeate the grand hall. "There is no better time than the present. Today, I invite you all to step aside and allow others to take the lead." Chapter 77. A Sword Decapitates. The might of Li Xian. Step aside and allow others to take the lead. The immediate reaction of Lord Yangchuan upon hearing this was disbelief. At present, 1/3 of the power in the Qin state was concentrated in the Mi clan, while the remaining 2/3 lay with El Buwei and Lady Xia. Ing Zheng could at most glean a modicum of power from their collective grasp. What qualifications or capital did he possess to warrant such an invitation? Lord Yangchuan felt a twinge of incredulity, gazing at Ing Zheng as though he had heard the most absurd joke. Moreover, he was of the esteemed Mi family, a pillar of the Qin state and a royal kinsman. How could he speak of stepping aside? In the distance, the dancers continued their lively performance, and melodious music reverberated throughout the banquet hall. The expressions and emotions of the many officials of the Qin state mirrored that of Lord Yangchuan. Stunned at first, then breaking into slight smiles as if they had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, nearly bursting into laughter. Step aside and allow others to take the lead. Ha ha ha, what a preposterous jest. They could hardly believe that Ing Zheng truly considered himself the king of Qin. A soft sound echoed through the banquet as some officials, unable to maintain their composure, let out stifled laughter. Yet, this sound was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. They resumed their dignified postures, even taking sips from their cups, but the slight tremors of their facial muscles betrayed their inner mirth. Were it not for the presence of rival factions, they might have erupted into full laughter. This was undoubtedly the most amusing joke they had encountered all year, and upon returning, they would certainly share it with others. It was a monumental shame that not everyone could attend this gathering. Only Lady Huayang, El Buwei, and Lady Xia maintained their original demeanor, briefly surprised before resuming their smiles. Ying Zhang is intoxicated. How could he utter such words? This banquet should conclude here, Lady Xia said with a smile as she gracefully rose. The biological mother of King Zhuangxiang. Lady Xia, like Lady Huayang, possessed an air of elegance and nobility. Although they had not interacted extensively, she seemed to be the only one among the factions who genuinely cared for Ying Zheng. However, now, gazing at Lady Xia, whose smile belied the frost and indifference in her eyes, Ying Zheng felt a pang of disappointment and smiled as he sat at the head of the hall. Intoxicated? Just from a few cups of wine. At that moment, beneath them, El Buwei, Lady Huayang, and Lady Xia all displayed a clear sense of impatience. They had already shown considerable deference. If he continued to overstep, a glimmer of danger flickered in their eyes, and the atmosphere within the grand hall began to cool. Ying Zheng, you are indeed intoxicated. As he surveyed the many officials below, Ying Zheng suddenly felt fatigued and disinterested in maintaining the pretense. Without further ado, he raised his wine cup high and then hurled it to the ground. Crash! The exquisite jade cup shattered upon impact with the stone floor, and in an instant, the previously serene banquet transformed into a scene of bloodlust. Crash! The first to react were the windows of the banquet hall. The expansive hall featured numerous finely crafted wooden windows, each standing tall and exquisite as works of art, their value immeasurable if preserved for posterity. Yet, in that moment, they shattered. Crash! One by one, soldiers clad in black armor burst through the windows, their gleaming blades reflecting a deadly light. Their speed and precision were such that the cacophony of shattering glass seemed to resonate as a single, unified sound. The black-clad soldiers landed in unison, and as they charged forward, the other attendees in the hall began to stir. The dancers ceased their movements, drawing glimmering daggers from beneath their skirts. The musicians abruptly rose, unsheathing blades from the edges of their long instruments, and the serving maids cast aside their white jade platters, retrieving finely crafted crossbows from their backs. Even the distant musician, who had been rhythmically striking the chime, seized a blade from his drumstick and, stepping forward, aimed directly at El Buwei, Lady Huayang, and Lady Xia. The rapidity of these events was astonishing, unfolding in mere moments following Ying Zheng's act of throwing the cup. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth like a tidal wave. Blades glimmered, casting a chilling light that descended upon the officials present, ready to strike. What is happening? Did Ying Zheng truly dare to make a move against them? Witnessing this scene, all present were rendered speechless. They never anticipated that Ying Zheng would actually take action against them. In the lead-up to this banquet, they had contemplated countless times the purpose of this gathering. Yet no one could have foreseen that Ying Zheng would dare to attack. El Buwei, Lady Huayang, Lady Xia, and the officials stood momentarily stunned. But after that brief shock, a strange anger began to rise within them. How dare he act so brazenly? He was merely a puppet they had supported, a young man who had fortuitously returned to the Qin state and, due to his lineage, had become the crown prince. How could he so audaciously turn against them? Clang, clang, clang. While El Buwei and the others were engulfed in rage and shock, their guards were not idle. Since they dared to come here, they naturally had formidable protectors. Almost instantaneously, as the assassins emerged, these guards surged forward, their blades shimmering coldly as they met the descending attacks. Those who could serve as protectors to the leaders of the three factions were undoubtedly the finest warriors. Some among them were even practitioners of qi. They moved with a grace that rivaled the wind, and with just a few individuals, they managed to fend off this sudden assault. In an instant, the hall was awash in a flurry of flashing blades. The officials brought by the three factions widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Ying Zheng would lash out so violently. Feeling the chilling light before them, and sensing the murderous intent that had permeated the air, a shiver ran down their spines, and goosebumps spread across their bodies. Just now, were those individuals truly aiming for their lives? Young master, do you know what you are doing? A corpulent official suddenly raised his head, his voice laced with fury. Yet, in an instant, whoosh, a cold flash sliced through the air. The Qi practitioner beside Lady Xia, sensing the impending danger, stepped forward to intervene, but, clang, with a resounding crash, the practitioner's weapon was severed in two. The cold flash continued unabated, surging towards the official, and with a single stroke, it cleaved down from the right side of his neck to his left hip. The force so overwhelming and the intent to kill so palpable that it bisected him entirely. Blood and entrails erupted forth, painting the ground in a gruesome display. The crimson droplets fell into the still-filled wine cup, staining the fragrant liquid and suffusing the entire banquet with a rich, sanguine aroma. Scoundrels, Li Xian, his short hair seemingly ignited with fury, wielded his bloodied sword, his eyes glinting with a coldness that rivaled the harshest winter frost. How dare they address the young master so casually? Chapter 78. El Buwei. This is our trump card. The murderous intent enveloped the entire hall. Li Xian's explosive outburst caused all present to recoil in surprise. The previously chaotic hall seemed to freeze momentarily. The Qi practitioner who had stepped forward to block the blade stood frozen, looking down at his short sword, then glancing at his own chest. A minuscule fissure appeared on his garment. With a sharp crack, it traversed from left to right across his attire, and crimson blood began to seep forth. His gaze gradually grew vacant. Suddenly, in the next moment, his body was cleaved in two. Much like that previous official, blood erupted once more. Yet, Li Xian, the perpetrator of this gruesome act, appeared utterly unfazed, leisurely striding back to Ying Zheng's side. Witnessing this scene, the assembled officials and onlookers were left bewildered. Their expressions blanked. As the elite of the Qin, they were well aware of the existence of Qi refiners. Though encounters were rare, they had occasionally gleaned knowledge from hearsay. These individuals existed on a pedestal above mere mortals, having embarked on the path of immortality. Yet now, how could one so effortlessly be slain? An official wiped the blood splattered on his face, his mind in a haze. What on earth just transpired? Many officials stood in confusion, their expressions dazed, but the likes of El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia remained remarkably unperturbed. Their pupils merely contracted briefly before they regained their composure. The guards surrounding Ying Zheng possessed such formidable power? The crowd's countenance grew grave, maintaining their calm amidst the flurry of blades and swords, allowing Ying Zheng's assassins to strike, only to be thwarted one after another by the guards. Their eyes fixated on Ying Zheng. Particularly, Yang Quanjun was nearly incredulous. He had previously witnessed Ren Xiao and Li Xian in the martial arena, having seen their prowess firsthand. However, at that time, they had only just begun to tread the path of cultivators. Who could have anticipated? Gazing upon the corpse of the Qi refiner on the ground, his eyes narrowed. Though this Qi refiner was merely the most rudimentary level, the fact that he was so effortlessly dispatched in a single blow proved that Ying Zheng's guard must be at least at the fifth layer of foundation establishment. The fifth layer of foundation establishment. Such cultivation is already commendable among the strong of the Mi clan, and the most crucial question was how he could have advanced so significantly in such a brief span of time. Hadn't only a few months passed? It felt as though decades had elapsed. However, if this were all there was to it, it would not suffice to sway El Buwei, Madame Huayong, or Madame Xia. It was far from enough. Zheng'er, is this the purpose of the banquet you convened today? Madame Huayong spoke calmly. Immediately thereafter, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air, and as the noise dissipated, 7 or 8 figures suddenly appeared within the banquet hall. Some donned long robes, wielding feathered fans. Others were clad in white, their sleeves billowing. Some resembled old farmers, hunched and bearing hoes, while others looked like street vendors, with conspicuous whiskers. They were of all ages and genders. Moreover, outside the hall, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached, followed by a dozen figures rushing into the banquet. These were the guards and Qi refiners belonging to El Buwei and Madame Xia. Over 20 Qi refiners emerged in the hall, exuding powerful spiritual energy and an aura of pressure, causing the surrounding air to feel almost stagnant. Most importantly, not only those present in the banquet hall, but even the guards outside emanated a faint yet palpable aura of spiritual energy and fluctuations. They were undeniably top-tier experts on the verge of reaching the Foundation establishment realm. This was their trump card. Sensing this, Ying Zheng's expression grew serious. The sudden convening of the banquet by El Buwei, Madame Huayang, and others undoubtedly did not mean they had brought all the qi refiners to at most. They had brought 1/4 or perhaps 1/3 of their forces. With 26 qi refiners present, if one were to calculate, the combined forces could number nearly 100 qi refiners, considering their connections with various sects and factions. Each faction averaged around 30 qi refiners, a number that, while not overwhelming, was substantial enough. Ying Zheng nodded slowly. Ever since he learned of the existence of qi refiners in this world, he discovered that the current 7 kingdoms possessed far more territory and populace than he had previously understood. The population had multiplied several times over at Xianying alone. There were nearly 500,000 inhabitants, not counting the surrounding cities. Since realizing all this, Ying Zheng had pondered repeatedly whether he truly had arrived at the Qin he remembered. Though he could not recall the exact population numbers during the Qin dynasty, the disparity was too great to fathom. Nevertheless, even with over 100 qi refiners, they had managed to consolidate control over 80 to 90% of the Qin. Thank goodness they had constructed the second wonder of time. Otherwise, they would have truly been outmatched. They had concealed their strength remarkably well. A glint of cold light flickered in Ying Zheng's eyes as he sat silently on the high platform. While below him, El Buwei and the other factions displayed evident coldness. Among the factions, it was El Buwei and Zhao Ji, with the most qi refiners, who spoke first. Zhao Ji stepped forward, raising her head to gaze at Ying Zheng. "Zheng, you must issue an order to retreat at once. Otherwise, today, even your mother cannot protect you. Are you truly intent on causing further chaos here?" Ying Zheng smiled, responding with a non sequitur. "Mother, if you leave now, perhaps there is still a chance." El Buwei, Madame Huayang, and Madame Xia's faces turned cold upon hearing this. It seemed that today, Ying Zheng would not relent. Allowing him to develop to this extent right beneath their noses was indeed their oversight and error. In light of this, they would first seek to calm the young prince. Just then, Madame Huayang took the initiative to speak. El Buwei and Madame Xia exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a cold light as they commanded their qi refiners to take action. Though they were unaware of where Ying Zheng had acquired these 2 qi refiners, or why he had suddenly arranged such a banquet today, in the face of absolute strength, all else was mere farce. Despite harboring deep dissatisfaction and even murderous intent towards Ying Zheng's actions, whoever could first seize him would gain the upper hand in the ensuing power struggle. After all, Ying Zheng still held the title of the crown prince of the Qin. Capturing and confining him, draining all benefits before ultimately eliminating him, was not too late. One by one, the qi refiners slowly advanced, vibrant streams of 7-colored light spreading through the air. The ordinary soldiers and maidservants were completely disregarded. For in the presence of cultivators, those without foundation establishment were no more than insects. "Young master, please accompany us," spoke an elder from Madame Xia's faction, clad in simple attire, unadorned yet with golden threads woven into the cuffs and collar. He spoke with a friendly tone, exuding a sense of familiarity, his presence undeniably formidable, at least at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Such cultivation was not just a strong presence in the Qin, but throughout the 7 kingdoms, he was undoubtedly among the elite. "Please, do not make it difficult for us," he continued with a smile. Despite his white hair and aged eyes, his face bore no trace of weariness as he approached. His smile devoid of warmth, as the elder spoke. Qi refiners from beside El Buwei and Madame Huayang also moved closer. Those who were summoned to their side were naturally not weaklings. Now that they had turned hostile, whoever could first capture Ying Zheng would gain the upper hand in the ensuing power struggle. Suddenly, the gentle rain outside the hall intensified. Thunder rumbled across the sky, heavy moisture scattered in all directions, and large raindrops pelted the earth, creating ripples. The overwhelming fluctuations of spiritual energy surged forth, causing everyone present to breathe more rapidly. Many qi refiners approached, their movements barely perceptible, merely sweeping their hands, and the 7-colored light spread invisibly in all directions. The once swift movements of the soldiers and maidservants now felt as if they were mired in a quagmire, inexplicably encountering tremendous resistance. Every action, every swing of their weapons, was hindered as if an unseen force obstructed them, making every movement immensely arduous. Their expressions shifted as they realized they were nearly immobilized. Even taking a single step or moving a finger required Herculean effort. Their faces paled. Witnessing this scene, observing the assassins before them moving sluggishly, the officials collectively exhaled, knowing today's situation would not spiral out of control, yet seeing it unfold was still nerve-wracking. They unclenched their fists, exhaling deeply, their eyes igniting with renewed light as they straightened their garments. Regarding Ying Zheng with a hint of disdain, this was the true foundation of power. This was the reason why the three great factions had so deeply entrenched themselves in the Qin. When King Zhuangxiang was alive, they might have posed some resistance, but with his demise, the die-hard loyalists of Old Qin had already been dealt with. Within the entirety of the Qin, only generals like Meng Tian and Wang Jian remained. Their movements limited, aside from them, who could contend with these three factions, let alone a mere Ying Zheng. A multitude of Qi practitioners slowly approached. Among them were formidable warriors at the 4th and 5th levels of Foundation establishment. The officials, who had previously been startled, now stood tall once more. Their fear dissipated as they rapidly contemplated the impending battle, pondering who might seize Ying Zheng in the face of this unfolding scene. The expressions of Ying Zheng, Ren Xiao, Li Xian, and the other members of Ying Zheng's faction remained largely unchanged. Even the many assassins, immobilized by the Qi practitioners, took a deep breath, their countenances grave yet devoid of fear. LV Bouwei furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a hint of unease. Without delay, he commanded, "Act with his order." The Qi practitioners under his command ceased their advance and suddenly transformed into numerous phantoms, landing forcefully with a resounding thud. Crack! The earth split apart, the heavy stone slabs cracking open with enormous fissures under their weight. Harnessing this force, they surged forth like cannonballs towards Ying Zheng's position. Not only the practitioners under LV Bouwei, but also those under Madame Huayang and Madame Xia sprang into action at that very moment. Swish, swish, swish. Dim light illuminated the grand hall as over 20 Qi practitioners rushed towards Ying Zheng from all directions. The thought crossed the minds of LV Bouwei and the others. They would undoubtedly seize him. After all, there were only 2 Qi practitioners on Ying Zheng's side. Even if one was extraordinarily powerful and could eliminate one, what of it? That was merely a first-level Foundation establishment practitioner. The disparity between levels among Qi practitioners was as vast as a chasm. With more than 20 practitioners present, they could easily overwhelm him. Yet, Ying Zheng's demeanor remained unchanged. He even resumed his seat at the table. Proceed in the next moment. The previously restrained Ren Xiao and Li Xian vanished. Indeed, they had completely disappeared in that instant. Nearly everyone present, including the 6th-level Foundation establishment elder from LV Bouwei's faction, briefly lost track of them. As Ying Zheng's closest bodyguards, they were among the first to grasp the essence of the Ning Dan technique. Having consumed the elixir and recently ascended the immortal platform, the two had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of Foundation establishment, mere steps away from the legendary 9th level. As previously contemplated by the crowd below, the gap between levels of Qi practitioners was immense, an insurmountable divide in the blink of an eye, while Ying Zheng's words still echoed in the hall. Ren Xiao appeared before the elder from Madame Xia's faction. Without the use of any weapons, Ren Xiao delivered a simple, unadorned punch. Whoosh! This blow seemed to drain the very air from the surroundings. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of wailing spirits, erupting suddenly, the elder, caught off guard, could only blink as a fist loomed larger before him. Thud! There was scarcely a moment for reaction. The elder's head burst apart like a watermelon, showering the area in a gruesome spray of red and white, bone and blood, exploding like a celestial shower. From a distance, the remaining 20 or so Qi practitioners' pupils contracted, barely able to comprehend the horror unfolding before them. Yet, before their minds could process the chaos, Ren Xiao lunged forward like a human-shaped behemoth, bringing his foot down upon a young female Qi practitioner. "Watch out!" A quick-reacting Qi practitioner shouted, forming a sword technique with his hands. Summoning a gleaming blade to assist, the young woman sensed the danger, her hair standing on end, and instinctively struck out with both palms to defend herself. But, splat! A colossal foot descended like a rampaging dragon. It crushed her palms into a pulp, the momentum driving down onto her shoulder, collapsing half her body. Ah! The young woman screamed, stumbling back in a desperate attempt to escape, but how could she evade Ren Xiao? He took a stride forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist, the size of a cauldron, bore down mercilessly, accompanied by a chilling wind, aimed straight for her heart. "No, save me," she cried in despair. Whoosh! The only response was the fierce wind of his fist. Splat! The punch landed. The beautiful young woman was reduced to a mere mass of flesh, her chest and heart punctured clean through by Ran Zhao's might. The overwhelming force did not relent, nearly obliterating half her body. Amidst the sanguine chaos, Ren Xiao took 3 steps, his body, which should have continued forward, inexplicably reversed course, charging towards an oncoming swordsman. Once more, his iron fists were poised for battle. The swordsman, his pupils dilating, instinctively drew his sword and turned to flee. His blade shimmering with multicolored light, sweeping towards Ren Xiao in a desperate strike. Yet, Ren Xiao showed no intent to evade this attack, resembling a rampaging beast as he swung his fist forward. Colliding head-on, whoosh, blood spilled profusely. In that instant, the swordsman felt as though his weapon had struck an unyielding mountainside, the gathered spiritual energy of the blade shattering upon impact. The immense force crashed down upon him, and he was instantly transported back to his childhood days of training in the art of cultivation, a wave of helplessness surging over him. Thud! The swordsman was sent flying, his sword shattering against his chest. His bones cracked like brittle twigs in the air, and he soared like a broken sack, crashing against a pillar of the grand hall, shattering it before being flung dozens of feet away, ultimately crashing through doors and windows, disappearing into the torrential rain beyond, falling silent, witnessing this scene. Not only were the cultivators present left in shock, but LV Bouwei, Madame Huayong, Madame Xia, and all the officials stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What is happening? What had seemed intricate and convoluted was merely 3 punches and a kick, a span of time barely exceeding 2 breaths. Yet, it resulted in the instantaneous demise of 3 individuals. How can Ing Zheng's Qi practitioners be so extraordinarily powerful? The onlookers' minds went blank. Even the other Qi practitioners found themselves dazed. But was this truly the moment for stupor? Almost simultaneously with Ran Zhao's assault, Li Xian also sprang into action. However, unlike Ran Zhao's target, Li Xian aimed directly at Madame Huayong. Indeed, it was Madame Huayong. With a sword like fire and light flashing coldly, Ren Xiao transformed into a streak of light, while Li Xian had already positioned himself behind Madame Huayong. His short hair ablaze, eyes aflame, he wielded his long sword, slicing through the air towards her head. Clang! In a crucial moment, a small bell, glowing with emerald light, appeared beside Madame Huayong, intercepting the blow. The bell, about the size of 2 fists, sparkled with a translucent brilliance. Materializing unexpectedly, Li Xian's sword struck the bell with such force that it nearly split in 2. Yet it ultimately succeeded in blocking the attack. A magical artifact? Li Xian's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he drew a dagger from his waist, thrusting it towards Madame Huayong's heart. At that moment, the cultivator beside her finally reacted. Shouting in fury, his sword erupting with radiant light, intercepting Li Xian's dagger. Clang! The dagger clashed against the sword, splitting the latter down the middle. Yet this momentary obstruction allowed Li Xian's dagger to stall, enabling the Qi practitioner to turn and flee, taking the dazed Madame Huayong with him. "Madame, be careful." The grand hall fell silent as the Qi practitioner escorted Madame Huayong back several steps, his chest nearly cleaved open. The practitioner was shaken. This sword was an unparalleled treasure passed down from his sect, yet it was severed by a mere iron dagger. What kind of strength did this young man possess? Moreover, gazing at the small bell beside Madame Huayong, he swallowed hard. It had been damaged. This was a magical artifact. How could it sustain such damage? What manner of divine being were these bodyguards of Ing Zheng? At this point, not only was Madame Huayong stunned, but LV Bouwei and Madame Xia also felt a chill run down their spines. What was the situation with these 2 bodyguards of Ing Zheng? They were overwhelmingly powerful. Stop gawking. Everyone, attack together. Finally, the other Qi practitioners came to their senses, realizing that these 2 individuals beside Ing Zheng were anything but ordinary. Their cultivation levels were likely far superior to their own. No wonder Ing Zheng displayed such confidence today. It stemmed from these 2 Qi practitioners. Good. The Qi practitioners collectively howled, understanding that now was not the time for infighting. as they surged from all directions to besiege Ren Xiao and Li Xian. Witnessing this scene, Ren Xiao and Li Xian could only sigh. Their cultivation is indeed formidable, and their explosive power is quite remarkable. Initially, I intended for Li Xian to seize the head while Ren Xiao drew attention, but it appears that the situation is far more complex than anticipated. Nevertheless, confronted by the phantoms assailing from all directions, the two did not falter. After all, they are peak practitioners of the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. Although the numerous chi-refining warriors before them may be somewhat troublesome, they ultimately do not pose a true threat. The brilliance of spiritual energy erupts, magical power surges, the clang of swords and the hum of blades resonate through the vast expanse. Over 20 chi-refining warriors charge at them in unison, yet Ren Xiao and Li Xian, with their superior cultivation and agility, effortlessly evade their attacks. As the condensing Dan technique operates, those chi-refining warriors, whom they had only heard of but never seen, seemed to move in slow motion before them, unable to inflict any harm. With deft movements, they easily sidestepped the myriad tactics employed by the more than 20 chi-refining warriors. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords reverberates throughout the banquet hall. Witnessing this scene, El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia were utterly astounded. They could scarcely believe that merely 2 individuals could stand against over 20 of them. Yet, after a brief moment of stupor, they quickly regained their composure and hissed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Their reprimands were directed at the guards outside the hall. This time, all 3 factions believed that the banquet was the idea of the other 2. Thus, they had naturally brought a certain level of force for security. Aside from these cultivators, they each brought a contingent of elite guards, who, while designated as protectors, were in fact the most skilled soldiers, donned in the finest armaments forged by the Great Qin. Many of these weapons were even more refined than those used by Meng Ao and Wang Jin's troops. As soon as trouble erupted here, they dispatched personnel to summon their forces, and now those soldiers had arrived outside the hall. Accompanied by a chorus of shouts, chaos erupted beyond the hall as thousands of soldiers emerged from 3 directions. They streamed in like a tide. For this assembly, Madame Huayong brought 900 personal guards, El Buwei brought 800, and Madame Xia, perhaps due to the scarcity of chi-refining warriors, astonishingly brought a full 1,300 armored personal guards. The clash of armor echoed as shield-bearers and spear-wielders entered the hall, encircling the 3 factions within. A heavy aura of bloodlust pervaded the atmosphere as the 3 factions' guards entered, bowing respectfully. "We greet you, my lord." The densely packed iron cavalry of the Great Qin arranged themselves within the hall. Although they could not form a large formation, the sheer number of black iron and bronze heavy armor exuded an indescribable sense of oppression and security. Feeling the imposing presence of nearly 1,000 soldiers behind them, the initially slightly flustered trio exhaled softly, especially Madame Huayong, whose gaze turned increasingly grim and fierce. She touched her neck, where a fine line of blood had mysteriously appeared. Gazing at the half-split magical artifact beside her, her murderous intent solidified into something palpable. That wretched being. Did he truly intend to kill me? Suddenly looking up, Madame Huayong's beautiful eyes glinted with cold light. Her robe stained with blood, and her fists, concealed beneath her sleeves, were already bulging with veins. How dare Ing Zheng act in such a manner? Chapter 81. The climax of battle approaches. The battlefield nears its end. The torrential rain and thunder stained the blood-red hall. 3,000 iron cavalry of the Great Qin stood resolute amidst the falling snow, their black armor heavy as mountains, as they gazed upon the dark mass of soldiers approaching. El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia's officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite not knowing precisely what was unfolding that night or from where these 2 individuals had emerged beside Ing Zheng, it seemed this farce was drawing to a close. No matter how high your cultivation, what does it matter? In the face of 3,000 iron cavalry, your fate is ultimately one of obscurity. Let us not delay any further. Let us swiftly capture Zheng and bring this farce to an end. El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia wasted no time in issuing their orders. Understood. The 3,000 iron cavalry surged into the battlefield like a dark torrent. Encircling the hall completely, El Buwei and the others retreated from the hall, allowing their attendants and officials to set up tents for them, shielding them from the rain. However, to their astonishment, even with the addition of these 3,000 cavalry, They still could not quickly subdue Yingzheng. The banquet hall was simply too small. Even with the might of 3,000 cavalry, only a little over 100 could enter at a time. Meanwhile, those guards and attendants beside Yingzheng were all disciples of the Habing platform. Though they had yet to step into the realm of qi refining, they had already cultivated the condensing Dan technique and were on the path to ascension. Mere steps away from becoming foundation establishment practitioners. How could they be so easily defeated? When facing qi refining warriors, being at a disadvantage was one thing, but now, with over 20 qi refining warriors preoccupied with Ren Xiao and Li Xian's assault, they had no time to suppress them. In the face of the 3,000 soldiers' siege, those disciples of the Habing platform roared and unleashed unprecedented combat prowess, fiercely protecting Yingzheng at the center, transforming the hall into a bloody melee. How could this be? Lord Yangchuan's expression turned extremely grim as he stood under the tent, peering through the curtain of torrential rain at the distant battlefield. His pupils having constricted to the size of pinpricks, these armored soldiers had been meticulously selected from the military by the Mi clan. Each one was not only a member of the Mi family, but also a seasoned veteran of countless battles. Possessing extraordinary combat strength, the daily military expenses were astronomical, far beyond what ordinary soldiers could compare. El Bouwei and Madame Xia's forces were not much different. After all, they were personal guards, equipped with the finest weaponry and armor that the Qin state had to offer. Under such circumstances, even when facing enemies several times their number, they should be able to slay them with ease. Yet now, 3,000 soldiers of the Great Qin could not defeat a mere 100 or so? Even with the hall's terrain providing cover, this was simply absurd. Not only Yang Chuan, but also Madame Xia, Madame Huayang, Zhao Ji, El Bouwei, and even Li Si all sensed that something was amiss. The clash of blades and spears filled the air with murderous intent, and the battlefield was ablaze with ferocity. What should have been a thin layer of defense of merely over 100 individuals seemed impenetrable, as the 3,000 iron cavalry could not breach it, and they were even being countered with numerous casualties. Those individuals seemed to be top-tier experts on the verge of stepping into the realm of qi refining. At that moment, a qi refining warrior among El Bouwei's personal guards spoke solemnly from behind him, disbelief lacing his tone. A significant portion of them have the aura of spiritual energy flowing within them. What upon hearing this, El Bouwei, Zhao Ji, and the nearby Li Si widened their eyes in shock. The more than 100 individuals beside Yingzheng were all experts on the brink of entering the qi refining realm. How could this be possible? Zhao Ji was the first to speak, her beautiful face reflecting disbelief. Yingzheng has been under my watch since the Zhao state era, and even upon his return to the Great Qin, having only 2 high-level qi refining warriors is already astonishing. How could there be so many top-tier experts on the verge of qi refining? However, it was indeed the case. That guard was one of the highest-ranked individuals in El Bouwei's camp, already at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Hailing from a prestigious Taoist lineage, his white robe flowing and beard fluttering, his eyes filled with incredulity. Due to his identity and cultivation, he had partaken in many of El Bouwei's schemes, making him one of his trusted aides. Naturally, he understood that Yingzheng was merely a puppet thrust into the limelight. Yet, the more he knew, the more horrified he became. Where did Yingzheng acquire such formidable combat power? But it mattered not. Victory was destined to belong to us. El Bouwei spoke calmly, his tone resolute and confident, indeed. Seeing El Bouwei speak thus, they exchanged knowing smiles and nods. Ever since Yingzheng's assassination attempt had failed, it had signified that the ultimate victor of this battle would be them. What remained most crucial was how to extract the greatest benefit and advantage from this unforeseen turn of events. Regardless of the outcome, Yingzheng must not fall into the hands of Madame Huayang and Madame Xia. As everyone pondered this, the many disciples of the Habing platform on the battlefield began to feel a surge of excitement. To be honest, upon learning that their master was Prince Yingzheng and that they were to act as guards to assassinate El Bouwei, Madame Huayang, and Madame Xia, they had felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, these figures were renowned, whereas they were merely the most junior disciples of a third-rate sect, not even comparable to the ordinary soldiers of the Great Qin. Especially when they saw over 3,000 soldiers charging towards them, their hearts plummeted. Yet now, as they observed the Great Qin soldiers struggling to advance, continually pushed back and slain, the blood within them began to boil with fervor. These individuals did not seem as formidable as imagined. The condensing Dan technique flowed steadily within them, and in the heat of life and death, their thoughts, speed, strength, and talents surged explosively. Blood spreads and light blossoms. The disciples of the Black Ice Platform gradually comprehend the profound truths of heaven and earth. What was once an insurmountable path of cultivation begins to sway before them. Their strikes become increasingly steady, their movements ever more ethereal, and their actions flow like clouds and water. Observing these disciples breaking through on the battlefield, Ing Zheng nods in satisfaction. Indeed, although their talents may not be the most exceptional, achieving breakthroughs in the life and death moments of battle is still commendable. Moreover, raising his head, Ing Zheng gazes towards the distant direction of Xianyang, where darkness cloaks everything beneath the rain curtain. Considering the time, it should be almost there. Just as this thought crosses Ing Zheng's mind, a figure suddenly bursts forth from the distant jungle. Chapter 82. Ing Zheng, it's simple. Kill you, and I shall become king of my lord. It's bad, my lord. An elderly man with white hair bursts onto the scene, his voice filled with panic. Hearing this voice, Madame Xia turns around abruptly. It belongs to a qi refining master from her faction, a top-tier practitioner at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Yet now, he appears disheveled, covered in blood, with one arm seemingly broken, frantically running towards them. The calm demeanor he once held shattered, replaced by overwhelming fear. When Lao, a qi refining master beside Madame Xia, begins to speak, but his expression suddenly changes. Run, madam, quickly leave. The 4th level qi refining master in the distance shouts, urging them, seemingly wanting to say something. But then, swish, a brilliant silver light suddenly flashes across the heavens, like a meteor racing to catch the moon, instantly catching up to the elderly man. The elderly man, still running, has no strength to resist and is instantly pierced into the ground by the silver light. The terrifying force sends the old man flying for over 100 meters, landing abruptly at the edge of their encampment. Boom! A tremendous force stirs up a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, everyone realizes that it is a long sword without a blade. It traversed the vast distance, still brimming with unimaginable power, nailing a 4th level qi refining master to the ground. However, at that moment, no one paid attention to the old man impaled here, but collectively lifted their heads to gaze into the distant jungle. The next second, another elderly figure, equally white-haired, emerges from the depths of the forest. His steps seem unhurried. Beneath the torrential rain, in the blink of an eye, he stands before everyone. Without any visible action, disregarding the tense crowd, he casually draws the peculiar long sword and continues forward. For some inexplicable reason, the many qi refining masters present instinctively contract their pupils and take a step back. Swish, 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 swish. In the next instant, dozens of figures appear alongside this elderly man. They materialize within the military formation, completely ignoring the attacking Qin soldiers, casually waving their hands to sever the advances and heads of their assailants. Before proceeding unperturbed, finally arriving respectfully before Ing Zheng in the center of the hall. Taking a deep breath, Imo Xiangzi respectfully retrieves a severed head from his waist, kneels on one knee, and proclaims loudly, "The Black Ice Platform of Xianqin pays respects to the young master. We have not failed our mission." His resonant voice, bolstered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reverberates throughout the surroundings. Hearing this, the distant crowd stands dumbfounded. Where did these people emerge from? We have not failed our mission. What does that mean? Instinctively, they turn their gazes toward these individuals, only to be met with, "Ah!" in the camp of El Bouet and others. Officials scream in terror. "Look at their waists, you see the heads they carry." The crowd hurriedly turns, and only then do they realize that these individuals are adorned with severed heads tied to their waists. The heads, disheveled and bloodied, still dripping with blood, clearly belong to those who have recently perished. However, as the crowd looks back at those heads, their faces turn pale. Even El Bouet, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia, who are usually composed, feel their pupils contract, their minds going blank in disbelief. When Shang, Lin Yi, Song Qinyun, Zhao Li, Mi Tuo, El Tiao, Xia Kuang point one by one, the top officials of the Qin dynasty, trusted ministers, and members of noble families appear before them. These are all the most prominent officials of the Qin, the very backbone of their power. Many had met with him just earlier today, discussing how to handle the banquet. They control over 90% of the networks managing their respective forces. Each a figure whose very stamp on the ground would cause tremors throughout the Qin. But now, they are dead. Under the rain, thunder rumbles through the sky. Their heads dangle from their waists like balls. Their hair resembling tangled weeds, wet and clinging to their cold faces. In that instant, whether it be El Buwei, Madame Huayong, or Madame Xia, they all comprehend the gravity of the situation. In a wonder they sensed something amiss earlier. No wonder Ing Zheng was stalling for time here. In a wonder Ing Zheng called for a banquet in this place. In a wonder, he could have escaped the encirclement with his guards, but chose to remain still. He had taken advantage of their brief absence from Xianying to eliminate the most crucial figures among them. These individuals are the pillars of the Qin. Gazing upon each familiar head, observing those known faces, Madame Huayong is momentarily dazed. Her usual grace, elegance, and composure have vanished. Under the torrential rain, she incredulously lifts her head to look at Ing Zheng standing in the hall, her eyes reddening. This Ing Zheng, has he lost his mind? What does he intend to do? Without these officials, how can he control the functioning of the Qin dynasty? Ing Zheng, a piercing cry reverberates through the storm. Not just Madame Huayong. At this moment, El Buwei, Zhao Ji, Madame Xia, and Lord Yangquan all feel immense dread and panic. Has Ing Zheng gone mad? So many officials, so many high-ranking officials, have been slaughtered, nearly wiping out the entirety of Qin's upper echelon. If the other 6 states were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Understand that while they vie for power, they have always maintained a certain restraint, never going so far as to harm the foundational strength of the Qin. Even in war, they would only lose a county or 2 at most. Yet, how could Ing Zheng act so wantonly? Ing Zheng, have you lost your mind? Amidst the downpour, Madame Xia suddenly speaks, her beautiful face now etched with cold light and murderous intent, her pupils reflecting a hint of overwhelming fear. How dare he do this without them? How will you maneuver, manage, or command such a vast state as Qin? How dare you kill them? How dare you kill them? How will you lead? On the high platform, Ing Zheng smiles in this blood-soaked banquet. He rises slowly, gazing at the corpses and severed heads strewn across the ground, utterly unconcerned. It's simple, I am here, and that is enough. You are here? Hearing this, El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia are nearly driven to laughter by rage. How can one person handle so many affairs? How can he possibly manage the vastness of Qin, where policies are of utmost importance, where even a single county can only present a few proposals at most, the rest filtered through officials across the land? In such a large nation, the daily occurrences number in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Without these officials, their deaths signify that Ing Zheng must single-handedly address every matter, great and small, of the entire Qin. Such an overwhelming array of tasks, not even 10 of him would suffice. A puppet! How dare he act so recklessly? Gazing at the furious eyes of El Buwei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia, Ing Zheng can't help but chuckle in disbelief. Shaking his head, he extends a hand from his cloak, effortlessly brushing aside the falling raindrops around him, reminding the 3 below, is this really the time for such thoughts? This banquet of ours is far from over. El Buwei is taken aback, about to respond when he suddenly notices that the Qi refining masters who had been attacking Ren Shao and Li Exine have unexpectedly returned to his side. Looking as if they are facing a formidable enemy, sweat pouring down their faces, their expressions filled with terror. What happened? He instinctively turns to look, only to find his body stiffening. For they realize that, counting the elderly man who introduced himself as Emo Xiangzi, this group kneeling before Ing Zheng consists of genuine Qi refining masters, dozens of Qi refining masters. Madame Huayong and Madame Xia widen their eyes, feeling a wave of absurdity and disbelief wash over them. Emo Xiangzi and the others slowly rise. They cast aside the severed heads from their waists, grasping their weapons as they turn their gazes towards the crowd. A formidable aura of celestial energy emanated from them in that moment, though they numbered 3,000, and their adversaries merely a handful. An overwhelming murderous intent surged into the hearts of all 3 factions. Akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, crack, the thunder reverberated through the heavens. In the darkness, it seemed as though dozens of ferocious tigers had been unleashed from their cages, the relentless killing intent spreading indiscriminately in all directions. Thud! El Buwei's anger was instantaneously quelled. As he took a step back, engulfed for the first time in a profound fear. Qi refiners? How could there be so many qi refiners beside Zheng? Chapter 83. Tigers amongst sheep, reversing the heavens. Dozens of qi refiners descended upon the banquet, clad in black night garb, their features obscured. They varied in height and build. Standing near Zheng, boom. The clouds above thickened ominously, the rain intensified, and the thunder continued to roar. Yet El Buwei and the others seemed utterly oblivious to the thunderous clamor, their eyes fixated in terror upon the numerous qi refiners before Zheng. How could this be? 2 high-level qi refiners and a group of soon-to-be qi refiners were already a rarity. Where had so many qi refiners emerged from around Zheng? Could it be real? They rubbed their eyes, unwilling to believe it, as reason dictated that such a scenario was absolutely impossible. Nevertheless, the pervasive celestial energy and the tense expressions of the surrounding cultivators revealed their true identities. The murderous intent in the air felt almost tangible. As the dozens of qi refiners turned to face them, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the killing intent spread like a living entity. At that moment, centered around Zheng and the multitude of qi refiners, everything within 1,000 yards appeared to be ensnared in a quagmire. The rich celestial energy silently enveloped every corner. Much like what El Buwei and the other qi refiners had done to the guards earlier. Ugh! An immense pressure descended. The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of rain and thunder echoing through the heavens. Feeling all of this, the hearts of the 3,000 cavalry soldiers thudded violently. Despite facing only a few dozen adversaries, a sense of foreboding akin to lambs encountering a fierce tiger gripped them. Every muscle seemed to urge them to flee. How could this be? There were merely dozens of them. In the pitch black of night, Zheng sat silently upon his throne, observing everything without uttering a word. The pressure mounted. Finally, under such immense strain, one soldier could no longer contain himself and roared in fury. Just a mere handful of adversaries, how dare they be so arrogant, brothers? Charge with me, the brawny man shouted. Striding forward to attack the foremost qi refiner from the black ice platform, and behind him, his fellow soldiers echoed his battle cry and surged forward. It was as if a dam had broken. In that moment, not just this squad, but many other Qin cavalry units also roared and charged. This charge was different from the previous one. It was a desperate fight for survival, as they struck their shields with their spears. Producing a resounding clang, the 3,000 warriors' footsteps thundered, and at that instant, their battle cries even drowned out the thunder. Young master, Mo Xiangzi inquired respectfully. Kill, yes. With that simple exchange, the next moment, an earth-shattering killing intent erupted. 64 qi refiners from the black ice platform howled in unison, the celestial energy surging forth like cannonballs, hurtling towards the front lines of the army. Swish, swish, swish. Blades flashed and icy winds swirled. These individuals were unlike the previous 100 or so disciples from the black ice platform. They were genuine qi refiners, practitioners who had traversed the path to ascend. With the celestial energy coursing through their bodies, they had long surpassed the ordinary. Whether in physical prowess, reaction time, or martial techniques, they had achieved a remarkable elevation. Now, facing these soldiers, even though they were the strongest within their ranks, in the eyes of these black ice platform qi refiners, they appeared as mere children. Swoosh! Mo Xiangzi moved like a flash of light. In merely 2 breaths, he crossed the battlefield's expanse. Facing the long spear thrusting towards him, he neither evaded nor dodged, but instead struck out with a palm. Clang! Exclamation point! His bloodied palm emitted a sound akin to metal clashing, as the spear that had torn through countless foes was seized and halted mid-flight. The soldier charging forward had no time to react before a sword severed his head. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth. And although Mo Xiangzi's hair was white, the murderous intent within him was palpable. Grasping the headless corpse, he exhaled forcefully and flung it aside like a sandbag. Wherever it landed, men and horses were thrown into disarray. The tremendous force shattering the soldier's armor and body into mush. Those struck by the flying corpse coughed up blood and fell, as such an impact was enough to shatter their veins and bones. Even with armor to protect them, kill, Mo Xiangzi roared, rising once more, fiercely charging towards the heart of the army. His unarmed ink sword unleashed waves of sword and tint, carving a bloody path through the ranks. Besides Emo Xiangzi, the other Qi refiners from the Black Ice platform were equally relentless, each behaving like tigers unleashed in a sheepfold, slaughtering indiscriminately. How could it be like this? Blood splattered. Cries of despair filled the air. Witnessing the lopsided battle, Madame Huayang's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively staggered back several steps. These soldiers were the strongest from her Mi clan, and even the Qi refiners originally guarding her had surged forward. Yet they were still so easily overwhelmed. Bones and blood erupted. She watched in horror as a third-level Qi refining guest was killed by a Qi refiner under Ying Zheng's command. The assailant appeared no more than in his early 20s, while the victim was an elder over 60, renowned for over 2 decades in Qin, commanding respect. How could this be possible? The elder's eyes widened in despair, unable to comprehend why he had fallen to a junior at the first level of Foundation establishment. However, the Black Ice platform Qi refiner showed no change in expression. With a flick of his sword, he pierced the elder's skull, yanking out the spear and pinning the body to the ground. Before howling once more into the sky, "Damn it, tigers among sheep." The disparity in combat power was far too great. In just a single encounter, over 300 of their soldiers had been slain by those few dozen. It seemed that each one claimed multiple heads the moment they engaged. Observing all of this, the Qi refiners from the 3 factions were driven to madness. What was happening? These individuals were evidently fresh to the realm of cultivation, most being at the first or second levels of Qi refining. How could they be so formidable? Many of them were at the 4th or 5th levels of Foundation establishment, yet under the hands of these Qi refiners loyal to Ying Zheng. They barely lasted 100 exchanges. What was going on? Reversing the Heavens. Chapter 84. The battle concludes. Suppression. Suppression. Splurt, splurt. Bodies fell, soldiers were slain, and Qi refiners were ruthlessly impaled. The dozens of practitioners from the Black Ice platform breached their ranks as if entering a no-man's land. Observing all this, Ying Zheng showed no signs of surprise. Having traversed the path to ascend and possessing complete cultivation methods, the practitioners from the Black Ice platform were in no way comparable to ordinary soldiers and Qi refiners. The earth was stained crimson, and the sky no longer wept pure rain. The red droplets mirrored the color of the ground. Watching the fallen Qin soldiers, Ying Zheng's expression remained unchanged, yet the chill in his eyes deepened. The Qin soldiers had always upheld strict discipline, and their willingness to turn their weapons against themselves signified a choice. Thus, he felt no need for mercy, root and branch eradication. Yes, with Ying Zheng's decree, the previously hesitant Qi refiners from the Black Ice platform, who had shown some restraint in the face of the Qin soldiers, finally let out a resounding roar, "Slay!" The celestial energy around them intensified. Their movements quickened, and under the ink-black rain, they truly resembled a tempest. Clang, 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 clang. On the opposing side, the Qi refiners from the 3 factions felt an immediate surge of pressure, nearly severing their heads with the sudden onslaught. Ugh. One Qi refiner staggered back, nearly impaled through the heart, his complexion as pale as parchment as he stared at the spear protruding from his body. These individuals, there was no hesitation left. This 5th-level Foundation establishment cultivator had no second thoughts. Not even bothering to extract the spear, he fled towards the fringes of the battlefield. "What are you doing? Come back!" From a distance, Madame Huayang witnessed this scene and barked out a sharp reprimand, her tone laced with fury. Yet at this juncture, who would heed her command? The fleeing Qi refiner even turned back to hurl insults. A bunch of useless fools, so much power, so much capital, only to be toyed with by a mere child. I must have been blind to serve as your retainer. What? Upon hearing these words, Madame Huayang's pupils constricted, her entire body trembling with rage, nearly on the verge of an angry outburst. The Qi refiners from the Mi family abruptly turned, their eyes flashing with a chilling light. Yet, before they could act, a tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A sharp arrow suddenly tore through the sky, piercing its way forward. The speed of this arrow was terrifyingly swift, having shot forth with explosive force even before the sound reached their ears. Like a meteor racing across the night sky, it spanned 100 zhang in an instant, piercing through the chest of the Qi refiner. The Qi refiner widened his eyes, barely comprehending what had transpired. when suddenly a gaping wound, as thick as an arm, appeared in his chest. Agonizing pain surged through his body, a sweet metallic scent flooded his nostrils, and before he could react, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Crashing down from the treetops. No, wait, wait. Terror and despair flashed across the Chi refiner's face as he lay there in the mud, frantically shouting, I'm still useful. I am a fourth-tier Chi refiner. I still have value. You cannot. His words were cut short. Crack, whoosh. The endless rain was pierced through once more as another sharp-feathered arrow shot forth. The might of this attack was overwhelming, nailing the Chi refiner firmly to the ground. The onlookers hurriedly turned to see that the assailant was none other than Li Xian. Standing beside Ing Zheng, in his grasp, he wielded a fearsome longbow, its string crafted from 10 hardened bows. Thick as a thumb. The bow itself was no ordinary weapon. It was made of seasoned iron, bronze, and precious hardwood, exuding a rugged beauty. Exhaling a breath filled with tension, Li Xian drew back his bow once again. Gathering strands of spiritual energy from the surrounding world, a uniquely crafted pure iron arrow was placed upon the bowstring. Crack, crack. The terrifying bow was drawn taut, an unimaginable killing intent spreading forth in that moment. Almost all the Chi refiners from the 3 major factions felt an ineffable fear. Run, retreat, quick, go. At this moment, the Chi refiners could no longer contain themselves, except for a few die-hard loyalists like Bu Wei. They all frantically fled. The Chi refiners beside Ing Zheng were far too formidable. Where on earth had he found them? They were utterly unmatched. The winds howled, thunder roared, in the blink of an eye. Many Chi refiners from the 3 factions were either fleeing or escaping. However, how could Li Xian allow them to escape unscathed? He immediately drew back his bow. Crack, crack, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew like thunder. Silver iron glimmered in the sky as those fleeing Chi refiners screamed in agony. Almost with every release of the bowstring, a Chi refiner was pierced through. No matter how they dodged or evaded, even if they hid behind rocks or trees, they were effortlessly pierced through their cover. Crashing down in a cacophony of destruction, blood stained the ground. Witnessing the once lofty Chi refiners fall one after another, the soldiers present could no longer restrain themselves. A scream escaped their lips, and they began to flee in panic. Stop! Come back! The officials from the 3 factions despaired, for they had no Chi refiners among them to defend. They relied entirely on these soldiers. If they fled, where would they go? My lord! They anxiously looked toward the leaders of the 3 factions, but at that moment, Bu Wei, Madame Huayong, and Madame Xia were also in a state of panic. Run, eldest sister, quickly, in this critical moment. Lord Yangchuan gritted his teeth, seizing Madame Huayong, and dashed away into the distance. It was no longer safe here. They had to leave quickly. There was no time to concern themselves with the other officials. Ing Zheng was clearly mad today, intent on slaughtering them all. Officials could be replaced, but if they perished, everything would lose its meaning. At this time, Madame Xia and Bu Wei finally regained their senses. Casting a deep glance at Ing Zheng, who remained calm in the distant hall, and dared not linger any longer, they turned and fled toward the rear. They remained strategic, making their way toward a town on the eastern edge of Xianyang. For there, a garrison of soldiers lay in wait, numbering over 100,000. These 10,000 soldiers were among the defenders of Xianyang, and at least 70 or 80,000 had already been infiltrated and controlled by them. If they could reach that place, if they could get there. Lord Yangchuan gasped for breath, mounted his horse, and galloped alongside Madame Huayong. Though aged and lacking the vigor of his youth, his equestrian skills remained unmatched. Lord Yangchuan was immensely grateful for the prized steed he had brought today. This horse, named Taiyan, was one he had sought after with great difficulty, possessing a trace of beastly power. Its sweat glistened faintly red, and its speed was truly akin to that of clouds and mist. Even the finest mounts in the army could not match its pace. In the past, he had 10 grooms to attend to it, spending dozens of coins daily for its care, even more than some ordinary officials today. He had brought it to showcase, never expecting to truly utilize it. Tangone. The steed let out a long whinny and galloped away, soaring like clouds. To the left, by this time, Madame Huayong had also regained her composure, leaning over Lord Yangchuan's shoulder, her voice steady as she pointed the way. Whoosh, 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 several Qi refiners from the Mi clan rushed over, forming a protective circle around them. Thanks to the speed of the prized steed, they managed to break through. We're almost there. Almost there. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as Madame Huayang's breaths quickened, and she could vaguely see the walls of the garrison in the distance, as long as they could reach that place. Just a handful of Qi refiners could not possibly threaten her. Once she survived this assassination attempt, she would have ample time to bringing Zheng to his knees. However, when Madame Huayang and Madame Xia reached the walls of the garrison, they found an eerie silence. The numerous patrolling soldiers that had been there earlier were nowhere to be seen. What is going on? Where is everyone? Looking at the eerily quiet walls, devoid of even a flicker of light, Lord Yangchuan wiped the rain or sweat from his face, a sudden unease swelling within him. Gazing at the open gates, he hesitated and panicked, unsure whether to enter. In the next moment, a torch was lit within the gates. Despite the torrential rain, it remained unextinguished. Tianwu held the torch, his black robe almost entirely soaked in blood, smiling as he bowed. You must be Madame Huayang and Lord Yangchuan, correct? My lord has commanded you to stay. Before the two could respond, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed from the darkness. Before anyone could react, this golden glow darted in front of the prize steed Tian, revealing a small figure adorned with a faint golden fur. Its eyes shining with a pure, golden radiance, it raised its right fist and struck at Lord Yangchuan's chest. Boom! The protective talisman on Lord Yangchuan shattered like a copper mirror, and a solid blow landed squarely on his heart. Crack! Half of his body seemed to explode. In the next instant, blood erupted forth. With just one punch, it sent one of the most formidable figures within the Qin territory, along with his steed, crashing into the earth below. Chapter 85. An inevitability of despair. The conclusion of the three factions. Blood splattered. In the muddy ground, Lord Yangchuan's eyes widened, and he fell unconscious without a sound, half of his body reduced to a pulp. Had he not been saved by a talisman, that single blow would have surely shattered his body. The earth was thrown into chaos, but even so, it was clear to all that Lord Yangchuan was beyond saving. Even with a talisman to prolong his life, he was destined for doom. Outrageous. Nearby, a Qi refiner from the Mi clan seethed with rage, turning to confront the golden figure rushing toward them, only to be astonished to discover that the newcomer was not human, but rather a golden little monkey. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This little monkey stood barely half a person tall, its golden fur shimmering, exuding a powerful spiritual energy that repelled all rain. Clearly, it was a formidable being, the mud monkey. At this moment, the mud monkey radiated a soft golden glow, its large eyes filled with seriousness as it regarded those before it. Its understanding of the world was limited, but it recognized these individuals as enemies of its master. According to its elder brothers and sisters, they seemed to treat its master as a puppet, surveilling, utilizing, and even harboring murderous intent. With that in mind, it had no intention of showing mercy. The adversaries of the master are indeed his foes. From the distant shores of a faraway island, the mud monkey has traversed here, showing no mercy. Just like those tiger and wolf demons near the water curtain cave of yore, the mud monkey has never held back when faced with provocation. There is no need for restraint. At that moment, from behind, Tianwu spoke coldly, striding forth like a streak of light, spear in hand, channeling the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards Madame Huayang and her entourage with lethal intent. Following him, over a dozen black ice platform cultivators surged forth from the city walls, ready to engage. Currently, there are approximately 130 cultivators within the black ice platform. After annihilating the three factions within Xianyang City, they divided into two groups, one led by Emo Xiangzi to support the young master, while the other split into several paths to sever the retreat of El Buwei, Madame Huayang, and Madame Xia. The area where Tianwu has arrived is a military encampment, home to tens of thousands of Qin soldiers, positioned strategically behind the three factions. Should a conflict erupt, even the cultivators would face significant trouble. Thus, after eliminating those in Xianyang City, Tianwu and the mud monkey infiltrated here, systematically slaying the chess pieces placed by the three factions. Although many here still pledged loyalty to El Buwei, Madame Huayang and Madame Xia, without their leaders, who could rise to confront them. Witnessing the blood on Tianwu and the others, Madame Huayang's eyes brimmed with fury, and she surmised the unfolding chaos. let us depart," she cried, seizing a cultivator of the Mi clan in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, amidst the torrential rain and thundering skies, where could they flee? Moreover, after their long journey and battles, the Mi clan's cultivators were already exhausted. Panting heavily, before long, they were overtaken by Tian Wu, the mud monkey, and the black ice platform cultivators. Fight! The cultivators of the Mi lineage roared, willing to risk their lives in combat. In truth, such turmoil was not confined to this location. On the other fronts, El Bouwei and Madame Xia faced similar predicaments. They fled in disarray towards various military encampments, seeking refuge among the troops. However, the very reason Ingzhang convened this banquet was to prevent them from rallying their forces. Was it not? Hong Qingfeng, accompanied by the remaining black ice platform cultivators, encircled them from all directions, forcing them back to the site of the banquet. At this point, the banquet had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The 3,000 Qin armored soldiers present had nearly all been slain. Blood, bones, and shattered armor stained the earth. Boom! Thunder rumbled, thick with the stench of death and malevolence, unrelenting even against the torrential rain. Splash, splash, black ice platform disciples busied themselves clearing the banquet area, removing corpses and bloodstains. Ingzhang remained seated at the highest point, calmly meditating with closed eyes. After an indeterminate time, the hall was finally cleared. Though the air was still thick with the lingering aura of death, yet the bodies and crimson stains were now piled outside. Before long, the sound of rain intensified, drumming against the armor-clad figures. Tan Wu, Hong Qingfeng, Mo Xiangzi, and the other disciples of the black ice platform appeared outside the hall. Ren Xiao took a deep breath, his blood-stained robe marking his passage, and respectfully approached, kneeling on one knee, his expression wrought with emotion. Reporting to the young master, all have gathered. Every brigand and their associates have been captured without a single escape. Except for those who resisted and were slain, the remaining remnants have all been apprehended. In total, there are 23 brigands, 14 of whom are cultivators. Upon the dilapidated high platform, Ingzhang nodded slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Bring them forth. Yes, get over here. Kneel. Thud, thud. Accompanied by a torrent of curses and reprimands. Several unfortunate figures were unceremoniously thrown into the hall. They were utterly disheveled, drenched in mud, and their once proud appearances were now a wretched sight. Their luxurious garments were torn, their skin marred with scars. Faces and bodies caked in filth. Their hair, once neatly arranged, was now a tangled mess, soaked with rain mingled with dirt and blood. Your Highness, no! My king! As they entered, a portly official of the Qin could no longer bear it. Collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed his head, "My king, this was never my intention. This was never my intention." The official, clearly terrified by the day's events, was coated in mud. Kneeling as he fervently struck his head against the floor, blood seeping from the impact. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. Pointing at the others behind him, he cried, "This is all El Bouwei's doing. It was all El Bouwei's doing. He instigated my actions. Every move was incited by El Bouwei." His trembling hands pointed at himself, his face obscured by fear. "I had no choice. El Bouwei, no, those three. They are the true sources of chaos in the court. Please, my king, see clearly." Chapter 86. The Deaths of El, Hua, and Xia. The rampaging monkey. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fervent bowing echoed through the hall. In a desperate bid for survival, the official was clearly willing to do anything. Repeatedly striking his head against the ground as he pleaded for mercy, the remaining Qin officials, save for a few, flocked here, all kneeling and weeping, crying out in desperation, "Yes, my king." This is all their conspiracy, the schemes of Madame Huayang, El Bouwei, and Madame Xia. They are the ones who have disrupted the court. We were but pawns. Please grant us a chance to amend our ways. We can change, to demonstrate their resolve. Several officials, still bowing, drew daggers and severed their own right hands. Splat, blood splattered, their faces contorted in agony. Over 100 cultivators and more than 100 pseudo-foundational realm experts stood by, unafraid of their erratic behavior. Hence they did not confiscate their weapons. Observing the wretched officials, who were howling in pain yet still displaying servility. The gathered crowd, whether cultivators, common folk, or figures like Ren Xiao, Li Xian, and Ying Zheng, showed little change in expression. Ying Zheng remained an impassive observer, seated atop the highest throne, allowing them to bow until they nearly lost consciousness without any intention of halting their penance. Witnessing this absurd spectacle, Madame Huayang and Madame Xia stood pale. Their own appearances muddied, stripped of their former airs of superiority. In their hearts, a sense of panic surged, nearly overwhelming them. Was this a dream? If so, it was unbearably vivid. How could a once impotent Ying Zheng, a mere puppet king, evolve to this magnitude? Their expressions betrayed their fear, trembling as they knelt, realizing that even they could succumb to terror when faced with true death. Beside them, El Bouet suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a Ying Zheng, what a great qin! His thunderous laughter captured the attention of all present. El Bouet slowly raised his head, his figure caked in mud, devoid of poise or decorum. Yet, he still swept his hair back and fixed his gaze upon Ying Zheng. Speaking after a long pause, from the moment I laid eyes on you in Handan, I discerned that you were no ordinary individual. Thus, upon your arrival, I dispatched cultivators to monitor all, and after the late King Xi's demise, I usurped all your powers. Yet, I never anticipated that you would still manage to amass such a formidable force. He surveyed the room filled with over 100 cultivators. The oppressive aura of spiritual energy nearly rendered the old man unable to stand. And he chuckled, shaking his head. I had often cautioned Tong Gu to avoid excessive caution in his dealings. In hindsight, it was a monumental blunder. Lic knelt beside El Bouet, equally muddied, rendered speechless. Ying Zheng, however, remained unfazed, casually responding, "Is this the farewell of a prime minister?" He turned to the others. "What of you?" The officials, chilled by his words, immediately resumed their fervent bowing. "Young master, your highness, no. My king, please, your majesty, spare us. Please, your majesty, spare us." A desperate official bowed his head repeatedly, yet Ying Zheng merely waved his hand dismissively. "Take them away and execute them." "Yes." A group of black-clad Qi refiners stepped forward, seizing the individuals and dragging them toward the exit. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone was thrown into a panic, including Madame Huayang, Madame Xia, and even Zhao Ji, all of whom were in utter disarray. Zhenger, I am your mother. You cannot treat me this way, Zhenger. You cannot kill me. I am your beloved mother. How could you do this to me? Zhenger, it is I. Without the power of the Mi clan, how could you have reached this day? Each anguished cry echoed through the hall. And at that moment, they could no longer maintain the composure befitting the mother of a nation, their fingers clawing desperately at the ground as they cried out in despair. But the ones dragging them away were seasoned Qi refiners. And even grown men were as helpless as children in their grasp. How could a few women resist? Despite their nails digging into the earth, drawing blood, there was no sign of halting Ying Zheng. Zhenger! The desperate cries resounded from afar, as the officials also shouted in despair, yet they were utterly powerless to intervene. Only a few officials, such as El Bouet and Li Si, remained indifferent, their hearts turned to ashes as they allowed the Qi refiners to take them away. Amidst all of this, Ying Zheng remained calm. He was no longer the legendary Zhenggu, nor the true eternal emperor. The Zhenggu of your might have softened at the pleas of Madame Huayang, Madame Xia, or Zhao Ji, perhaps opting to cast them into a cold palace instead. But the present Ying Zheng had no such leisure. Leave that one named Li Si, hurry with the rest. Announce that tonight, during a rainstorm, assassins from Zhao and Chu have attacked, and that my mother and the two esteemed mothers, along with the chancellor, met with misfortune while protecting the prince's safety. The entire nation mourns. Understood. Upon hearing this, the black-clad guard holding Li Si released him and turned to join the others as they exited. Crack! The storm raged as thunder roared, illuminating the heavens. Lic, dazed and disoriented, lay on the ground. Utterly unaware of what had transpired, he could only hear the receding curses in his ears until finally, amidst the sounds of gasps and struggles, silence engulfed him. Madame Huayang's head was sent soaring. A countenance filled with resentment and unwillingness fell to the ground. Not far from her lay the heads of El Bouet and Madame Xia. Gurgle. Blood continued to flow from their severed necks, and she could no longer perceive her own body, enveloped by a sensation of dizziness and weightlessness. Raindrops fell upon her eyes, intensifying the encroaching darkness. Madame Huayang gazed at Yingzheng, who seemed to rise slowly in the distance. Until her dying breath, she could not comprehend how a puppet, monitored by 3 factions, a mere young man who had returned for only 3 years, and one whom many citizens had scarcely seen, could possess such immense power. Where had he cultivated such formidable influence? Yingzheng, with one final heart-wrenching scream. The family that had influenced the Qin dynasty for 3 generations came to an end on this stormy night. The dynasty controlled by El Buwei, Madame Huayang, and Madame Xia finally returned to its rightful master. The vast fortune and legacy emanated from their bodies, gradually merging with the heavens and earth, flowing into Yingzheng's being. Sensing this influx of fortune and legacy, Yingzheng inhaled deeply. He set forth for Xianyang. This night, he would eradicate all remaining remnants. Yes, 300 black-clad Qi refiners, charged back to Xianyang. Amidst the torrential rain, blood nearly drowned the original hue of Xianyang, the stench of blood wafting into the sky. This day was destined to be recorded in history, and it would also be a sleepless night. Countless officials were purged, and innumerable others were elevated. The great Qin Zhangtai Hall finally welcomed its true master. The 300 black-clad Qi refiners moved like vengeful spirits through Xianyang, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Countless citizens remained oblivious to the events of the night, hiding in their rooms. Trembling in fear, the officials, shaking uncontrollably, stared at the black-clad figures rushing past, terrified that they might burst through their doors at any moment. Only high above, beneath the ominous clouds, a golden figure sat, gazing blankly at the unfolding scene. Observing the creature wielding a stick, excitedly darting among the officials, the guardian Jialan was utterly taken aback. What is happening? This creature is genuinely amidst this chaos. Watching the creature wreak havoc among the officials, Jialan felt his mind spinning. This situation is not right. Is this truly part of the Buddhist plan? This creature's rampage, does it fit within the grand scheme of the West? Although it was to be crowned as the victorious fighting Buddha, this creature, could it possibly contradict the teachings of Buddhism? Just as he was lost in confusion, he finally sensed that his true self had arrived at the foot of the distant western blissful land. Entering the majestic Great Thunder Sound Temple, Chapter 87, the discussion of Dharma at the Holy Mountain, under the gaze of the Buddhist order. The sacred peaks rise majestically, their layers pristine. This is a realm of tranquility and harmony, untouched by the world. Golden clouds float at the horizon, clusters of mountains nestle upon the cloud-tipped heights, the radiance of the western bliss illuminating all, permeating the air with peace and calm, mingled with a gentle floral scent. Even the distant clouds shimmer with golden light. The holy mountain is vast, stretching for millions of miles, with numerous Buddhist nations settled at its base, resembling cities. Jialan traversed the skies of the holy mountain, the sound of sacred chants resounding in his ears. Lowering his gaze, he beheld devout pilgrims, converging like rivers upon the golden Buddhist path, their colorful robes swaying as they bowed thrice with each step. Arriving at the foot of the holy mountain to pay their respects, arhats walked upon cloud tops, monks engaged in their rituals, surrounded by the recitation of scriptures, embodying serenity and compassion. Om. Ma, Ji, Imo, I, Sa, Lai, Da, the 8-character mantra echoed in every corner. Where everything radiated peace and tranquility, Buddhas sat beneath the verdant pines of the holy mountain, imparting teachings to upasakas and reciting scriptures with novices, walking among the cypress, each step blossoming with lotus. White cranes spread their wings above the ridge, azure phoenixes linger in the cloud pavilions, and agile monkeys offered celestial fruits, while longevity deer presented purple blossoms. In days past, Jialan would have smiled and welcomed these offerings, discussing Buddhist principles with the spirit monkeys and longevity deer, returning their smiles. However, today, he did not pause, respectfully declining the gifts of these spiritual beings, and with hands clasped in prayer, approached a temple at the foot of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The sounds of melodious birds resonated as if speaking, and vibrant, unknown flowers bloomed. This was a serene Buddhist temple, where one could see monks fetching water and novices chanting scriptures. Upon entering, he beheld the soothing radiance of the Buddha. The palace towers winding gracefully, ancient paths meandering, hidden among the thickets yet remaining level everywhere. Stupas of the Buddhist order stood tall near the temple, golden bells swaying with the wind, ringing sweetly, Amitabha. Jalan clasped his hands together. Reciting the sacred phrases, a figure clad in a white robe appeared before him, a bodhisattva whose gender was hard to discern, adorned with a veil, a red at her brow, and holding a jade purity vase, from which a sprig of green willow emerged. Her countenance was serene and compassionate, exuding a warmth capable of embracing all beings. A radiant wheel of merit, akin to the sun, shimmered behind her, casting golden beams of compassion. The bodhisattva's eyes opened slightly, pure and bright, devoid of any malevolence, filled with profound wisdom. The visitor was none other than Guanyin Bodhisattva, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist order. Amitabha, I pay my respects to the bodhisattva. Jalan joined his hands in reverence, chanting the sacred verses, and bowed slightly. What brings you here, Jalan? Should you not be observing the journey of the spirit monkey? Guanyin Bodhisattva's voice was gentle, lacking any interrogative tone. Yet it still made Jalan feel somewhat tense. He clasped his hands together. Amitabha, Bodhisattva, this humble monk has taken a partial form to observe the spirit monkey. I have come due to matters concerning the spirit monkey. Oh, matters concerning the spirit monkey? Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression remained serene, but her tone now bore a hint of curiosity. The primordial stone monkey had already been woven into the plans of the Buddhist order since the time of Enwa's repair of the heavens. It was a crucial element in their future path. How could there be any issues? However, precisely because the implications were so significant, the Buddhist order dared not pay too much attention, and after the calculations were complete, they could not even observe closely, only sending a few bodhisattvas to watch from afar in this manner. Please, do share. With a wave, a mystical barrier of Buddhist light enveloped everything, and Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression remained calm and compassionate. Amitabha, Jalan clasped his hands together, respectfully relaying all that he had witnessed to Guanyin Bodhisattva. She listened quietly. Beside her, time and space appeared to be utterly disordered, as ethereal shadows began to materialize, the past, the present, and the future all manifested within this divine radiance. Gazing through it, one could almost perceive countless realms of enlightenment, all genuine and not mere illusions, inhabited by billions of sentient beings, all bowing in reverence and chanting sacred verses. This is the majestic power of one of the 6 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist order, Amitabha, Bodhisattva. Such is the nature of all things. Ultimately, the reticent figure of Panchur Jalan recounted everything he knew, down to the minutiae. Upon hearing his extensive narrative, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression remained largely unchanged, though the depths of her gaze, like an endless river of sacred text, stirred slightly. The path traversed by this spiritual monkey from the Eastern Victory Divine continent to the proud nation was not beyond her anticipation. It mirrored the predictions of many Buddhas in the Buddhist pantheon. However, upon reaching the Qin dynasty, unexpected developments indeed arose. The place of cultivation for this spiritual monkey ought to have been the Bodhi ground. Coalesced by the 5 great sages, only upon arriving there could it genuinely engage with the methods of cultivation and discover its rightful path. Yet why had it commenced its cultivation here in the Qin state, particularly in this southern corner of the continent? It is known that, despite its remoteness, this place, even within the southern Zhan region, was once the epicenter of an unprecedented calamity, marking both the beginning and the end of the last great war of deification. Amitabha, silently reciting the maxims of Buddhism, the radiant light surrounding Guanyin Bodhisattva began to swirl, and the myriad realms of enlightenment seemed to ripple slightly. The emerging cultural essence of Buddhism transformed time, space, and causality, causing golden lotuses to take root and flourish in every corner of the courtyard. Panchur Jalan silently retreated, wishing to evade this divine light, but upon taking a single step back, he halted. Lifting his gaze in confusion, Bodhisattva? As the spreading sacred luminescence gradually dissipated, the previously calculating Guanyin Bodhisattva ceased her divination, her eyes betraying an unprecedented flicker of surprise, for she discovered that this time, her calculations of causality had, astonishingly, failed. Why would this be? Could it be that the heavenly secrets are not to be revealed, perhaps due to the presence of that spiritual monkey? No, it seems to be. The Prince of Qin, furrowing her brow, Guanyin Bodhisattva discerned the existence of Ingzhong. She lifted her gaze, and in that instant, It seemed as though her vision pierced through the very fabric of heaven and earth, transcending the vast cosmos, tearing through the dark clouds beyond countless distances, arriving at the blood-soaked expanse of Xianyang. In that fleeting moment, the wisp of azure smoke beside Zhang began to ripple unexpectedly. Although it dissipated in an instant, returning to calm, he keenly perceived it. What is happening? Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, observing the system within his mind. After much contemplation, he found no apparent issues. Curiously, he gazed toward the distant Xianyang, where wisps of incense were wafting from the headless corpses, merging into his vicinity. Could it be due to the infusion of fortune and incense? Curiously resettling himself, Zhang gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. With such a wealth of fortune and incense, it was indeed time to contemplate the next miraculous occurrence. Chapter 88. Awaiting observation, the modern discovery of the Hongmin banquet. As the golden radiance faded, the Buddhist light dispersed like mist, enveloping every inch of the palace. Within the great thunder sound temple on the sacred mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva retracted her gaze, her brow slightly knit. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, she discerned no anomalies from the Prince of Qin. The jade purity vase in her hand emitted a faint glow, as she sensed the obstruction of human fortune and incense. Lotus blossoms bloomed successively beneath her feet, the grandeur of Buddhist teachings illuminating the surroundings, with the wheel of merit slowly revolving behind her. Yet ultimately, Guanyin Bodhisattva relinquished the thought of continuing her calculations. While it was true that humanity was weak, they remained a race under the protection of the heavenly path. The three realms must not forcibly intervene in the affairs of mortals. To do so without just cause would surely invite the backlash of the heavenly way. Even Guanyin Bodhisattva would not wish to endure such a repercussion, which might even disturb and diminish the fortunes of the Buddhist order, an outcome clearly not worth the cost. As Guanyin Bodhisattva pondered, Pancher Jialan, who had been standing before her with hands clasped in prayer, suddenly changed countenance. What is the matter? Guanyin Bodhisattva perceptively noticed the anomaly in Pancher Jialan. Pancher Jialan, with hands clasped, felt the myriad images conveyed by his recent incarnation. His lips twitching slightly. Just moments ago, the incarnation within Xianyang had, without disturbing the fortunes of humanity, transmitted everything it witnessed under the heavenly protection of the human race. Observing the monkey wreaking havoc amidst the rain-soaked night, even Pancher Jialan, who had been mentally prepared, could not help but shiver. Looking at Guanyin Bodhisattva, he wasted no time in presenting the images he received. Under the dusky twilight, amidst the rain-soaked gloom, gazing at the monkey slaughtering indiscriminately, Guanyin Bodhisattva was momentarily stunned. This seems somewhat different from what was anticipated. The Hongmin banquet, the Qi practitioners, the Qin state, the spiritual monkey. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression reflected her surprise. Was the historical trajectory of the Qin state truly as such? According to her calculations, it seemed amiss. While it was true that this prince of Qin, Zhang, was destined to be the future ruler who would unify the six kingdoms, the timing appeared to be off. At present, he should not yet wield control over the Qin state. And what of this monkey? Not only did it venture to the Qin state, but it also found itself entangled with the prince. Observing the scene of the monkey, brandishing a staff, amidst the chaos of Qi practitioners, Guanyin Bodhisattva fell into a contemplative silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Time passed, and at last, it was Pancher Jialan who broke the silence. May I inquire, Bodhisattva, how should I respond to the current situation? Should we intervene with this prince of Qin to lead the spiritual monkey away? Pancher Jialan spoke solemnly, his tone weighted with gravity. The Western paradise is the ultimate refuge for all beings, and the Buddhist order is destined to flourish across the three realms. None can obstruct this fate, and all who stand in opposition shall return to the Western paradise. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva exhibited rare hesitation. Based on the trajectory of her calculations, this should not be the case. Yet, gazing into the distance toward Xianyang, Guanyin Bodhisattva contemplated for a while before finally shaking her head slowly. There is no need for intervention. Let things unfold naturally. Let things unfold naturally? Pancher Jialan was taken aback. If seeing through Pancher Jialan's thoughts, Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled and explained, hands clasped, the lifespan of mortals is fleeting. Like morning dew that vanishes in an instant. How many seasons can mere mortals experience? Furthermore, The lineage of humanity within the three realms has long been severed. This Prince of Qin is merely a fortunate coincidence. Having acquired some magical skills, how can he expect the spiritual monkey to linger for long? The rudimentary magic of mortals cannot satisfy the longevity required by the monkey. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke softly. Radiating with resplendent Buddhist light. It is destined to continue its journey westward and cannot possibly remain trapped here for long. Conversely, this Yingzheng seems somewhat unexpected. After a moment of reflection, Guanyin Bodhisattva ultimately shook her head. While she held the esteemed title of a bodhisattva, the heavenly path is the true master of the three realms. Under the protection of human fortune and incense, no one can truly foresee the future path of humanity. Though humanity may not align with expectations, it is merely a matter of course. Among the vast expanse of the three realms, how numerous are the beings of humanity? Nations akin to the Qin state number in the thousands. A mere Qin state, had it not been for the passage of the spiritual monkey, would have never caught her attention. Ultimately, it is but a kingdom of mortals. What great waves can it stir? The so-called Prince of Qin, the so-called cultivation, merely a resting place along the winding path of the spiritual monkey. All things are bound by fate. To observe is sufficient, and excessive intervention is unnecessary. The heavenly decree ensures the flourishing of the Buddhist order. As the years flowed, the ancient Buddhist temple thrived in the western lands, its radiance descending upon the earth, just as it had countless eons ago. White cranes flapped their wings, ascending into the heights, dancing alongside other birds, ultimately alighting once more within the embrace of the forest. Chirp, 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 chirp. Verdant foliage and abundant avian life flourished. The brilliance of the Buddha, which had once dissipated eons ago, found the bloodshed of the Qin state gradually dimming beneath the rain-soaked night. The stench in the air faded with the winds, as the disciples of the Black Ice Terrace diligently disposed of the corpses. Burying them deep within the earth trembled and rolled, erasing the foul odors. As time passed, greenery began to reclaim the blood-soaked terrain, tender shoots sprouting forth, gradually growing into towering trees. Serenity and tranquility enveloped the land once more. Birds sang sweetly, and the grasses flourished, as days turned into weeks. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, a group of figures re-emerged. Following a brief search, one among them suddenly erupted with joyous exclamations. "We found it! We found it, curator! Here lie the remnants, the very site of the banquet of Hongmen." At the forefront of the expedition, a figure clad in the attire of an archaeologist exclaimed with fervor, gazing at the colossal ruins that stand amidst the dense jungle. Nearly entirely collapsed and cloaked in a verdant shroud of moss, with exhilaration, he called out, astonishingly, at the far end of the Haibingtai Valley. There indeed exists another relic. It is the banquet of Hongmen.